My childhood sweetheart is on the verge of being whisked away by another. Yet, you do not feel the slightest anger. Not only do they not contemplate reclaiming it, but they also wish them a century of blissful union. Because you have awakened the canon fodder villain system, all you need to do is to portray the antagonist and assist 99 children of destiny in completing their narratives. One can ascend to become an invincible celestial emperor of unparalleled strength. In the beginning, you were quite eager in previous incarnations. One could effortlessly accomplish tasks merely by procuring a head. The further one delves into the cycle of reincarnation, the more harrowing the experiences become. One is either subjected to myriad misunderstandings or tormented by betrayal. Either the fiancée is abducted or even tragically faces the annihilation of her entire family. Initially, you hope to navigate around the unacceptable plot lines by leveraging your knowledge of the storyline. However, you ultimately realize that this endeavor was entirely futile. What is destined to occur shall inevitably take place, perhaps with an even more tragic conclusion. It is fortunate that you have persevered until the final existence, which is indeed the most challenging of all. In the grand hall of the Taishan sect, a woman clad in purple glares at you with fury. She is the fifth elder of the Taishan sect and your master, Lan. You can feel the anger and resentment etched upon your face as you prepare to return the soul-reaping herb to Fanner. Shall we commence our journey through the narrative in a methodical manner? Do you truly believe that I am being dishonest? The facts are laid bare before you. Do you still wish to be cunning? This ethereal spirit herb was undoubtedly discovered by our junior disciple. In your quest to seize the treasure, you have resorted to such harsh measures against your own disciple. Before Lan Yun could speak, the young sister Ling Yin'er raised her voice in inquiry, and another woman clad in white joined the conversation. The pastoral melody urged you to promptly return the spirit herb to Lin Fan, and upon hearing this, you displayed an expression of utter disbelief. This is precisely your fiancée, Gu Qinghan. Even you do not believe in me, Qinghan. Gu Qinghan, with her delicate eyebrows, what reason do you have now to inspire belief in others? At that moment, a feeble voice emerged. Master, perhaps we should reconsider. A youth clad in simple garments was seated upon a chair, his countenance pale, yet his resolute spirit shone through the determination etched upon his brow. Unable to obtain the soul herb, I acknowledge my inferiority in skills. Moreover, it is evident that my senior brother seeks this herb for a significant purpose. Let this be a gift to him. Fellow brothers and sisters, I propose we leave this matter as it is. No sooner had Lin Fan spoken these words than he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. The elder disciples hurriedly approached, administering several healing elixirs to Lin Fan. Young junior disciple, please refrain from further words. The nether spirit herb is inherently linked to you. We shall undoubtedly advocate for your justice. Lin Fan hesitated to speak. Yet after all, Mugu is indeed my esteemed senior brother. Look at your junior disciple. Even in such circumstances, he still speaks on your behalf. Does your conscience not ache at all? Seeing the flames of anger ignited among the crowd, a glimmer of triumph flickered in the depths of Lin Fan's eyes. With a resounding roar, you burst into a frenzied laughter, a scene you have encountered far too often. No matter how fervently you attempt to elucidate the situation or even present irrefutable evidence, these individuals will remain steadfast in their disbelief. Subsequently, you raise the spirit grass high above your head. I have already revealed the truth. Whether you choose to believe it or not is of no consequence. However, to demand that I surrender the spirit grass is nothing but a fanciful dream. With that, you instantly crushed it into a fine powder. A chorus of astonished exclamations arose from the crowd. Lin Fan gazed upon the ruined spirit grass, his face etched with shock. Within the depths of his clear eyes flickered strands of resentment. That wretched creature, Mugu, dared to destroy my spirit grass. He has sealed his own fate. Ling Yin'er's eyes glistened with tears. Senior brother, you have gone too far. This spirit of the underworld herb is crucial for junior brother's breakthrough. How could you destroy it? Lan Yun abruptly rose to her feet. Upon your ethereal visage lies a veil of frost. You, my disobedient disciple, from this day forth, I shall deprive you of your esteemed position as my foremost disciple, relegating you to the ranks of the outer disciples. I hereby decree that you shall face the wall at the cliff of reflection for 3 months as penance. Upon hearing these words, The disciples exclaimed with exhilaration. Had this miscreant not been a prince of the Dongling dynasty, their master would undoubtedly have dealt with him decisively. They felt as though they had truly rid themselves of a malignancy, completely oblivious to the contributions he had made to the Taishan sect. Although Lin Fan felt that the judgment upon you was rather lenient, at this moment, he could only feign compliance. The senior brother acted out of a momentary surge of anger. I implore you to grant him yet another chance. Gu Qinghan gazed at Lin Fan with a hint of satisfaction, but upon turning her eyes to her fiancé, a look of disappointment emerged. Lan Yun's gaze once again turned towards you, Mu Ge. Are you willing to accept the punishment I have in store for you? With a self-deprecating smile, I wondered if I possessed the power to refuse, and then promptly turned and walked away. Observing your nonchalant demeanor, Lan Yun felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. How could her once proud disciple have descended into such a lamentable state? As you stride away with great confidence, you remain utterly indifferent to the incessant cacophony of curses behind you. Congratulations, dear protagonist, on successfully completing this segment of the narrative. Please proceed to the next chapter. Gu Qinghan looked at your departing figure with disappointment, then approached Lin Fan. Her previously cold demeanor softened slightly. Junior brother, how do you feel? Dear senior sister, I am quite well, but I urge you to take some time to counsel our senior brother. He was once a kind-hearted individual, and it seems that something has recently troubled him, leading to this transformation. As his fiancé, your words will surely resonate with him. Upon hearing the term fiancé, Gu Qinghan's expression darkened significantly. Ling Yin'er curled her lips in disdain. What fiancé? Mu Ge is utterly unworthy of senior sister Gu, who is the most beautiful woman in the Taishan sect. If the junior brother were to put in a little more effort, he might indeed be a suitable match for her. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled as he discreetly observed Gu Qinghan. Upon seeing Gu Qinghan's delicate brows, Ling Yin'er cheerfully embraced Gu Qinghan's arm, exclaiming, Sister, do not be angry. I am merely considering your lifelong affairs. A person like Mu Ge is hardly worthy of even carrying your shoes. Gu Qinghan, unable to endure any further, declared, I am wholeheartedly devoted to the path of enlightenment and harbor no interest in matters of marriage. Please refrain from mentioning such things in the future. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Fan's eyes. It seemed that Gu Qinghan's affections for him were insufficient. He had long harbored admiration for this senior sister, and his desire to join the Taishan sect was primarily inspired by her. However, it appeared that Gu Qinghan harbored no romantic feelings towards him. On a brighter note, it seemed that she had also lost any lingering sentiments for him. If he continued to strive diligently, the future still held considerable promise. Suddenly, Ling Yin'er interjected, suggesting, since you do not hold any feelings for Mu Ge, why not seize this opportunity to annul your engagement? This way you be free. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghan could not help but affirm. Ling Yin'er continued, now that Mu Ge has gained infamy, you, as his fiancé, will undoubtedly be affected by his reputation. It may be wiser to annul the engagement, allowing you to focus on your cultivation without distraction. Of course, this is merely my personal opinion. You should make your own decision. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan was overwhelmed with joy. Ling Yin'er truly was his kindred spirit. However, Gu Qinghan fell into silence. I shall take junior brother to receive treatment now. Senior sister, you should return home to rest early, she said. After speaking, she turned and pushed Lin Fan's wheelchair away. Gu Qinghan stood motionless, her gaze lost in the distance. Was it reluctance she felt? The answer eluded her. In the past, you were a paragon of elegance, pursued by countless admirers. During those times, even as she devoted herself to her path, the mere fact of being your fiancé filled her with pride. Even in your shared moments, there lingered a joy within her that she was reluctant to acknowledge. Yet now, you have transformed. She grew increasingly disappointed in you. The dissolution of the engagement seemed merely a matter of time. Yet, why did she feel a twinge of reluctance? As she was lost in contemplation, a voice echoed in her mind, announcing the successful binding of the perfect life simulation system. She was left in a state of bewilderment. The perfect life simulation system will, based on the host's fundamental attributes, simulate the trajectory of your life. The host can preemptively avoid risks and rectify life's regrets according to the simulation results. Upon achieving a flawless life accomplishment, the host shall be rewarded by the system. What exactly are you? Why have you descended upon me? For the inhabitants of this fantastical realm, the concept of a system is indeed quite foreign. The host, being a victim of fate's cruel machinations, has prompted the emergence of the system to aid you in escaping your tragic destiny. Qingxue furrowed her brows. Her life had been smooth sailing. How could it possibly be associated with the word tragic? If there were to be a singular misfortune, it would be her betrothed. Once more, the thought of your name sent an inexplicable shiver through Qingxue's heart. The warm memories of the moments spent together resurfaced, while the once malevolent and chilling visage of you transformed once again into one of gentle warmth. Yet, alongside this transformation came an unaccountable ache within her heart. She clutched her chest, gasping for breath, wondering what was happening to her. The system has been successfully bound, and the host has effectively eliminated the influence of fortune, restoring mental clarity to a normal state. The words of the system were somewhat perplexing, leaving Qingxue in a state of anxiety. What exactly has transpired within me? The host can comprehend everything once the life simulation is initiated. May I inquire if the simulation has commenced? Qingxue came to a realization. In other words, you possess the ability to glimpse the horizon and foresee the events that are about to unfold in my life. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qingxue resolved to uncover the reason behind the overwhelming pain that surged within her at the mere thought of you. The life simulation has successfully commenced. This system will begin from the moment the host becomes a recipient of the fertilized egg, intertwining the host's personality, interpersonal relationships, and more to simulate the ensuing trajectory of life. Qingxue had no time to ponder deeply before the system's voice resonated continuously, announcing, host name, Qingxue. Life simulation commencing. Before your birth, your father sought the favor of the emperor of the Nangong dynasty to arrange a marriage for you, the chosen one being the sixth prince, known as Muge. 3 months prior to the host's birth, the celestial being, Muge, emerged into the world, radiant with a brilliance that illuminated the heavens. As the ancient saints manifested wondrous signs, cultivators within a myriad of miles reaped the blessings, continuously breaking through their realms. Upon the host's birth, the holy light shone resplendently, and the celestial phoenix of ice and snow manifested in the sky. The dynasty once again stirred with fervor, as you and the gifted bard became a truly fated pairing. At the moment of your arrival into this world, you displayed an extraordinary aptitude. By the tender age of merely a few years, you had already ascended to the exalted stage of Qi refinement, an achievement unparalleled in the chronicles of the Eastern Ling dynasty. The only notable exception to this extraordinary phenomenon is Muge, who, at the delicate age of 6 months, achieved Qi refinement and subsequently progressed to the 3rd level of Qi refinement by the age of 3. You first encountered one another at the tender age of 3, and an instant affection blossomed between you. From that moment forth, you engaged in frequent practice together, relishing each other's companionship. The methodical recounting of events rekindled Qingxue's memories of years long relegated to the recesses of her mind. Vivid images from yesteryears emerged before her, and an unbidden smile illuminated her countenance. At the delicate age of 4, both of you accomplished extraordinary feats. Muge reached the 6th level of Qi refining, while you attained the 4th. Upon turning 5, a feeling of discontent stirred within you, and you resolved to bridge the gap with Muge. He offered a subtle smile. Very well, I shall anticipate your arrival. At the tender age of 8, Muge embarked upon the foundational stage. The host has reached the 10th level of Qi refinement. However, by the tender age of 10, the host remains at this same 10th layer, while Muge has already attained the 5th level of foundation establishment. At this moment, you finally grasp the gulf that separates you from Muge. In those formative years, as your heart began to awaken to nascent emotions, you felt an overwhelming sense of pride in having such a fiancé. You would often cling to Muge, lauding his extraordinary abilities. He would respond with a gentle smile, offering reassurance. You are remarkable as well. Continue to strive, and once you break through, you shall swiftly catch up to me. Qingxue listened with mounting distraction. It was revealed that, in the past, she too had harbored feelings for Muge. Yet, what had prompted her transformation into her present self? The simulation persisted. Following this revelation, Mugu often imparted her wisdom on cultivation to the host, aiding her in her training. His elucidations frequently enlightened the intellect, ushering in instances of lucidity. The cadence of your personal development has markedly intensified, with every occasion you partake in unhurried practice. The pastoral hymn shall envelop you in steadfast fidelity. Yet, each time you venture forth from your solitude, you discover the pastoral tune gently dozing, seemingly utterly fatigued. You find yourself somewhat vexed, yet simultaneously imbued with a sense of compassion. Brother Mu, your reliability leaves much to be desired. In the days of your youth, you were entirely unaware of the waning pallor that adorned Mu Ji's visage. Gu Qinghan interrupted the simulation of the system. He noted that Mu Ji's complexion seemed unnaturally pallid. What could be the cause of this? This matter is unrelated to the complementary simulation content. The host is required to spend system currency to access it. The method of obtaining system currency involves transforming one's life path after the simulation concludes, thus addressing previous regrets. Since this is the host's first encounter with premium content, the system provides a singular complementary viewing opportunity. As the words dissipated, a vivid tableau emerged in Gu Qinghan's consciousness. Nestled within a secluded grotto, she, at the tender age of 10, sat in serene meditation, her legs elegantly crossed. Chapter 5. Brother Qin Yuan, you are truly unreliable. Is that me? At the age of 10? Gu Qingxue immediately recognized the scene depicted before her. A small boy approached slowly, clad in a long black robe. Though he appeared tender and childlike at only 10 years old, an air of arrogance and an extraordinary charisma began to reveal themselves. In the image, Gu Qingxue was engrossed in her cultivation, her delicate eyebrows occasionally furrowing in apparent discomfort. Sister Qingxue seems to be struggling. Her eagerness to catch up with me has made her foundation unstable, Qin Yuan murmured to himself. Perhaps I should assist her. For if she encounters problems, it would be troublesome. After pondering for a moment, his gaze grew resolute. He bit his finger, and immediately, he channeled all of his vital energy. The process appeared excruciating, twisting his features in pain. Before long, a droplet of golden liquid slowly emerged from the wound on his fingertip. Gifted blood. What are you planning to do? Gu Qingxue's eyes widened in disbelief. The gifted blood, a celestial boon bestowed upon one at birth, represented the utmost opportunity. With it, breakthroughs in realms and insights into cultivation could be achieved in a day's time. It could be said that gifted blood was the very foundation of a cultivator's talent. What does Qin Yuan intend to do? A troubling thought crept into Gu Qingxue's mind. Sure enough, in the next moment, Qin Yuan unhesitatingly infused that drop of primordial essence into her brow. Sister Qingxue, this should allow you to catch up with me, he uttered before losing consciousness. Gu Qingxue stood frozen in shock. Why? Why did this happen? When the system mentioned the pathological state, she had already realized the crux of the issue. Indeed. Fool, why didn't you tell me? As she gazed at the unconscious Qin Yuan in the image, Xia Qingxue's eyes gradually reddened, her heart aching. Why was she so naive at that time? She had clearly felt her cultivation accelerating at an alarming rate, almost unnaturally so. She had assumed it was merely the activation of her talent, never suspecting Qin Yuan's assistance. But why didn't Ti tell her? In the next moment, her question found its answer, yet it only served to deepen her wounds. The scene shifted, and Gu Qingxue awoke from her cultivation. Yea, I've made progress again. At that moment, her face radiated with an innocent smile, pure as a blossoming lotus. You're awake, Sister Qingxue? How do you feel? Qin Yuan slowly regained consciousness. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, his tone somewhat weak, Gu Qingxue placed her hands on her hips and said defiantly, Brother Qin Yuan, you are truly unreliable. You fell asleep while protecting me. Gu Qingxue. Qin Yuan chuckled. I'm sorry, Sister Qingxue. I was just so exhausted. This shall not happen again. Yes, it definitely won't. As Gu Qingxue bounded joyfully into the distance, a gentle smile graced Qin Yuan's lips, only to be swiftly retracted. He murmured to himself, resolving that this matter must remain undisclosed to Qingxue, as he could not bear the thought of imposing any psychological burden upon her. Furthermore, should his family become aware, they might very well trouble Qingxue. Xia Qingxue lingered in profound silence, tears welling in her eyes. Fool, you absolute fool. How could you be so foolish? No, you are not foolish. You are simply naive. You are a simpleton. This sentiment seemed to be directed at Qin Yuan yet also resonated within herself. How could she not have noticed his frail condition back then? Was she so preoccupied with her own happiness? Or was it that she simply did not care? With anguish, Qingxue shut her eyes, unwilling to delve further into her thoughts. The memories continued to unfold. Every time she entered seclusion, Qin Yuan would guard her, sacrificing his vitality to infuse her with a drop of his essence, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness due to his weakened state. Yet, each time she awoke, her first words were always reproachful. "Brother Qin Yuan, you are becoming increasingly unreliable." "I apologize, Qingxue. I am just so fatigued," he would reply. This cycle persisted until she transcended the foundation establishment stage, while Qin Yuan remained stagnated therein. When she stood before him, brimming with pride, he merely offered a gentle smile. "Congratulations, Qingxue." Qingxue, in her torment, closed her eyes once more, tears cascading from her delicate visage. "Paid content has concluded. Would you like to continue the simulation?" "Continue." Qingxue's voice trembled yet remained resolute. She was eager to uncover the reason behind Qin Yuan's current state. What had transpired? At 11, you ascended to the second level of foundation establishment, while Qin Yuan reached the 5th. At 13, you attained the 4th level, and Qin Yuan had advanced to the 7th. At 14, you were at the 6th level, while Qin Yuan reached the 9th. That same year, you were sent to the Taishan sect. By then, you had matured, realizing the chasm between you and Qin Yuan. "I cannot catch up to you. It matters not. I shall protect you," Qin Yuan assured, tenderly ruffling your hair. You blushed, yet the reason eluded you, the word yes lingering unspoken on your lips. Qingxue was once more engulfed in reminiscence. During that time, her bond with Qin Yuan was truly profound. But when did the shift begin? At 15, you ventured into the Qin Yuan forest for training. Along the way, you encountered a foundation establishment spirit beast attacking a small family as party. The strongest cultivator among them was merely at the Qi refinement stage, and it would not be long before they were utterly annihilated by the beast. Without hesitation, you unsheathed your sword and slew the creature. The survivors were immensely grateful, yet you paid them no mind. However, one young boy captured your attention. The youth was rather unremarkable, his features merely delicate, yet his overall demeanor exuded an extraordinary resilience. The gaze he directed towards you, while striking, bore no trace of self-consciousness. For reasons unknown, this young man piqued your curiosity, evoking an inexplicable intrigue within you. However, that was the extent of it. Your eyes lingered on him only briefly before you departed, completely oblivious to the fact that his gaze was fixed upon you until you had vanished from sight. Or perhaps, you simply did not care. It hardly warranted your attention. "Su Fan," Qingxue exclaimed involuntarily. After Su Fan entered the Taishan sect, he had mentioned this matter to her. It was then that she recalled her encounter with Su Fan in the Qin Yuan forest. That was merely an utterly ordinary trial. Yet, from that moment on, your demeanor inexplicably grew distant, even towards your family, who no longer received your smiles. In the face of Qin Yuan, you developed a sense of aversion, gradually estranging yourself from him. Chapter 6. An Unexpected Truth Once More. Qingxue fell into deep contemplation. It seemed that her transformation in character indeed began during that period. It was also then that she started to distance herself from Qin Yuan. At that time, she merely perceived herself as maturing, beginning to understand that strength was paramount. Moreover, her disdain for arranged marriages led her to develop a dislike for Qin Yuan. Reflecting upon it now, such reasoning appeared utterly nonsensical. Why? Why did it come to this? Qingxue murmured to herself. Upon entering the Taishan sect, your cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds, swiftly reaching the 8th level of foundation establishment. Qin Yuan, on the other hand, had already attained the 9th level. At 16, you remained at the 8th level of foundation establishment, while Qin Yuan reached the 10th level. You were aware that you had encountered a bottleneck. Your master informed you that such a hurdle could only be overcome through your own efforts. However, a genius understands another genius. Qin Yuan sought you out, proposing that you embark on an adventure together. This time, you declined. For reasons unknown, you found yourself reluctant to draw too close to Qin Yuan. He said nothing in response. That evening, while you were resting, someone stealthily entered your room. Although you sensed their presence, you were no match for them and were rendered unconscious. Upon waking the next day, you discovered yourself unscathed, yet utterly devoid of strength. Anger surged within you, feeling violated. You reported the incident to your master. Your master conducted a secret investigation and uncovered that the intruder was none other than your betrothed, Qin Yuan. Enraged, you confronted Qin Yuan, who seemed indifferent, merely stating, "My fiancé, What's wrong with a little touch? Qin Yuan was punished with 6 months of solitary confinement. From that moment onward, your aversion toward Qin Yuan solidified. Perhaps fate had a fondness for you, for after that, your bottleneck vanished. A month later, you successfully broke through to the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. 6 months later, you ascended to the 10th level. Wait, Qingxue interrupted the system's narration. Why did Qin Yuan invade my room? In the past, she had firmly believed in the rumors of Qin Yuan's misbehavior. Yet now, she found it impossible to accept. Absolutely impossible. This query is classified as premium content. The host must pay 100 system coins to view it. But I don't have any system coins right now. Qingxue felt anxious, desperately yearning to uncover the truth. This system supports loan and advance payment functionalities. Is the host currently in need of system coins? Do you have no means to borrow them? Consider utilizing the system's advance payment option. With our advance payment, not only are the interest rates low, but the limits are generous, the transfer swift, and quality assured. You deserve it. Given the host's current favorable credit status, you may qualify for a high advance payment limit. Advance payment limit, 10,000 system coins. Repayment term, 1 year. Repayment methods, 1. Equal principal and interest, 2. Interest first, then principal. Qingxue was once again left in a daze. Advance payment, equal principal and interest? What does this even mean? Is it suggesting that she should take out a loan? The host may refer to the relevant terms for specific content. The cultivator, possessing extraordinary acuity and intellect, quickly grasped the situation. Without hesitation, she declared her intent to utilize the system for an advance payment. Success. The system chimed. You have successfully used 110 system coins for the advance payment. 100 system coins have been credited, with a transaction fee of 10 system coins. Please ensure timely repayment. Overdue payments will incur relevant consequences. At long last, the scene that Qingxue eagerly anticipated unfolded before her. In a fresh and elegant room, a strikingly beautiful woman rested upon the bed, herself. Qingxue recognized her instantly. Shortly thereafter, the door creaked open, and a dark figure stealthily entered the room. It was here that her excitement escalated. The enigma was on the verge of revelation. Qin Yuan, you will not disappoint me, will you? In the vision, Qin Yuan approached the bedside, prompting Qingxue to awaken suddenly and launch a counterattack. However, she was no match for Qin Yuan, and soon succumbed to unconsciousness. He removed his mask, revealing an exceptionally handsome visage. Gazing at the unconscious Qingxue, a hint of tenderness flickered in his eyes. Qingxue, do not hold it against me. He then placed his hand upon her chest. In the next moment, golden light radiated from Qin Yuan's being, illuminating the space like a divine warrior. The golden luminescence flowed from his hand into her body, circulating throughout, enveloping her entirely in its warm glow. What is this? Qingxue pondered in confusion. Throughout this process, Qin Yuan remained utterly still, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. He indeed did not harbor any ill intentions. Yet, what exactly was he doing? After a full quarter of an hour, the golden glow finally dissipated. Qin Yuan staggered back a couple of steps, his complexion as pale as parchment. Yet, he immediately turned his gaze to Qingxue, and upon confirming her safety, he gradually relaxed, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. You are too impatient. Qin Yuan murmured as he sat beside her. There is no need for you to compete with me. If you take your time and cultivate steadily, your future achievements will not pale in comparison to mine. Your eagerness for quick results has led to an unstable realm, resulting in your current bottleneck. In truth, I called upon you yesterday for training to help resolve this issue. Who would have known you would refuse? Thus, I had no choice but to resort to this method. Qin Yuan sighed. Your constitution is similar to mine. We are both favored by the heavens. Hence, I utilized my own primordial true energy to cleanse your bones and marrow, which should eliminate your bottleneck. With another sigh, Qin Yuan slowly rose. Well, I shall take my leave now. Rest well. As he gazed upon Qingxue's exquisite beauty, a flicker of tenderness crossed his eyes, and he slowly reached out, intending to caress her face. Yet, just an inch away, he halted his movement. In an instant, he swiftly withdrew his hand and struck it fiercely against his palm. Such lack of decorum. Qin Yuan chuckled at his own folly before rising to depart. Qingxue stood there, utterly stunned. Indeed, Qin Yuan was truly doing all this for her. For her sake, he was willing to sacrifice his own blood. For her, he would go so far as to draw upon the very essence of his being. Yet, foolish boy, why do you not reveal the truth to me? Why? Qingxue screamed inwardly, tears blurring her vision. Why? Why does he not confide in me? As the scene shifted, Qingxue discovered the answer. So, it has indeed been uncovered? Qin Yuan murmured to himself at the threshold of his door. How am I to explain this now? Surely, Qingxue doesn't believe me to be a lecher, does she? Should I disclose the truth? No, absolutely not. Qin Yuan shook his head. This girl has a stubborn nature. If she were to learn the truth, she would be burdened with guilt for a lifetime. Moreover, if this matter were to reach the ears of my family, it would undoubtedly lead to great turmoil. Alas, I shall play the villain just this once. After all, this was always my fate. Qin Yuan smiled nonchalantly and strode purposefully towards the Hall of Punishment. Chapter 7 includes you. Qingxue stared blankly at the scene that had long since vanished, reduced to a mere statue, frozen in time. Fool, why are you so foolish? Do I, a person like me, deserve such devotion? The imagined scenario, though in line with her hopes, only deepened her anguish. Simultaneously, it intensified her self-loathing, loathing her ignorance, her indifference, her selfishness. With such a remarkable man beside her, why had she failed to cherish him? Why? Qingxue questioned her own heart, yet found no answers. The paid content has concluded. Would you like to continue the simulation? Continue. Qingxue wiped her tears with determination, her hoarse voice resolute. Thus far, every indication pointed to the fact that Qin Yuan was not a bad person. He had always been so kind. What, then, had transpired to bring about his transformation? What role did Su Fan play in all of this? 3 months later, a youth named Su Fan entered the tutelage of Lan Yun, becoming your junior disciple. This junior, though unremarkable in birth, appearance, and talent, exhibited an exceptional pace in cultivation and strength, displaying a gentle disposition that endeared him to others. He swiftly became a prominent figure within the Taishan sect. From the moment Su Fan joined the sect, you inexplicably began to harbor a deep-seated aversion towards Qin Yuan, to the point of refusing to speak with or see him. In stark contrast, you found yourself intrigued by the newly acquainted junior disciple, Su Fan. After Su Fan's initiation into the sect, Qin Yuan, for reasons unknown, also became increasingly irritable, cold, and narrow-minded, harboring an inexplicable hostility towards this junior disciple. The two often clashed, yet whenever conflict arose, regardless of right or wrong, everyone would side with Su Fan and cast blame upon Qin Yuan. Even you could not escape this tide. 3 months after Su Fan's arrival, you embarked on a training expedition to the Qin Yuan forest. Qin Yuan led the team, with both Su Fan and you among the ranks. During the expedition, Su Fan discovered a treasure guarded by a spirit beast of the golden elixir stage. Qin Yuan repeatedly issued warnings to stay away, yet Su Fan feigned compliance, secretly venturing forth to seize the treasure. The spirit beast was awakened and pursued Su Fan, leaving him gravely injured. Upon discovering this, Qin Yuan rushed to his aid, battling fiercely to repel the beast, but was left severely wounded and unconscious. When others arrived, Su Fan, to prevent the treasure from being seized, falsely claimed that Qin Yuan had sought to take it for himself, inciting the wrath of the beast. He bore injuries in an attempt to save his senior brother, Qin Yuan, who became the target of everyone's ire. When he regained consciousness, he desperately explained that it was Su Fan who had sought the treasure. Yet no one believed him. The only response he received was, "Do you take us for fools? How could a mere junior disciple in the foundational stage provoke a spirit beast? If not for him, you would have perished. How dare you slander him? Does your conscience not ache?" 3 months later, as you were striving to break through your limits, Qin Yuan sensed your struggle and discreetly provided you with protection. At that moment, Su Fan happened to pass by and accused Qin Yuan of peeking at you while you bathed. Everyone chose to believe Su Fan, including yourself. Qingxue. At the age of 17, Qin Yuan reached the Golden Core stage, while you ascended to the 10th level of the Foundation Establishment stage. When Qin Yuan congratulated you, you merely responded with a stoic expression, stating that it was of no concern to you. Qingxue. At 18, as you were on the brink of breaking into the Golden Core stage, Qin Yuan ventured alone into the depths of the Qin Yuan forest in search of the Golden Essence fruit to assist you in your breakthrough, with Su Fan trailing behind. Taking advantage of the fierce battle between Qin Yuan and the spirit beast, Su Fan stealthily seized the Golden Essence fruit. Upon his return, Su Fan presented the fruit to you, for which you felt immense gratitude. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan returned severely wounded and empty-handed. 3 months later, a conflict erupted between Qin Yuan and Su Fan, resulting in Su Fan being injured, and once again, the crowd directed their accusations at Qin Yuan, including you. Another month passed, and Su Fan pilfered 2 treasured artifacts from the sect. To conceal his misdeeds, he clandestinely placed one of the treasures in Qin Yuan's room, leaving Qin Yuan unable to defend himself. 3 months later, Qin Yuan, in his solitary quest for the soul spirit grass within the Withered Moon secret realm, was once again followed by Su Fan, who sought to seize the grass for himself. Qin Yuan discovered Su Fan's intentions and injured him. In retaliation, Su Fan hurried back to the sect to lodge a complaint, accusing Qin Yuan of stealing his treasure. The crowd, once more, chose to believe Su Fan, including you. In his fury, Qin Yuan destroyed the soul spirit grass, subsequently losing his status as the chief disciple and being confined for 3 months for reflection. The loading of the host's early life content is complete. The following simulation of the host's upcoming life will commence based on this information. This process will require some time. Please be patient. As the system's announcement ceased, Qingxue was left utterly stunned, her mind a mere sculpture of disbelief. How could this be? Why had it come to this? Qingxue could scarcely fathom the revelation she had just received. The content of the system's report was utterly transformative, especially since Su Fan's arrival, which had dramatically contradicted her understanding of events. Qin Yuan, who had clearly committed no wrongdoing, had become the target of scorn, while Su Fan, who had perpetrated numerous misdeeds, had emerged as the favored one. There were moments when Qingxue questioned the veracity of the system itself, yet she found herself compelled to believe it. Since binding with the system, her perception had undergone a significant alteration. After Su Fan's appearance, she inexplicably harbored a deep-seated animosity toward Qin Yuan, which vanished with the advent of the system. When she viewed these events from a rational standpoint, the discrepancies became glaringly obvious, and with a modicum of inquiry, the truth could easily have been unveiled. But why had no one taken the initiative to do so? Why was there an unwavering disbelief in Qin Yuan? Even when he presented evidence, the masses remained skeptical, while they held Su Fan's every word in unwavering faith. Heavens! What is the meaning of all this? Why is there such a concerted effort to undermine Qin Yuan? Qingxue's anguished cry resonated, her heart aching as if it were being torn asunder. In this moment, she yearned to embrace Qin Yuan tightly, to tenderly listen to her fiancé's grievances. Yet, an even stronger desire compelled her to kneel before him, to atone for her transgressions. Despite her own turmoil, why did Qin Yuan continue to show her such kindness? She truly felt unworthy. Why? What was the reason behind this? Qingxue vigorously wiped away the tears from her eyes and, in a somber tone, inquired of the system, "Who is Su Fan? Truly, why has this transpired?" The host will understand upon completing the simulation. Note, to this point, the events that have occurred are fully loaded. The simulation portion will now commence. After Qin Yuan was confined at the Cliff of Reflection, you contemplated calling off the engagement, yet you did not act on this thought. 3 days later, Qin Yuan received news that you had vanished after descending the mountain. In a state of urgency, he prepared to descend, yet just as he left the Cliff of Reflection, he was captured. At that moment, you appeared, and Qin Yuan realized he had been deceived. However, no matter how he explained, no one believed him. Qin Yuan faced punishment once more. Days later, rumors spread that you had gone missing after descending the mountain. Qin Yuan left the Cliff of Reflection again, only to be captured once more. You appeared again. Regardless of his explanations, no one believed him. Qin Yuan was punished yet again. Qingxue. Days passed, and Qin Yuan was attacked at the Cliff of Reflection. He pursued the assailant, breaking free from the cliff, only to find himself in Su Fan's chamber. Su Fan accused him of seeking revenge, and once again, everyone believed it, including you. Chapter 8. The Collapse of Qingxue. Qin Yuan faced severe punishment once more, brutally beaten by his enraged fellow disciples. Qingxue. A month later, Su Fan extended an invitation for you to embark on a journey of trial. Reluctant to go, you were persuaded by Su Fan's revelation of a mystical Xuanhua phoenix grass, the very treasure you yearned for. Thus, you set forth alongside your 2 senior sisters and brother. Upon learning of your departure, Qin Yuan, fearing for your safety, defied the sect's regulations and clandestinely followed you. Indeed, danger awaited. The cause was Su Fan's reckless actions, which alarmed the ferocious beasts, resulting in the demise of one of your senior sisters and brothers, leaving you gravely injured. Su Fan fled in terror. Just in time, Qin Yuan arrived, battling the beasts to save you, sustaining severe injuries and succumbing to unconsciousness. At that moment, Su Fan descended from above, rescuing you. Subsequently, Qin Yuan, despite his own injuries, sought you out, only to be filled with rage upon seeing you with Su Fan, leading him to strike Su Fan in a moment of desperation. This confrontation led to a rift between you and Qin Yuan as you retaliated against him. Su Fan, having secured the treasure, successfully advanced to the third stage of the Golden Core realm. Disappointed in Qin Yuan, you chose to call off your engagement upon your return. Qin Yuan vehemently opposed, and though you wished to stand firm, you could not withstand his resolve. At this juncture, Su Fan made a timely appearance, arrogantly declaring that your sister deserved the pursuit of happiness, asserting that Qin Yuan was unworthy of you. Enraged, Qin Yuan clashed with Su Fan. This time, with Su Fan's ascension to the Golden Core realm, Qin Yuan faced a humiliating defeat and left Taishan sect in disgrace. Qin Yuan, in utter despair, joined the infamous Demon Spirit sect. During a grand competition among the 6 sects, he represented the Demon Spirit sect, inflicting severe injuries upon several disciples of Taishan's sect. Yet, he ultimately fell short against Su Fan. In the subsequent trials within the secret realm, Qin Yuan again wounded numerous disciples of Taishan's sect. Once again, Su Fan arrived just in time to vanquish Qin Yuan, earning the title of hero within the sect. Thereafter, Qin Yuan was plagued by inner demons, vowing to eliminate Su Fan, and thus began to experience frequent fortuitous encounters, significantly enhancing his cultivation. Subsequently, he led the Demon Spirit sect in an alliance with the already adversarial Haotian sect, launching an assault on Taishan's sect. The sect suffered immense casualties, while Su Fan narrowly escaped with his life. At the age of 26, Qin Yuan sought to force Su Fan into the open by attempting to abduct you, insisting on marrying you. On the day of the wedding, Su Fan appeared, defeating Qin Yuan and taking you away. From that moment on, you were irrevocably united with Su Fan. Qin Yuan issued a manhunt for Su Fan, yet failed to eliminate him. 3 years later, Su Fan returned with formidable strength, completely annihilating Qin Yuan's clan. Qin Yuan, having miraculously survived, descended into the path of darkness. For the subsequent millennium, you remained steadfastly aligned with Su Fan. Qin Yuan faced Su Fan in battle numerous times, each encounter ending in his defeat. After 2,900 years, the two engaged in a final confrontation, where Qin Yuan finally gained the upper hand. Just as he was about to slay Su Fan, you positioned yourself before him, causing Qin Yuan to hesitate. Seizing the opportunity, Su Fan launched a surprise attack, ultimately vanquishing Qin Yuan. 3,000 years later, Su Fan successfully attained enlightenment and ascended to immortality. 5,000 years hence, a colossal hand blotted out the sky, reducing the Xianling continent to mere dust, and you, along with all living beings, transformed into particles of ash. The colossal hand represents Su Fan's adversary. He had incurred the wrath of an unspeakable entity in the celestial realm. After 500 millennia, Su Fan ultimately triumphed over this formidable foe. As time flowed inexorably, 500 years of joyous existence in the celestial realm, surrounded by countless wives and concubines, had caused Su Fan to forget the acquaintances of the Xianling continent. You and the entire Xianling continent have irrevocably become mere ashes beneath the wheels of history. Your life simulation reaches its conclusion here. The answers to your queries are likely already apparent to you. Su Fan is the son of fate in this realm, the ordained protagonist, while you are the embodiment of fortune in his life. Qin Yuan, on the other hand, stands as the antagonist on Su Fan's journey. Everything is but the design of the heavens. Qingxue remained silent for an extended period, immobile, akin to a petrified goddess. Eventually, 2 drops of crimson liquid fell to the ground, tears. Blood tears. The exquisite beauty of her visage bore 2 lines of scarlet, strikingly alluring. Qingxue gazed toward the firmament, which was a boundless blue, resembling a flawless mirror, profound and seemingly endless, much like her eyes that sparkled like the cosmos. So this is the heavenly path. It appears I am merely a laughable pawn, a pitiable piece on this chessboard. Qingxue laughed, a bitter and morbid laugh. What have I done wrong? Why must I be treated in such a manner? Qin Yuan, has he erred in any way? Why must he bear such a tragic fate? Why? Why? Qingxue's anguished cries echoed skyward, as blood-red tears continued to cascade down. It was evident that both she and Qin Yuan possessed lives of perfection. They could have walked the path of happiness together, hand in hand until eternity. Even without her, Qin Yuan should have been the protagonist of his era. Yet, why must the heavens torment humanity in such a way? To serve the Son of Destiny, countless lives are recklessly manipulated. To elevate one individual, a multitude must be sacrificed. Is this the heavenly way? The celestial order has lost its virtue and is unworthy of being called the heavenly path. Qingxue's expression was devoid of emotion. Her voice as frigid as ancient ice. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the sky, as dark clouds gathered ominously. The heavens seemed to be in wrath. Yet, Qingxue showed no fear, continuing to meet the sky with a cold smile. Heavenly path, you are unworthy to be called heaven. Even less deserving of the title of path. The thunder grew louder, resonating for thousands of miles, as lightning danced like a dragon. Numerous reclusive figures opened their eyes in astonishment, gazing towards the direction of the Taishan sect. Who dares to provoke the heavens? A mocking smile curled upon Qingxue's lips as she slowly closed her eyes. A life devoid of choice holds no meaning. This trace of derisive mirth signifies a disdain for the overwhelming might of the heavens, and it seemed that the celestial order was utterly enraged. Lightning flickered, and electric flashes intertwined, as if the very sky were collapsing. The immense bolts of thunder loomed ominously, threatening to engulf the entire Taishan sect in the next heartbeat. What transpired? The heavenly Tao intends to annihilate our Taishan sect. The esteemed figures of Taishan sect emerged from their seclusion, their eyes fixed in horror upon the heavens. Yet, in an instant, the thunderclouds dispersed, vanishing without a trace. The members of Taishan sect exchanged bewildered glances, each uncertain of what had transpired. Ding, please remain calm, host. With your current cultivation, you are unable to confront the heavenly Tao. This system will assist in dispelling the heavenly Tao for you once, free of charge. Subsequent dispelling will incur a fee in system currency. Why dispel it? Would it not be better to let me perish? Qingxue closed her eyes in despair. She could not bear to confront the life that lay ahead. Nor could she face Qin Yuan. To be a mere puppet, walking alongside Su Fan while opposing Qin Yuan, she would rather embrace death. Perhaps this was the only act she could perform for Qin Yuan. Even in death, she wished to preserve her final purity for him. Host, please do not be agitated with the assistance of this system. All possibilities for change remain. Chapter 9. Can a golden core stage practitioner catch a cold? What did you say? Qingxue suddenly opened her eyes. This system is known as the perfect life simulation system. By simulating the host's life, it enables the host to gain a clear understanding of their true self, comprehending the essence of all matters. For events that have already transpired, it seeks to make amends as much as possible. For events yet to occur, it strives to avert them with utmost effort. This is the very purpose of this system's existence. In other words, does my life, my brother Qin Yuan's life, and our future hold the potential for transformation? Qingxue pondered skeptically. Yet, all of this is orchestrated by the heavenly Tao. How could it possibly be altered? The heavenly Tao is supreme, unyielding, and everything arranged by it cannot be changed. There is nothing impossible in this world. Though the heavenly Tao is formidable, there exist entities even more powerful than it. This system is one such entity. The system has already liberated the host from the influence of fate, allowing the host to regain rationality. Henceforth, the heavenly Tao will exert no influence over the host. The host merely needs to follow the system's prompts to complete tasks, mend regrets, alter undesirable occurrences, and achieve a perfect life to receive rewards. The system will also assist the host in growing stronger until they can confront the heavenly Tao. Can I truly change my life? Is it really possible to oppose the heavenly Tao? The phrase oppose the heavenly Tao struck a chord deep within Qingxue. Please trust this system. These few words resonated with conviction. Qingxue, bewildered, inquired, but what must I do? What is the host's greatest regret at present? Undoubtedly, it is Qin Yuan. Qingxue replied almost without hesitation, her eyes brimming with tears once more. I was so foolish in the past. I should not have treated him that way. Qin Yuan has suffered immensely, and I do not wish to see him endure any more pain or injustice. I want to reclaim him. I desire for him to live a life filled with happiness. If his life becomes perfect, then I shall have no regrets. Ding, system task has been issued. Reclaim the lost love. Description: a wayward son returning home is priceless. The host has, due to certain misconceptions and the influence of the heavenly Tao, hurt a once beloved partner. Fortunately, the worst has yet to occur, and there remains room for redemption. Now that the host is aware of the truth and the impending events, please endeavor to rectify the past regrets and avert tragic outcomes. Upon completing the stage task, the host will receive a stage reward. Upon fulfilling all tasks, a substantial reward will be granted. Warm reminder, the host is currently aware of the pollution of fate. But others, including Qin Yuan, are not. Therefore, the task of changing everything and reclaiming the beloved is quite challenging. Please, host, exert your utmost effort. No problem. I will certainly succeed. The shadows in Qingxue's heart dissipated in an instant, replaced by boundless joy. As long as there is an opportunity for change, nothing is insurmountable. What does it matter how great the difficulties may be, even if there exists a mere 1 in 10 million chance? It is sufficient for her to devote her entire life to striving for it. Brother Qin Yuan, from this moment onward, I shall no longer allow you to suffer even the slightest bit of hardship. Achu at the cliff of reflection, Qin Yuan inexplicably sneezed several times. What is happening? How can a golden core cultivator like me catch a cold? Qin Yuan rubbed his nose and then sighed, speaking to himself. The life of a tragic antagonist is truly not something an ordinary person can endure, despite always wishing to be a good person. Pouring his heart and soul into treating everyone well, he ultimately finds himself despised by all. If one's mental fortitude is not sufficiently robust, one might indeed be driven to despair. Aspiring to become an immortal emperor is certainly no trivial endeavor. I ask you, system, do you truly mean what you say? Are you certain that upon completing this life, I shall become an immortal emperor? Qin Yuan inquired with a hint of skepticism. Having lived through 99 lifetimes as a pitiful soul, this system has yet to bestow any rewards, merely painting a picture of promises. If in the end it proves to be a deceitful ruse, I would be left in tears. Ding, please trust this system. However, this reincarnation marks the final life of the 99 cycles, and the difficulty of completing the tasks is significantly heightened, filled with numerous uncertainties. Please approach with caution. Ah, this line again. Qin Yuan shook his head in resignation. Every time he inquired of the system, he was met with this response. After 98 lifetimes, not a single reward had been granted. In this day and age, such a miserly system is indeed rare. As for the heightened difficulty, ever since the 66th life, the system has consistently issued this warning. Initially, he had prepared himself for the worst, yet in every lifetime, he managed to complete the tasks with ease, devoid of even the slightest danger. Having traversed through 98 cycles smoothly, he remained confident that he could handle this final life as well. Ding, the host has successfully completed the 21st chapter of the narrative. The 22nd chapter commences, Charge for Love. Upon learning of Gu Qingxue's predicament, the host rushes out from the cliff of reflection, only to be discovered and subsequently face severe punishment. Please prepare accordingly. Very well, always ready. Qin Yuan waved his hand in boredom, knowing he would face another round of scolding. The life of a tragic antagonist is truly stifling. However, there is no other choice. For the sake of attaining the Immortal Emperor's cultivation, he must endure. Young master, trouble has arisen. At that moment, an anxious voice echoed from beyond the cliff of reflection. Qin Yuan furrowed his brow and soon spotted a tall, slender youth rushing towards him, quickly arriving at his side. Qin Ming, how many times must I tell you to act with more composure? What sort of chaos is this? Observing the panting Qin Ming, Qin Yuan expressed his displeasure. This Qin Ming is a trusted confidant, having trained alongside him since childhood, playing the role of a loyal aide. At merely 20 years of age, he has achieved the 9th level of foundation establishment, an extraordinary talent indeed. According to the narrative provided by the system, Qin Ming would later sacrifice himself to protect him, demonstrating unwavering loyalty. Forgive me, my lord, for my earlier agitation. The circumstances were quite peculiar, Qin Ming said, his face flushed and panting heavily. It was astonishing that a mere foundation establishment cultivator could be so utterly exhausted. Clearly, he had rushed to the cliff of reflection without pause. However, Qin Yuan shook his head and counseled, how peculiar could it be? After all these years by my side, have you not encountered your fair share of oddities? You must learn to maintain your composure, or you will face dire consequences. It concerns Miss Gu Qingxue. What? Qin Yuan's words were abruptly cut off, and he immediately asked with gravitas, what has happened to Qingxue? He was still maintaining his persona as a devoted admirer, and it was imperative to uphold this facade. Miss Gu, she has confronted Su Fan. She claims it is to avenge you. Qin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Seizing Qin Ming by the shoulders and lifting him slightly, clarify this for me at once. Did Qingxue truly engage in combat with Su Fan? Cough, cough. My lord. Please remain calm, stay composed, Qin Ming said, feeling dizzy from the shaking. Qin Yuan bellowed, enough with the nonsense. Tell me what transpired. Ugh, how frustrating. You just advised me to remain calm, and now you're the one losing your composure upon hearing about Miss Qingxue. Qin Ming quickly organized his thoughts and continued. Just half an hour ago, Su Fan had just exited the medical hall after treatment when Miss Gu, sword in hand, charged at him. A new book has been launched. I hope for your generous support. For those who do not favor it, kindly offer mild criticism, and for those who appreciate it, your favorable reviews are highly welcomed. Xiang Babin, thank you all sincerely. Wishing everyone joy and fulfillment in all endeavors. The classification of realms is as follows. Foundation establishment. Golden core, nascent soul, transformation, out-of-body, refining void, integration, tribulation, great ascension. Chapter 10. Su Fan. Have I gone mad? Finally, I am healed. Half an hour earlier. Su Fan slowly opened his eyes, sensing the vitality returning to his body, a faint smile gracing his lips. To have Qin Yuan become the target of everyone's ire. This injury was indeed worth it. Junior brother, you're awake. How do you feel? Lin Xian'er immediately approached him, her clear eyes shimmering with concern. Su Fan offered a grateful smile. I'm fine, Sister Lin. Just a few minor injuries. I appreciate your worry on my behalf. It's nothing. You are my junior brother. If I don't care for you, who will? Lin Xian'er blushed slightly, speaking with genuine concern. You must take good care of yourself in the future. If you encounter danger, run quickly. If anything were to happen to you, we would all be heartbroken. I understand. Sister, I will take care of myself and will never get hurt again. I will ensure that you and everyone else have no reason to worry, Su Fan replied gently. That's good. You must keep your word. Of course, I will definitely keep my promise. Lin Xian'er teased. That's more like it. If you dare to break your word in the future, I won't speak to you anymore. I will never break my promise. And I will certainly not make you angry again. As he gazed at the girl before him, whose face was radiant with joy, Su Fan couldn't help but be captivated, exclaiming, Sister Lin, you are the kindest and most beautiful girl I have ever met. Lin Xian'er was momentarily taken aback, then flustered and delighted. No, I'm not as good as you say. You're just flattering me. Do you not know what kind of person I am, sister? I never speak lies, Su Fan said earnestly. You, humph. Such sweet words. Who knows what you truly think? Su Fan solemnly declared, I swear to the heavens. What I just said is from the bottom of my heart. If I go back on my word, may the heavens strike me down. With that, a thunderous clap echoed from above. Have I gone mad? Su Fan's outstretched finger froze in midair. Lin Xian'er paused, then bit her lip, chuckling softly. Look at you. I told you to watch your words, or you might get struck by lightning. That wasn't it, sister. It was truly just a coincidence. Su Fan cleared his throat and continued earnestly, I truly swear to the heavens, what I said was absolutely sincere. You are truly the one I think of most. Boom. This time, the thunder roared louder, and dark clouds enveloped the entire Taishan sect. Su Fan felt utterly embarrassed. Heavens above, are you conspiring against me? Lin Xian'er gazed at Su Fan with a complex expression, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. See? Ignoring the advice of elders leads to immediate consequences. If you dare to speak carelessly again, the heavens will indeed punish you. I did not speak carelessly. Su Fan, skeptical of the superstition, insisted that he had only spoken the truth. Lin Xian'er is truly an exceptional young woman, beautiful, lively, and charming, with a gentle disposition and an illustrious heritage. Upon arriving at the Taishan gate, apart from Qingxue, she was the first to capture his heart. In his eyes, Lin Xian'er, like Qingxue, was destined to be among the women in his harem. Therefore, what he had just said was certainly not a falsehood. It merely required the addition of one among many. Seeing the unmistakable disappointment and skepticism reflected in Lin Xian'er's expression, Su Fan could only grit his teeth and reiterate, Senior sister, you witnessed it. The lightning did not strike me earlier, which proves I was not lying. I now swear to the heavens, senior sister, you are unequivocally in my heart. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. The sky was filled with intertwining bolts of lightning, illuminating the atmosphere with an overwhelming aura of annihilation, as if it were about to engulf the entire Taishan gate in the next moment. Do not say any more, junior brother. Please, do not continue. Lin Xian'er exclaimed. Genuinely frightened, she feared that if this continued, a calamity would ensue. Su Fan stood frozen, astonished. Heavens, are you serious? Despite his usual bravado of declaring that his fate was in his own hands, he found himself gripped by fear in the face of such divine wrath. The aura of destruction was undeniable, clearly intent on obliterating him entirely. Ahem, very well, perhaps the weather is simply unkind today. Su Fan chuckled awkwardly. Senior sister, do you have any clothes that need to be washed? It seems like rain is imminent. Shall we head back to gather them? No. What a ridiculous notion. What cultivator washes clothes? She struggled to find a suitable topic. The absurdity of the situation left Lin Xian'er feeling somewhat distressed, yet upon seeing Su Fan's flustered demeanor, she offered a tender smile. By the way, junior brother, your physique is truly remarkable. Despite sustaining such severe injuries, you have recovered so swiftly. Even the elder who treated you was astonished. Had I not intervened, he would have insisted on dissecting you. Thank you for saving my life, senior sister. Su Fan immediately bowed his hands in gratitude, declaring, I am indebted to you for your life-saving grace. I can only repay it by serving you faithfully and dedicating myself entirely. Chapter 11. Qingxue, it is you who must be killed. You were speaking nonsense again. Lin Xuanyuan's cheeks flushed once more, yet the shyness and joy in her heart had unknowingly diminished significantly. Even as she repeatedly reassured herself that what had just transpired was merely a coincidence, doubts regarding Su Fan continued to linger within her. How could I be speaking nonsense? Senior sister, are you truly unaware of my feelings? Su Fan discerned Lin Xuanyuan's skepticism and decided to escalate his approach. Lin Xuanyuan was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Su Fan's forthrightness, leaving her heart in disarray. Su Fan slowly rose, speaking with earnestness. Senior sister, grant me an opportunity to protect you from now on. Will you? This unforeseen declaration caught Lin Xuanyuan utterly off guard. To be honest, she did harbor a certain inexplicable fondness for Su Fan. Yet it fell far short of the level of affection. At least, not at this moment. Especially after the events that had just unfolded. It looks like it might rain, and I still have my laundry to collect. I'll head back for now. Unable to confront the situation, she opted for a hasty retreat. Fabricating a flimsy excuse, Lin Xuanyuan turned and hurried away, leaving Su Fan standing there in a daze. Only after Lin Xuanyuan's silhouette vanished did Su Fan's expression gradually darken. Curse it, how infuriating. Damn that fate. Just when I was on the verge of winning Lin Xuanyuan over, this happened. Is heaven truly conspiring against me? Master, what on earth is happening? Su Fan inquired, touching the ring on his left index finger, seeking guidance. I sense that not far from here, someone has invoked divine retribution. An ethereal, sacred voice resonated in Su Fan's mind, reminiscent of a distant, sorrowful melody, plaintive yet beautiful. Su Fan was momentarily stunned. Divine retribution? Who possesses such audacity to provoke the heavens? The pressure of divine retribution is too terrifying. My consciousness cannot draw near, the ethereal voice continued. In any case, this matter bears no relation to you. It is merely a coincidence. Damn it, I knew it. Su Fan felt a sense of frustration. Could this be an unwarranted calamity? Xiao Fan, remember this. In this world, only strength is fundamental. Everything else is mere illusion. Beautiful women are often a source of trouble, only serving to weaken your resolve. What just occurred may be coincidental, or perhaps it is fate, a reminder from the heavens. I understand, Master. Thank you for your guidance. Su Fan replied respectfully, though he remained unconvinced. Strength is undoubtedly essential, but what meaning does it hold if one stands alone, bearing the weight of solitude throughout time? An unyielding attachment to worldly desires is not advisable, nor is an obsessive pursuit of cultivation, for both paths lead to desolation. Cultivation is indeed vital. Yet the beauty of the journey is equally significant. Master, you are mistaken. Regardless, Master only wishes the best for him, and he had no grounds to argue against that. In the past, he was merely a peripheral member of an inconspicuous family, constantly bullied by others. However, after finding a master, he began to soar to great heights under her guidance, achieving the success he enjoys today. Su Fan gently touched the ring on his finger, filled with profound reflections. 2.5 years ago, while cultivating on the back mountain, he stumbled upon this unassuming bronze ring. Initially, he paid it no mind, but after inadvertently activating it, he discovered it contained an expansive space and harbored the remnants of a soul clad in purple. This soul belonged to his current master, Fei Yin. That was her name in life. According to her, she was once a practitioner in the tribulation stage who met her demise due to a treacherous ambush by an enemy, leaving behind only this fragment of a soul. Beyond that, he knew nothing of her past. Eventually, they struck a deal. He would become her disciple, and she would teach him the art of cultivation. In return, he would assist her in reconstructing her physical form. Thus, they progressed step by step to reach their present state. Master, I will not disappoint you, he thought, as he tucked away his musings and departed the medicinal hall. However, as he stepped outside, he spotted a familiar figure, a vision in a flowing white dress, elegant and fresh, radiating an otherworldly purity. Senior Sister Qingxue, what brings you here? Su Fan's heart brightened, and the clouds of gloom dissipated instantly as he approached her eagerly. Stop! A crisp reprimand froze Su Fan in place, his smile faltering. Senior Sister, what is this? Your injury has healed? Qingxue scrutinized him, her delicate brows furrowing. Apologies for worrying you. Thanks to you, I am fully recovered now. Su Fan replied joyfully. Is it truly so soon? Qingxue's frown deepened. Faced with her somber expression, Su Fan felt a pang of uncertainty. What's the matter, senior sister? My injury is healed. Are you not happy? Happy, of course, Qingxue replied coolly. Now I can kill you without feeling unjust. What? Before Su Fan could process her words, a sword beam, 5 zhang long, sliced towards him. The beam, as robust as a stone pillar, tore through the ground, sending a howling tempest across the area, shattering countless boulders into fragments. Senior sister, what are you doing? Su Fan exclaimed in alarm, hastily evading. Her strike was clearly fueled by genuine fury, powerful enough to obliterate someone at the initial stage of the Golden Core level. With a thunderous crash, the sword beam descended, turning everything within several zhang into scorched earth. Yet, Su Fan managed to escape, though he was now drenched in blood, his breath shallow. Leaning against the pillar at the entrance of the medicinal hall, he coughed up blood while questioning, Senior sister, what do you intend to do? I am Su Fan. I am aware, Qingxue nodded. It is you I intend to kill. With that, she launched yet another fierce assault. No. Su Fan cried out in fury. The previous attack had nearly claimed his life. Another strike? He would truly perish. Su Fan once again channeled his spiritual energy, evading with unprecedented swiftness. However, Qingxue unleashed her most formidable attack this time, and Su Fan was ultimately caught in the residual force, hurtling backwards like a cannonball and crashing into a stone pillar 100 feet away. With a cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing onto the ground, where he roared in agony. Senior sister, it is I, Su Fan. Please, see clearly, I am Su Fan. What are you trying to do? I know I must kill you, Qingxue replied, her entire being enveloped in a chilling aura, her murderous intent glaringly apparent, sending shivers down Su Fan's spine. Why does my senior sister harbor such intense animosity towards me? There was no time to ponder, for Qingxue's next strike was already upon him. At this moment, Su Fan was gravely injured, making evasion exceedingly difficult. In desperation, he had no choice but to resort to his hidden card, the escape talisman. Uncertain of Qingxue's erratic behavior, he did not wish to perish in this place. Stop. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a commanding presence descended, abruptly neutralizing Qingxue's assault and propelling her several paces away from Su Fan. With a sigh of relief, Su Fan gazed at the violet figure descending from the sky. I am saved. Chapter 12. The Final Attempt. Lan Yun surveyed the chaotic scene before her, utterly astonished. She turned to Qingxue, narrowing her eyes in inquiry. Qingxue, what are you doing? Upon seeing her master arrive, Qingxue realized that she would not be able to kill Su Fan today. Of course, she never truly intended to take his life. According to the system's description, Su Fan was the child of destiny, and without consuming his fortune, he could not be slain. The reason she acted this time was primarily to vent her frustrations, for herself and for her brother Qin Yuan. It's nothing, I merely seek justice. Qingxue stood poised with her sword, her figure elegant, her cold visage betraying no hint of emotion. Justice? What kind of justice do you seek? Lan Yun's tone turned icier. Do you even comprehend where you are? Do you realize whom you nearly killed just now? This is the Taishan sect. And I almost killed Su Fan, Qingxue replied, her voice tinged with a hint of regret, as if reproaching Lan Yun for arriving too soon. You. Lan Yun took a deep breath, suppressing her inner fury, and spoke in a cold voice, you had better provide me with a reasonable explanation. Lan Yun could hardly believe that her most cherished and usually composed disciple would dare to commit such an atrocity against a fellow sect member in broad daylight. It was utterly incomprehensible. Su Fan, equally outraged, pondered what madness had overtaken Qingxue. Her previous attack had clearly been aimed at taking his life. Qingxue's assault had already spread through the Taishan sect, drawing nearby disciples, stewards, and even elders to the scene. Upon witnessing the disarray, all were filled with astonishment. What transpired here? An internal conflict? Lin Xiner, who had just finished her task, gasped in dismay upon seeing the pitiable state of Su Fan. Her eyes instantly reddening. Junior brother, how could you be injured again so soon? Su Fan found himself at a loss for words. How could she possibly know the reasons behind it? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qingxue glanced at Su Fan, her gaze betraying uncontrollable malice and frigid resolve. It is because of Su Fan that he deserves to die? With these words, a tumultuous uproar erupted. The surrounding crowd was instantly agitated. Did I hear correctly? Senior sister Qingxue said Su Fan deserves to die? Aren't they fellow disciples? How could such a thing occur? Could it be that senior sister Gu is seeking vengeance for senior brother Qin Yuan? Murmured another. Senior sister Gu is Qin Yuan's fiancée. He was stripped of his title as the eldest disciple because of Su Fan and was even imprisoned at the Cliff of Reflection. This is impossible. Before the thought could be fully articulated, it was interrupted. I have heard about this matter. It is clearly Qin Yuan's fault, and his punishment is well-deserved. Surely, Qingxue would not be so indiscriminate? Moreover, senior sister Gu has no interest in Qin Yuan, given the circumstances. It would be a miracle if she did not call off the engagement, let alone seek to avenge him. The crowd buzzed with speculation, and merely from Qingxue's single utterance, numerous rumors began to circulate. Lan Yun was thoroughly incensed, exclaiming in outrage, "Qingxue, what are you talking about? Please clarify." Su Fan's expression darkened significantly. He was desperate to understand what had transpired. Why would Sister Gu, who clearly harbored feelings for him, suddenly want to kill him? "Sister Gu, what have you done?" Lin Xian'er demanded angrily, facing Qingxue. "Xiao Fan is your junior, even if he has made a grave mistake. Can't you simply reprimand him? Why must you resort to such extreme measures? You are truly going too far." Qingxue glanced at Lin Xian'er, a flicker of disdain evident in her gaze. A grave mistake can merely be addressed with words? Why didn't you exhibit such understanding when it came to Qin Yuan? "Sister, what are you trying to do? Please remain calm." Lin Xian'er was startled. She distinctly perceived a murderous intent directed at her from Qingxue's eyes. "Qingxue, you must compose yourself. We are in the Taishan sect. You cannot act recklessly." Lan Yun immediately positioned herself between Lin Xian'er and Su Fan, confronting Qingxue. "What are your true intentions? Speak them plainly. If you have been wronged, I can advocate for you. The matter of the mingling grass. Brother Qin Yuan has been wronged." Qingxue's tone was chillingly calm, laced with an undercurrent of hatred. "What? Qin Yuan has been wronged?" The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Murmurs of confusion rising. Is the sun rising in the west? Could it be that Qingxue is truly standing up for Qin Yuan? Su Fan's heart churned with turmoil. What was happening? Could it be that Sister Gu had uncovered the truth? Impossible. It was absolutely implausible. I have concealed it so well, and there are no eyewitnesses. How could she possibly know? Moreover, during the interrogation of Qin Yuan, she had clearly spoken in my defense. Outwardly composed, Su Fan's heart was in a tempest. "Sister Gu, what nonsense are you spouting? Is it possible that Xiao Fan could deceive us?" Lin Xian'er retorted furiously. "The facts are laid bare before us. Even Qin Yuan has admitted his faults. What is it that you truly desire?" The exquisite features of Lan Yun also bore a hint of anger. The situation had escalated to such a degree that she, as an elder, felt utterly humiliated. "Qingxue, you had better provide me with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our teacher-student bond." An explanation? Qingxue's lips curled into a captivating smile, captivating those around her. She turned her gaze towards Su Fan and made one final attempt. "You claim the mingling grass was discovered by you. Do you possess any evidence?" Su Fan was taken aback. How could one prove such a thing? He countered, "Sister Gu, there is no way to prove this." "Does that mean there is no evidence?" Qingxue queried. Su Fan was momentarily speechless. I suppose so. I have evidence," Qingxue declared. Su Fan furrowed his brow. "What do you mean, sister?" Qingxue directed her gaze toward a particular spot, and instantly, a figure cloaked in black began to materialize from the void. The figure was diminutive and stooped, with a gaunt visage and hair as white as snow. Clutching a dragon-headed cane, she ambled forward unsteadily, yet an aura emanated from her that was both unsettling and potent. This was a formidable practitioner at the transformation stage. Many cultivators of the Golden Core and nascent soul realms recognized the elder's level of cultivation and were immediately taken aback. The transformation stage was on par with the sect leader of the Taishan sect and the esteemed Elder Council. How could such a presence simply materialize within the Taishan sect? "I have met the young lady," the elder said, nodding respectfully to Qingxue, before turning her gaze toward Lan Yun, offering a serene smile. "Elder 5, it has been a long while. Sun Guardian, what brings you here?" Lan Yun inquired. Momentarily taken aback, she recognized this elder as a guardian of the Gu family, tasked with ensuring Qingxue's safety, effectively serving as her protector. Despite Qingxue having been sent to the Taishan sect for cultivation, the Gu family insisted that Sun Guardian accompany her for her security. However, the guardian typically operated from the shadows, rarely making an appearance. Today, she had chosen to reveal herself. "I am merely here to serve as a witness for the young lady," Sun Guardian replied with an air of indifference. "A witness?" Lan Yun expressed her surprise. "What does Sun Guardian wish to testify to?" Sun Guardian glanced at Qingxue, who slowly nodded in affirmation. Only then did she continue. "The mingling grass was indeed first discovered by Qin Yuan. Su Fan had been trailing him. When Qin Yuan became embroiled in a battle with a spirit beast, Su Fan stealthily infiltrated to steal the spiritual herb but was inadvertently struck by the aftershocks of the conflict, resulting in severe injuries. Qingxue's gaze swept across the gathering crowd, her heart racing with anxiety. This was her final endeavor. Chapter 13. Su Fan was in a state of panic. Evidence? She certainly possessed none. Su Fan had concealed her tracks so adeptly that not a single clue remained. Even if she raised questions, they would be futile. Everyone would still choose to believe Su Fan. Yet, she could not bear to see Qin Yuan suffer in silence. She had to take action. Thus, she summoned her protector. The words of a cultivator at the transformation stage would surely carry weight, wouldn't they? Coupled with her own testimony, if she could not clear Qin Yuan's name, she would be left with no choice but to pursue a path of no return. A single utterance could stir a tempest. No one had anticipated that Elder Sun would appear to address this matter. This meant they had all been mistaken. Su Fan was the true villain. Had they misjudged Qin Yuan? If such statements were made by an ordinary cultivator, they would naturally lack credibility. However, if spoken by a venerable cultivator of high moral standing, the situation transformed entirely. Su Fan's complexion turned ashen in an instant. Sister Gu had indeed uncovered the truth. Should this case be overturned, the benevolent persona she had meticulously crafted would crumble entirely. On a blank sheet of paper, the presence of a single drop of ink would forever draw attention, rendering the pristine surface tainted. Moreover, this sheet was not entirely unblemished. In fact, it was marred even further. What infuriated Su Fan more was Qingxue's attitude. It was evident that Sister Qingxue had harbored a strong dislike for Qin Yuan, yet she had also developed some fondness for Su Fan. Why then? Had she undergone such a drastic transformation? Was she willing to go so far as to harm herself for Qin Yuan? Qingxue was the most significant woman in Su Fan's heart. She was the ethereal moonlight he had pursued for so long. Yet now, she stood in opposition to him, wielding a blade on behalf of another man. The thought of this caused Su Fan's heart to ache as if it were being sliced open. However, overshadowing the pain was the imminent threat of exposure. Once everyone believed Elder Sun, he would become the target of universal scorn. Absolutely not. Such a scenario must not come to pass. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. In Su Fan's state of turmoil, a crisp voice rang out beside her. It was Lin Xianer. She turned to Elder Sun with a respectful bow. Elder Sun, do you have any evidence to support your claims? I witnessed it with my own eyes, Elder Sun replied slowly. This spirit grass of the underworld is essential for my lady's breakthrough. 5 days ago, Qin Yuan descended the mountain in search of this item. Concerned for the safety of young Master Qin and wishing for my lady's successful advancement, I followed him closely. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, uncertainty etched on their faces. Could it be that Elder Sun was indeed telling the truth? Such a esteemed elder would surely not lie. Would they? Moreover, she was Qingxue's protector. Given Qingxue's evident disdain for Qin Yuan, she would not come forth to testify unless absolutely necessary. Su Fan's spirits plummeted to the depths of despair. Lin Xianer wore an expression of disbelief. Despite her unwavering trust in Su Fan, she could not help but harbor a flicker of doubt at this moment. Lan Yun's cold gaze narrowed slightly as she discreetly glanced at Su Fan before shifting her attention to Elder Sun. Dare I ask, Elder Sun, why did you not mention this earlier? Elder Sun replied slowly, I, as an elder, had no interest in meddling in the affairs of the younger generation. However, some matters, when taken too far, become intolerable. This is not the first instance. A year ago, during the expedition of the Taishan sect, young Master Qin was attacked by a spirit beast. It was Su Fan's disregard for advice that provoked the beast, leading to young Master Qin sustaining grave injuries while attempting to rescue him. 6 months ago, the young lady forcibly attempted to break through her limits, and once again, young Master Qin was discreetly protecting her without any misconduct. The slander against Su Fan is entirely unfounded. As a protector, my sole duty is to ensure the safety and integrity of Qingxue. Beyond that, even if Qingxue were gravely injured, I should not intervene. Yet, this time, she has requested my presence and raised these matters. Initially, I intended to remain uninvolved, but considering the unjust treatment of Qin Yuan, I felt compelled to assist. As these words were spoken, the atmosphere grew increasingly tumultuous, with murmurs of speculation directed at Su Fan. A chill enveloped Su Fan's heart. When had a protector emerged beside Qingxue? Did his master not know? Why had he not been informed? She spends most of her time near Qingxue, and I never anticipated she would take notice of so many details or choose to intervene. The melodious voice of Fian echoed in Su Fan's mind once more. I have told you before, If one wishes for their deeds to remain hidden, one must refrain from wrongdoing. A deeper shadow loomed in Su Fan's eyes. How vexing. Was this truly the moment of his downfall? No, he could not simply resign himself to despair. He had to fight back. This. Su Fan, junior brother. Lin Xin'er found herself in a daze, unable to reconcile the image of her innocent and benevolent junior brother with this newfound side of him. Lan Yun's brows knitted tightly as she pondered the veracity of elder son's claims. What was just shared was witnessed by my own eyes. Whether you choose to believe it or not is for each of you to consider. There are many other matters I have not witnessed. I dare not speak further. I hope you all will keep your eyes open. Elder son concluded his remarks with a bow towards Qingxue. Young lady, I shall take my leave. Thank you for your efforts, elder son, Qingxue replied respectfully, watching as he vanished from sight. The scene erupted into chaos, with voices of skepticism directed at Su Fan rising and falling in waves. One cultivator at the transformation stage spoke up. There is no reason for disbelief. Su Fan, do you not intend to explain yourself? Lan Yun pressed, her gaze fixed on him. With gritted teeth, Su Fan struggled to rise despite the pain. Choosing not to respond to Lan Yun's inquiry, but instead turning his gaze toward Qingxue. Upon witnessing the woman he cherished most turning against him for the sake of another man, Su Fan's heart bled, yet his delicate countenance betrayed a bittersweet smile. Sister Qingxue, I understand your loyalty to your fiancé, but must you resort to such slander? Throughout my life, I have acted with integrity and have never wronged anyone. After a brief pause, Su Fan continued, I trust that the esteemed elders present, along with my fellow brothers and sisters, possess the discernment to recognize true value. My character is well known to all. While I cannot refute the words of elder son, I also cannot accept them as absolute truth. The true nature of this matter, I leave for my master, the elders, and my peers to discern for themselves. Su Fan refrained from further elaboration. After all, such matters often lack tangible evidence. And the more one speaks, the greater the risk of error. At this juncture, he could only wager on the trust he had cultivated throughout his life. Chapter 14. A Twist of Fate. Despair of Qingxue. Indeed, after hearing this statement, everyone fell into deep contemplation. I believe that what junior brother Su Fan said holds merit. His character is something we have all witnessed. It is utterly unfathomable to suggest that he would frame Qin Yuan. I share the same sentiment, and moreover, elder son is also affiliated with senior sister Qingxue, who happens to be the fiancée of senior brother Qin Yuan. Given this connection, elder son's words cannot be deemed entirely credible. Not just questionable, but absolutely unreliable. Regardless of what is said, I refuse to believe that junior brother would betray others. Precisely, I feel the same way. The discussions at the scene quickly coalesced into a unified voice, almost all expressing unwavering support for Su Fan. Junior brother, we believe in you. You are the one who has been wronged. The rapid shift in circumstances took even Su Fan by surprise. Witnessing the overwhelming support, he felt an exhilarating joy within, though he maintained an expression of heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elders, brothers, and sisters. I sincerely appreciate your trust in me. Su Fan appeared genuinely moved, as if he had truly suffered an injustice, which only served to bolster the crowd's belief in him. Look at how kind-hearted our junior brother is. How could he possibly deceive us? They had almost fallen prey to slander, misjudging the junior. How regrettable that would have been. Qingxue, do you have anything left to say? Lan Yun, with a cold demeanor, chose to believe in Su Fan. There is no way junior brother could be at fault. It is Qingxue who is shielding Qin Yuan. Sister Qingxue, I never imagined you could be such a person. To slander junior brother for the sake of Qin Yuan. Lin Xin'er expressed her disappointment. How could you bear to defame someone as good as junior brother? Qingxue forced a bitter smile. Indeed. No matter how hard she tried, she could not alter others' perceptions. Even if she presented ample evidence, it could not surpass Su Fan's casual utterance. This matter was riddled with numerous doubts and anomalies. All that was needed was further investigation to uncover many flaws. Yet no one considered this. Nor did they choose to act. Almost everyone hastily opted to believe in Su Fan. Master, even if you do not believe me, do you not find this matter suspicious? Qingxue made one last effort. Su Fan's spirits lifted once more. If Master chose to investigate, he would surely uncover the truth. What more is there to investigate when the facts are laid bare? Lin Xin'er exclaimed in anger. Could it be that junior brother would deceive us? He has already endured such great injustice. Do you truly have the heart to continue tormenting him? Is that your intent? I concur. There is no need for further investigation. Su Fan would never deceive us. The crowd echoed in unison. He has suffered so much injustice? To continue to hassle him? Qingxue pondered, wishing to smile, yet found herself unable to do so. A profound ache enveloped my heart. A pain felt deeply for Qin Yuan. You have heard it as well. Everyone has spoken in unison, declaring this matter indisputable, thus rendering any further investigation unnecessary. Although a trace of doubt lingered in Lan Yun's heart, urging her to seek the truth, the collective voices surrounding her led her to believe that perhaps her concerns were unfounded. After all, how could Su Fan possibly deceive anyone? Qingxue slowly closed her eyes, refraining from any further explanations or disputes. It was futile, utterly devoid of meaning. Lan Yun's gaze turned icy. Qingxue, you have harmed your fellow disciple and cast false accusations. This transgression is a grave violation of our sect's precepts. According to the sect's regulations, your cultivation should be annulled, and you ought to be expelled. Yet, considering this was your first offense, I shall impose a lesser punishment. Lan Yun hesitated. For Qingxue was her most cherished disciple, and the thought of meting out severe punishment pained her. However, leniency could provoke dissent among others. A flicker of light sparkled in Su Fan's eyes. He realized an opportunity to shine had arrived. Master, perhaps we should let this go. It seems Gu Shiji was misled and acted irrationally in a moment of desperation. Besides, she is a first-time offender and deserves a chance at redemption. Su Fan's feeble plea stirred the crowd once more. Junior brother, you possess such kindness. Despite her actions against you, you still defend her. Lin Xianyan was equally moved. After all, we are all comrades. Who among us has not erred? Su Fan smiled generously, a glimmer of pride flashing in his eyes. By repaying malice with virtue, he not only garnered favor from the crowd but also diminished their suspicions of him. Qingxue would surely feel a pang of guilt towards him. As long as he continued to strive, he might have a chance to win back her goodwill. You foolish disciple. Lan Yun sighed, her heart heavy yet relieved. Su Fan had provided her with an avenue for leniency. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss regarding how to handle Qingxue. Yet, Qingxue internally scoffed, in her former self. She might have been deceived by Su Fan's fade. Alas, that possibility had vanished forever. Lan Yun turned to Qingxue. Fanner is magnanimous and chooses not to hold a grudge against you. However, you have indeed violated sect rules. Failing to impose a punishment would undermine our sect's dignity. Thus, I decree a suspension of your cultivation resources for 6 months, and you are to reflect in solitude in your cave for 3 months. Do you have any objections? This punishment was nearly negligible. Given Qingxue's esteemed background, the sect's resources would hardly differ in her eyes. As for reflecting in solitude, that bore little significance. How unfair. Master truly shows favoritism. My junior brother has been harmed so grievously. Lin Xianyan expressed her dissatisfaction with this outcome. Yet, Qingxue shook her head. Such a punishment is far too lenient. I have indeed harmed a fellow disciple and committed a grave transgression. I implore you, Master, expel me from the sect, revoke my status as a core disciple, and demote me to the outer sect. Furthermore, I shall endure 3 months of facing the wall at the reflective cliff. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Is Qingxue's mind not quite right? She actually took the initiative to request an increase in punishment. Lan Yun was momentarily taken aback, her expression growing colder. Qingxue, are you throwing a tantrum with your master? If the master believes it to be so, then so it shall be. I implore you, master, to expel me from the sect and impose a 3-month confinement upon me. Qingxue's tone was as calm as a still pond, devoid of any discernible emotion. She was weary, exhausted, and had no desire to utter another word. At this moment, all she longed for was to return to Qin Yuan's side. Brother Qin Yuan, am I now, at the very least, worthy enough to see you? Qingxue silently mused within her heart. Upon learning of everything that had transpired between her and Qin Yuan, she felt an overwhelming urge to meet him, to see the love of her life. Yet, she refrained. Believing herself unworthy and feeling a deep sense of guilt towards Qin Yuan, she must do something for him. Thus, she sought out Su Fan. In front of the public, she endeavored to clear Qin Yuan's name. Although it ended in failure, she could at least retain a modicum of dignity to face Qin Yuan now. Chapter 15. The touching moment of Qingxue. Very well. You truly are my exceptional disciple, Lan Yun retorted with a mixture of fury and mirth. In that case, I shall grant your wish. You are to reflect upon your transgressions at the cliff of reflection for 3 months. Off you go, immediately. Ultimately, Lan Yun chose not to expel Qingxue from her mentorship, driven by both reluctance and trepidation. After all, Qingxue was a prodigy favored by the Grand Elder. She was not in a position to dictate her own fate. Master, no. Su Fan, once again playing the role of the scheming ally, interjected. Senior Sister Gu is merely speaking in anger. Please do not take her words to heart. What nonsense! Qin Yuan was still at the cliff of reflection. This would only serve to deliver Gu Qingxue right into his grasp. Lan Yun shook her head slowly. Fanner, you need not plead further. My decision is made. This rebellious disciple must be taught a lesson today. If she wishes to accompany Qin Yuan, then let her go. Enough. It is settled. Everyone disperse. Lan Yun cast a profound glance at Gu Qingxue before gracefully departing. The crowd quickly dispersed, leaving Gu Qingxue standing alone in place. Indeed, all her efforts had been in vain. Su Fan was a wielder of great fortune. It was indeed challenging to contend with him without completely stripping him of his luck. Yet there was a silver lining. At least she could accompany Qin Yuan. Ding. The host has completed a phased task, successfully suppressing the Son of Fortune. Su Fan's fortune value minus 300. Host system currency 300. Eager to head to the cliff of reflection. Gu Qingxue was momentarily taken aback by the voice echoing in her mind. So that was it. A subtle smile graced her lips. As long as she continuously altered her predetermined fate, she would indirectly siphon Su Fan's fortune. With perseverance, there would come a day when she could entirely bring Su Fan down from his pedestal. Once again, hope surged within Gu Qingxue's heart as she swiftly made her way toward the cliff of reflection. Such was the unfolding of events, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Senior Sister Gu should be arriving shortly. At the cliff of reflection, after recounting the entire sequence of events, Qin Ming couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. I never would have imagined that behind Gu's cold demeanor lies such profound loyalty. The young master is truly fortunate. Qin Yuan, however, remained utterly dumbfounded, oblivious to Qin Ming's envious musings. What in the world? What transpired? I distinctly recall that this plot did not exist in the storyline I was to follow. Given Gu Qingxue's aversion toward me, it's remarkable she would defend me instead of delivering a few thunderous blows. Hastily, Qin Yuan perused the storyline within the system, meticulously scrutinizing every detail. He confirmed that no such narrative existed. System? Calling the system. This was indeed peculiar, extraordinarily so. Even after enduring 99 reincarnations, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. In previous narratives, no matter how absurd the circumstances, they ultimately adhered to the system's storyline. Even when he maliciously attempted to disrupt the flow, an unseen force would invariably guide him back to the original path. But what was this? Hadn't he always diligently followed the system's directives? How did Gu Qingxue manage to stir up trouble first? Ding. This reincarnation belongs to the final life of the 99 cycles. The difficulty of completing the task is considerable, filled with numerous uncertainties. The host should proceed with caution. As long as the host follows the script and successfully completes this life, they will transcend and attain the cultivation of an immortal emperor. The system continued its usual drivel, yet Qin Yuan discerned a different implication. This life, it seemed, would diverge significantly from the previous 98. Previously, he merely needed to follow the plot step by step, but in this final life, other characters would also, for various reasons, disrupt the original storyline. Damn, don't cause trouble. Qin Yuan could no longer contain his frustration. He could control his own actions, but how could he manage the actions of others? It was entirely possible that any character might stir up some incident, triggering a butterfly effect that could lead to his downfall. The system responded with silence. Damn it. I knew that attaining the cultivation of an immortal emperor wouldn't be easy. The previous 98 lives were filled with thrills but devoid of danger. Now, in this final life, things were getting complicated. Not to mention, just consider the chaos caused by Gu Qingxue. How could he proceed with the storyline of love and pursuit? Gu Qingxue was already standing at the edge of the cliff of contemplation. Young master, it's getting late. I must take my leave. If the mountain elder discovers me, I won't be able to escape, Qin Ming said earnestly at that moment. Regardless of what others might say, I will always believe in you, young master. I will be moving around these days to find evidence to prove your innocence. After Qin Ming departed, Qin Yuan gradually regained his composure. No. I must think of a way. I cannot allow that little vixen, Gu Qingxue, to interfere with my grand pursuit of immortality. I must find a means to steer the plot back on course. Gu Qingxue, haven't you discovered the truth? Don't you think I'm a good person? Very well. I shall give you a chance to reacquaint yourself with me. Qin Yuan realized that the crux of the matter lay in Gu Qingxue's sudden awareness of the truth, leading her perception of him to change. As long as he continued to play the villain, causing Gu Qingxue to once again despise him, everything could return to its rightful path. I am truly brilliant. With the key issue clarified, Qin Yuan felt a sudden enlightenment. That damn system, still trying to impose challenges upon me? Not a chance. Just as Qin Yuan resolved himself, a figure clad in white appeared before him. She was as ethereal as clouds veiling the moon, swaying like snowflakes caught in a gentle breeze. Qingxue stood a short distance away, gazing intently at Qin Yuan, her clear eyes gradually moistening. A jolt of concern surged within Qin Yuan, this excited expression. This little vixen truly had a change of heart. This cannot be allowed. Just as she was about to utter the unbearably sweet words, "Brother Qin Yuan," he suddenly darkened his expression and reprimanded her. Qingxue, what are you doing here? Qingxue was taken aback, her heart sinking further. Indeed, Qin Yuan still held her accountable. Yet, despite this, upon hearing news of danger, he unhesitatingly departed from the cliff of reflection, fully prepared to face any consequences. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Qingxue's cheeks. I'm sorry. I truly was in the wrong. I now understand all that you have done for me. I have always misunderstood you. I. Qin Yuan sneered disdainfully. What nonsense. If there is nothing else, just get lost. You're nothing but an eyesore before me. Your very presence disgusts me. His words were harsh, leaving no room for Qingxue to defend herself. Yet, she felt even more touched. Brother Qin Yuan. He is only pushing me away out of concern for being discovered by the elder guarding the mountain and facing punishment. What a wonderful person. She wiped her tears, her gaze softening. I want to leave. I will never depart from you again. You may not know, but I just had a falling out with Su Fan over the matter of the underworld grass, and I nearly harmed him. Now, I have also been punished by my master to face the wall on the cliff of reflection for 3 months. Fabricate more excuses. Qin Yuan scoffed. Qingxue, do you think I'm a fool? You had a falling out with Su Fan? You nearly killed him? And you're facing the wall for 3 months? Everyone in the sect knows that Su Fan is the most cherished disciple of Elder Lan Yu. They would be heartbroken if he merely pricked his finger. Would you truly dare to harm him? Don't think I'm unaware. What happened down the mountain was merely a ploy, an act of self-pity on your part. You certainly have ulterior motives for coming to the cliff of reflection. I do not know what you and Su Fan intend to achieve, but at this moment, I do not wish to see you. Leave my sight immediately. Chapter 16. Qin Yuan, you startled me. All along, Qingxue had been an exceedingly proud individual, incapable of tolerating even the slightest imperfection. Qin Yuan pondered that having spoken so sternly, her feelings of guilt should have been extinguished. However, what transpired next left him utterly astonished. I will not leave. Qingxue's voice was gentle yet imbued with unwavering resolve. Please believe me. I have not conspired with Su Fan. I have severed all ties with him. The reason I am here is truly due to my master's punishment. Wherever you go, I shall follow, no matter how much you strike or scold me. I shall never depart from your side. I am aware that I have erred greatly in the past and have caused you pain. I shall dedicate my remaining years to atone for my mistakes, to reclaim your trust with my very life. I beseech you, grant me this opportunity. Will you? Before Qin Yuan's astonished gaze, Qingxue gradually knelt on one knee. Qin Yuan was completely taken aback. What on earth was happening? What had so profoundly impacted this girl? Qingxue was, after all, the leading lady in Su Fan's narrative. Knowing the truth should not have led to such a dramatic unraveling of her character. It was bizarre, truly bizarre. Qingxue, are you truly not going to leave? Qin Yuan found himself at a loss, compelled to maintain his facade as a villain, attempting to pressure Qingxue into departing. If she did not leave, his storyline could not progress. As for Lan Yun's punishment, that was of no consequence, given Qingxue's standing and Lan Yun's fondness for her. Even if Qingxue descended the mountain, it was unlikely Lan Yun would pursue the matter. I will not leave. I want to be by your side forever. Qingxue's tears mingled with a smile, her lips curling into an exquisite grin. You. Qin Yuan, witnessing this, resorted to his final ploy, donning a lascivious smile. Very well. You are certain you will not leave, are you? Then do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. What do you intend to do? Qingxue inquired, her expression one of confusion as she regarded Qin Yuan. What do you think? Qin Yuan feigned the demeanor of a rogue, caressing Qingxue's face. A solitary man and woman in such a place. If we do not engage in some form of entertainment, would it not be rather dull? You have afforded me this opportunity. No woman could abide having her purity sullied, least of all a proud woman like Qingxue. Qin Yuan believed he had revealed a side of himself that was utterly beastly. Even with his life-saving grace, she would surely find it intolerable. Yet, to his surprise, her reaction was unexpected. You desire me? Qingxue's eyes brightened. Qin Yuan felt momentarily choked, his anger flaring. Did you not hear what I just said? I intend to defile you. Do you comprehend this? I understand. Come forth. Qingxue could hardly contain her excitement. This was indeed an unforeseen delight. Once she truly became Qin Yuan's, Su Fan's attempts to manipulate her would be rendered nearly impossible. After all, how could Su Fan, the destined child, possibly be interested in another man's wife? Qin Yuan was bewildered. What on earth is happening? Miss Gu Qingxue, please understand. I intend to violate you. Violate? Can you refrain from being so excited? It might frighten the perpetrator. Gu Qingxue was a remarkably beautiful woman. Even after experiencing 99 lifetimes and encountering countless stunning figures, she still ranked among the very best. Any normal man would find themselves captivated by such a woman. However, Qin Yuan was acutely aware of his purpose, to complete the narrative and attain immortality. Women were merely stumbling blocks on his path to enlightenment. With a heart devoid of romantic entanglements, his sword would naturally shine with clarity. Thus, he could not afford to be reckless with Gu Qingxue, the leading female protagonist. A major antagonist sleeping with the primary heroine, betraying the protagonist? That would utterly shatter the narrative. Even the 9 dragons pulling the coffin could not rectify it. Unless, of course, the storyline of this final life unfolded into a tale of celestial training, a divine maiden's journey, pure love stories devoid of thunderous drama. However, judging by the current trajectory of events, there seemed to be no indication of such a direction. Qin Yuan forcefully pushed away the eager Gu Qingxue and exclaimed in anger. Gu Qingxue, you must maintain your dignity. Brother Qin Yuan, you overstate things, Gu Qingxue replied, her cheeks flushed, radiating beauty. I am destined to be your future wife. If you desire me, I shall oblige. What need is there to discuss dignity? You, Gu Qingxue, I did not expect you to be this kind of person. Qin Yuan erupted in fury. Gu Qingxue had truly lost her senses. You, how base. Qin Yuan spat out in anger, even with a mental preparation. Such a personal insult nearly brought tears to Gu Qingxue's eyes. Yet, she gazed at Qin Yuan with a stubborn, affectionate look, her long eyelashes fluttering. Yes, I am base, but my conscience is clear. As long as I can win back your heart, I would willingly be base for a lifetime. Qin Yuan sighed despondently. This woman was beyond saving. Gu Qingxue, do you truly not intend to leave? Qin Yuan's gaze grew increasingly cold. Brother Qin Yuan, will you take me? Gu Qingxue stepped forward, looking earnestly at him. Suddenly, a sword was pressed against her neck. I give you one final chance. Disappear from my sight. Qin Yuan, sword in hand, glared fiercely, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Gu Qingxue smiled gently, unafraid. Even if you kill me, I will not leave. To die by your hand would be my greatest happiness. Do you truly believe I hesitate to kill you? Qin Yuan tightened his grip. A thin line of blood appearing on Gu Qingxue's fair neck. She gazed at him tenderly, her eyes filled only with warmth, not a trace of fear. Very well. You are impressive. I concede. Qin Yuan despondently tossed the sword to the ground and turned to leave. Gu Qingxue's heart swelled with joy. She had known all along that Qin Yuan could not bear to harm her. Where are you going? Do you not enjoy lingering here? Then by all means, remain. I shall take my leave. Qin Yuan, weary of engaging in trivial banter, reflected on the scene of reckless abandon for love. In essence, it was merely a case of succumbing to falsehoods, which led to his transgression of the sacred rules by descending the mountain. Regardless of the reasoning, once he had descended, the punishment was inevitable. Why bother quarreling with this foolish woman? Please, no. Gu Qingxue immediately rose, positioning herself in front of Qin Yuan. She averted his cold gaze. Biting her crimson lip as she spoke, you are currently facing punishment and contemplating your actions. Descending the mountain without permission would only exacerbate your penalty. Let it be doubled. As long as I do not have to see you, that is sufficient. You repulse me. A flicker of melancholy passed through Gu Qingxue's eyes. Despite Qin Yuan's lingering affection for her, resentment still festered in his heart. After all, she had inflicted considerable pain upon him. Very well. Since you are so averse to my presence, I shall depart. Gu Qingxue forced a bitter smile. Qin Yuan felt a sense of relief. At least you were wise enough to recognize that. Depart quickly, and do not appear before me again. Unless you seek me out, I shall not return. Gu Qingxue's gaze remained filled with deep affection as she turned and exited the cave. Seek you out? As if. Qin Yuan scoffed, then stretched languidly, resuming his repose atop a massive stone. However, it was not long before he sensed something amiss. Chapter 17. The stubborn Gu Qingxue. Gu Qingxue's presence seemed to linger, as Qin Yuan rushed outside to investigate. Indeed, he found Gu Qingxue standing precariously at the edge of the reflective cliff, battered by the fierce winds. Resembling a frail blade of grass, ready to be engulfed, exuding an air of tragic beauty. Have you lost your mind? I told you to descend. Down the mountain. Do you not comprehend? He shouted, his voice laced with urgency. The winds outside are treacherous. Remaining here could lead to your demise. The reflective cliff, a place of exile for errant disciples, was certainly no haven. It was a realm of relentless winds, a nightmare for those who had erred. Even cultivators at the Golden Core stage could not endure for long. Only within the confines of a cave could one find a semblance of respite. Brother Qin Yuan. You truly came out, Qingxue said, her face adorned with a serene smile despite the fury etched upon his. In her heart, she felt a flicker of hope. He still cared for her. Qingxue, do you not understand human language? I am telling you to leave. Get down the mountain. Do you believe that your self-harm will elicit my sympathy? You are merely dreaming. Qin Yuan exclaimed, his eyes wide with anger. I too am a sinner. Condemned to face the wall for 3 months at the reflective cliff. Since you refuse to stay with me, I have no choice but to remain outside, Qingxue replied. Her lips tinged with blood, yet her resolve unwavering. Qin Yuan found himself in a quandary, fearing for Qingxue's safety amidst the winds. However, a thought crossed his mind. She was the leading lady, resilient and strong. Why worry? Besides, should she sustain injuries from the winds, she would have to descend for healing. That would inevitably catalyze the unfolding of the plot. Perfect. Fine. You are indeed impressive. If you wish to remain, so be it. Your demise bears no consequence for me. Qin Yuan declared, waving his hand dismissively before turning back towards the cave without hesitation. Brother Qin Yuan, I will not abandon you. I shall stay by your side forever, Qingxue called out, watching him depart without a hint of disappointment. His earlier emergence had already spoken volumes. He harbored feelings for her. His retreat was merely a reaction born of anger. When she inevitably became injured, he would surely return. At that moment, she would cling to him, refusing to part, forcibly leading him down from the reflective cliff, thereby thwarting Su Fan's attempts to slander him. The winds at the reflective cliff were fierce, and despite Qingxue's formidable talent, she could only endure for a mere quarter of an hour before her complexion paled and blood trickled from her lips. Almost there, Qin Yuan thought. Hidden within the cave, observing intently. As he witnessed her nearing her limit, his spirits lifted. Qingxue felt similarly, as long as she fell into a heavy unconsciousness. She would once again encounter Qin Yuan. Let the storm rage on. At that moment, a figure raced towards them from afar. Su Fan? What brings this rascal up here? Qin Yuan immediately recognized the visitor and, with a heavy heart, continued to conceal himself within the cave, observing. Su Fan. Upon seeing Su Fan, Qingxue's eyes brimmed with murderous intent that seemed to pierce through the chilling gale. Senior sister, what are you doing here? The gale could cost you your life. Su Fan felt an overwhelming surge of sorrow at the sight of Qingxue, for she appeared weak and battered. Blood seeping from her wounds, her complexion as pale as parchment under the torment of the fierce winds. Does my presence concern you? She retorted. Of course it does. You are my senior sister, Su Fan exclaimed passionately. Ever since Qingxue ascended the mountain, his heart had been in turmoil, fearing for her safety in the presence of Qin Yuan, which compelled him to follow her discreetly. The outcome, however, was a blend of joy and despair. While she was not with Qin Yuan, she had inflicted grievous harm upon herself. Senior sister, please come over. If this continues, you will lose your life. Go away, was her only cold and unfeeling response. A pang of pain struck Su Fan's heart. He shouted desperately, Senior sister, I will say this one last time. Leave at once. Though Qingxue's breath was weak, her tone remained frigid. Qin Yuan had already suspected a collusion between her and Su Fan, and now, with Su Fan's emergence, it only solidified his doubts. Such a scenario must not unfold. Senior sister, I will not leave. Su Fan resolutely shook his head, his face alight with sincerity. Senior sister, I know you harbor some misunderstandings towards me, but it is all right. I will slowly explain everything. All I wish is for you to remain calm and not to torment yourself because of me. Do you have any idea how much it pains me to see you like this? Do you truly want me to return? Qingxue fell silent for a moment, then suddenly shifted her tone. Of course, seeing you harm yourself brings me great sorrow. Senior sister, I am aware of your misunderstandings. Even if you strike or berate me, I would willingly endure it. But please, do not jest with your own well-being. Su Fan spoke with heartfelt emotion, his sincerity evident. Even the most stoic of hearts would likely be touched by his words. Yet, at this moment, Qingxue was consumed solely by her intent to kill. This facade of sorrow had deceived everyone, leading to Qin Yuan being wronged and misunderstood, becoming the target of scorn. The desire to see him utterly destroyed surged within her. Gu Qingxue let out a light laugh. Very well. Come closer. What? Su Fan was momentarily taken aback. I am currently very weak and cannot walk. All right, senior sister. Su Fan's heart leaped with joy. He knew that no one could resist his gentleness. Even if Gu Qingxue learned the truth, what of it? As long as he continued to respond with warmth and sincerity, she would ultimately choose to trust him. This approach had proven effective time and again. Be cautious. This woman harbors a strong intent to kill you. The ethereal voice of Fian echoed in Su Fan's mind. It's all right, master. Senior sister will not harm me, Su Fan replied confidently, firmly believing in his own charm. Trust in oneself often masquerades as integrity. No one can resist the genuine outpouring of his emotions. Here I come, senior sister, with a radiant and innocent smile. Su Fan rushed toward Gu Qingxue. Just as he approached her within a yard, a long sword materialized in Gu Qingxue's grasp, and without hesitation, she lunged it towards Su Fan's chest. The proximity was too great. Caught off guard, Su Fan was pierced through the heart by the blade. Gasping, Su Fan stiffly lowered his gaze to the wound on his chest, then struggled to look up at Gu Qingxue. Senior sister, you. Gu Qingxue, gripping the hilt, coldly pushed the sword deeper. With a swift retreat, Su Fan stumbled back a yard, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood, collapsing onto the ground. Gasping for air, his face etched with disbelief. Senior sister, why? You know in your heart. Yet. Gu Qingxue's eyes glimmered with a chilling coldness. Originally, I had intended to let you live a little longer, but since you fail to recognize your own misdeeds, this is just perfect. With your life, you shall atone for the sins committed against brother Qin Yuan. Chapter 18. Do not leave me. She was aware that Su Fan was a person of great fortune, not so easily vanquished. However, she was unwilling to relinquish any opportunity to strike him down. Since he refused to depart, she would use his life to gain Qin Yuan's trust. With that thought, Gu Qingxue hurled her sword once more. Su Fan was taken aback, using every ounce of strength to narrowly evade the attack. Senior sister, please remain calm. Whoosh. Su Fan attempted to reason with her again, but Gu Qingxue offered no chance. Launching another strike. Hidden in the shadows, Qin Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? Initially, he had doubted Qin Ming's words about the rift between them. But now he was utterly convinced. Gu Qingxue truly sought Su Fan's life. Stop. Qin Yuan rushed forward without hesitation. What nonsense was this? If Su Fan were to be killed, how would his own narrative unfold? Upon hearing Qin Yuan's voice, Gu Qingxue instantly halted her assault, joyfully turning to face him. Brother Qin Yuan. Exhaling deeply, Gu Qingxue withdrew her hand, allowing Su Fan to finally breathe a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground. His vision darkening as he lost consciousness. Having endured 3 lethal strikes from Gu Qingxue, compounded by the severe injuries she had inflicted upon him prior to their ascent, Su Fan was now teetering on the brink of death. Were it not for his fortuitous luck, he would likely have perished by now. Qin Yuan examined him and discovered that Su Fan still clung to life, which allowed him to relax. After all, Su Fan was the destined child. As long as he was not completely dead, he would survive. With a darkened expression, Qin Yuan glared at Gu Qingxue. What are you trying to do? I acted only after he refused to leave when I asked, Gu Qingxue replied. Brother Qin Yuan, all this time, he has been plotting against you, leading you to this dire situation. Allow me to end his life and avenge you. What nonsense are you spouting? Qin Yuan hastily waved his hand. No matter the circumstances, Su Fan is a disciple of our sect. Killing a fellow disciple within the sect is a grave taboo. Even if you are a direct disciple, you cannot escape the consequences. Moreover, this matter concerns me alone, not you. Gu Qingxue felt a surge of emotion. Indeed, Qin Yuan cared for her deeply, unwilling to let her bear the burden of responsibility. It matters not. As long as I can help you seek vengeance, I am willing to pay any price. Gu Qingxue's resolve to eliminate Su Fan intensified. I have said this is my matter. It does not concern you. If you dare to make another move against Su Fan, do not blame me for being unkind. Qin Yuan glared at Gu Qingxue fiercely. She felt tears prick at her eyes. Qin Yuan truly cared for her, preferring to endure hardship himself rather than allow her to kill Su Fan, solely out of fear of the responsibility it would entail. Fine. I shall not kill him. I will not. Just as Gu Qingxue spoke, she spat out a mouthful of blood, half kneeling on the ground. Having been tormented by the harsh winds of the thought-reflecting cliff for nearly half an hour, Gu Qingxue was already in a state of extreme weakness. Coupled with her earlier exertion, utilizing her last reserves of strength, she had now reached her limit. Qin Yuan hurriedly approached, and as he reached her side, Gu Qingxue leaned into his embrace. Instinctively, Qin Yuan attempted to push her away, yet Gu Qingxue firmly clung to his arm. Please. Qin Yuan gitch. Don't push me away, okay? Her voice, hoarse and frail, was laced with an abundance of tenderness. Qin Yuan found himself in a predicament. Although Gu Qingxue was his fiancée, she was also the leading lady, while he occupied the role of the formidable antagonist. Was it truly appropriate for the villain to be so intimate with the heroine? However, witnessing the pleading tone in Gu Qingxue's voice made it difficult for him to refuse. He cast a glance at Su Fan but ultimately decided against pushing her away. Qin Yuan gitch. Don't leave me, please. A beautiful smile graced Gu Qingxue's lips as her enchanting, cold eyes slowly closed. Qin Yuan felt speechless. The leading lady nearly attempted to eliminate the male lead for his sake, resulting in a mutual defeat that left them both unconscious. What a bizarre turn of events. Despite his frustration, it remained somewhat in line with Qin Yuan's expectations. With both Gu Qingxue and Su Fan now unconscious, he planned to have them escorted down the mountain, and after a few days, he would receive news of Gu Qingxue's purported injury, allowing him to descend as well. Thus, this chapter of the narrative would conclude smoothly. Sigh, it was exhausting. A seemingly straightforward plot had spiraled into such complications. He silently prayed for smoother sailing ahead. Before long, the disciples stationed at the mountain arrived and hurriedly took Gu Qingxue and Su Fan down for treatment. However, at that moment, Gu Qingxue clung tightly to Qin Yuan's arm, repeatedly murmuring, Don't leave me. Qin Yuan gitch. Don't leave me. Perhaps. Qin Shixiao, you should accompany us down the mountain. One of the disciples suggested. Moreover, it is inconvenient for us male disciples to escort Gu Shiji down. Concerned for Gu Qingxue's well-being, the disciples expressed their apprehension. With no other choice, Qin Yuan found it impossible to extricate himself from Gu Qingxue's tenacious grip, leading him to personally carry her down the mountain. It was merely a minor inconvenience, after all. Yet, Gu Qingxue's clinginess exceeded Qin Yuan's expectations. Even during her treatment in the apothecary, she refused to release her hold on him. Believing she was merely pretending, he forcibly pried her arms away, only to have Gu Qingxue spit out blood, her complexion growing even more pallid. Qin Shixiang, it would be best for you to stay with Qingxue for now. She seems very reluctant to part from you, suggested the beautiful woman in simple attire responsible for Gu Qingxue's treatment. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her tranquil autumn-like eyes reflected no turbulence. With a flawless oval face, she exuded an ethereal beauty, clad in a simple green garment. She appeared to be no older than 18 or 19, yet radiated a sense of unworldly purity, much like an otherworldly sage, elegant and serene. This striking woman was someone Qin Yuan naturally recognized. She is the chief disciple of the Taishan sect's apothecary hall, named Nangong Liuli. She is also one of the significant female protagonists in Su Fan's narrative, possessing an extraordinary talent for medicine and alchemy. Her contributions have played a pivotal role on Su Fan's path to enlightenment. You speak so lightly. Descending the mountain without permission is a grave transgression against our sect. When those ancient elders arrive, and they see the injuries you've inflicted on yourself while helping Su Fan and Gu Qingxue, they are likely to hold you accountable. I cannot afford to bear the consequences of your recklessness, Qin Yuan remarked, a hint of disdain in his tone. He spoke the truth. Once the elders arrived, they would undoubtedly make his situation more difficult, and he wished to avoid such unwarranted calamities. However, Qingxue cannot manage without you, Nangong Liuli said, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Can't you devise a solution? Are you merely a talented apothecary at the Taishan sect, or do you possess some ingenuity? Qin Yuan retorted without reservation. To the public, he had cultivated an image of arrogance and bravado. Even when faced with a breathtaking beauty like Nangong Liuli, his demeanor remained unyielding. Nangong Liuli cast a deep glance at Qin Yuan, choosing not to reply further, and continued to tend to Gu Qingxue's injuries. Soon, Gu Qingxue stabilized, releasing her grip on Qin Yuan's arm. Take good care of her. I must take my leave, Qin Yuan declared as he turned on his heel, departing without a trace of reluctance. Chapter 19. Qin Yuan, are you aware of your crimes? Observing the departing figure of Qin Yuan, Nangong Liuli slowly shook her head, a glimmer of disappointment flickering in her eyes. Once the most illustrious prodigy of the Taishan sect, he had now fallen into such disarray. The former Qin Yuan, radiant and exceptionally gifted, was the brightest star within the Taishan sect. Even she could not help but cast a glance in his direction. Yet now, he had transformed into someone so frivolous, petty, selfish, and narrow-minded. He would even abandon his beloved fiancée, who stood up for him, to evade responsibility. It was astonishing how swiftly and unexpectedly a person could change. Qin Yuan, are you aware of your crimes? The misfortune that often befalls antagonists was a sentiment Qin Yuan had come to understand deeply. He wished to return promptly to the cliff of reflection. But as soon as he stepped outside, he was intercepted. The individuals confronting him were none other than his fellow disciples, their faces flushed with rage. With a resigned shake of his head, Qin Yuan calmly stated, "Crimes? What crimes have I committed?" Lin Xuanyuan's eyes brimmed with tears as she glared at Qin Yuan. "How can you still speak so boldly? If it weren't for your underhanded methods to manipulate Sister Qingxue, how could she have turned against junior brother? How could Sister Qingxue have injured him so severely? It's all your fault. You are utterly malicious." Qin Yuan was rendered speechless. He had anticipated that the incident involving Su Fan would be attributed to him, yet the irrationality of these individuals astonished him. Was it truly his manipulation of Gu Qingxue that led to the current turmoil? Su Fan was innocent. Gu Qingxue was innocent. He was the true instigator. Unbelievable. Can you refrain from such ridiculous accusations? This matter has nothing to do with me. I was peacefully sleeping at the cliff of reflection when these two began to fight. And now you shift the blame onto me? Are you all devoid of common sense? Just because I do not display my power does not mean I am a sickly cat. These individuals bore no protagonist halo. Today's events bore no connection to the main storyline. He could express himself as he pleased. How can you be so coarse? Lin Xuanyuan was immediately incensed. Her delicate face flushed crimson, and the others could no longer bear to watch. Qin Yuan, you were once a talented disciple of the Taishan sect. How can you act so shamelessly? You are bringing disgrace upon our sect. Qin Yuan turned to see that the speaker was none other than his former junior, Lu Qingyun, the third disciple of Lan Yun. Lu Qingyun was also a talent, possessing a rather proud demeanor, and they had not interacted much in the past, yet today, he dared to challenge him. What are you staring at? Am I not speaking the truth? Lu Qingyun retorted, unafraid, his demeanor haughty. How shameful it is for you, a prince of the Dongling dynasty, to be so insidious and vile, using underhanded tactics to manipulate Sister Qingxue into harming your fellow disciples, and now you speak foul language. You not only disgrace the Taishan sect but also bring shame upon the Dongling dynasty. With a resounding thud, Lu Qingyun was sent hurtling backwards like a cannonball, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. The events unfolded with bewildering speed. By the time the onlookers reacted, Lu Qingyun had already fallen 10 zhang away. Brother Lu. The crowd rushed to his side, only to find him drenched in blood, his complexion pale, clearly grievously injured. Qin Yuan, you have gone too far. How could you lay hands on Brother Lu? Do you have no respect for the sect? An individual glared furiously at Qin Yuan. But just as his words left his lips, he was once more struck back 10 zhang, blood spewing from his mouth. You scoundrel! You dare to harm your fellow disciples. I will not let you escape today. Another, enraged, with reddened eyes, was about to retaliate when he too was swiftly dispatched by a single blow from Qin Yuan. This time, silence enveloped the gathering. Qin Yuan stood there, expressionless, exuding an oppressive aura that weighed heavily upon all present. Continue, why has everyone fallen silent? Wasn't there a lesson to be imparted to me? Yet the crowd remained mute, too intimidated to speak. Qin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. For too long, you have shown me, your senior brother, a lack of respect, which I have chosen to overlook. I never anticipated your audacity would escalate. Who I am and what I ought to do is not for you, a bunch of worthless fools, to dictate. Today, I shall give you a minor lesson. Should this occur again, do not expect mercy. The tiger does not roar. Do you presume me to be a sickly cat? In facing Su Fan, he had endured certain grievances, treating it as mere performance for the narrative. However, the events of today strayed far from the script. Should you persist in your barking? Do not blame me for my impoliteness. As for whether his actions today would trigger a butterfly effect, thereby altering the course of the unfolding story, Qin Yuan felt no concern. Su Fan's protagonist aura was not to be trifled with. As long as Su Fan remained unharmed, even if these disciples were subdued today, they would ultimately be swayed by that aura, reverting to their NPC status. Humiliated by Qin Yuan, many disciples felt their faces flush with rage, yet none dared to voice their feelings. Recently, they had repeatedly suppressed Qin Yuan, who had shown no resistance, leading them to overlook a crucial fact. Qin Yuan was the foremost genius of the Taishan sect. His combat prowess was unparalleled. Even many of the elders and overseers from the outer sect were no match for him. Moreover, he was a prince of the Dongling dynasty, a power equal to that of the Taishan sect. With such a background and talent, what right did they have to reprimand him? The thought sent shivers down the spines of many disciples. Yet, there were exceptions. Qin Yuan, Do you truly believe that your formidable background and talent grant you the license to act without restraint? Do you not hold the sect in esteem? A delicate voice spoke up. It was Lin Xiner, a staunch supporter of Su Fan, heavily influenced by the protagonist's aura, coupled with her pampered upbringing. She had developed an attitude of disdain for all. Even in the face of Qin Yuan's formidable intimidation, she rose defiantly, her eyes blazing with fury as she regarded him. Oh? Qin Yuan turned his head, a playful glint in his eyes as he observed Lin Xiner. Are you instructing me on how to act? Lin Xiner felt a wave of unease under his gaze, yet she quickly summoned her courage once more. Am I not speaking the truth? You have not only employed cruel methods to harm your fellow disciples, but after being confined at the cliff of reflection, you remain unrepentant. Today, in front of so many witnesses, you have injured numerous brothers. You are utterly inhuman. As her words echoed, many present raised their thumbs in approval of Lin Xiner. Given the perilous nature of Qin Yuan today, her audacity to challenge him was nothing short of remarkable. However, uncertainty lingered regarding how Qin Yuan would respond, especially considering Lin Xiner's esteemed status. Before speculation could arise, Qin Yuan provided his answer through action. He regarded Lin Xiner with a slight smile, and in the next moment, she was sent flying backwards like a kite severed from its string, leaving a trail of crimson in her wake. Chapter 20. The Halo of the Protagonist. Terrifying indeed. Xiner, my junior sister. Many disciples were struck with astonishment, unable to believe that Qin Yuan had truly taken action. Cough, cough. Qin Yuan. You scoundrel. Lin Xiner coughed up blood, her complexion pale. Her eyes rimmed with red, evoking a sense of pity. I warned you earlier, a reckless tongue must pay the price. Qin Yuan uttered coldly. The crowd broke into a cold sweat, secretly relieved that they had kept silent moments ago, for otherwise, it could have been them lying down now. You. Lin Xiner was a fearless character, undeterred even after being injured. Qin Yuan. You are utterly inhuman. You are unworthy of being a disciple of the Taishian sect. You are a disgrace to the Taishian sect. Junior sister, please do not speak further, someone advised. But Lin Xiner paid no heed, her gaze filled with resentment towards Qin Yuan. Oh? Qin Yuan chuckled softly, leisurely approaching Lin Xiner. It seems that the lesson I imparted earlier was a tad too lenient. My dear, little junior sister. Do not call me little junior sister. I have no brother like you. Lin Xiner shouted in anger. Very well, very well. Qin Yuan replied with a smile. It appears that over the years, your senior brothers and sisters have spoiled you. Today, I shall once again fulfill my duty as the eldest brother and teach you what manners truly are. With that, Qin Yuan raised his hand once more, aiming for Lin Xiner's chest. Stop. Just then, a delicate voice rang out. However, it was too late. Qin Yuan showed no signs of hesitation, striking Lin Xiner and sending her flying 5 zhang away. Pfft. Lin Xiner spat out a mouthful of blood, succumbing to unconsciousness. At that moment, a fragrant breeze swept past Qin Yuan, halting beside Lin Xiner. The newcomer was none other than Nangong Liuli. Nangong Liuli immediately produced a medicinal pill and placed it in Lin Xiner's mouth, followed by a series of healing techniques. Clad in elegant azure garments, she exuded an air of grace and beauty. As she concentrated on her treatment, Qin Yuan could only catch a glimpse of her profile. Yet she appeared as exquisite as a finely crafted painting. After a brief while, Lin Xiner's condition stabilized, and Nangong Liuli ceased her treatment. She then turned her gaze towards Qin Yuan, her serene eyes flickering with traces of anger. You have gone too far. What? Will you teach me a lesson as well? Qin Yuan replied languidly. Nangong Liuli bit her crimson lip. Your actions today are nothing short of madness. Ridiculous. Did you not see how they accused me just now? Without any evidence, they forcibly branded me with the title of a guilty eldest brother. Am I not allowed to resist? In the name of the eldest brother, I chastise those fools who show no respect for their elders. Is that not justified? But this is the sect. Nangong Liuli countered. Within the sect, duels are prohibited. Any disputes should be addressed at the law enforcement hall. You acted impulsively, which is inherently wrong. Moreover, Nangong Liuli paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, you have been stripped of your position as an esteemed disciple by Elder Lan Yun, and you are no longer their senior brother. Ah, you are indeed correct. I almost forgot. Qin Yuan remarked, lightly tapping his forehead. However, it matters not, for I have already imparted my lessons upon them. Yet, what can you do to me? You. Nangong Liuli felt a surge of anger and wanted to retort, but ultimately sighed, her eyes betraying a palpable disappointment. I am powerless against you. But within the sect, there are certainly those capable of dealing with you. Take care of yourself, then. You need not concern yourself. I am fully prepared for any consequences that may arise. Qin Yuan shrugged indifferently. Nangong Liuli slowly shook her head, choosing not to speak further. At that moment, a violet divine rainbow appeared in the sky, swiftly descending upon the plaza in front of the medicine hall. Master, the master has arrived, the disciples exclaimed with excitement. For the newcomer was none other than the fifth elder of the Taishan sect, Qin Yuan's mentor, Lan Yun, adorned in elegant purple robes that accentuated her graceful figure. With distant mountain-like brows and eyes akin to stars, exuded an ethereal beauty reminiscent of a blooming snow lotus, radiating an air of regal aloofness. Her cold gaze swept across the scene, and her expression immediately turned frosty as she exclaimed, "Scoundrel!" The rebuke, laced with the oppressive aura of the nascent soul stage, seemed to lower the temperature of the plaza. The numerous disciples were too frightened to breathe, yet their hearts brimmed with joy. The master has arrived. This scoundrel Qin Yuan will finally face the consequences of his actions. Qin Yuan, what exactly do you intend to do? Lan Yun, suppressing her inner fury, shot him a piercing glare. Upon hearing that Su Fan had been injured, she had rushed over without delay. Yet, she arrived only to find such a grievous incident had transpired. This Qin Yuan is utterly out of control. What do I intend to do? The fifth elder might as well inquire about what your beloved disciples wish to do, Qin Yuan retorted, standing his ground against her questioning. As always, he would not tolerate matters unrelated to the narrative. Hearing Qin Yuan address her as fifth elder rather than master caused a pang of bitterness in Lan Yun's heart. Once, Qin Yuan had been her most cherished disciple. Taking a gentle breath, Lan Yun attempted to calm her tumultuous emotions, her gaze towards Qin Yuan growing even colder. I do not know what they intend, but your actions in harming others are unequivocally wrong. This is the Taishan sect, not a place for your reckless abandon. Qin Yuan, do you not acknowledge your sins? What was once is not what is now. Her most outstanding disciple is no longer present. Now, standing before her is merely this villainous scoundrel, a disgrace to the sect. Qin Yuan sighed softly. The once gentle and open-minded Lan Yun had transformed into someone who could no longer discern right from wrong. The weight of the protagonist's halo is truly terrifying. Chapter 21, The Wrath of Lan Yun. All right. I acknowledge my transgressions. Are you satisfied now? With nothing else to do, I shall return to the cliff of reflection. Qin Yuan suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He had indulged enough in this game, and those who needed to be reprimanded had already been dealt with. Continuing to entangle himself with Lan Yun seemed to bear no significance. After all, he could not possibly resort to physical violence against her, could he? You, scoundrel. Upon witnessing Qin Yuan's blatant disregard, Lan Yun's anger surged. You are already a sinner. Yet you have dared to leave the cliff of reflection without permission. This is a crime upon a crime. Furthermore, you have publicly assaulted a fellow disciple. Your offenses are utterly unforgivable. If you are not punished adequately, what remains of the Taishan sect's dignity? Qin Yuan halted his steps and calmly regarded Lan Yun. What further punishment does the fifth elder intend to impose upon me? Your crimes are too grave, according to the sect's regulations. You should have your cultivation abolished and be expelled from the sect, Lan Yun proclaimed, her fury aflame. Abolish my cultivation? Expel me from the sect? Qin Yuan let out a cold chuckle, leisurely responding, very well, then come and do it. Lan Yun was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that Qin Yuan's identity was far from ordinary. Not even the sect master would dare to easily punish him. However, the words had already been spoken, and Lan Yun could not afford to lose face, compelling her to continue. Qin Yuan, do not think that your special status renders you immune to punishment. This is the Taishan sect, not the Dongling dynasty, a place where you can act recklessly at will. Then come at me. Qin Yuan fixed his gaze upon Lan Yun, enunciating each word clearly. If the fifth elder believes I am guilty, then why not abolish my cultivation and expel me from the sect right now? Lan Yun trembled with rage, feeling her authority being challenged. Yet, at that moment, she dared not lay a hand on Qin Yuan. She could only release her oppressive aura. Qin Yuan, do you truly believe that I cannot discipline you? The pressure of the nascent soul stage surged forth like a mountain, overwhelming many nearby disciples who struggled to maintain their footing. However, at the epicenter of this pressure, Qin Yuan remained unaffected, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His demeanor composed as he uttered words that nearly shattered Lan Yun's composure. You are correct. I indeed believe so. Scoundrel, you wretched disciple. Lan Yun felt faint with indignation. Throughout their interactions, Qin Yuan had always been compliant, even when she punished him by sending him to the cliff of reflection without any resistance. Yet today, he had utterly disregarded her authority. Still, Lan Yun found herself at a loss, unable to take action. She could not afford to strike him. Qingxue had her protector, and naturally, Qin Yuan did as well. Now that Qin Yuan had initiated this confrontation, should she dare to make a move, his protector would undoubtedly retaliate, leaving her in an even more humiliating position. Moreover, if Qin Yuan escalated this matter, the entire sect would face disgrace. Come on, weren't you going to abolish me? I stand here. What are you hesitating for? Qin Yuan relentlessly provoked her. Even a clay Buddha has its limits of patience. He wished to disregard Lan Yun, yet if she dared to provoke him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Why had the fifth elder still not intervened? Could it be that he was intimidated? Qin Yuan. Lan Yun's silver teeth were nearly ground to dust in her fury. She longed to strike Qin Yuan immediately, but her remaining rationality held her back. For she sensed a formidable force silently locking onto her. The disciples around her were drenched in cold sweat. They had initially believed that Lan Yun's appearance would compel Qin Yuan to pay a price, yet never did they foresee such a turn of events. Qin Yuan was truly terrifying. Many gazes directed at him began to fill with trepidation. In Nangong Liuli's beautiful eyes, a fleeting sense of melancholy shone through. It turned out that the current Qin Yuan still possessed a spirited side, but now he only inspired revulsion, having long ceased to be the extraordinary prodigy that once drew admiration. If the fifth elder does not make a move, then I shall take my leave. Qin Yuan remarked with a faint smile. After all, we share a master-disciple bond. Allow me to offer the fifth elder one last piece of advice. Whatever challenges you may encounter in the future, investigate thoroughly before deciding on a course of action. Heed only the truth, lest you wander further down a misguided path. With that, Qin Yuan turned and strode away, exuding an air of nonchalance. Completely indifferent to Lan Yun's exceedingly displeased expression, the onlookers exchanged glances, astonished that events had unfolded in such a manner. Even the fifth elder, Lan Yun, once Qin Yuan's mentor, had not emerged unscathed. Scoundrel! 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 Lan Yun's fury erupted instantaneously, and she unleashed her wrath, shattering several distant mountain peaks. The disciples below were startled and hastily fled, fearful of being caught in the chaos. Excellent! Excellent! Su Fan, hidden away in a room within the medicinal hall, watched the entire spectacle unfold in the square. He had awakened shortly after his fellow disciples' visit, but chose to remain hidden, reveling in Qin Yuan's misfortune. What he witnessed delighted him. Qin Yuan not only harmed others, but also fell out with Lan Yun. Now the entirety of the Taishan sect could no longer accommodate him. Next, with just a little more scheming, I can ensure this fool's downfall entirely. Su Fan thought bitterly to himself. How dare you covet my Qingxue senior sister? I shall ensure you have no place to rest. Although Qingxue had nearly killed him earlier, Su Fan did not hold it against her. He believed all blame lay squarely with Qin Yuan, pondering how he had manipulated Qingxue into harboring such deep resentment. Nevertheless, he remained confident that by consistently showing kindness, he could eventually win her back. However, before that could happen, Qin Yuan must be eliminated. Only then could he possess his senior sister with a clear conscience. At that moment, the crowd in the square dispersed, and Lan Yun, accompanied by Nangong Liuli, approached this way. Su Fan hurriedly lay back down on the bed, feigning a state of weakness. Upon entering, Nangong Liuli was somewhat astonished to find Su Fan awake. Junior brother Su Fan, you have awakened so soon? All thanks to senior sister's miraculous skills, replied Su Fan. Appearing frail yet wearing a smile that was pure and innocent, effortlessly endearing himself to others. Even someone as composed as Nangong Liuli couldn't help but smile faintly. It's mainly due to your robust constitution. I had thought it would take you another day to regain consciousness. Su Fan expressed his gratitude, saying, regardless, I must thank senior sister. After speaking, he turned his gaze towards Lan Yun, revealing a look of remorse. I'm sorry, master. I've troubled you again. This display of emotion tugged at the hearts of both women. What a pure and kind-hearted youth he is. Lan Yun smiled gently, as long as you are well. Master can rest easy. Regardless, I bear some responsibility. Su Fan's expression turned somber as he said, at that time, I was merely concerned about senior sister Gu going to the cliff of reflection alone. It didn't seem safe, so I followed her. I had no idea such an incident would occur. Chapter 22. Do you have any regrets in life? Foolish child. How can you still worry about Qingxue's safety after everything she has done to you? It is not your fault, Lan Yun said through gritted teeth. The true culprits are Qin Yuan and Qingxue. If it weren't for Qin Yuan's manipulation, Qingxue would never have resorted to such heartless actions. Su Fan felt a flicker of joy in his heart. It seemed Lan Yun had completely turned against Qin Yuan. He cautiously interjected. Let us not be so hasty in our judgments. Perhaps senior brother Qin has his own untold struggles. This remark only served to solidify Qin Yuan's blame in Lan Yun's eyes. What struggles could he possibly have? Lan Yun retorted angrily. I believe he is simply malicious, envious of your talent, and thus seeks to undermine you. Regardless, he is still my senior brother, Su Fan replied with a wry smile. I have been reflecting on what I might have done wrong to displease him. Foolish child, you are far too innocent and kind-hearted. After all he has done to harm you, how can you still defend him? Lan Yun's heart ached more for Su Fan. Stop overthinking. Everything is Qin Yuan's fault. Rest assured, as long as I am here, I will not allow him to act recklessly or harm you. During your recovery, focus solely on healing and do not let your mind wander, Lan Yun instructed. Yes, master, Su Fan said gratefully. Lan Yun nodded and then turned her gaze to Nangong Liuli. Liuli, thank you for your hard work during this time. Please take good care of my foolish disciple. Rest assured, Elder Wu, Nangong Liuli replied with a nod. After Lan Yun departed, Nangong Liuli addressed Su Fan. Junior brother Su, you have suffered 2 severe injuries, which have affected your foundation. You must take this time to rest properly. Otherwise, lingering ailments may hinder your future cultivation. Yes, senior sister. Su Fan said with a bashful tone, I'm truly sorry for causing you trouble. It is no trouble, it is my duty, Nangong Liuli said, her fondness for Su Fan growing. In contrast, Qin Yuan, who once captured her attention, now behaved arrogantly and engaged in wrongdoing, completely devoid of the qualities one would expect from a genius. Nangong Liuli smiled gently at Su Fan. I will prepare the medicine. You should rest for now. Thank you. Senior sister, Su Fan replied, watching as Nangong Liuli left, a spark of fervor igniting within him. Liuli, I will surely win your heart, he murmured to himself, reflecting on how, upon arriving at the Taishan sect for Gu Qingxue, he had discovered the vastness of this world, filled with breathtaking beauties. Nangong Liuli was among the first he noticed, her demeanor serene and elegant, like a poem or a painting that captivated him entirely. From their very first meeting, he had regarded Nangong Liuli as one of his aspirations, standing on the same pedestal as Gu Qingxue. Upon entering the Taishan gate, he occasionally sought opportunities to draw closer to Nangong Liuli, offering her medicinal herbs or sharing unique insights on alchemy. This ethereal being, seemingly detached from the mundane world, gradually began to regard him as a friend. Now residing in the apothecary hall for healing, it presented an excellent opportunity to deepen their relationship. He resolved silently in his heart to make substantial progress with Nangong Liuli during this time. As Nangong Liuli entered the pharmacy to prepare healing potions for Su Fan, she gracefully gathered the herbs while meticulously consulting ancient texts, her demeanor serious yet elegant, creating a strikingly beautiful classical scene amidst the dim, fragrant surroundings of the pharmacy. Soon, she had prepared the necessary ingredients, 5 elements wood, green jade milk, but her brow furrowed slightly. The herbs would suffice for Su Fan's treatment, however. The addition of a piece of purple cloudstone as a catalyst would exponentially enhance the efficacy. Unfortunately, there was none available within the sect. Wait, purple cloudstone? A thought seemed to ignite in Nangong Liuli's mind as she rummaged through her spatial ring. Moments later, she retrieved a fist-sized piece of purple stone, crystalline and radiant. It was indeed the purple cloudstone. Yet, gazing at it, she felt no joy, only a profound melancholy. This stone had been a gift from Qin Yuan. That year, when Qin Yuan had just arrived at the Taishan gate, he was a paragon of grace and charm. Even she, who typically shunned interactions, found herself irresistibly drawn to him. Hello, senior sister. I am Qin Yuan. I look forward to your guidance. Greetings, I am Nangong Liuli. Thus began their first encounter. He, courteous and refined, she, smiling and demure. It was a promising start. As their exchanges deepened, she discovered that Qin Yuan possessed not only extraordinary talent in cultivation, but also profound knowledge in alchemy. Consequently, they often practiced together, delving into the intricacies of the alchemical path. While it could be termed exploration, it was more accurately Qin Yuan guiding her. She was captivated by his talent and greatly admired his insights into alchemy. What troubles you? Why the forlorn expression? Months later, while pondering over an alchemical formula, Qin Yuan appeared, resplendent in splendid attire, exuding an unmatched presence, while she, clad in simple garments, radiated tranquility and elegance. Yesterday, you taught me to concoct the return to origin pill. Today, while preparing the ingredients, I noticed the sect seems to lack purple cloudstone. Is that all? Qin Yuan laughed heartily, ruffling her hair. Leave it to me. She nodded, cheeks flushed, realizing that she too could blush. A day later, Qin Yuan presented her with a fist-sized purple cloud stone. Overwhelmed with joy, she beamed at him. Thank you. Returning to the present, Nangong Liuli let out a gentle sigh. There was no going back. Everything seems irretrievable. She held the purple cloud stone in her hands, gazing at it for a prolonged moment before ultimately placing it back into her spatial ring. Thud in that instant, Nangong Liuli felt her heart skip a beat. A sharp pain surged through her. A constricting ache. What was happening? This unexpected sensation startled her. Logically, her body should not react in such a manner. Thud, another violent thump. The pain intensified. Thud this time. It rendered her breathless. What is happening to me? Nangong Liuli pressed her hand against her chest, breathing rapidly, her eyes reflecting agony and shock. Thud once more, her heart jolted, seemingly causing her very spirit to tremble. What is going on? Why do I feel this way? Nangong Liuli sensed a whirlwind of confusion, struggling to maintain her balance. Do you have any regrets in your life? In a daze, a voice echoed in her mind. Chapter 23. Nangong Liuli. Simulation begins. Regret? In a daze, Nangong Liuli believed she was experiencing an illusion. After pondering for a moment, she shook her head in confusion. Surely not? Really not. It should not be. Right? Think again. Regret. After considerable effort, Nangong Liuli murmured to herself. Qin Yuan. Does that count? Thud, the instant Qin Yuan's image flashed in her mind, her heart trembled violently, the intensity surpassing all previous occurrences combined. Nangong Liuli shook with pain, cold sweat pouring down her face. Why does thinking of him cause my heart to ache so much? She desperately tried to suppress her thoughts, yet Qin Yuan's image lingered stubbornly. Scenes of their time together flickering through her mind like a film. That once despised visage gradually transformed into something gentle and warm. In a hazy recollection, he smiled softly. The man he once was seemed to return. Ding, perfect life system binding successful. Just as Nangong Liuli was lost in thought, a voice echoed in her mind, startling her. What is this system? The perfect life simulation system will simulate your future life trajectory based on your fundamental conditions. You can utilize the simulation results to preemptively avoid impending risks and rectify forthcoming regrets. Upon achieving a perfect life, the host will receive rewards from the system. To rectify regrets? Nangong Liuli contemplated for a moment before cautiously inquiring. What exactly are you? Why have you approached me? Much like Qingxue, she felt wary, fearing she had become the target of some ancient entity. Because the host has been toyed with by fate. The system has emerged to assist you in breaking free from your tragic destiny. Me? Tragic? Once again, she reacted similarly, unconvinced. Her life had been smooth sailing, far removed from tragedy. Does the host not feel this way? You may be mistaken, Nangong Liuli replied coolly. Then why do you feel heartache? Nangong Liuli was taken aback. This was her most pressing concern. She asked warily, is this your doing? Yes and no. What do you mean? This question can be answered once the life simulation is initiated. After its conclusion, you will receive the answer you seek. Life? Simulation? So, you can predict the trajectory of my future life? Nangong Liuli considered this. The host may think of it in that manner. What exactly are you? I am the system, here to assist you. Assist? I seem to have no need for your assistance. Aren't you at all curious why thinking of a certain person causes such heartache? Nangong Liuli fell silent. The host can initiate the life simulation. Upon its conclusion, you will receive the answer you desire. After a brief silence, Nangong Liuli responded. Commence. Ding, life simulation successful. The system will enumerate the significant experiences of the host from birth to the present, thereby simulating your forthcoming life. 20 years ago, you were born in the Taishan sect. You are the legitimate daughter of the sect master, Nangong Liuli. At your birth, the heavens and earth were in upheaval. Nature flourished, and all things revived. Within 1,000 miles, celestial treasures paid homage, while auspicious clouds and radiant light adorned the sky. And benevolent beasts and harmonious birds circled for 3 days without departing. This extraordinary phenomenon was due to your innate spiritual physique, drawing you closer to the essence of all things, marking you as an unparalleled talent in the art of alchemy. In the days that followed, you received exceptional guidance from the Taishan sect. Even the long reclusive Grand Elder of the Alchemy Hall emerged from seclusion to personally take you as a disciple. At the age of 8, you could independently concoct the foundational elixir required for the foundation establishment stage, achieving a quality that many alchemists could not attain, which sent ripples through the entire sect. By the age of 10, you were able to independently refine the Qin Yuan pill needed for the Golden Core stage. Again of superior quality, a feat unattainable by many elders of the outer sect, driving the sect into a frenzy. At 12, you could adeptly produce all elixirs below the golden core stage, even improving upon existing formulas. Given time, you would undoubtedly surpass the Grand Elder and become the foremost figure of the alchemy hall. As a result, you garnered increasing attention, with nearly all resources devoted to your advancement. Your cultivation progressed with remarkable speed. The myriad paths converged to the same destination. Your mastery in the alchemical arts, combined with your profound understanding of nature, allowed you to navigate the realm of cultivation with ease. Enhanced by your elixirs, you successfully broke through to the foundation establishment stage by the age of 14. At 14, you participated in the grand competition of the 6 sects, where you showcased your alchemical prowess to the public for the first time. Unsurprisingly, you clinched first place in the alchemy contest. The Yaoqi Holy Land took notice of your talent, wishing to recruit you. The Yaoqi Holy Land is a power even greater than the Taishan sect, where you could achieve unparalleled development. Yet, you declined their offer. From that point on, you became the brightest star of the Taishan sect. However, your brilliance and strength rendered you a solitary figure, as even the most gifted geniuses of the sect appeared as novices in your presence. Your life was exceedingly smooth and extraordinary, creating a chasm between you and ordinary individuals, isolating you in your own realm. Gradually, your demeanor transformed into one of tranquility and indifference, as there was little in this world capable of stirring your heart. Over time, your image in the eyes of the world began to evolve into one that seemed detached from the mundane. Until the age of 16, when a young man named Qin Yuan arrived at the Taishan sect. At that time, Qin Yuan was merely 14, appearing somewhat juvenile in comparison to you. Yet, his extraordinary talent, spirited demeanor, and commanding presence captured your attention. At 14, he had already reached the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage, while you, at 16, were only at the 7th level. For the first time, you felt the weight of pressure. Greetings, Sister Liuli. My name is Qin Yuan. I look forward to your guidance, he uttered as his flawless, handsome visage radiated a brilliant and warm smile. For the first time, ripples stirred in the tranquil depths of your usually serene heart. Hello, you responded with a smile, yet inwardly, you resolutely vowed to yourself, Qin Yuan, I shall surpass you. Chapter 24. So, at that time, she too would blush. This. Nangong Liuli was filled with astonishment. Every statement made by the system was indeed a fact. Many of these matters were her innermost secrets, even heartfelt confessions she had never shared with anyone. Yet, this enigmatic entity known as the system seemed to know everything with impeccable clarity. What exactly are you? How can you possess such knowledge? I am the system. An omnipotent system. Nangong Liuli. Just as she was about to inquire further, the system continued its narration. You regarded Qin Yuan as a hypothetical rival and commenced your earnest efforts in alchemy and cultivation. You believed that with your innate talent, you would eventually catch up and surpass this young boy. However, every time you made a breakthrough and secretly observed Qin Yuan, you discovered that he was progressing at an even greater pace. Unwilling to accept this, you began to exert even more effort. Yet, all of it seemed futile. For Qin Yuan was advancing far too swiftly. Regardless of your endeavors, the chasm between you two continued to widen. You smiled wryly, feeling a sense of frustration, and ultimately relinquished the desire to compete with Qin Yuan. As the system narrated, Nangong Liuli's astonishment gradually subsided, and her thoughts were drawn back to 4 years prior. Reflecting on that time, she was somewhat obsessive and stubborn. Indeed, rather endearing. But as time passed, everything changed. One day, Qin Yuan sought you out. At that moment, you were grappling with a dilemma. Having attempted to refine a particular elixir numerous times without success. What's wrong, Sister Liuli? This was your second exchange with Qin Yuan, who had not lost his youthful charm, yet remained as dazzling as ever. It's nothing, just some issues regarding alchemy. You hadn't anticipated that Qin Yuan would approach you so suddenly, but you felt no animosity towards this young man. A faint smile even graced your lips. What's the matter, junior brother Qin Yuan? I discovered a rare tree, the 10 fragrance wood, during my travels. It is said to be quite beneficial for alchemy. Since I have no use for it, I brought it for you. You were momentarily taken aback, then shook your head. Thank you, junior brother Qin Yuan. But this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. The 10 fragrance wood was indeed valuable, rare even within the Taishan sect. It's quite all right, sister. We are all disciples of the same sect. There's no need for such formality. Besides, I have no use for it. But, please take it, sister. Qin Yuan took your hand and forcefully placed the 10 fragrance wood into your palm. Sister, don't be so formal. We are all from the same sect. Encountering Qin Yuan's earnest gaze, you found yourself unable to utter any further refusals. At that moment, your attention was entirely on the tin fragrance wood, oblivious to the fact that your hand was still held. Once you realized it, your face flushed crimson as you withdrew your hand. Your countenance resembled that of a blooming peach blossom, and your voice was gentle. Thank you. A glimmer of nostalgia flashed in Nangong Liuli's eyes. That was the true beginning of her acquaintance with Qin Yuan. Are you refining the Sanxiandan? At that moment, Qin Yuan noticed the prescription you had placed on the table. Indeed, it was unfortunate that it had failed. You nodded in acknowledgement, uncertain whether it was due to his soft-heartedness towards others or some other reason. You, who were typically reluctant to share your alchemical experiences, especially your failures, could not help but confide in Qin Yuan about your recent frustrations. I have attempted to concoct this elixir numerous times, exploring various methods, yet I have never succeeded. Could it be that there is an issue with the formula? Qin Yuan's words startled you, but you quickly shook your head. That seems unlikely. This formula has been passed down for so long. Surely, some predecessors must have successfully refined it. Have you not consulted your master? Well, my master is also at a loss. This Sanxiandan has not been refined for centuries. Would you kindly allow me to examine the formula? Of course. After receiving the prescription, Qin Yuan meticulously studied it from beginning to end. You felt a flicker of curiosity. Qingxue, do you also have knowledge of alchemy? Somewhat. Qin Yuan returned the formula to you, suggesting, Senior Sister, you might try substituting the snow lotus with blue silver grass and extending the infusion time of the magic ape-s root by half an hour. Then attempt the refinement once more. Your curiosity deepened. Shidi, do you truly understand alchemy? Somewhat. Is that really feasible? You expressed disbelief. How could the formula possibly be flawed? Why not give it a try? After all, you have already failed so many times, haven't you? Qin Yuan's smile was radiant, and his eyes sparkled with confidence. You found yourself inspired by his enthusiasm. Embracing a spirit of experimentation, you followed Qin Yuan's advice and proceeded with the refinement. Success. Moreover, it turned out to be of superior quality. When you joyfully approached Qin Yuan to share your triumph, he merely smiled faintly, as if he had anticipated the outcome all along. Senior Sister, you were truly remarkable. For the first time, you felt a sense of admiration towards a peer, which only deepened your curiosity about him. What kind of person was he truly? From that point onward, your exchanges with Qin Yuan regarding alchemy became increasingly frequent and profound. You soon realized that his mastery in the art of alchemy far surpassed your own. The disparity between you two was as vast as the sky and the earth. You were astonished, filled with admiration, yet also felt a sense of defeat. It became evident that, despite your unparalleled prowess and cultivation, you could not hold a candle to him. Even in the realm of alchemy, where you had once prided yourself, you still fell short. Qin Yuan Shidi, you were truly exceptional. Where did you acquire such knowledge? Just fortunate, really. During a previous exploration of a secret realm, I received the legacy of a formidable being. His response somewhat restored your confidence. From that moment on, your relationship grew ever closer. You frequently practiced together and engaged in discussions about alchemical insights. Qin Yuan proved to be an immense help to you not only in alchemy, but also as a mentor in cultivation. His insights and understanding of cultivation were even more profound than those of your father and the esteemed elder. With his assistance, your cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. And at the tender age of 18, you successfully broke through to the golden core stage. Such remarkable speed left the entire sect in disbelief. Only a true genius can comprehend the essence of another genius. When you pondered why Qin Yuan was so extraordinary, he provided an answer that resonated deeply within you. That innate confidence, radiating from within, was indelibly etched into your mind. Your heart fluttered for him once more. Nangong Liuli appeared lost in thought. It turned out that the Qin Yuan of yesteryears was extraordinarily captivating. It dawned on her that she too had once lived a vibrant life. She had experienced feelings of affection. But why had everything changed? What truly transformed Qin Yuan or herself? In the past, she would have confidently asserted that it was Qin Yuan who had altered. Yet now, ever since the advent of the system, her certainty wavered. Reflecting on the past, Qin Yuan seemed to have consistently exuded warmth and elegance, brimming with youthful vigor. But what of her? She appeared unchanged. So what exactly had shifted? In the following 3 months, your bond with Qin Yuan grew ever closer. Many of your peers observed this and cast knowing smiles in your direction. You felt a sense of shyness but bore no resentment. At that time, your innocence blinded you to the implications of such attention. Or perhaps, you simply chose not to acknowledge it. You were far too naive, too bashful to confront the reality. Then, a month later, you received a shocking revelation. Qin Yuan had stealthily infiltrated Qingxue's chamber. Chapter 25. Never again. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves, igniting fervent discussions within the sect. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. What manner of person is senior brother Qin Yuan to commit such an act? There is nothing impossible. One may know a person's visage, yet remain unaware of their heart. Are there not enough individuals in this world who appear human yet possess the hearts of beasts? The illustrious persona that Qin Yuan had cultivated over the years made it difficult for many to accept that he could engage in such behavior. Yet, there were those who held reservations. In the face of the crowd's skepticism, you stood resolute, asserting Qin Yuan would never do such a thing. However, reality swiftly shattered your confidence. Qin Yuan indeed did it, and even publicly confessed, "What of it if I enter my fiancée's chamber?" On the day of judgment. You were present, lost in a daze. You could not reconcile the frivolous, audacious youth before you with the refined gentleman you had cherished in your mind. For the first time, disappointment towards Qin Yuan blossomed within you. For the first time, you felt a pang of heartache. For several consecutive days, you wandered in a daze, your countenance growing increasingly haggard. Even your father could no longer bear to witness your suffering. "My daughter, do not be so distressed. You see, a person like Qin Yuan is not worth your tears." "I know, it's all right," you replied with a smile. Yet it failed to conceal the sorrow lurking deep within your eyes. Nangong Liuli fell silent. These memories, which she preferred to forget, were once again brought to light. Despite the passage of years, they still pierced her heart. The relationship she shared with Qin Yuan began to fray from that moment. The youth in her memories started to drift ever further away. Time has a way of soothing all wounds. 2 months passed, and gradually, you emerged from your despondency, returning to a semblance of normalcy, gathering herbs, cultivating, studying, and concocting elixirs, a life that was busy yet unremarkable. However, such tranquility lasted merely 3 days before it was shattered. "Sister, how have you been?" Upon seeing the familiar figure before you, a wave of disorientation washed over you. He remained as striking as ever, his handsome face adorned with the familiar, warm smile. You feigned indifference, averting your gaze. "What brings you here?" "It has been a long time. I came to see you." You inhaled gently, maintaining an apathetic demeanor. "I am well." Yet, your pallor betrayed your fatigue. "It's all right. I am truly well. But I've heard that you have not been in good spirits lately." "It's all right. I am well." "Yet I feel you are not." "It's all right. I assure you, I am well." "Are you truly all right?" "Yes." "You are not deceiving me?" "No." "Do you trust me?" "I." You found yourself at a loss, gazing into Qin Yuan's earnest eyes, which sparkled with clarity akin to a pristine spring. "I." You lowered your head in silence. After a long pause, your voice finally returned. "Why? What do you mean by why? Why would you do that?" You abruptly lifted your gaze, locking eyes with Qin Yuan, whose typically serene expression now held a flicker of barely contained anger. "I." Qin Yuan opened his mouth, ultimately offering only a bittersweet smile. "I have my reasons." "What reasons?" "I'm afraid I cannot divulge them." "Then how can I trust you?" "I apologize." "Qin Yuan." Your voice rose unexpectedly. Qin Yuan had never witnessed this side of you, momentarily taken aback. "Senior sister, please don't disappoint me." You met his gaze with an unprecedented seriousness. Qin Yuan fell silent. You pressed him again. "Tell me, what exactly has transpired? What is your reason?" "I'm sorry. I cannot tell you at this moment." You pained yourself to close your eyes and slowly spoke. "You should leave." "Senior sister, please go. I am weary." You waved your hand, your expression one of profound fatigue. Qin Yuan stood still for a moment before quietly turning to depart. "Let this be the last time." Just as Qin Yuan stepped out the door, you finally spoke again, your voice soft yet distinctly audible to him. He turned back abruptly, surprise illuminating his face. "Senior sister, this is the first and the last time." Your gaze was steady, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Do not let me down again, all right?" "Understood." After a brief silence, Qin Yuan nodded gently, his voice soft yet resolute. In the following month, you continued to train together, discuss, contemplate, and refine alchemy, seemingly returning to the past. In fact, it felt even better than before. You once again revealed a long-lost smile before him. Everything was progressing towards a brighter future. 1 month later, a young man named Su Fan arrived at the sect. Su Fan? Nangong Liuli, lost in reminiscence, was momentarily startled, not expecting the system to mention this name. Reflecting on it, Su Fan indeed entered his life at this juncture. However, what relevance did this hold for Su Fan? The system offered no response to Nangong Liuli's inquiry. Continuing its report. 2 years ago, during the new disciples' initiation ceremony, this marked your first encounter with Su Fan. Yet, you did not notice him. At that time, you were the representative of the direct disciples, the pride of Taishan sect, standing atop the platform alongside Qin Yuan like celestial beings, radiating brilliance. Su Fan, as a newly initiated disciple, was concealed among countless youthful faces. The disparity between you was immense, seemingly insurmountable. This day felt all too ordinary for you, devoid of any significance. Yet from this day forth, you underwent a transformation. Your demeanor inexplicably became more reserved and tranquil, as if you had seen through the mundane. And nothing in the world could stir the depths of your heart. In your heart, only the path of alchemy remains. A sense of estrangement inexplicably begins to envelop you regarding Qin Yuan, who nearly unlocked the door to your heart, even in his solitary company. An uncomfortable sensation stirs within you. Yet, you remain oblivious to this. As the system's broadcast plays, Nangong Liuli occasionally drifts into a daze, lost in contemplation. For a long time, she believed the growing distance between herself and Qin Yuan stemmed from his transformation. Over the past couple of years, he had become cold-hearted, cunning, selfish, and had inflicted harm upon his own sect. However, with the system's emergence today, she suddenly realizes that this may not be the case. What is happening? Why is it like this? Nangong Liuli is utterly bewildered, casting doubt upon her own existence. Host, do not be anxious. Once the life simulation concludes, you shall receive your answers. Nangong Liuli. Chapter 26. A transformation begins. Qin Yuan. What brings you here? On the third day following the new disciples' initiation ceremony, as you were engrossed in the alchemical scriptures, Qin Yuan arrived, clad in resplendent blue robes, radiating vitality. In former times, his presence would have brought you joy, but today, inexplicably, you felt a tinge of discontent. Qin Yuan's face was adorned with a brilliant smile as he produced a 5-colored flower from behind him. The blossom, no larger than a palm, possessed 5 petals, each exhibiting a distinct hue, with shimmering aura flowing between them. The very atmosphere of the room seemed to elevate in purity with the appearance of the flower. This is the 5 elements flower. You gasped in astonishment. With your extensive knowledge of herbal texts, you immediately recognized this extraordinary bloom. Where did you acquire it? A sense of disbelief washed over you. The 5 elements flower is a rare treasure, even within the vast expanse of the Xuanzhuang continent. You mentioned you wished to concoct a 5 elements pill, did you not? This flower is an indispensable ingredient. I heard whispers of its existence in the Nether Valley, so I took it upon myself to investigate. You must be insane, you exclaimed, taken aback. The Nether Valley is renowned as the most perilous forbidden zone within a radius of 500,000 miles, infamous throughout the Xuanzhuang continent. To enter without having attained the transformation stage is tantamount to courting death. How did you manage to get in? I have my methods, Qin Yuan replied enigmatically, gently taking your hand and placing the 5 elements flower in your palm. Take it. I eagerly anticipate your 5 elements pill. You held the flower, rendered speechless. Such a precious gift weighed heavily upon you. A spiritual herb of this magnitude would require a significant sacrifice, even for someone like Qin Yuan. In the past, you would have been moved, profoundly grateful, perhaps even brought to tears. Yet today, as you clutched the 5 elements flower, a serene calm enveloped your heart, far beyond what you had anticipated. Shaking your head slowly, you returned the flower to Qin Yuan. This is too valuable. I cannot accept it. A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Yuan's eyes. He had not anticipated your refusal. This was your first instance of declining his offering. Nevertheless, he merely smiled gently and pushed the flower back towards you. It's quite all right, senior sister. There is no need for such formality between us. Yes, there is. You insisted firmly. This is far too precious. You did not notice the chill in your tone, a stark contrast to your previous warmth. Is senior sister Nangong present? Before Qin Yuan could respond, a clear voice rang out from outside the door. Who is it? You inquired, perplexed by the unfamiliarity of the voice. Still, you ventured out to investigate, with Qin Yuan following closely behind. Upon opening the door, you were greeted by an unfamiliar figure. A young man, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age, stood before you. While not strikingly handsome, he possessed a certain charm, with clear, inviting eyes that conveyed an approachable demeanor, instantly fostering a sense of warmth. Greetings, senior sister Nangong. My name is Su Fan, a newly inducted outer disciple. The youth bore a radiant and innocent smile, exuding a charm that seemed to penetrate the very hearts of those who beheld him. Su Fan? An outer sect disciple? You pondered, unable to place the name. Nevertheless, you courteously inquired, "Hello, what brings you here?" Your response took Qin Yuan by surprise. Given your disposition, one would expect you to be less gentle when confronted by an uninvited stranger. "Senior sister, I have long admired your renowned prowess in alchemy. Even before I embarked on this path, my humble understanding of the art is minuscule in comparison to your remarkable talent, which is why I dared to visit today. I hope you will not take offense." Su Fan's expression was sincere, and he met your gaze without a hint of timidity. Intrigued by this youth, you asked with genuine interest, "You also understand alchemy?" "To a slight extent, but there exists a vast chasm between my knowledge and that of my esteemed senior sister, which is precisely why I sought this visit." His behavior was rather abrupt. An outer sect disciple, merely 3 days into his training, had audaciously approached the daughter of the sect leader. It was evidently a bold move, and he lacked the qualifications to enter your residence, thus violating sect rules. Yet, contrary to your usual reaction, you found yourself unperturbed, not casting him away in cold disdain. For reasons unknown, you felt a peculiar fondness for this unfamiliar boy. Before you could speak, Qin Yuan interjected, "How did you, an outer sect disciple, gain access to the inner sanctum of the true disciples?" His tone was commanding, laden with authority. However, the boy exhibited no signs of fear, responding with a hint of apology. "Oh, is that so? I was unaware. I entered as I saw no one to stop me. I sincerely apologize." Absurd. There are guards at every level, from the outer to the inner sect and beyond, ensuring that not even a fly could infiltrate. You, a living person, brazenly walked in here, claiming no one noticed? Do you take us for fools? Qin Yuan's voice was harsh, his gaze icy. You furrowed your brow, feeling that Qin Yuan's reprimand was excessive and unwarranted towards a newcomer. Nangong Liuli felt her heart in turmoil, reflecting on Su Fan's entrance into the sect. She realized that his every thought and action had conveyed an unmistakable peculiarity, one she had failed to recognize until now, growing accustomed to it, especially after meeting him. Despite Su Fan's initial impudence, she felt no aversion. Instead, she harbored discontent toward Qin Yuan for chastising him. Why was this so? Nangong Liuli's mind was a whirlwind, desperately seeking the truth. "I truly apologize, senior brother. I actually entered secretly. My admiration for senior sister is profound. I was eager to visit her, even if it meant merely catching a glimpse. I understand my actions were improper, and I humbly accept your reprimand." Su Fan appeared as a remorseful child, his flustered and awkward demeanor eliciting no ill feelings from anyone present. As a member of the sect, one must adhere to its laws. You have intruded into the domain of the true disciples without permission, and according to the sect's regulations, you ought to be stripped of your status as an outer disciple, relegated to the position of a servant disciple, and subjected to 50 strokes of the rod. I acknowledge my transgressions and accept my errors. Su Fan made no attempt to refute this. Wait, just as Qin Yuan was about to call for the enforcers, you interjected. What is it? You glanced at Su Fan before turning your gaze to Qin Yuan. This junior brother has only just entered the sect and may not be well acquainted with the rules. Moreover, he is a first-time offender. I propose we let this matter go this time. It is not easy for him to become an outer disciple. Sister, you? Qin Yuan expressed his astonishment, not expecting you to advocate on Su Fan's behalf. Instances like this had occurred before, and your past response had always been succinct. Follow the rules. Regardless of whether they are new or seasoned disciples, the sect's laws must not be violated. I find this fellow rather insincere. He dared to lie earlier, and I believe he must be dealt with severely. Qin Yuan remained insistent, yet you shook your head. I believe it is unnecessary. He is merely a new disciple, and we should extend some leniency towards him. But sister, enough. Be mindful in the future and refrain from wandering about recklessly. You did not allow Qin Yuan another opportunity to speak. And with a wave of your hand towards Su Fan, you dismissed him. Yes. I am grateful for your mercy, sister. Thank you, senior brother. Su Fan expressed his gratitude with a respectful clasp of his fists. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a blue fruit, the size of a lychee, from his spatial ring and presented it to you with a bow. Sister, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Chapter 27, The Blue Silver Fruit. Is this the blue silver fruit? You immediately recognized what the fruit was. The blue silver fruit is also a rare spiritual herb, renowned for its remarkable effects in both alchemy and direct consumption. Even cultivators in the nascent soul stage would covet it. Although it may not be considered top tier within the Taishian sect, the appearance of such a treasure from an outer disciple is still quite astonishing. You wish to gift it to me? To be honest, I hail from a humble border town without any notable background. This blue-silver fruit was a serendipitous find during a trial in a secret realm, and I have hesitated to use it. Today, upon meeting the esteemed senior sister Nangong, I thought it fitting to present it to you as a token of our first encounter. I hope you will not find it lacking. Su Fan spoke earnestly. As you gazed at the blue-silver fruit, your fondness for this young man grew. It is enough that you possess such goodwill. You may keep the gift. This blue-silver fruit holds greater significance for you. Senior sister, this is my heartfelt offering, and I sincerely hope you will accept it. Observing Su Fan's genuine yet bashful demeanor, your usually tranquil heart was unexpectedly stirred. Ultimately, amidst Qin Yuan's astonished gaze, you slowly accepted the fruit. Very well. I shall accept it. Qin Yuan was particularly taken aback, having never anticipated that you would actually accept a gift from this unfamiliar youth. However, your subsequent actions were even more astonishing. It is customary to reciprocate kindness. Thus, I offer you a gift in return. Nangong Liuli sat despondently on the ground, the image of herself appearing all too unfamiliar, so much so that even she could scarcely recognize the person she had become. Su Fan, a stranger who, by all accounts, had no right to be within her sphere. Yet, after a mere first encounter, she had made an unbelievable decision. What kind of charm does this Su Fan possess? Who is he truly? You retrieved a Qingling pill from your spatial ring and handed it to Su Fan. This is a Qingling pill. As you are currently in the Qi refinement stage, this elixir will be immensely beneficial to you. What? The Qingling pill? Su Fan was astonished. This is the legendary pill that can cleanse bones and marrow, enhancing one's talent and the quality of their spirit root. The renown of the Qingling pill is unmatched across the Xinhuang continent. While ordinary pills can enhance cultivation, heal injuries, and assist in training, very few can directly cleanse bones and marrow, thereby elevating one's innate talent and spirit root. The Qingling pill is one such rarity. This is extraordinarily precious. Even among the true disciples of the Taishan sect, few possess the qualifications to acquire it. To bestow such a valuable treasure upon someone at our first meeting is beyond belief, thought Qin Yuan. Su Fan was equally incredulous. This is far too valuable, senior sister. I truly cannot accept it. Please take it. After much reluctance, Su Fan ultimately accepted the Qingling pill. I will forever remember your great kindness, senior sister. Should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. Su Fan's sincerity further elevated your fondness for him. Did you really give the Qingling pill to him? After Su Fan departed, Qin Yuan inquired, astonished. You replied nonchalantly, this elixir holds no value for me now. It is better to foster a good relationship. But this lad has only just met you, and he has also violated the sect's rules. Qin Yuan expressed his displeasure. I have already mentioned that he is new to the sect and unfamiliar with the regulations. Do not hold it against him. Moreover, the Lanine pill he gifted me is equally precious. Your brow furrowed. But you were not like this before, were you? This boy is so brash. Yet you accepted his gift and let him leave? People change. You maintained your composure. After all, Su Fan is merely a junior disciple who means no harm. As his senior sister, should I not show him a little leniency? Nevertheless, sigh. Very well. Qin Yuan ultimately sighed, refraining from further comment. This 5 elements flower is far too precious. I cannot accept it. You once more presented the flower to Qin Yuan. His expression reflected disbelief. You accepted that boy's gift, yet you refuse mine? You paused, taken aback by the question, struggling to articulate a response, finally stating, this is different. The 5 elements flower is truly invaluable. It is of no consequence. Keep it. In the end, Qin Yuan did not reclaim it. He forced a smile before turning to leave. You watched his retreating figure without bidding farewell. Strangely, after the recent events, you perceived Qin Yuan as rather petty, and your demeanor towards him grew colder. Conversely, your impression of the junior disciple Su Fan became increasingly favorable. This marked your first encounter with Su Fan, as well as the first discord between you and Qin Yuan. The system continued its announcement, yet Nangong Liuli found herself engulfed in confusion. Resembling a statue carved from clay, why had she once accepted things that now felt utterly amiss? Why? Her heart was filled with bewilderment and questions. In the days that followed, everything seemed to return to normal. With one exception, Su Fan would occasionally seek you out to discuss alchemy. You were intrigued and astonished by this young man's talent in the art. Junior disciple, I never imagined your understanding of alchemy to be so profound. Senior sister, you jest. I have merely scratched the surface. I cannot compare to you. Su Fan's bashful demeanor easily endeared him to others. You smiled gently. You are already quite impressive. There is still much to learn from your senior sister. Once again, by chance, you encountered Qin Yuan. Upon sighting Su Fan, Qin Yuan's face hardened as he sternly questioned. What are you doing here? How did you get in? Su Fan appeared visibly flustered. I apologize, senior brother. I came to find senior sister. It was I who invited him, you interjected at that moment. Su Fan was momentarily taken aback, his eyes brimming with gratitude. You? Qin Yuan glanced at you, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, you replied calmly. I find this junior brother's talent in alchemy to be quite extraordinary, hence my invitation for him to engage in a discussion. Talent in alchemy? Qin Yuan cast a disdainful glance at Su Fan. He is merely at the qi refinement stage. What qualifies him to converse with you on such matters? What kind of remark is that? You retorted, displeased. Junior brother Su Fan may hail from humble beginnings and be younger, thus his cultivation is behind ours. But his talent is remarkable, and he possesses a keen intellect and a thirst for knowledge. Were he to have our background, he would undoubtedly surpass us. Furthermore, is there truly a correlation between alchemy and cultivation? Very well, then. You may discuss at your leisure, Qin Yuan scoffed, turning away without further comment. You did not anticipate Qin Yuan's ire and hastily stepped forward to halt him, fixing him with an intense gaze as you quietly inquired, what do you intend to do? Chapter 28. Merely a resemblance. I had no intention of intruding. Since you had guests, it was merely inconvenient for me to disturb you. You too were inexplicably vexed. I have already said that I was merely discussing matters with my junior brother. Why do you have to wear such a gloomy expression? Am I wearing a gloomy expression? Qin Yuan's irritation escalated. Very well, let us consider it my fault. You may continue. I shall take my leave. With that, he departed without a backward glance. Sigh. You wished to call him back, but he had already distanced himself. Observing Qin Yuan's furious silhouette only heightened your agitation. At that moment, a faint voice echoed by your ear. I am sorry, senior sister, for causing you trouble. You turned to see Su Fan, his face etched with guilt. His innocent demeanor tugged at your heartstrings, prompting a gentle smile from you. This matter has nothing to do with you. Do not dwell upon it. Despite your words, Su Fan continued. It is because of my presence here that senior brother Qin has misunderstood. Had I not sneaked away to seek you out, I would not have encountered him. Senior brother Qin has always held a grudge against me. Now, it seems he will dislike me even more. Su Fan offered a wry smile before adding. I must also thank you, senior sister, for coming to my rescue just now. Otherwise, he would have surely sent me to the enforcement hall. It is but a trifling matter. Do not take it to heart. You replied, shaking your head. You came here to find me. If this incident were to lead to your punishment, I would feel uneasy. Senior sister, Su Fan's expression was one of profound gratitude. Thank you. You are truly kind. If you ever need anything in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. There is no need for such formalities, you interjected with a soft smile. Now, let us resume our earlier discussion. Nangong Liuli's complexion had turned pale. The image of herself was so familiar yet so foreign. Su Fan, a novice disciple, so obscure, why did she willingly engage in deep conversation with him? Why had she even deceived Qin Yuan for his sake? Had she lost her mind? Why had she acted in such a manner? These moments, once cherished as beautiful memories, now appeared utterly absurd and laughable. What on earth was transpiring? Such days continued, with Su Fan occasionally seeking you out to discuss cultivation. Sometimes, he provided you with invaluable advice on alchemy, significantly aiding your progress. As your curiosity about him grew, so too did your relationship. One day, Qin Yuan came to find you, only to stumble upon you in the company of Su Fan. His demeanor towards Su Fan was far from amiable, igniting your anger. Ah, senior sister Nangong has guests again. It seems I have come at an inopportune time. Hearing the unmistakable mockery in Qin Yuan's tone only fueled your irritation. Without rising from your seat, you coldly inquired, what brings you here? Nothing of significance. My apologies for the disturbance. With that, Qin Yuan turned to leave once more. Disappointment in Qin Yuan swelled within you. This man, once shrouded in an aura of brilliance, had now revealed himself to be so petty and narrow-minded. I apologize, senior sister, I should not have come. Whenever you are in a melancholic mood, this voice resonates, akin to a gentle spring breeze, soothing your restless heart, and you offer a faint smile and comfort. Do not speak like that. This matter does not concern you. Yet, if I had not come, brother Qin Yuan would not have been so angry, nor would he have caused you distress. Observing the empathetic Su Fan only deepens your feelings of compassion for him. I have said it is not your concern. The issue lies with Qin Yuan. Enough. Do not say more. Let us continue our alchemy. Well, very well. For a considerable time thereafter, Qin Yuan did not seek you out. You found yourself inexplicably agitated, your mind drifting during tasks. One day, you learned that Qin Yuan seemed to be encountering difficulties in his cultivation, and rumors spoke of him being injured. Anxious, you felt a compelling urge to visit him. However, as you stepped outside, you unexpectedly ran into Su Fan. I am sorry. Senior sister, I was unaware that you had business to attend to. I was hoping to discuss new matters with you. I will return now. Su Fan offered an awkward smile before turning to leave. Watching his somewhat dejected figure, your heart stirred with an inexplicable sentiment. Just as he was about to step out the door, you called out to him. Wait, what is it, senior sister? Since you are here, why not sit for a while? I happen to have some questions I would like to ask you. But senior sister, do you not have matters to attend to? It is nothing urgent. I can attend to it later. Then very well. The following day, you finally encountered Qin Yuan once more. He sat alone in his room, his complexion appearing somewhat pallid. What is the matter? Your heart inexplicably ached, but this sensation quickly dissipated. It is nothing. I encountered a minor issue during my breakthrough. Qin Yuan's tone was flat, as if he were still sulking. Be more careful in the future. You wish to comfort him, to explain. Yet despite the multitude of words on the tip of your tongue, for reasons unknown, they simply would not emerge, and your mind inexplicably settled into tranquility. Be more careful in the future. Ultimately, you managed to utter only these few words. A flicker of disappointment crossed Qin Yuan's eyes as he responded with a faint acknowledgement. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. You had initially intended to check on his condition and remain to care for him. But the thought vanished as quickly as it appeared, replaced by a sense of restlessness and discomfort. It felt as though being with Qin Yuan rendered you uneasy. With no lingering sentiment, you turned and departed. From that moment on, you no longer sought out Qin Yuan, nor did he come looking for you. Instead, Su Fan began to visit you with increasing frequency. Gradually, it seemed that Su Fan had supplanted Qin Yuan's role in your heart. However, after a fortnight without Su Fan's visits, an emptiness enveloped you. Upon inquiring, you discovered that Su Fan had sustained an injury during a recent match. Without hesitation, you abandoned the precious elixir you were concocting and hurried to the outer gate to find Su Fan's residence. Su Fan's injuries had significantly improved, though his breath remained somewhat feeble. How could you be so careless? Your tone carried a hint of reproach, yet it was predominantly laced with concern. With a guilty expression, Su Fan replied, I'm sorry, senior sister. I didn't wish to trouble you. You sighed, feeling an overwhelming tenderness for him, and graciously offered the most precious healing elixirs you possessed. I don't need it, senior sister. I'm nearly recovered and won't require these. Take it. You insisted, your voice resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Very well then. Thank you, senior sister. However, the broadcast continued, and Nangong Liuli's face turned ashen. Fragments of past events surged vividly before her eyes. Those experiences she had once regarded as commonplace now appeared utterly absurd. How had she come to embody such a grotesque visage? So wretched that she could scarcely bear to look at herself. Yet, throughout the years, she remained blissfully unaware of her transformation. But beyond the pain and indignation, what consumed her was an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Qin Yuan, the man who had first stirred her heart, a man nearly devoid of flaws, the very individual with whom she could have shared countless intimate conversations. Yet, time and again, she had inflicted harm upon him, gradually pushing him away. No, that was not her true self. It was her adversary, her mortal enemy, merely someone who bore a fleeting resemblance to her. Chapter 29. There is no turning back. Nangong Liuli continually reassured herself, yet her heart ached ever more fiercely. She grieved not only for her own absurd actions, but also for Qin Yuan. However, what was even more terrifying was that this was merely the beginning. The events that would unfold henceforth were the true nightmares, so harrowing that merely recalling them left her breathless. She wished to beseech the system to cease its announcements. She had comprehended everything. She fully understood. She did not wish to be tormented by those dreadful memories. Yet she did not intervene. This was her just punishment. This was the reckoning she deserved. 1 month later, disciples of the Taishan sect ventured forth for their trials. Qin Yuan, you, and Su Fan were among them. During the expedition, Su Fan stumbled upon a treasured artifact, guarded by a spirit beast of the Golden Core stage. Despite Qin Yuan's stern warnings to keep away, Su Fan feigned compliance but disregarded the advice and stealthily approached to seize the treasure. The spirit beast was roused, pursuing Su Fan and inflicting grievous injuries upon him. Upon discovering this, Qin Yuan rushed to his aid, valiantly battling the beast until he managed to drive it away, sustaining severe injuries himself in the process. When others arrived, Su Fan, in a bid to prevent the treasure from being taken. Falsely accused Qin Yuan of attempting to claim it for himself, inciting the wrath of the beast. He claimed he was wounded while rescuing his senior brother, Qin Yuan, rendering Qin Yuan the target of public scorn. Upon regaining consciousness, Qin Yuan desperately explained that it was Su Fan who attempted to seize the treasure. Yet no one believed him. Do you take us for fools? How could a mere foundation-building junior provoke a spirit beast? If not for him, you would already be dead. How can you shamelessly slander him? Does your conscience not ache? Qin Yuan turned to you. Yet you merely replied coldly, Qin Yuan, you have gone too far. I know you have always harbored disdain for Su Fan, but there is no need to defame him so. Nangong Liuli. 3 months later. Rumors spread that Qin Yuan had spied on Qingxue while she bathed. Qin Yuan found himself at a loss for words. No one believed him, including you. Nangong Liuli. From that point onward, your relationship with Qin Yuan gradually grew distant. The once revered senior brother, Qin Yuan, was slowly cast aside, while Su Fan, the junior brother, unexpectedly emerged as the star of the sect. On your 17th birthday, Qin Yuan gifted you a Ziyun stone, saying, "Happy birthday." "Thank you," you replied, your demeanor cool and placid, as though he were a mere stranger. You had changed. Qin Yuan sighed softly. You shook your head slowly. You have changed. Me? Qin Yuan chuckled, offering no further explanation. Qin Yuan, you suddenly spoke. Do you remember your promise? What promise? Do not. Let me down. Qin Yuan fell silent. You gazed at him. You have not fulfilled it. I am sorry. Qin Yuan still offered no extensive explanation, placing the Ziyun stone upon the table, casting one last glance at you before turning to leave. As you watched his receding figure, a profound emptiness enveloped your heart, as if you had lost something of great significance. Senior sister, happy birthday. At that moment, Su Fan appeared before you, presenting a lustrous jade pendant. The pendant, resplendent and shimmering with a radiant glow, displayed a captivating play of colors, exuding an extraordinary aura. This is Xiongjiang Jade? A realization dawned upon you. Xiongjiang Jade is an exceedingly precious treasure of nature, known to nourish the spirit and strengthen the meridians, greatly beneficial for cultivation. Even for her. This jade is a rare gem indeed. Where did you acquire this? You inquired. I purchased it from an auction house. That must have been quite expensive. How extravagant. You were aware that items emerging from such establishments command a steep price. As long as my senior sister likes it, that's all that matters. Thank you. You hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the gift, choosing not to wear it, but to place it back into your spatial ring. A flicker of disappointment crossed Su Fan's eyes, but he quickly masked it. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a piece of purple cloud stone on the table, and his face brightened. Is this purple cloud stone? Senior sister. Where did you get it? It was a gift from someone. You had intended to reveal that it was from Qin Yuan, but the words eluded you. Oh, I see. Su Fan sighed with regret. Your curiosity prompted you to ask, what's wrong? I have been concocting a body-refining elixir, and with this elixir, my physique could be significantly enhanced. So far, I have gathered nearly all the necessary ingredients. I only lack a small amount of purple cloudstone. Just a little would suffice. Unfortunately, I have searched extensively without any leads. I never expected you would possess such a large piece. A clear longing flashed in Su Fan's eyes, yet he chuckled ruefully. Regrettably, this treasure was given to you by someone else. Otherwise, I would have inquired about purchasing some. Su Fan's implication was unmistakable. Had it been any other treasure, you would have readily offered it to him. Yet, with the purple cloudstone, you found yourself hesitating. Observing your indecision, Su Fan gently spoke. Senior sister, who gifted you this purple cloudstone. I wish to inquire if he has more. Qin Yuan. You finally uttered the name. Ah, brother Qin. Su Fan scratched his head, a look of dismay on his face. That's unfortunate. Brother Qin and I have had our differences, so he surely wouldn't share that information with me. Never mind, I'll search on my own. You remained silent. Then, senior sister, I shall take my leave for now. I'll see if I can gather more information about the purple cloudstone. Reluctantly, Su Fan turned and walked away slowly. Watching his retreating figure, your heart wrestled with inner turmoil. Give it to him. It only requires a small amount. And Qin Yuan has already gifted it to me. I have the right to decide. But I cannot give it. Qin Yuan merely left it here. I never agreed to accept it. I should return it to him. This internal struggle persisted for quite some time, yet ultimately, you did not call out to Su Fan. After a considerable time, you silently stored the purple cloudstone within your spatial ring. A month later, Rumors suddenly emerged that 2 treasured artifacts belonging to the sect had gone missing. The entire sect commenced a thorough search, discovering one of the artifacts in Qin Yuan's chamber. Qin Yuan found himself at a loss for words, once again becoming the target of public ire. The allegation seemed to solidify, and a cacophony of accusations ensued. However, no one paused to ponder why someone of Qin Yuan's stature would resort to stealing the sect's treasures, or why he would keep them in his own room rather than a more secure spatial ring. This line of reasoning appeared to be of little consequence. Qin Yuan, you have truly disappointed me. At the trial, you spoke these words to him without a hint of mercy. Your disappointment holds no significance to me. Qin Yuan retorted with a cold smile, defiant and unyielding. You could scarcely believe your ears, unable to reconcile the familiar figure before you with the stranger he had become. Senior sister, please believe me, will you? This shall not happen again. In a moment of nostalgia, you recalled the promises made in years gone by. Yet alas, there was no turning back. It was a path forever lost. Nangong Liuli. Chapter 30. The Collapse of Nangong Liuli. From that moment on, Qin Yuan seemed to have succumbed to a reckless demeanor, his character transformed into one of arrogance, tyranny, jealousy, and coldness. Due to trivial conflicts, he inflicted injuries upon numerous disciples, even openly challenging many elders. 3 months later, as your breakthrough loomed, you found yourself in need of a crucial medicinal herb, mingling grass. Unfortunately, despite an extensive search, your efforts bore no fruit. Rest assured, senior sister, I will surely find the mingling grass for you, Su Fan declared with unwavering conviction, stirring something deep within you. With a gentle smile, you replied, your intentions are appreciated, but such matters are best left to my father and the others. The mingling grass is not easily found. At that moment, you failed to notice a figure quietly retreating at the door. 3 days later, astonishing news swept through the sect. Su Fan had descended the mountain alone, venturing into the Qingxue secret realm, where he successfully acquired the mingling grass. However, on his return journey, he was ambushed, severely injured. He lost the precious herb. Overwhelmed with shock and a tinge of gratitude, you could hardly believe that Su Fan had truly gone and even found it. I'm sorry, senior sister, I failed to bring the mingling grass back for you. It's all right, as long as you're safe, you responded with a warm smile. This little junior truly possessed a remarkable understanding. I will definitely help you retrieve it, he vowed. For now, you should rest well. You dismissed the thought of the mingling grass being recoverable. However, upon returning to your room, you discovered a palm-sized herb resting on your table, exuding a vibrant green hue and emanating an inky luster. Mingling grass. Intrigued yet apprehensive, you approached it cautiously, confirming beyond doubt the identity of the small plant. It was undeniably the mingling grass. Your heart instantly became a tangled mess. After a long moment, you gently closed your eyes. Qin Yuan, did you injure junior brother and seize the mingling grass? Qin Yuan, how could you be so ruthless? Su Fan is your junior brother. How could you steal from him? You are unworthy of being our elder brother. On the judgment platform, Qin Yuan stood at the center, surrounded by furious gazes. Undoubtedly, you were the architect of this turmoil. The moment you received the mingling grass, you already knew who was responsible. Yet, instead of feeling moved, you were consumed by rage. Su Fan had painstakingly brought it back from the Qingxue secret realm, only to be robbed and injured along the way. This thought crystallized in your mind with unwavering certainty. Furious, you confronted Qin Yuan. He remained silent for a moment before calmly inquiring, "You do not believe me? Believe you? What shall I trust you with?" You retorted icily, "Junior brother Su Fan is still gravely injured. How could you be so heartless?" Qin Yuan gazed at you, stating, "What if I said I had obtained the mingling grass first, and Su Fan attempted to seize it from me without knowing his identity, which led to his injury? Would you believe me then?" I believe you." Beyond the frame, Nangong Liuli's anguished cries echoed, her cheeks stained with tears. Yet unable to halt the events that had irrevocably transpired, she resembled a prisoner confined within the walls of a cell, desperately pounding against the bars. Do you not find your words absurd? Disappointment is etched upon your face. You claim to have ventured into the Withered Moon's secret realm. What evidence do you possess? How could Su Fan possibly know? Given Su Fan's prowess, how could he dare to seize anything from you? Qin Yuan, even if you wish to deceive me, could you not fabricate a more plausible excuse? The truth remains, believe it or not, it is irrelevant. Qin Yuan, growing impatient, retorted, I lack evidence. But does Su Fan possess any? What proof is there that he ever laid claim to the nether spirit herb? You were momentarily at a loss. Seemingly devoid of any evidence, yet you persisted in your argument. Junior brother Su Fan is far too innocent to deceive us. Are you implying that I am the one deceiving you? Is it not the case? Thus, you parted ways in discord. Qin Yuan snatched the nether spirit herb from your grasp. An unprecedented fury surged within you. This was the very item that junior brother Su Fan had secured with his life. You yearned to reclaim it, yet the opportunity eluded you. Qin Yuan was simply too formidable. In a fit of rage and humiliation, you lodged a complaint against him with the law enforcement hall. Unsurprisingly, Qin Yuan found himself once more upon the judgment platform. At the conclusion of the scene, Qin Yuan raised the nether spirit herb high above his head and ground it into powder. I have long divulged the truth. Whether you choose to believe it is inconsequential. If you wish for me to surrender the nether spirit herb, you are merely dreaming. Dreaming. That arrogant and indignant voice lingered as the image gradually blurred. The glimmering fragments of the nether spirit herb danced in the air, as if commemorating something. No. I believe you. Nangong Liuli screamed desperately, yet her cries fell on deaf ears. One day prior, Qingxue suddenly went mad, injuring Su Fan and sustaining grave injuries herself. Qin Yuan escorted Qingxue down the cliff of reflection. When you encountered each other again, you were as strangers, your words laced with animosity. Just as Qin Yuan was departing, he clashed once more with his fellow disciples. This time, Qin Yuan showed no sign of yielding, injuring several seniors and severing ties with his master, Lan Yun. You were left utterly despondent. The scene halted at this juncture. Nangong Liuli's face, once radiant, now appeared as pale as parchment, tears cascading down her cheeks. The merciless truth she dared not confront lay starkly before her. Each frame of the unfolding drama pierced her heart like a dagger. Her heart, battered and bruised, felt no pain, or perhaps it had grown numb from the agony. Step by step, she pushed her true love away, ultimately burying it with her own hands. Yet, before all this, she had felt a sense of relief. Why? Why must she be transformed into such a visage, one so alien that she scarcely recognizes herself? If she were to remain in this state indefinitely, it would be preferable. At least it would spare her the anguish she currently endures. But, oh heavens, why must I now be confronted with the truth? How am I to navigate the latter half of my life? How am I to face Qin Yuan? Is this my punishment? If it is indeed a punishment, it is exceedingly cruel, unbearably cruel. Cruel? Is it truly so? If this constitutes cruelty, then what of Qin Yuan? What of all he has endured? In comparison to him, what right have I to speak of cruelty? This is my due, and it remains insufficient. Far from enough. Yet, what relevance does this hold for me? None of this is what I wish to pursue. I believe in him. I do not wish to part from him. But still I did it. I was the one who enacted it. Was I not? I have harmed Qin Yuan. I have inflicted pain upon him. Nangong Liuli's heart lay in ashes, even giving rise to thoughts of relinquishing her life. Death might offer solace. At least it would spare her from confronting the person she cannot face and has no right to confront. But must she truly die? The thought is unbearable. She longs to see him once more. Yet she feels unworthy, utterly unworthy. A tempest of thoughts clashed violently within her mind, and Nangong Liuli felt on the brink of madness. Such a punishment is indeed cruel, unbearably cruel. The host's life experiences have been fully loaded and analyzed. We shall now proceed to the life simulation phase. The system has calculated a simulation of your forthcoming life based on the host's experiences. The content is for reference only. All is subject to actual occurrences. Wait. At that moment, Nangong Liuli suddenly spoke, her once ethereal voice now rendered hoarse and somber. Chapter 31. The Withered Moon Secret Realm. Does the host have any questions? You possess the uncanny ability to perceive everything that transpires within me, even my innermost thoughts. Surely, you are also aware of the events surrounding Qin Yuan. Are you not? Qin Yuan is a figure of profound relevance to the host. The system can be activated. Then, can you enlighten me as to why Qin Yuan clandestinely entered Qingxue's chamber all those years ago? What prompted him to spy on her while she bathed? Who is the true thief of the sex-treasured artifact? How did it come to be found in Qin Yuan's possession? What role did Su Fan play in the incident involving the mingling grass? Furthermore, why did I undergo such a drastic transformation upon encountering Su Fan? Who, indeed, is Su Fan? Nangong Liuli ultimately chose not to pursue self-understanding. Her heart was burdened with countless uncertainties, an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Ever since her fateful encounter with Su Fan, her experiences had taken on an unmistakably bizarre quality. No, it was not merely her own journey that appeared peculiar. It was as if all were shrouded in enigma. What should be straightforward inquiries remained unexamined by anyone. A single utterance from Su Fan could effortlessly instill unwavering belief in all. Why is this so? Who, exactly, is Su Fan? All inquiries from the host pertain to designated visual playback. This feature requires a certain amount of system currency. Currently, the system is newly bound, granting the host one complimentary viewing privilege. Please select the content to be played. Nangong Liuli inquired. May I select all? The free viewing option permits only one selection. All others are fee-based. Yet, I currently possess no system currency. Ding given the host's commendable credit status. This system has specially enabled an advance payment feature. Is the host in urgent need of system currency, but lacking options for borrowing? Utilize the advance payment. The system's advance payment offers minimal interest, substantial limits, rapid disbursement, and a quality guarantee. The host deserves this. Given the host's current favorable credit status, a high-limit advance payment is available. Advance payment limit, 10,000 system currency. Repayment term, 1 year. Repayment methods, 1. Equal principal and interest, 2. Interest first, then principal. Nangong Liuli was momentarily bewildered, but soon comprehended the implication. In other words, I can view first and pay later. The host may indeed consider it so. System currency can be acquired through subsequent tasks, which will subsequently be deducted directly from the host's account. Very well, please answer all my questions. Without hesitation, Nangong Liuli acquiesced. The truth was paramount to her, more crucial than her very life. Purchase successful. Designated content is now playing. As the images unfolded in her mind, Nangong Liuli beheld the scene she was fervently eager to uncover. In Qingxue's chamber, Qin Yuan stood by the bedside, murmuring softly. Qingxue's current state is unstable. If this continues, it will jeopardize her foundation. A solution must be devised. Apologies, Qingxue. In the next moment, Qin Yuan placed his hand atop Qingxue's head, channeling his own primordial vitality, gradually infusing it into her. Qingxue's complexion began to take on a rosy hue. After half an hour, Qin Yuan ceased his actions, his face now pale, murmuring to himself, this should improve her condition significantly, though it will require further sessions. I am sorry, Qingxue, but I cannot disclose this matter to you. Should my family learn of it, that would undoubtedly cause you trouble. The scene abruptly ended. Tears glimmered in Nangong Liuli's eyes, her lips curving into a faint smile. The second scene soon unfolded. Qingxue was in seclusion when her aura suddenly became chaotic. Not long after, Qin Yuan appeared in the corner of the frame. Qingxue is in a perilous state. I must guard her. After a moment of investigation, he retreated into the shadows to observe. Fortunately, the crisis passed without incident, though Qingxue was drenched in sweat. She began to shed her garments, preparing to cleanse herself. Qin Yuan smiled gently and turned to leave quietly. Who goes there? At that moment, a furious roar shattered the tranquility. Several figures rushed up from the mountainside. Among them several stewards of considerable strength, surrounding Qin Yuan with no means of escape. Qin Yuan, why are you here? One steward squinted suspiciously. What brings you to Qingxue's quarters at this late hour? Qin Yuan found himself momentarily speechless. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Qingxue. Her frosty gaze fixed upon Qin Yuan, radiating disappointment and anger. Qingxue. What transpired next became common knowledge. Qin Yuan was labeled a voyeur, and the informant was none other than Su Fan. The scene shifted to the treasure vault of the Taishan sect, gradually revealing a furtive figure stealthily entering the vault, unnoticed by the guarding elder. Soon, the figure emerged and swiftly made their way to the back mountain, pausing momentarily before retrieving 2 stolen treasures from their spatial ring, one a plate, the other a jade orb, precisely the items the sect had lost. As the scene drew closer, the figure's face finally came into view. Su Fan, though his identity had been surmised, witnessing it firsthand left Nangong Liuli astounded. An outer disciple at the foundation stage, and yet he managed to pilfer treasures right beneath the nose of an elder in the nascent soul stage. What sorcery is this? The scene then displayed Su Fan's sinister smile. Qin Yuan, this time I shall ensure you find no rest in death. Sister Qingxue belongs to me, and so does Sister Liuli. No one can take them away. His cold visage and vengeful gaze stood in stark contrast to the gentle and pure demeanor of the Su Fan she once knew. For several fleeting moments, she could scarcely believe this was the same person. A chill coursed through Nangong Liuli. How could she have been so close to such a person? It is astonishing to consider that one might perceive such an individual as innocent, kind-hearted, and incapable of deceit. As anticipated, the subsequent scene unfolds with Su Fan stealthily infiltrating Qin Yuan's residence, placing the jade orb within the confines of a cabinet. He then quietly departs, carrying the jade plate with him. The scene shifts once more, revealing a dimly lit space where a dark crimson moon hangs ominously in the sky, as chilling as frost. The entire landscape lies desolate and forlorn, reminiscent of an ancient battlefield. This is the secret realm of the withered moon. Chapter 32. I am unworthy. Truly unworthy. Nangong Liuli instantly recognized the scene before her. The withered moon's secret realm, a renowned forbidden area spanning 1,000,000 miles. Suddenly, a piercing roar shattered the tranquility of the vast expanse, causing the very earth to tremble. In the next moment, an enormous creature came thundering forth, resembling a beast that was neither horse nor anything else, standing dozens of yards tall, its robust limbs akin to colossal pillars, its ebony fur seemingly clad in battle armor. As this behemoth charged forward, it stirred up tumultuous waves that cascaded like a mountain collapsing. Even through the imagery, it exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. At that moment, Nangong Liuli discerned a figure fleeing swiftly before the giant beast. Qin Yuan. Though the silhouette was somewhat indistinct, she recognized him at once. Qin Yuan. Indeed, it was Qin Yuan. Her heart tightened with apprehension. Before long, Qin Yuan was struck by the residual force of the creature, blood spilling from his lips. Yet he did not succumb. Instead, he fled with even greater urgency. The beast roared again, unleashing a gust towards Qin Yuan. Caught off guard, he was hit once more, blood gushing forth. Damn it! Qin Yuan's complexion paled as he realized the creature was closing in, rendering escape increasingly futile. Desperate measures, I have no choice. A final gamble. Gritting his teeth, Qin Yuan retrieved a talisman from his spatial ring. The outcome hinged on this singular moment. After a brief hesitation, he ignited the talisman and hurled it towards the rampaging beast. Concurrently, he dashed in the opposite direction with utmost speed. A thunderous explosion erupted, a mushroom cloud rising into the sky. Torrential flames engulfed the colossal creature. However, the explosion's shockwave was so intense that it propelled Qin Yuan like a cannonball, hurtling him away. He tumbled a full 100 miles before crashing to the ground, teetering on the brink of consciousness. The explosion failed to inflict significant damage on the beast. Instead, it enraged it further. It roared once more, charging towards him. Gasping for breath, Qin Yuan gritted his teeth and struggled to his feet. No, I cannot fall. Liuli needs this nether spirit grass. I must bring it back. As the monstrous creature bore down on him again, Qin Yuan summoned the last of his strength. Just as the beast was about to strike, he leaped from the withered moon's secret realm. Phew, I am safe. Qin Yuan lay on the ground, panting heavily, his eyes filled with the joy of having survived a harrowing ordeal. After a brief respite, he retrieved the nether spirit grass from his spatial ring, unable to suppress his ire. For this trivial thing, I nearly lost my life, truly not worth it. Cough, cough. Just then, a black streak of sword energy descended upon Qin Yuan. His combat instincts were sharp. He evaded at once, coldly glancing in the direction from which it came. Who is it? A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, without uttering a single word, and once again launched an attack at Qin Yuan. Swift as the wind, the figure, though only at the foundational stage, executed intricate moves with formidable energy. In stark contrast, Qin Yuan, grievously injured, could barely muster a fraction of his strength, coming perilously close to being struck by the shadowy assailant on multiple occasions. Yet, Qin Yuan's prowess proved overwhelming. At last, he seized an opportunity and struck the figure squarely in the chest with his palm. A gasp escaped the figure as it was severely wounded, hastily retreating. Qin Yuan, too, could not withstand the toll, coughing up blood, his aura growing increasingly feeble. Nevertheless, he dared not linger, limping away with great effort. His frail silhouette resembled that of a struggling elder clinging to life. Nangong Liuli remained silent, her gaze vacant as she stared into the void, tears cascading down her cheeks like precious pearls. Fool, such a fool. I am not worthy. Truly, I am unworthy. Her voice trembled, her tears soaking her face. Since the awakening of the system, she had been acutely aware that the soul-devouring grass would undoubtedly fall into Qin Yuan's hands. Su Fan was the true villain seeking to usurp Qin Yuan. She also fully understood the perilous nature of the withered moon's secret realm. The quest for the soul-devouring grass was far from straightforward. Yet, witnessing Qin Yuan's harrowing ordeal pierced her heart like a dagger. The relentless images of his near-fatal injuries cut through her soul mercilessly. For her sake, he had nearly perished in the withered moon's secret realm. But what of her actions at that time? She had treated him with disdain. She had berated him harshly. Ultimately, she had sent him to the judgment platform. Despite having disappointed him so profoundly, their relationship had grown as distant as that of strangers. Why was he still willing to do so much for her? She was undeserving, truly unworthy. Do you not believe in me either? I believe in you. It was only then that she realized how absurd her regret was, how powerless, how shameless. She was not even worthy of regret. She truly did not deserve it. Just as despair enveloped Nangong Liuli, a vision appeared once more in her mind. Chapter 33, Spirit Herb or Banquet Herb. The scene reveals a quaint little building, nestled amidst lush greenery, exuding an air of freshness and tranquility. Before the entrance of this edifice stands a solitary figure, clad in a blue brocade robe, with a tall and graceful stature and an exquisitely handsome face, devoid of any blemish. It is none other than Qin Yuan. Behind him, there is a middle-aged man, a protector known to Nangong Liuli. At this moment, Qin Yuan stands with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression oscillating between light and shadow. The ancient moon elixir formula. What an intriguing formula. I almost fell into your trap. Fortunately, I identified the issue in time. Had Liuli ingested this spirit herb, it would have resulted in dire consequences. Nangong Liuli is jolted with astonishment. The ancient moon elixir formula is a treasured tome that she has diligently researched, chronicling various precious elixirs. The triad Liuli elixir, essential for her breakthrough into the golden core stage, is one of the elixirs documented within. The spirit herb is one of the 3 crucial ingredients needed for the triad Liuli elixir. Could there be a flaw in this formula? As Nangong Liuli grapples with her doubts, she hears the middle-aged man inquire, "Young master, what exactly is wrong with this spirit herb?" Qin Yuan replies slowly. The triad Liuli elixir requires 3 treasures: the heavenly treasure, the earthly treasure, and the human treasure. The heavenly treasure is the cloud fruit. The earthly treasure is the stone immortal. As for the human treasure, it should logically relate to humanity. Yet, this spirit herb is an object of extreme Yin, completely unrelated to the human treasure. That is why I urged you to hasten to our family and consult great-grandfather. The 13th ancestor was renowned as a master alchemist in his time. He surely would have detected the anomaly. Of course, Qin Yuan continues, according to great-grandfather, the human treasure for the triad Liuli elixir should be the banquet herb. The banquet herb? The middle-aged man expresses his confusion. Are you referring to the extraordinary elixir that can enhance meridian flow, transform physique, and reshape spiritual roots? Precisely, Qin Yuan nods thoughtfully. The banquet herb naturally resonates with spiritual energy, thriving only in locations of exceptionally dense spiritual essence. Upon consumption, the human body will instinctively attune to the natural laws of the universe, exponentially increasing the absorption and circulation of spiritual energy. In areas where spiritual energy is even moderately rich, it behaves as if it has been invited to a grand banquet, actively gravitating towards the user and swirling around them. At its zenith, it manifests in magnificent phenomena. Grasses grow lush, birds sing, flowers bloom, auspicious clouds swirl, and radiant colors abound, as if spiritual energy is celebrating a grand festivity. This is why ancient scholars referred to it as the banquet herb. It is precisely due to the banquet herb's inherent affinity with the essence of the world and humanity that it is designated as the human treasure. This formula is so ancient that, after many transcriptions, descendants mistakenly replaced the character for banquet with spirit. Now it makes sense. Such an explanation is coherent, the middle-aged man realizes. Bowing in respect, "You are truly remarkable, young master. To uncover the flaw in such an ancient formula is no small feat, it was merely instinct." Qin Yuan sighs. Fortunately, the discovery was timely. Otherwise, if the soul-devouring herb were to be consumed, Liuli would face the complete destruction of her cultivation at best, or death at worst. The middle-aged man hesitated and remarked, "However, the ancient moon pill formula is a treasure of the Taishan sect. If you claim this formula is flawed, they may not believe you. Moreover, you have already given the soul-devouring herb to Miss Liuli, and considering your current relationship with her, alongside her obsession with achieving the golden core stage, it would be quite difficult for her to part with it, wouldn't it? Then we must seize it and destroy it. In any case, she must not be allowed to consume it," Qin Yuan declared with unwavering resolve. "This, young master, forgive me for speaking candidly, but you are already deeply misunderstood by the Taishan sect, and your relationship with Miss Liuli has significantly deteriorated. If you proceed in this manner, you might completely alienate her, and the Taishan sect will undoubtedly create further trouble for you." "What of it?" Qin Yuan replied coolly. "I am already perceived as the villain in everyone's eyes. Whether I commit more misdeeds or fewer makes little difference. At the very least, if I can save a life, then I shall consider it a way to accumulate some merit for myself. Very well, the man conceded. As the scene came to a halt, silence, utter silence, a deathly stillness enveloped the atmosphere. Nangong Liuli sat motionless upon the ground, her complexion ashen, resembling a true statue carved from clay. After an unknown duration, she slowly lifted her head. The once graceful and serene light in her eyes had vanished, replaced by an expression of lifelessness. Yet, deep within this numbness lay an unsettling chill, akin to the eternal ice atop a snow-capped mountain. She began to speak. Her once melodious and elegant voice now transformed into a cold, mechanical tone, deep and hoarse. Tell me, who exactly is Su Fan? This question can be answered once the host completes the life simulation. That is unnecessary. Nangong Liuli shook her head. Tell me, who exactly is Su Fan? The system fell silent for a moment before responding once more. Do you have any regrets in your life? Regrets? Nangong Liuli managed a bitter smile. There are far too many, far too heavy, burdens that my life cannot bear. Regrets can be rectified. That is the very purpose of the system's existence. I shall do so now. And what happens afterward? Nangong Liuli remained silent for a moment, her expression devoid of any visible emotion. I will use my life to atone. The system believes that the host's actions do not constitute rectification or atonement, but rather avoidance. Nangong Liuli spoke in a daze. Perhaps, but this is all I can do. No, there are better ways for you to amend the past regrets. Amend? Nangong Liuli painfully closed her eyes. Do I still have that qualification? The host may choose to evade, but everything you have done that has caused others pain will forever remain. Do you wish to continue allowing those who love you, and whom you love, to suffer throughout their lives due to your mistakes? Nangong Liuli's figure trembled as she silently lowered her head. Having erred, one must acknowledge it. When faced with regret, one ought to seek to amend it. Evading responsibility is the most feeble and selfish of actions. Yet, what am I to do? How should I proceed? Nangong Liuli's voice quivered with anguish, interspersed with a hint of yearning. The only course available to her now was to eliminate Su Fan. As for Qin Yuan, she found herself devoid of the courage to confront him. After completing the life simulation, the host will receive all answers. Life simulation? Yet another life simulation? After a brief moment of hesitation, Nangong Liuli bit her crimson lip. Very well, let it commence. Chapter 34, Life Simulation. The life simulation for the host has commenced. Important notice. This simulation primarily revolves around the host's life, focusing on significant milestones and pivotal events that the host has participated in, along with important individuals. Should the host wish to observe events led by other characters, additional system currency will be required. Simulation begins during this period. Su Fan resided within the apothecary hall. Due to Su Fan's immense popularity, the elder of the hall provided him with the finest medicinal treatments, allowing his injuries to heal swiftly. However, he chose to remain, drawing close to you. Concerned for his well-being, you refrained from voicing any objections. 7 days later, Qin Yuan appeared to have been attacked at the Cliff of Reflection, pursued by his assailants who fled to Su Fan's dwelling, where they were fortuitously discovered by disciples of the law enforcement hall. Qin Yuan claimed he had been assassinated and chased the murderer to this location. But no one believed him. Upon your arrival, witnessing Su Fan injured once more, you immediately reprimanded Qin Yuan. You have gone too far. Oh, so you agree? Then how do you wish to punish me? Come at me. Qin Yuan laughed heartily, his previous warmth replaced by anger and resentment. He was once again imprisoned at the Cliff of Reflection. A month later, you participated in the alchemy competition held by the 6 major sects, accompanied by Su Fan and Qin Yuan. Due to your beauty and talent, you caught the eye of the Saint Son of Haotian sect, who pursued you fervently. Qin Yuan secretly confronted the Saint Son, resulting in a conflict. Upon your arrival, you coldly stated, "My affairs are none of your concern." The alchemy competition commenced, and you, Su Fan, and Qin Yuan quickly distinguished yourselves. In the finals, the 3 of you remained the foremost competitors, poised to claim the top 3 positions. Yet, at a critical moment, Qin Yuan's furnace exploded. Ultimately, Su Fan secured first place, and you claimed second. Qin Yuan accused Su Fan of sabotage, but no one believed his claims. Your disdain for Qin Yuan deepened. Upon returning to the sect, the Saint Son of Haotian sect came to propose marriage. The Haotian sect was significantly more powerful than the Taishan sect, and your father was inclined to agree to the union, yet you firmly declined. In the end, Su Fan stood forth, challenging the Saint Sun. Ultimately, the Saint Sun was defeated by Su Fan and left in humiliation. Another month passed, and the conflict between Gu Qingxue and Qin Yuan escalated, leading Gu Qingxue to propose the dissolution of their engagement. Qin Yuan was unwilling, at which point Su Fan intervened. A fierce battle ensued between Qin Yuan and Su Fan, culminating in Su Fan's victory. Qin Yuan left the Taishan sect in bitterness. After departing from the Taishan sect, Qin Yuan joined the Demon Spirit sect. 3 months later, during the grand competition of the 6 sects, the two of you crossed paths once more. By then, Qin Yuan had become an enemy of the Taishan sect, and the disciples harbored a burning desire to eliminate him. However, the current disciples of the Taishan sect were no match for him. This ancient tomb is mine. You may leave. Qin Yuan's domineering words incited the ire of the Taishan sect disciples. Let us unite and slay him. In the end, everyone surged forward, while you remained at the rear of the crowd, ultimately refraining from intervening. Qin Yuan swiftly vanquished the disciples of the Taishan sect and disdainfully remarked, "A bunch of useless fools." Observing your injured companions, you could no longer contain yourself and stood in opposition to Qin Yuan. "What? Do you wish to take action as well?" he taunted. You remained silent, your expression icy. "Leave with your people, or do not blame me for being impolite." You replied stoically, "The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. Do not persist in your ignorance. Get lost," was the sole response you received. The first skirmish between you erupted. Naturally, you were no match for Qin Yuan and were soon defeated. However, he refrained from inflicting harm upon you, merely stopping short of serious injury. "Leave. Do not trespass on my territory. If you have the capability, kill me." Your face was resolute. "Kill you? I wouldn't want to soil my sword," Qin Yuan sneered. "Begone." Just then, Su Fan arrived. When enemies meet, their eyes blaze with animosity. The two immediately engaged in battle. At this moment, Qin Yuan was no longer a match for Su Fan and was swiftly overpowered. "Well done, you have triumphed," Qin Yuan said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, before turning silently to depart. "Senior sister, are you unharmed?" Su Fan inquired with concern. You chuckled softly. "I'm fine." Under Su Fan's guidance, you entered the ancient tomb occupied by Qin Yuan. However, the dangers within far exceeded your expectations, and your group suffered significant losses. Even you, Su Fan, and Gu Qingxue sustained injuries, while ordinary disciples experienced over half casualties. Ultimately, Su Fan obtained a legacy from within, while the rest of you returned empty-handed. Yet genuinely happy for Su Fan's success, you offered him your heartfelt congratulations. Subsequently, you explored other sites of inheritance, during which you encountered the disciples of the Haotian sect once more. Once again, it was a case of enemies meeting, igniting fierce animosity. A bloody battle ensued, and ultimately, the Taishan sect, under Su Fan's leadership, managed to achieve a hard-fought victory. After the trial in the secret realm concluded, the holy son of the Haotian sect sought to abduct you forcefully. You were rendered unconscious. In a critical moment, a shadow appeared, blocking the assailants from the Haotian sect. Qin Yuan. It is Qin Yuan. Upon the emergence of the figure in the scene, Nangong Liuli was overwhelmed with emotion and tears streamed down her face. How could she not recognize that silhouette? Chapter 35. The Cataclysm returns. After thwarting the assassins of the Haotian sect, this figure, though gravely injured, still managed to carry you back and lay you gently upon the bed, before quietly departing. As you opened your eyes, the first sight that greeted you was Su Fan's concerned gaze. "Sister, are you all right? Did you save me?" you inquired, your voice laced with gratitude. Su Fan paused for a moment, a flicker of regret crossing his features. "I apologize, sister. It was my negligence that nearly placed you in peril." Your heart was stirred. "Thank you." Upon returning to the Taishan sect, the Haotian sect had already come to demand accountability. The Taishan sect, incapable of standing up to their might, felt both anger and helplessness in the face of such unjust accusations. The sole objective of the Haotian sect was you. Your father wavered. It was at this moment that Su Fan stepped forward, boldly confronting the Haotian sect. His popularity among the disciples rallied a significant portion of them to respond in unison. The Taishan sect was irrevocably thrust onto a path of no return. "Do not worry, sister. I can handle this. Trust me." Faced with such a formidable adversary, Su Fan exhibited no trace of fear, his spirit undaunted. You nodded, a smile gracing your lips. A month later, news reverberated throughout the eastern region of the Xianling continent. The holy son of the Haotian sect had been slain. You immediately sought out Su Fan. "Was it you?" You asked. He confirmed it with a nod. A sigh escaped your lips, anxiety gripped your heart, yet it was overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Revenge came swiftly. Merely 7 days later, the Haotian sect, in alliance with the demon spirit sect, launched an assault on the Taishan sect. Thus, the Taishan sect, which had endured for over 10 millennia, was obliterated. Within your heart, a storm of emotions raged. The survivors were few, and you were fortunate to be among them. Your guardian led you to a secluded village in the hills, where you would live in obscurity. Half a year later, Su Fan resurfaced. Yet he did not come to find you. Following the destruction of the Taishan sect, Qin Yuan forcibly took Qingxue, intending to marry her. At the wedding ceremony, Su Fan made a dramatic entrance, defeating Qin Yuan and whisking Qingxue away. From that moment on, the two vanished from public view. Qingxue was taken to the sacred Yo pool, while Su Fan ventured westward across the Xianling continent to hone his skills. 3 years later, Su Fan returned as a conqueror, vanquishing both the Haotian sect and the demon spirit sect, as well as annihilating the entire Qin family. You were reunited once more. However, Qin Yuan had survived against all odds, yet he had succumbed to the path of darkness. Your paths crossed again a decade later. Amidst a grand assembly in the eastern region of Xianwang, you encountered each other on the battlefield of martial prowess. You narrowly lost to Qin Yuan, who in turn was defeated by Su Fan. In the millennia that followed, Qin Yuan relentlessly sought vengeance against Su Fan, yet he was perpetually thwarted. Throughout this tumultuous journey, you occasionally crossed paths. On one occasion, Su Fan found himself in dire straits, pursued by an insurmountable foe, and was forced to flee alone. In the midst of imminent destruction, Qin Yuan appeared, intervening to halt the carnage and rescuing you from peril. However, throughout the entire process, he did not cast a glance in your direction. You were settled in a secure location, and Qin Yuan departed once more. Nangong Liuli. 2,900 years later, Su Fan and Qin Yuan faced off in a final battle. This time, Qin Yuan gained the upper hand. At the critical moment of striking down Su Fan, you and Qingxue stood in front of him, causing Qin Yuan to hesitate. Seizing the opportunity, Su Fan launched a surprise attack and killed Qin Yuan. 3,000 years later, Su Fan successfully attained enlightenment and ascended to immortality. 5,000 years later, a colossal hand blotted out the sky, crushing the Xianling continent into dust, and you, along with all living beings, turned to ashes. This immense hand belonged to Su Fan's adversary, as he had offended an unspeakable entity in the realm of immortals. 5 million years later, Su Fan finally triumphed over this formidable foe. Time passed swiftly, and 5 million years of carefree existence in the immortal realm, surrounded by countless wives and concubines, caused Su Fan to forget the people of the Xianling continent. You and the entire continent were irrevocably reduced to mere ashes beneath the wheels of history. Your life's simulation concludes here. You must have already discerned the answers to your questions. Su Fan is the favored child of this realm, the protagonist destined by fate. You are the embodiment of fortune in his life. Qin Yuan, on the other hand, is the antagonist in Su Fan's journey. Everything is the arrangement of the heavens. As the system's announcement came to an end, Nangong Liuli remained silent for an extended period. The once crystalline depths of her eyes now reflected only emptiness, as she sat motionless on the ground, devoid of any vitality. After a long while, she let out a sorrowful laugh. So it is. Destiny. What a grand concept of destiny. To fulfill the aspirations of one, must the lives of all others be sacrificed? Is this the essence of fate? Clearly, both she and Qin Yuan could have led lives of perfection and happiness. Clearly, she had the opportunity to be forever with the one she cherished. Yet, it was this so-called destiny that tore them apart. It was this so-called fate that obliterated her persona, her very soul, leaving behind only a hollow shell. It was this so-called destiny that forced a remarkably talented protagonist to descend into darkness. And it was this so-called fate that could wantonly lead countless lives to ruin. Destiny. What a grand concept of destiny. The heavenly path has lost its way and is unworthy of being called a heavenly path. Nangong Liuli's expression grew despondent, her vacant gaze fixed upon the heavens. Thunder rumbled, as if the celestial realm had been provoked. A deafening roar reverberated across the sky, and dark clouds surged forth, enveloping the entire Taishan sect. What is this? Are you angry? Nangong Liuli revealed a mocking smile. Will you also experience indignation? But what right do you have to be angry? You are unworthy of being called heaven, and even less so of being deemed a path. Another thunderous clap resounded. Stronger than before, as dozens of thunderous dragons entwined and spiraled, threatening to tear the heavens asunder. My heavens, who has dared to provoke the wrath of the divine? The Taishan sect has always held a profound reverence for heaven and earth. Why then does the Almighty seem to target us? Within and beyond the Taishan sect, all formidable beings are filled with astonishment. This marks the second occasion in a mere 3 days. What heinous acts has the Taishan sect committed to invoke such divine retribution? Yet, as the crowd seethes with indignation, the impending thunderclouds in the heavens abruptly dissipate. In just a few breaths, they vanish without a trace. Ding, please remain calm, esteemed host. Your current cultivation level is still too low to contend with the way of heaven. This system has graciously shielded you once for free. However, should you provoke the way of heaven or any supreme existence again, the system's intervention will require the expenditure of system currency. Is it you who have dispelled the calamity? Nangong Liuli opens her eyes, her gaze shimmering with astonishment. I am the system, an omnipotent entity. These are merely trifling maneuvers. Chapter 36, Reclaiming Lost Love. Nangong Liuli's heart was shaken to its core. That was the heavenly tribulation, a punishment decreed by the heavenly Tao. Even true immortals could not hope to withstand it. The moment the heavenly tribulation manifested, she had relinquished all hope of survival. Yet, unexpectedly, this entity, known as the system, effortlessly dispelled it. System, what exactly are you? I am the system, an omnipotent system. Omnipotent, you say? Nangong Liuli murmured. Can you help me eliminate Su Fan? Certainly. And can you assist me in altering Qin Yuan's fate? Of course. Is that truly the case? Nangong Liuli's eyes sparkled with surprise. I have stated, I am the system, an omnipotent system. Then, what must I do? Nangong Liuli inquired, suppressing her excitement. Ever since she learned that Su Fan was the destined one, despair had nearly consumed her. The chosen ones are invincible, for they are the heralds of the heavenly Tao. However, the system's formidable power ignited a glimmer of hope within her. This system is the perfect life system, with the primary function of allowing the host to mend regrets and live a flawless life. The system has already nullified the influence of the heavenly Tao on the host, restoring rationality. So long as the host adheres to the system's directives and successfully rewrites life experiences to rectify regrets, rewards will be bestowed by the system. Ding system task updated, reclaiming lost love. Character context. Due to the influence of the heavenly Tao, the host and their beloved have drifted apart. Now, upon awakening the system, the prodigal returns, vowing to reclaim lost love and redeem the one they cherish. You are now aware of the future, and to avert impending tragedy, you must strive with all your might. It is hoped that the host can fulfill their desires and ultimately walk towards a blissful life with their beloved. The perfect life system is at your service. Friendly reminder, the host is currently aware of the fate pollution, but others are not, including Qin Yuan. Therefore, should the host wish to alter everything and reclaim their lover, the path will be fraught with difficulty. The host is encouraged to persevere. No problem at all. In that case, it is absolutely feasible. A smile finally blossomed on Nangong Liuli's face. Regardless of what this entity known as the system might be, it appeared to harbor no malice towards her. It was striving to assist her, now that she was free from the influence of the heavenly Tao. With the formidable support of the system, mending past regrets and altering the forthcoming tragedy was not beyond the realm of possibility. Qin Yuan, the pain I have inflicted upon you, I shall spend the remainder of my life to atone for. I will prostrate myself at your feet in repentance until you forgive me. 2 tears cascaded down Nangong Liuli's cheeks, and her once clear gaze sharpened with resolve. And, Su Fan. With that, she retrieved the jade pendant gifted by Su Fan from her spatial ring, gazing at it quietly for a moment, before her delicate hand exerted pressure, reducing it to mere powder. The powder from the jade pendant danced in the wind, sparkling like stars, casting a bewitching yet eerie glow upon the exquisite visage of Nangong Liuli. Su Fan, I shall subject you to the utmost, most despairing, and frightful torment of this world. Ultimately, you shall perish in this supreme agony. Alas, how dreadfully mundane. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan reclined upon the cliff of reflection, his hands clasped behind his head, casually crossing his legs, with a blade of grass, its origin unknown, nestled between his lips. He lay at the very pinnacle of the cliff, where the violent winds were at their most ferocious. Even a formidable being in the nascent soul stage would be rendered unrecognizable by the onslaught of the tempestuous gales after prolonged exposure. Yet, Qin Yuan, a mere 4th level of the golden core stage, lay there with nonchalance, impervious to the raging winds that could not inflict the slightest harm upon him. He awaited Su Fan's impending ambush, reminding himself to temper his aura. Otherwise, even a slight rebound of his pressure could very well extinguish this lad's life. Qin Yuan indulged in self-pity. At times, the overwhelming strength of an antagonist could prove to be a burdensome affair. The cycle of reincarnation spanning 99 lifetimes, albeit commencing anew with each iteration, did not erase his memories. The wealth of experiences, insights, and understanding accumulated across those 99 lives remained intact. He vividly recalled even the nuances of cultivation, alchemical formulations, and the intricate arts of crafting and refining. In those lifetimes, he had donned various roles: a sycophant, a farmer, a Taoist, a martial master, and even excelled as a weaponsmith, formation master, and alchemist. He had traversed the myriad paths of existence. Moreover, in numerous instances, he had ascended to the pinnacle of humanity, attaining the great ascension and tribulation stages. Such a rich tapestry of life experiences accompanied him into this final existence. Hence, in matters of cultivation, alchemy, crafting, formations, and talismans, anything within the realm of immortal cultivation, there was not that he could not master. Each discipline he approached was executed at the level of a grand master. Consequently, in this life, he required little effort to achieve the heights he desired. Although his current cultivation was at the golden core stage, it far surpassed the ordinary nascent soul stage in strength. This was a result of his deliberate suppression. Otherwise, he would have long since broken through to the transformation stage. Qin Yuan found himself somewhat troubled by the unfolding narrative. Su Fan had yet to establish his foundation. Should he inadvertently doze off during the upcoming ambush, allowing even a sliver of his aura to escape, it would likely spell doom for this young man, despite his status as the destined child. At times, Qin Yuan could not help but suspect that the system, by not purging his memories and insights during reincarnation, was deliberately augmenting the challenges he faced. Just as Qin Yuan relished the invigorating gusts at the cliff of reflection, Su Fan lay upon the sickbed in the medicine hall. Moments later, the door creaked open, and Nangong Liuli entered, bearing a bowl of medicinal soup. Clad in a light azure robe, with a soft blue silk sash cinched at her waist, her flawless countenance bore a tranquil gaze like a crystal-clear spring, exuding an ethereal elegance that remained unblemished. "Sister." Su Fan immediately smiled and sat up. Nangong Liuli returned her gentle smile and handed him the bowl of medicine, saying, "Junior brother, it is time to take your medicine." For some inexplicable reason, Su Fan felt that there was something amiss about his sister's smile, yet he dismissed the thought and promptly accepted the bowl, downing the concoction in one gulp. Afterward, he placed the bowl aside and said with a smile, "Thank you, sister. Yes, make sure to rest well. You have sustained severe injuries and should stay here for a while to avoid any lasting repercussions," Nangong Liuli advised. "All right, I will heed sister's words," Su Fan nodded repeatedly, eager to comply. "Then you should rest. I have matters to attend to." "Okay." As he watched the graceful figure of Nangong Liuli depart, a flicker of fervor ignited in Su Fan's eyes. "Sister Liuli, you belong to me, and no one can take you away." Beyond the door, Nangong Liuli gazed into the distance, a slight smile gracing her lips. "After a few more doses, your limbs will be rendered useless, and your cultivation will be in ruins, leaving you incapable of ambushing Qin Yuan." Chapter 37. Gu Qingxue's plans. The span of 3 days felt interminable for Qin Yuan, yet for Su Fan, it was a time of bliss. His senior sister diligently prepared medicinal concoctions for him daily, inquiring about his well-being, asking if he felt any discomfort or if his limbs were tingling. Such attentiveness had been absent in the past. This indicated a significant advancement in their relationship. If this continued, the prospect of winning her affection was tantalizingly close. However, a few minor concerns lingered. "Senior sister, why do I feel a certain fatigue in my limbs recently? The flow of my spiritual energy seems less smooth than before. Is this a normal occurrence?" Nangong Liuli smiled gently. "There is nothing to worry about. It is a normal reaction. With continued use of the medicine, you will notice improvement." "Oh, that is reassuring. Thank you, senior sister. I appreciate your efforts." After Nangong Liuli departed, Su Fan received a voice from Fei Yin within his mind. "Have you noticed that this woman's gaze towards you has changed recently?" "What do you mean?" "I think it's quite pleasant." "Master, you are being overly cautious." Su Fan was momentarily taken aback by the question. "I cannot articulate it precisely, but I have a feeling." "You should remain vigilant," Fei Yin advised. "Moreover, you must have observed that your recovery this time is unusually slow." Under normal circumstances, with your constitution, you would have healed significantly by now. Yet, you struggle even to walk, and the circulation of your spiritual energy has become increasingly sluggish. Do you consider this normal? Are you suggesting that senior sister Liuli is harming me? That there is something amiss with the medicine she provides? Su Fan chuckled and shook his head. You worry too much. Both of us are not novices when it comes to the art of alchemy. If there were truly a problem with the medicine, even if I failed to notice, you would surely perceive a difference. The remedies she has given me are specifically for healing and clearly devoid of toxicity. The reason for my slow recovery has been explained. She is methodically nurturing me, eliminating the remnants of old ailments. Do you trust this woman so completely? Fei Yin inquired after a moment of silence. I have faith in her, and even more so in my own judgment, Su Fan replied, a confident smile illuminating his face. The woman he admired could never wish him harm. Regardless, exercise caution, Fei Yin concluded, offering no further comments. Rest assured, master. I am mindful of my actions. Su Fan nodded, falling into contemplative silence once more. Qin Yuan, allow yourself a few more days of comfort. Once I have fully recovered, I shall show you my true colors. As for the upcoming Bouda trial, do not harbor any expectations. In his mind he envisioned a cunning plan to stealthily ascend to the thought reflection cliff, lure Qin Yuan down, and orchestrate a frame-up. The imminent Bouda trial was of utmost importance. And if his formidable adversary were unable to participate, Su Fan's chances of success in seizing treasures would increase significantly. Though Qin Yuan has ascended to the cliff of reflection, there remains a high likelihood that he will be released at the onset of the trial. Therefore, it is imperative to fabricate another charge against him, ensuring his participation remains impossible. Meanwhile, Nangong Liuli is occupied with her tasks, and Qingxue is equally engaged. Qingxue has gleaned from the system that in the coming days, Su Fan is likely to employ some trickery to lure Qin Yuan down from the cliff. Despite being gravely injured by her own hand and currently recuperating in the pharmacy, Su Fan will undoubtedly make an attempt in this regard, and the time frame will be brief. She must thwart Su Fan's plans. However, how? Qingxue finds herself in a predicament. Initially, she contemplated launching a surprise attack on Su Fan to render him incapable of action. Yet, following their fallout, she no longer has the opportunity to approach him. Consequently, her only option is to covertly monitor Su Fan while devising a strategy. After much effort, she finally discovers a breakthrough. Observing Nangong Liuli depart from Su Fan's sick room, a faint smile graces Qingxue's lips. It is you. Based on her observations, Nangong Liuli visits Su Fan twice daily to deliver medicine. This medicine is the crux of her plan. Though she cannot approach Su Fan directly, she can get close to his medication. Seizing the moment when Nangong Liuli is distracted, she can poison Su Fan's medicine. If she can incapacitate him, he will be unable to frame Qin Yuan during this critical period. Splendid. She resolves to proceed with this plan and begins to contemplate the method of execution. While this endeavor may appear straightforward, its execution proves to be quite challenging. Firstly, both Su Fan and Nangong Liuli are prodigies in the realm of medicinal elixirs. A common poison would be easily discernible to them. Secondly, given her current status as Su Fan's adversary, approaching Nangong Liuli poses a significant obstacle. The first issue is manageable. She possesses a peculiar and profound poison, one she brought from her family for self-defense but had yet to utilize. This occasion presents the perfect opportunity. The poison is colorless and odorless, undetectable even by adept alchemists at the nascent soul stage. Moreover, it exhibits extreme inertia, producing no reaction with other substances, making it undetectable when mixed into the medicine. However, once ingested, it will sever meridians and cripple spiritual roots, perfect for Su Fan. The pivotal challenge now lies in the second point: how to bypass the guards and approach Nangong Liuli. After a moment of contemplation, an idea strikes her. She rummages through her spatial ring and soon produces a palm-sized jade talisman inscribed with 3 characters: Concealment Talisman. The Concealment Talisman allows the user to mask their presence and form, rendering them undetectable to those below the nascent soul stage. Su Fan, I owe you my gratitude. A peculiar smile curls Qingxue's lips as she gazes at the talisman, for it was a gift from Su Fan himself, purportedly for her protection. Though she had never taken it seriously, little did she know it would become indispensable now. Qingxue surmised that not long ago, Su Fan had employed the elusive charm to pilfer treasures from the treasure pavilion, evading the scrutiny of the elders. The reliability of this treasure was beyond doubt. An eye for an eye? It could be considered a fitting use of the means at hand. That afternoon, as Nangong Liuli prepared to concoct medicine, Qingxue set her plan into motion. After activating the elusive charm, she seemed to vanish into thin air, her presence undetectable. She adeptly navigated through layers of guards and arrived at the location where Nangong Liuli was preparing her herbal ingredients. Seizing the moment while Nangong Liuli was preoccupied, she discreetly added the poison she had meticulously prepared into the simmering concoction. The bubbling brew swiftly enveloped the powdered toxin, betraying no signs of foul play. Before long, the potion was complete, and Nangong Liuli carried it to Su Fan's chamber. Qingxue followed at a distance, her heart finally at ease when she witnessed Su Fan consume the potion in one gulp, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. The performance was about to commence. Chapter 38. The Immortal's Dilemma. Ah, sister, I cannot move. The next morning, a piercing scream reverberated throughout the medicinal hall. Nangong Liuli hurried to Su Fan's room, only to find him lying in bed, his face pale with terror. Sister, why can't I move? What is happening? Nangong Liuli's eyes widened in astonishment. This shouldn't be happening. To ensure safety, she had administered a smaller dosage, which was supposed to render him incapacitated only after 7 days. Do not panic. Let me examine you first, she reassured him, stepping closer. After a mere glance, Nangong Liuli's expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? What is it, sister? Is there a problem? Su Fan's heart raced with increasing dread as he observed her reaction. What is happening? Why all the commotion so early in the morning? Are we not allowed to sleep? At that moment, an aged voice broke through the tension. An elderly man in a black robe, visibly annoyed, entered the room. He was the elder of the medicinal hall. Elder, I cannot move. Please, help me understand what is wrong. Cannot move? That is impossible. The elder's demeanor sharpened as he rushed to check Su Fan's pulse. Upon doing so, his expression morphed into one of alarm. How could this happen? What is it, elder? What is wrong with me? Please, tell me. Su Fan cried out in desperation. The elder sighed deeply, his gaze laden with complexity as he looked at Su Fan. You are irreparably damaged. What? Su Fan irreparably damaged? On the cliff of reflection. Upon hearing Qin Ming's report, Qin Yuan instantly sat up from the stone bed. Who told you this? Is the information reliable? Reliable, very reliable. After gulping down a few mouthfuls of water, Qin Ming paused to catch his breath before continuing. It happened early this morning. Su Fan was recuperating well in the medicinal hall, but upon waking, he discovered his meridian severed, his spiritual roots withered, and his limbs paralyzed, rendered utterly incapacitated. Now, the entire sect is in a frenzy. Qin Yuan was taken aback. How could this be? The script provided by the system did not include such a plot point. What was unfolding here? System, what is going on? He inquired again. Beep, the script provided by the system is a task the host must complete. Any unforeseen events that arise are considered normal and must be rectified by the host. Another such response. Qin Yuan sighed. This complicates matters, according to the system's requirements. Su Fan was supposed to ascend the mountain tonight to lure him away from the cliff of reflection. Now that Su Fan is incapacitated, how could the plot possibly progress? What troubles you, young master? Su Fan is incapacitated. Should you not be pleased? Qin Ming, observing the fluctuations in Qin Yuan's expression, could not help but inquire. Indeed, pleased. Pleased. Qin Yuan forced a smile, though it was far from genuine. The unfolding events were anything but smooth, and the repercussions that followed could be catastrophic. Has anyone uncovered who harmed Su Fan? Qin Ming replied earnestly, currently, all evidence points to Nangong Liuli. She has been responsible for Su Fan's treatment, and all the medications he has taken during this period were provided by her. Nangong Liuli. That seems improbable. Qin Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Shouldn't she have a good relationship with Su Fan by now? It was a sentiment shared by many. Sister Nangong was beautiful and kind-hearted, a friend to Su Fan, with no apparent motive for such an act. Yet, apart from Sister Nangong, no one else had the opportunity to strike. Qin Yuan fell into deep contemplation. In his view, the only person capable of such a deed appeared to be Qingxue. After all, this woman had begun to diverge from the storyline and was becoming uncontrollable. However, Qingxue was currently incarcerated, leaving her without the means to act. Could it be that Nangong Liuli was privy to something more? A wave of foreboding surged within Qin Yuan. Dealing with Qingxue was already a headache. The addition of Nangong Liuli would surely complicate matters further. This must be clarified. The narrative cannot be disrupted. We must find a way to steer it back on course. The crux of this plot revolves around framing and luring me down the mountain. Just like last time. If Su Fan doesn't come, I shall descend myself. If Su Fan is incapacitated, I will find a way to heal him. no matter what. The storyline must remain intact. Qin Ming, accompany me down the mountain. Qin Yuan resolved firmly. Young master, have you finally made up your mind? Qin Ming, instead of feeling anxious, displayed a look of excitement. I have long maintained that the so-called rules of the Taishian sect are irrelevant. Do as you please. Go wherever you wish. With your status, who dares to punish you? Alas, you are simply too principled and too sentimental. Enough of the chatter. Come with me down the mountain. Qin Yuan interrupted Qin Ming's incessant prattle and leaped down the mountainside. The disciples guarding the mountain, seeing this, dared not obstruct him and could only report the matter to the elders above. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan had already left the cliff of reflection and arrived at the entrance of the apothecary hall. Inside the apothecary hall, chaos reigned. Numerous disciples and elders surrounded Su Fan's bedside, fervently discussing the situation. Junior brother, hold on, you must hang in there. We are all working to ensure your recovery. Yes, junior brother, stay strong. You will certainly heal. Lin Xianyuan and the other disciples were filled with sorrow, offering comfort to Su Fan while expressing their anger. Sister Liuli, what on earth is happening? How could junior brother, who has been under your watch, suddenly end up in this state? I do not know, Nangong Liuli replied, shaking her head lightly. Lin Xuanyuan's fury intensified. You don't know? Aside from your interactions with the junior disciple, who else might be involved? Can you truly assert that this matter bears no relation to you? I have stated that this has not harmed Su Fan. Such an occurrence was entirely unforeseen by me. The elders have examined the medication Su Fan consumed and found no traces of poison whatsoever. If you continue to slander me, do not blame me for disregarding our camaraderie. After all, Nangong Liuli is the daughter of the sect leader, and despite the suspicions surrounding Su Fan's circumstances, there is no concrete evidence, leaving no one daring to take action against her. In the face of Lin Xianyuan's accusations, Nangong Liuli remained unyielding. Her expression was grave, her gaze icy, momentarily unsettling Lin Xianyuan. Feeling somewhat guilty under her scrutiny, Lin Xianyuan bit her silver teeth and stammered, "But it was you who kept a watchful eye on the junior disciple." "Enough, Xianyuan, cease your words," Lan Yun interjected, casting a glance at Su Fan, silently sighing before shifting her attention to Nangong Liuli, her eyes betraying a hint of complexity. Fanner and Liuli have always shared a strong bond. I cannot believe Liuli would harm Fanner. We must gradually investigate who has inflicted harm upon him. Our immediate priority is to stabilize Fanner's condition and find a remedy. Alas, the chief elder of the medicinal hall sighed. Having practiced medicine for many years, I have treated innumerable complex ailments. Yet, the poison afflicting this disciple is unlike anything I have encountered before. It is colorless and tasteless, eluding detection, yet it gnaws at his body like a relentless parasite. We, the elder practitioners, have already attempted numerous remedies, but none have proven effective against this toxin. The poison continues to spread, and without timely treatment, I fear. No, it cannot be. It simply cannot. Lin Xianyuan was the first to voice her despair, pleading with the elder. Elder, you must find a solution. You can surely heal the junior disciple. The elder sighed, shaking his head in silence. A somber stillness enveloped the room, each face etched with sorrow. It cannot be. It cannot be. Su Fan lay on the bed, his complexion pale, murmuring in disbelief, unable to comprehend the ordeal he was enduring. Everything had seemed fine. The medication he had taken posed no issues. How had he arrived at such a predicament? Since being rendered immobile, he and Master Fian had sought solutions, yet thus far, none had been found. Master, did you not claim to be an immortal in your former life? How can you lack the means to treat this poison? If it were in my former life, it would have been possible. However, now I possess only a remnant of my soul, with most memories lost. Fian's tone was tinged with helplessness. Su Fan's spirits plummeted to a nadir. Having weathered countless storms, could it be that he would truly falter here? How infuriating. The sense of helplessness was unbearable. I cannot succumb to despair. I must gather my resolve and devise a plan. I have yet to ascend the celestial path, and I have not yet won the affection of senior sisters Qingxue and Liuli. There are countless beauties in this world awaiting my presence. I cannot simply perish. Absolutely not. Yet, what should I do? The mere thought of my current predicament causes a wave of despondency to wash over me. As I lie in bed, rendered powerless, my countenance ashen, a fleeting smile of satisfaction flickers in the calm, indifferent depths of Nangong Liuli's eyes. Su Fan, this is merely the beginning. In the future, you shall endure pain 100-fold greater than what you currently experience. Nangong Liuli is taken aback by Su Fan's condition, aware of his exceptional talent for alchemy. She had exercised utmost caution in administering poison, selecting a particularly insidious substance, with each dosage meticulously measured to avoid detection. According to her calculations, it would take at least 5 days for him to be completely incapacitated. Yet, to her astonishment, he appeared in such a state so early this morning. Not only was he paralyzed, but his meridians were severed, and even his spiritual roots were damaged. He seemed to be on the brink of death. This was far beyond the expected effects of the poison she had used, unless he had been subjected to another toxin. However, during this time, Su Fan had only consumed the medicine she provided, and no one else had the opportunity to administer poison. Nangong Liuli found herself utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, she would not accept blame. When the elder from the apothecary hall held her accountable, she vehemently denied any wrongdoing. She must remain patient, concealing herself in the shadows as much as possible. After awakening her system, she had contemplated eliminating Su Fan on numerous occasions, yearning to return to Qin Yuan's side. Yet reason cautioned her against such actions. Su Fan is the child of fate, far too resilient to be easily dispatched. If she were to sever ties with him as Qingxue had, any future attempts on his life would be rendered impossible. Presently, she is yet to act, has not atoned for her sins, and lacks the right to confront Qin Yuan. What she must do now is to undermine Su Fan's opportunities before her true intentions are revealed. Although her involvement in his poisoning casts suspicion upon her, her years of accumulated virtue, coupled with Su Fan's trust in her, would likely allow her to clear her name if she firmly denies any wrongdoing. This would grant her another chance to strike. As for whether Su Fan will die this time, she harbors no concern. He is the child of fate, far too difficult to extinguish. Despite his current state of decay, he will ultimately experience a resurgence. The child of destiny, the harbinger of fate, is inherently unreasonable. Yet there is an advantage to this. It means she can act against Su Fan without any reservations. For no matter how cruel the methods employed, he will not perish. Thus, she can torment him slowly, untroubled by the fear of granting him a swift demise. Chapter 39. The Unexpected Guest. Elder Xian, could you please think of another way? You have seen Fodder's talent and comprehension. It is indisputable that he is the most outstanding among the younger generation of the Taishan sect. Such an exceptional prodigy must not be allowed to fall. Lanyan urgently implored the elder of the medicine hall once more. Lin Xianer also continued her heartfelt pleas. Indeed, elders, your vast powers should surely be able to save junior brother Su Fan. He is the hope for the future of Taishan's sect. You must save him. However, the elders shook their heads repeatedly, expressing their helplessness. What if we were to request the Grand Elder to try? Suddenly, one elder suggested. No. The chief elder immediately waved his hand. The Grand Elder is in his twilight years, currently relying on seclusion to prolong his life. If he is awakened, his remaining lifespan will diminish significantly. The sect must never disturb the Grand Elder during times of life and death. Furthermore, even if the Grand Elder intervenes, there is no guarantee he can heal him. The hopes that had just been kindled were instantly extinguished, and sorrowful sighs filled the air. Yet, some remained unconvinced. What if we still sought the Grand Elder's assistance? We cannot simply watch our junior brother perish like this, can we? At the very least, we should try. Yes, our junior brother is indeed the future of Taishan's sect. Should he fall, the future of the sect would be lost. I believe we have reached a critical juncture of life and death. Elder, please seek the Grand Elder. I am certain that upon learning of the situation, he would willingly take action. Su Fan as comrades continued to refuse to give up, each one pleading earnestly. The elder of the medicine hall grew furious. Absurd. The Grand Elder is the most vital asset of our Taishan sect. How could he be so easily disturbed? Not only would a young disciple like him lack the qualifications to summon the Grand Elder, but even I, or the sect leader in a critical state, would not have the right to do so. This matter must not be mentioned again. Otherwise, do not blame me for driving you away. With the medicine hall elder's outburst, despite their unwillingness, the others dared not utter another word. Lin Xianer's face turned pale, tears wetting her cheeks. Elder Xian, is there truly no way? Lanyan slowly closed her eyes. If his condition were even slightly better, we could send him to the Yaoqi sacred land. With the methods of the Yaoqi sacred land, they could surely heal him. Unfortunately, the Yaoqi sacred land is far away, and given his current state, we likely won't make it in time. A heavy silence enveloped the group, each face marked with sorrow. Su Fan's mood gradually darkened, his previous confidence fading away. Damn. Could it be that I am truly destined to die here? Su Fan, I am curious to see how you will survive this time. In a corner room of the medicine hall, Qingxue quietly gazed out the window. A perfect arc gracing her lips. Everything is proceeding more smoothly than anticipated. I wonder how Su Fan will manage to survive this time. I am quite looking forward to it. Nangong Liuli felt a flicker of doubt within her. Could it be that Su Fan was truly on the brink of death? Thus far, there was no sign of hope for Su Fan's survival. Just then, a frivolous voice broke the tense atmosphere. A young man, resplendent in exquisite attire and strikingly handsome, sauntered into view. It was Qin Yuan. The crowd gasped in astonishment, hardly expecting his presence here. You rebellious disciple. Weren't you punished to reflect upon the wall of regret? How dare you leave without permission? Lan Yun's expression turned icy upon seeing Qin Yuan. Just days prior, this rebellious disciple had openly defied her, nearly tarnishing her reputation. Now, the urge to slap him was almost overwhelming. Qin Yuan. The others wore various expressions. Those disciples previously injured by Qin Yuan displayed anger, yet remained silent. Among the remaining disciples, many bore subtle disdain in their gazes, loyal followers of Su Fan. However, a significant number wore expressions of curiosity, wondering what brought Qin Yuan to this place. Qin Yuan. Su Fan had not anticipated Qin Yuan's arrival, feeling a mix of despair and confusion. As she beheld Qin Yuan suddenly appear before her, Nangong Liuli's complexion gradually paled. She bit her silver teeth, inhaling sharply, forcing herself not to cry, though her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. In the mere span of 3 days, it felt as if an eternity had passed. She wished to avert her gaze, to avoid looking at Qin Yuan. She did not want to lose her composure. Yet, she found herself unable to resist. She longed to gaze at him, to look upon him with unrestrained yearning, to behold the beloved whom she had pushed away. For her, this was the pinnacle of happiness. In that moment, it seemed Qin Yuan sensed her gaze and turned his eyes toward her. Their eyes met. Nangong Liuli felt her soul quiver, hastily averting her gaze. She could not endure it. She lacked the courage and the right to meet Qin Yuan's gaze. This woman is undoubtedly troubled. Just a single glance. Merely a fleeting look. In that instant, Qin Yuan formed a judgment in his heart. In his numerous lifetimes, he had encountered multitudes, and few could conceal their true selves in his presence. Although it was just a glance, and despite Nangong Liuli quickly masking her emotions, he discerned a complex turmoil within her demeanor. This emotion was akin to the way Qingxue gazed at him. From this, he could surmise that Nangong Liuli was likely also in distress. Qin Yuan discreetly withdrew his thoughts, his playful gaze sweeping across the crowd. Growing somewhat bored during his time at the Wall of Regret, he had decided to come down for a stroll. Upon witnessing the lively scene here, he felt compelled to join in. Lan Yun furiously retorted, "You rebellious disciple. What kind of place is the Wall of Regret? Is it somewhere you can come and go as you please? Do you not regard the rules or the sect? All right, I acknowledge my fault," he replied with a nonchalant demeanor. "I merely came down to have a little fun. Once I'm done, I'll return. Please, take a break and stop placing blame on me," Qin Yuan said lazily, waving his hand dismissively. "The outside world claims that Su Fan is beyond help. I am merely curious to see the situation for myself." Lan Yun wished to reprimand him, but Qin Yuan deftly redirected the conversation, leaving her with no outlet for her frustration, which only intensified her ire. "This matter is none of your concern. Return to the cliff of reflection at once." "None of my concern? Are you certain?" Qin Yuan inquired, fixing his gaze upon her. Lan Yun replied icily, "Absolutely certain. Leave this place immediately. You are not welcome here." "Very well. If I am unwelcome, I shall take my leave," Qin Yuan retorted with a light scoff, stretching lazily as he made his way towards the exit, muttering to himself as he walked. "I initially came to save Su Fan. Having heard that you were unable to assist him, since you do not require my help, then so be it." His voice was soft yet distinctly audible to all present. "Wait." Just as Qin Yuan was about to cross the threshold, Lan Yun called out to him. "What is it?" He turned back. Lan Yun narrowed her eyes and said, "Are you implying that you can treat Su Fan?" Chapter 40. Qin Yuan's request. "Certainly, it is possible. However, it seems you no longer require my assistance. So I shall take my leave," Qin Yuan declared, waving his hand dismissively before turning to depart once more. Observing the retreating figure of Qin Yuan, Lan Yun hesitated for a moment, ultimately calling out to him again. "Wait. What further command do you have, Elder 5? Could you not convey everything at once?" Qin Yuan replied impatiently. Suppressing her ire, Lan Yun inquired once more, "Are you aware of the poison afflicting Su Fan? The elders of the medicinal hall are at their wits' end. On what grounds do you assert that you can cure him?" She fixed her gaze upon Qin Yuan, demanding an answer. "I do not know," it is of little consequence. Regardless of the poison, I am capable of curing it, Qin Yuan remarked with a playful smile. What? Do you truly expect me to believe that Elder 5 desires my assistance in treating your cherished disciple? Lan Yun wavered. Su Fan's condition had deteriorated to an alarming extent, and the elders were powerless to intervene. If there were even a sliver of hope, it would be worth exploring. But can Qin Yuan truly accomplish this? Master, you must not trust him. He has no knowledge of healing. You are aware of the conflict between him and junior brother. He surely harbors ill intentions. At this moment, Lin Xian'er and several disciples approached, their expressions filled with suspicion as they regarded Qin Yuan. In the corner, Nangong Liuli was enveloped in confusion. How could Qin Yuan, a sworn enemy of Su Fan, now willingly extend his hand to assist? What was his true motive? Lan Yun pondered for a moment before looking at Qin Yuan again. What is your proposed method of treatment? Can you guarantee Su Fan's recovery? The elders of the medicinal hall also turned their attention toward Qin Yuan, intrigued by his response. I make no guarantees, and the specifics of my method are not for disclosure, Qin Yuan stated nonchalantly. You. Lan Yun struggled to contain her anger. How am I to trust you under such circumstances? Believe it or not, it matters not to me, Qin Yuan replied, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. In any case, I assert that I can heal him. Thus, I shall. After a moment of silence, Lan Yun spoke. If you truly possess the means to treat Su Fan, I implore you to lend your assistance. Master, this is unacceptable. Lin Xian'er was the first to voice her opposition. Do you not realize who Qin Yuan is? How could you allow him to treat junior brother? This would be detrimental. Indeed, Master, this cannot be permitted, echoed the other disciples, all expressing their dissent. Lan Yun sighed. Yet you see the current predicament. We must not abandon even the slightest glimmer of hope. Otherwise, what alternatives do you propose? A heavy silence fell over the group, for they understood this truth all too well. Lin Xian'er continued to protest, but Master, Qin Yuan lacks any medical expertise. Even if we were to attempt something, it cannot be under his guidance. This is not hope, it is despair. And what do you suggest we do? Lan Yun asked, turning her gaze toward Lin Xian'er, who lowered her head in silence. Lan Yun then addressed the other disciples. And what of you? Do you possess any solutions? The others exchanged glances, silent and skeptical. I understand your disbelief in Qin Yuan, but given the current state of Fan Earth, we must not abandon hope, even if there exists a slim chance for salvation. Moreover, the esteemed elders of the medicine hall are present. Should he attempt any deceit, it will surely be uncovered. This explanation garnered a modicum of trust from the gathered crowd. Lan Yun turned her gaze towards Qin Yuan. If you truly possess a solution, then do attempt it. I hope your words are not mere fabrications. Qin Yuan chuckled coldly, bypassing Lan Yun as he strode toward the exit of the medicine hall. Lan Yun, momentarily taken aback, quickly obstructed his path once more. Are you not here to heal Fanner? Where are you off to now? You expect me to heal him just because you say so? What do you take me for? I have no desire to treat him any longer. You. Lan Yun's expression darkened instantaneously. Qin Yuan, are you mocking me? You assert your capabilities, yet I refuse to treat him now. Su Fan is your junior. How can you stand idly by in his time of need? I shall indeed stand by. What can you do about it? Qin Yuan maintained a calm demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips. You ungrateful disciple. How outrageous. Lan Yun trembled with anger, nearly ready to strike. Lin Xian'er, unable to bear the scene, interjected. Master, perhaps we should let this go. Clearly, Qin Yuan is incapable of healing him and is merely sowing discord. Indeed, Master, please calm down. It is unnecessary to engage with such a person. Qin Yuan, you should leave. You are not welcome here. The disciples cast furious glances at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan, do you genuinely possess a method to treat Su Fan? One of the elders from the medicine hall stepped forward, scrutinizing Qin Yuan earnestly. Of course, Qin Yuan did not regard the elders with disdain. They were all esteemed figures, and he had no significant conflicts with them in the original narrative. Elder Xian inquired once more, how do you intend to proceed with the treatment? The method of treatment is a closely guarded secret of the Qin family, and I cannot disclose it. The elders need only to trust that I can heal this young man. Qin Yuan maintained an air of superiority, and the elders bore no offense, recognizing his prestigious lineage. Hearing this, Lan Yun and the others felt a flicker of belief ignite within them. The Qin family is indeed of royal descent from the Dongling dynasty. Their methods should genuinely be capable of curing Su Fan. If that is the case, perhaps it is worth allowing Qin Yuan a chance. Elder Xian pondered for a moment before speaking. Since you assert you possess a solution, we invite you to proceed. I'm aware of the grievances between you and Su Fan, yet your presence today indicates a desire to save him. The fifth elder and the other disciples were merely flustered in their concern. It would be prudent not to hold that against them. The elder's words were tactful, providing a way out for both parties. However, Qin Yuan had no intention of acquiescing so easily. Within the confines of the narrative, he was more than willing to teach these little imps a lesson. I sincerely apologize, Elder Xian. As you have just witnessed, Elder Wu and these disciples have not been particularly cordial towards me. Therefore, I have decided against aiding Su Fan in his treatment. Lan Yun and her companions were immediately incensed once more. The group exchanged glances, remembering how Qin Yuan had indeed been targeted upon his arrival. Had they known he was there to assist, they would have refrained from uttering such words. However, in moments like this, one must not lose face. Thus, they persisted in their remarks. We merely spoke a few words against you. How can you be so petty? Very well, we concede our mistakes. We should not have spoken ill of you. Please, treat our junior disciple at once. Our personal matters should not involve him. Hurry and attend to his treatment. If anything were to happen to him, you would surely carry that guilt for a lifetime, wouldn't you? Enough. Silence. Elder Xian could no longer tolerate the spectacle and sternly admonished them. Are you all fools? Is this how one seeks assistance? Once the commotion subsided, he turned to Qin Yuan and inquired, what must you have in order to lend your aid? To assist? That is not out of the question. Qin Yuan mused for a moment before responding. Lan Yun furrowed her brow, gazing at Qin Yuan. What is it that you desire? For me to take action? It is quite simple. You must fulfill two conditions, Qin Yuan replied, his gaze sweeping over the group before settling on Lan Yun, a mischievous smirk gracing his lips. First, all of you, the fellow disciples of Su Fan, along with your esteemed master, must kneel and bow 3 times, exclaiming loudly, I was wrong. Grandfather Qin Yuan, please forgive me. Second, once I revive Su Fan, he must acknowledge me as his godfather. Only then will I consider sparing this lad's life. Chapter 41. Is this what it means to be a fellow disciple? Impossible. Qin Yuan, you must not go too far. Anger surged among the crowd. They understood that Qin Yuan's demands would not be trivial, yet they were taken aback by the sheer audacity of his request. Particularly, Lan Yun was nearly beside herself with rage. This was once her beloved disciple. To demand that she kneel was nothing short of absurd. Qin Yuan, do you have no respect for our sect, no regard for your elders? Are you truly willing to tread this path into darkness? Lan Yun's voice trembled as she struggled to suppress the fury boiling within her. Lying on the sickbed, Su Fan's eyes flickered with resentment. How dare Qin Yuan humiliate him so? He was already on a path to ruin. Nangong Liuli blinked, a faint smile gracing her lips. So it is. She had known all along that Qin Yuan would not genuinely save Su Fan. To provoke such ire from this group was, in itself, a form of satisfaction. The elders exchanged glances. Having reached this stage, it was now an internal matter of their sect, and they felt it inappropriate to intervene, silently praying for the young man. Su Fan. In the face of their reproaches, Qin Yuan merely smiled softly. What? Do you find this excessive? Very well, then, let us drop the matter. Qin Yuan. What on earth do you intend to do? Lan Yun's gaze was icy, seemingly laced with murderous intent. I do not wish to perform theatrics. My demands have been clearly stated. If you cannot fulfill them, then our agreement is null and void. Qin Yuan shrugged, a smile lingering on his face. The rumors outside say that the fifth elder dotes on his disciples as if they were his own children, and that his disciples are like siblings. A bond that others in the sect envy. Today, your beloved disciple is on the brink of death, and there exists a chance to save him, yet all it requires is a bow and an apology, and you refuse? It seems the familial warmth of the fifth elder's teachings is not as harmonious as the tales suggest. Do not incite discord. The bond we share within our sect cannot be swayed by your trifling words. Lan Yun retorted angrily. You were once my disciple. You have already stated once. But that is no longer the case, Qin Yuan interrupted. In summary, I have presented 2 reasons. If you agree, I shall grant the salvation. If not, I shall withhold it. It is as simple as that. The crowd seethed with indignation, yet found themselves at a loss for words. Qin Yuan stood resolute, impervious to reason, leaving no room for negotiation. Master, what shall we do? Lin Xianer asked in a sorrowful whisper. Immediately, a male disciple bellowed. What can we do? Are we truly to bow to this scoundrel? Unthinkable. I absolutely cannot comply. Will you simply watch as the junior disciple meets his end? Were you not once close to him? Now you refuse even to humble yourself for his sake? Fourth senior brother, I never imagined you to be such a person. Lin Xin'er quickly countered. I. The fourth senior brother was rendered speechless, his heart seething with frustration. So, are you implying that you are willing? Very well, then take the lead. Lin Xin'er's expression stiffened, and she silently lowered her head. Do not overestimate your significance in the hearts of others. When faced with a choice that demands immense sacrifice, even beloved friends and brothers may not regard you with the importance you assume. I believe it is best to abandon this notion. Qin Yuan's demands are excessively unreasonable. Do you truly intend to kneel and beg for forgiveness? Even if you are willing. Would the others concur? Let us hypothetically consider that we complied. Do not forget his second condition. Do you genuinely believe the junior brother would acknowledge him as a godfather? I share your sentiments. Even if we are agreeable, the junior brother will undoubtedly refuse. His fiery disposition would never allow him to concede. Moreover, Qin Yuan has already stated that it is merely a consideration. You are aware of such individuals. What if he were to renege? Would we not suffer humiliation in vain? Furthermore, even if he is willing to heal, there is no guarantee of success. I think it is best to let this matter rest. As the opinions of the crowd began to sway, Su Fan, lying on the sickbed, felt an overwhelming urge to curse. How can you presume to know my unwillingness? It is not your life that is at stake. For the sake of your so-called dignity and face, are you willing to disregard my very existence? Such is the nature of our sect. We feign intimacy in daily life, yet when the moment of truth arrives, this is the countenance you present, consumed by rage. Su Fan suddenly coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. Junior brother. The crowd hastily returned to Su Fan's side, each face etched with anxiety. How are you, junior brother? Are you all right? After examining him, the elder from the pharmacy wore an even graver expression. The root cause is deteriorating, and vital energy is leaking. He cannot last much longer. The crowd's faces were filled with sorrow. Qin Yuan, do you truly intend to stand by and watch him perish? Lanyan glared at Qin Yuan once more. Yet Qin Yuan remained impassive. If you agree to the conditions I proposed earlier, I shall save him. If not, I shall not. It is as simple as that. How many more times must I repeat myself? The crowd, filled with rage, found themselves at a loss for words. Qin Yuan's stance was too inflexible, leaving no room for negotiation. Is there truly no possibility for discussion or alternative terms? No. Silence enveloped everyone. Alas, perhaps this is simply Su Fan's fate. After a long pause, Lanyan sighed deeply and slowly closed her eyes. Lin Xin'er and the others broke into tears, lamenting. Wowa, forgive us, junior brother, we are powerless, we cannot save you. Junior brother, you see. It is not that we are unwilling to assist you, but rather that Qin Yuan's demands are exceedingly unreasonable. Even if we were to acquiesce, you would undoubtedly refuse. Junior brother, we have exerted ourselves to the utmost. If you must assign blame, let it be directed towards Qin Yuan. Wretched. A pack of wretches. Fools. Su Fan was on the verge of fainting from rage. Would this group, for the sake of their own pride, watch him perish before their eyes? Is my life not of value? Though his breath was weak and he could scarcely speak, he summoned the strength to utter a sound. I am willing. Wait. Everyone please be quiet. Elder Xian detected Su Fan's distress and immediately halted the performance of the crowd. Lanyan hastened to approach, her tone soft and gentle. Fanner, what is it you wish to convey? There is no rush. Take your time. Your teacher is listening. I am willing. I agree. What? Fanner, what do you mean by willing? I am willing to accept Qin Yuan's conditions. A moment of silence enveloped the scene. It grew awkward. Lanyan, Lin Xin'er, and the others exchanged glances, astonished that Su Fan would indeed acquiesce. Wasn't Su Fan known for his indomitable spirit? How could he endure such an outrageous demand? But now the dilemma arose. Su Fan had agreed. What were they to do? Were they truly to kneel before Qin Yuan? If they did not kneel, it would mean they had indirectly condemned Su Fan to death. Yet, if they chose to kneel, they would lose all semblance of dignity. Fanner, what did you say? The master did not comprehend. Please repeat yourself. Lanyan, troubled in her heart, could only feign ignorance. I said, I am willing to accept Qin Yuan's conditions. Chapter 42, The Resilient Su Fan. It was initially presumed that Su Fan would be rendered speechless. Yet unexpectedly, he summoned an unexpected resolve, his voice resonating clearly in the ears of all present. The complexion of Lanyan darkened entirely. The elders wore expressions that suggested they were eager spectators of the unfolding drama. Indeed, a true man must possess the capacity to endure and to rise again. Qin Yuan nodded with a smirk, then continued, regrettably, Your agreement holds little weight. You have just heard that your master and fellow disciples have not consented. It seems they are not particularly inclined to rescue you. Qin Yuan, this is my affair. Do not involve my master and the others. Su Fan, demonstrating his intelligence and strategic retreat, spoke with a voice barely above a whisper. I agree to your terms. Please assist me in my healing. Would you? Fanner, little junior brother. The onlookers felt a mix of shame and emotion. Su Fan truly exhibited remarkable understanding. However, compelling them to kneel and bow was an exceedingly daunting task, one that could inflict harm upon their resolve. For cultivators, the integrity of their path is paramount. Should their resolve crumble, the journey of cultivation would become fraught with obstacles. That is inconceivable. Qin Yuan replied with a faint smile. Both conditions are indispensable. Qin Yuan, do you truly intend to be so exceedingly unreasonable? Lin Xin'er chastised, her eyes glistening with tears. Indeed, I am unreasonable. You are well aware of that. Qin Yuan replied with a grin. Is it merely a request for you to kneel in acknowledgement of your fault? It is not as if I seek your lives. Look at each of you. You often preach unity and camaraderie, yet now observe your true colors. Were I in Su Fan's position, I would surely harbor resentment towards you all. Do not sow discord. It is you who turned a blind eye. The true culprit behind the demise of our little junior brother. Indeed, you are the true culprit. They accused, their faces flushed with indignation, yet Qin Yuan merely laughed. Very well, if that is what you say, then so be it. However, the truth remains clear in your hearts. As long as you can live with yourselves, that suffices. His words struck deep within the hearts of the assembly, yet silence reigned. None were willing to concede. Guilt-ridden gazes flitted to Su Fan, only to hastily avert. The elders shook their heads in dismay, recognizing the tragic descent of an exceptional junior. Nangong Liuli observed everything with a cold smile playing upon her lips. Excellent, this is precisely what they deserve. Yet, a flicker of doubt lingered in her heart. Su Fan had yet to glimpse any hope of survival. Could it be that he was indeed destined to perish? A sense of desolation enveloped Su Fan. Had he truly been abandoned? Merely for the sake of their pride, they were willing to forsake his life. Ah, fellow disciples, what a lamentable sight you all present. Cowardly, timid, selfish, and malicious, it is indeed tragic for Su Fan to be surrounded by such brothers. At this moment, Qin Yuan suddenly let out a sigh and remarked, Well, I shall assist him after all. If Su Fan were to perish at the hands of you lot, it would truly be a pity. What did you say? Lan Yun and the others were immediately taken aback. Are you willing to treat Fanner? Do you really believe I possess a heart as cold as yours? Qin Yuan scoffed. In truth, the child of destiny is not so easily extinguished. Upon his arrival, he had already conducted an examination of Su Fan. He discovered that although Su Fan's meridians were shattered, deep within his dantian lay an unnamed essence. It was uncertain when Su Fan had acquired this fortuitous opportunity. With this essence present, Su Fan could not possibly die. After a while, when Su Fan was completely incapacitated, this essence would break free of its constraints, aiding Su Fan in reconstructing his physical body and spiritual roots. At that time, not only would Su Fan survive, but his cultivation would also advance. This is the nature of the child of destiny, an unreasonably tenacious vitality. Thus, it could be concluded that regardless of whether Qin Yuan intervened, Su Fan would not perish. Given this, why not seize the opportunity to have a little fun at Su Fan's expense? As long as Su Fan remained alive, it would suffice. In a scenario devoid of relevance to the main storyline, to play tricks on the child of destiny and those around him could serve as a small release for this beleaguered NPC. The crowd felt a mix of joy and concern. Qin Yuan's willingness to intervene meant that Su Fan had hope, which was undoubtedly a good thing. However, their earlier behavior had been utterly disgraceful. Should Su Fan survive, he would surely hold them accountable. Alas, what if Qin Yuan could not save him? A peculiar thought arose in someone's mind. You truly wish to save me? Su Fan gazed at Qin Yuan, renewed hope igniting in his eyes. I am a person of good heart, unlike your brothers, who are as unyielding as stone. If you were to perish, I would be plagued by guilt. Qin Yuan continued to sow discord. Lan Yun and the others turned pale with distress. If you feel guilt, does that bring us comfort? Thank you. At this moment, Su Fan could hardly focus on anything else, his heart consumed by excitement. Qin Yuan smiled warmly and said, No need for thanks. Just remember your promise. Once healed, you shall become my godson. Oh, of course, Su Fan hesitated for a moment before slowly uttering those two words. Survive. Survive. It is imperative that I live. That was the most important thing. As for matters of face and dignity, they could be set aside. Furthermore, he had only given verbal consent. Once he was truly healed, could he not retract his promise? What of accusations of being untrustworthy or fickle? There was no need for concern. With his emotional intelligence and his silver tongue, he could easily absolve himself of any blame. Everyone would only feel pity for themselves and would instead criticize Qin Yuan for his narrow-mindedness. Su Fan had meticulously devised his plans. Yet Qin Yuan had not overlooked this aspect either. He spoke coolly, without tangible evidence, I cannot place my trust in your character. It is imperative that we establish a written agreement between us, and you must also take an oath before the Tao Heart. Furthermore, the esteemed elders of the Apothecary Hall, along with your senior brothers and sisters, must serve as witnesses. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Qin Yuan's demands were exceedingly harsh. Su Fan's previous elation evaporated instantaneously, replaced by a surge of murderous intent. That scoundrel! How infuriating! But I am unable to move at this moment. I cannot fulfill these conditions. Su Fan gasped, struggling for breath. Fear not. I shall assist you with some treatment first, allowing you to stand and speak. Once you have established the written agreement and taken your oath, I will then provide you with a thorough remedy. Chapter 43. Su Fan, my dear son. The expressions of Lan Yun and others darkened completely. If they truly became witnesses, how could they face Su Fan afterward? That scoundrel Qin Yuan was utterly despicable. The elders of the medicine hall wore expressions of eager anticipation. Su Fan's heart surged with murderous intent. That scoundrel Qin Yuan had come thoroughly prepared. All paths were blocked. Yet, Qin Yuan smiled and said, What's the matter? You are unwilling. Then shall we? Good. Su Fan relented. Surviving was more important than anything else. I agree, to your terms, as long as you save me. Su Fan then looked towards Lan Yun and the elders, his gaze still pure and innocent. Master, elders, I beg of you. Lan Yun and the others felt a blend of embarrassment and emotion, their hatred for Qin Yuan intensifying. If it weren't for Qin Yuan, how would their master-disciple pair have reached this point? It was all the fault of that wretched scoundrel. Very well, Lan Yun's voice carried a hint of sorrow. Suddenly, applause echoed in the room, and Qin Yuan looked at Su Fan with a smile. I underestimated you. With such resolve, you are worthy to be my opponent. However, you must understand, this requires a vow of your Tao Heart. Once I revive you, you will be my adopted son. If you go back on this, you shall face divine retribution. I understand, Su Fan gritted his teeth, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. Well then, I shall reluctantly make a move to heal you. After all, you are my dear son. Ha ha ha. Qin Yuan's arrogant laughter reverberated through the room, while Lan Yun and the others felt their hearts bleed. If possible, they would have loved to kill Qin Yuan. After today, their entire sect would be utterly humiliated. Qin Yuan's palm pressed against Su Fan's dantian, and soon a green light radiated from the center of his palm, enveloping Su Fan's abdomen. In mere moments, Su Fan's pale face gained a touch of color, and his breathing stabilized. Wonderful, my child is saved. Joy finally appeared on Lan Yun and the others' faces. Su Fan also breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Yuan indeed possessed some genuine skill. He was saved. However, before he could revel in the relief, Qin Yuan's actions suddenly ceased. What's wrong? Why have you stopped? Lin Xianu inquired urgently. Qin Yuan replied indifferently. Su Fan is now stable. The promises you made earlier can be fulfilled. The expressions of the crowd froze, all looking at Su Fan with uncertainty. Master, I beg of you. Su Fan's demeanor was calm, betraying no emotion. Under the gaze of all, they bore witness as Su Fan swore an oath to the heavenly Tao. He squeezed a drop of blood from his fingertip and placed it at the center of his forehead. This was the mark of a vow to the heavenly Tao. Subsequently, he summoned his spiritual roots, channeling spiritual energy to his vocal cords, producing a sound that was both grand and resonant. I, Su Fan, vow to the heavenly Tao. As long as Qin Yuan cures the poison that afflicts me, I shall acknowledge him as my godfather. I shall be his adopted son. Let the heavenly Tao bear witness. Should I violate this oath, may heaven and earth conspire against me. Su Fan remained astute, aware that the definition of cure was subjective. What constituted a successful treatment? Qin Yuan could easily claim that he had not healed him, thus rendering Su Fan's vow void. Upon hearing Su Fan's declaration, Lan Yun and the others lowered their heads in embarrassment. What a predicament! Qin Yuan was their sect's senior brother, while Su Fan was the junior disciple. It was absurd for the junior to proclaim the senior as his godfather. This incident not only tarnished Su Fan's reputation, but also brought shame upon their entire sect. If word spread, they would all become the subject of ridicule. Please, assist me in my healing, Su Fan implored, looking at Qin Yuan. His gaze betraying no hint of anger. He was a master of disguise. Qin Yuan, discerning the flaw in Su Fan's words, chose to overlook it. His intent being to humiliate Su Fan, which was already sufficient for him. A subtle smile graced his lips. What do you mean by please assist me? How should you address me? I. Su Fan's expression stiffened as he grasped Qin Yuan's implication. Yet, at that moment, he had no right to refuse. He could only lower his head in resignation and utter in the faintest of tones, Godfather. What did you say? I cannot hear you. Godfather. Su Fan gritted his teeth as he spoke. What did you call me? I still cannot hear. Godfather. Please assist me in my healing. Su Fan exclaimed, his voice resonating throughout the room. Lan Yun and the others shut their eyes in anguish. Qin Yuan laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, splendid, my dear son. I shall assist you. Su Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. All was behind him now. Ahead lay vast expanses of opportunity. Qin Yuan. The humiliation you have inflicted upon me, I shall repay 100-fold. The mere recollection of the earlier events made Su Fan's heart bleed. A dragon has its reverse scales. To touch them is to invite death. Qin Yuan had already set forth on a path toward his own demise. Suddenly, Su Fan emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Lan Yun, Lin Xinyuan, and the elders were all startled into a shiver. Fana, what ails you? Qin Yuan. What is happening? It is normal. The detoxification process may be painful. One must endure, came Qin Yuan's dispassionate response. The assembly suspected that Qin Yuan was enacting personal vengeance, yet they had no proof. My dear son, hold on. The initial discomfort will soon give way to relief, Qin Yuan said with a grin, then resumed the treatment. A mournful wail echoed throughout the Taishan sect, scattering birds and beasts alike. Is there some joyous occasion at the apothecary? Why does it sound as though someone is slaughtering a pig? Bewildered disciples inquired. Nangong Liuli stood in the corner, utterly bewildered, her mind a tempest of confusion. Qin Yuan had truly treated Su Fan. She was acutely aware that Su Fan was the chosen one, destined to survive even the direst of predicaments. This time would be no exception. Yet, she could not fathom that the pivotal factor in Su Fan's survival was none other than Qin Yuan. Why would he act in such a manner? Would it not be more advantageous for him if Su Fan perished? Why would he go to such lengths to rescue Su Fan? Nangong Liuli found herself at a loss. There must be a reason behind Qin Yuan's actions. Nevertheless, I cannot allow Su Fan to harm Qin Yuan again. I must devise a plan to eliminate Su Fan as swiftly as possible. With that resolve, Nangong Liuli's heart soon grew resolute. Chapter 44. The thoughts of Nangong Liuli. The treatment concluded swiftly, and indeed, Qin Yuan honored his promise by curing Su Fan of the toxins within him. The elders of the pharmacy were intrigued by Qin Yuan's methods. However, since it was said to be a secret transmission from the Qin family, they refrained from further inquiries. My dear son, rest well. I shall visit you again in due time. Qin Yuan laughed heartily as he departed. Yet, the joy in Su Fan's heart was instantly extinguished, his expression darkening. Qin Yuan. The humiliation you have inflicted upon me shall be repaid tenfold. Fanner, how are you feeling? As soon as Qin Yuan left, Lan Yun and the others rushed forward with concern. I'm fine, master. I apologize for causing you worry, Su Fan replied, his face brightening with an innocent smile. His gaze filled with gratitude and guilt, which only deepened the compassion of Lan Yun and the others. Fanner, you must rest well and not let other matters affect your mindset. Yes, junior brother, you need to be more open-minded. What you said earlier was simply under duress. It does not count. We all understand. Indeed, you were compelled. We can all attest to that. It is all Qin Yuan's fault. You are the victim. Once Qin Yuan had departed, the group finally felt at ease to speak candidly. Su Fan expressed his gratitude. Thank you, master, and thank you, senior brothers and sisters. I am truly fine. You need not worry about me. That's good to hear. You should rest well. We will advocate for you regarding this matter. Seeing that Su Fan held no grievances against them, the group felt relieved. However, none noticed the disdain and contempt hidden deep within Su Fan's eyes. Nangong Liuli walked along the path with a tumultuous heart, suddenly spotting a familiar figure ahead, quietly observing her. Was it not the person she had longed for? Her heart trembled, and instinctively, she wished to avert her gaze. Yet, the other spoke. Was it you who poisoned Su Fan? Nangong Liuli's mind went blank. She had envisioned countless reunions with Qin Yuan, fantasizing about how to communicate with him. Yet, she never anticipated that it would come so swiftly and unexpectedly. She took a gentle breath, forcing herself to maintain composure, though her voice trembled. I do not know what you are talking about. Do not pretend. You may deceive others, but you cannot deceive me, Qin Yuan retorted with a cold smile. Why did you poison Su Fan? Shouldn't your relationship be quite good? Nangong Liuli wished to weep, yearning to reveal the entire truth to Qin Yuan. Yet, the remaining pride within her held her back from doing so. I truly did not poison him, believe it or not. As she uttered this, her heart bled. How she longed to fall into Qin Yuan's embrace. Yet, in this moment, she could only coldly push him away. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Truly I am. She could only suppress her anguish, secretly repenting in her heart. However, Qin Yuan's subsequent words shattered her defenses completely. Do you, perchance, know something? Nangong Liuli's heart trembled violently, and she forced herself to remain calm. What do you mean? Stop pretending. You understand my meaning. Qin Yuan said indifferently. You must have believed what Qingxue said a few days ago, right? You assumed I was an innocent victim, and that Su Fan was the true villain. Out of sympathy for me, feeling guilty, you poisoned Su Fan? Nangong Liuli felt as if struck by lightning. Only one voice remained in her mind. He knows. He knows everything. Ever since awakening the system, she had been contemplating how to endure, lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike Su Fan with a fatal blow. Once she had atoned for her sins and was worthy of standing before Qin Yuan, she would reveal her true self. Yet, she never expected to be exposed so soon. Nangong Liuli wanted to say something but did not know how to begin. Her eyes reddened, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Qin Yuan sighed lightly. Indeed, Nangong Liuli had come to know the truth. It was over. One Qingxue was already difficult enough to handle. Now, another Nangong Liuli had emerged. Are you out of your mind? Do you think you and Qingxue are the only ones who are awake? Do you think you two alone know the entire truth? Do you believe that by doing this, I would be moved? That I would forgive you? Let me tell you, you are mistaken. Qin Yuan resolved to make one last effort to save Nangong Liuli. Your actions only make me think of you as a fence-sitter, lacking in intelligence, and frankly, even repulsive. Everyone knows what kind of person I am and what I have done. I do not require anyone's sympathy, nor do I need anyone's pity. Do not delude yourself any further. Though Qin Yuan's words were harsh, Nangong Liuli felt no anger. Only deep remorse and heartache filled her. He had always been so strong-willed, so proud, never bowing his head. Even when misunderstood, he remained indifferent. It was precisely because of this that he had been so deeply wounded, pushed step by step to the brink. Ultimately, he had reached the point of no return. I'm sorry. It was all my fault before. I should not have been biased, and I hurt you. Nangong Liuli was in tears. Her fragile form resembled a delicate orchid, swaying in the wind. I know you are still angry with me, still hate me. It is all right. I will spend the rest of my life atoning for my wrongs, making amends. As long as I live, I will never allow anyone to harm you. It was over. Completely over. There was no salvation. Qin Yuan's expression darkened. Nangong Liuli had indeed learned everything and was now on an irreversible path. The difficulty of his tragic villain role had escalated once more. Do as you please. But I warn you, in the future, do not involve yourself in my affairs. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning against you. Qin Yuan, weary of the situation, chose to disregard her. Nangong Liuli, despite her seemingly gentle demeanor, possessed a far more obstinate nature than Qingxue. Once she set her mind on something, it was as if even a herd of wild cattle could not sway her resolve. It would be best for him to retreat and contemplate his course of action. Wait, Nangong Liuli called out to Qin Yuan. Without turning back, he responded, what else is there? Why did you save Su Fan? She inquired, her lips pressed together. This was the greatest enigma that plagued her mind. That is my concern and does not pertain to you. Having uttered this, Qin Yuan resumed his departure, leaving Nangong Liuli standing there, bewildered and lost in thought. Why? As she gazed at Qin Yuan's retreating figure, a flicker of realization sparked within her eyes. Could it be that his actions were for my sake? Chapter 45. He has always been so gentle. Su Fan has always been under my care, and now that she has suddenly succumbed to poisoning, I am undoubtedly implicated. The esteemed reputation I have painstakingly built as a miraculous healer will inevitably suffer a significant blow. Could it be that Qin Yuan, out of concern for my potential persecution by the sect, chose to save Su Fan? It is quite possible. Very likely. He has always been a person of remarkable gentleness. In the past, he selflessly made countless sacrifices for her, as well as for Qingxue, enduring slander and misunderstandings without ever voicing his grievances. This time, perhaps it is the same. No, It must be. Tears streamed down Nangong Liuli's face uncontrollably. Qin Yuan, Qin Yuan, Qin Yuan. He has never changed. He has always been so gentle. Qin Yuan, I shall absolutely ensure that you endure no further grievances. Never. I will dedicate my remaining years to atone, to love you. In that moment, the shadows in Nangong Liuli's heart dissipated entirely, replaced by an overwhelming joy. Qin Yuan still holds her in his heart. That is more than enough. Completely sufficient. Even if it leads to death, she feels fulfilled. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully altering the storyline, compensating for a regret, and earning 300 system coins. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated in Nangong Liuli's mind. She immediately accessed the system interface, and upon seeing the generous rewards, a smile graced her lips. How wonderful! This entity, known as the system, truly can assist me. Now then, Qingxue, it is time for me to meet you. What is the meaning of this? Absurd. Utterly absurd. Qin Yuan felt utterly fatigued and vexed. The cycle of the 99th life proved to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. Unexpected incidents arose one after another, necessitating utmost caution in the future. A single misstep could render his efforts across the previous 98 lives futile. Next comes the trial of the pagoda. According to the original script, due to my repeated violations of the sect's rules, I was confined to the cliff of reflection, rendering me unable to participate. Ultimately, Su Fan ascended to the highest level of the pagoda, acquiring its greatest fortune. Qin Yuan pondered thoughtfully. This simplifies matters, since Su Fan is alive. Her participation in the trial is assured. I merely need to feign death at the cliff of reflection, and this segment of the storyline will pass. Alas, finally, I can enjoy a period of tranquility. Qin Yuan stretched lazily and closed his eyes once more, succumbing to slumber amidst the gust of wind. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully altering the storyline, compensating for a regret, and earning 300 system coins. Simultaneously, Qingxue also received the system's reward in her mind. However, she had gradually grown accustomed to the presence of the system, her curiosity waning in comparison to Nangong Liuli. At this moment, her innermost thoughts were ensnared by a profound sense of bewilderment. Why did Qin Yuan choose to save Su Fan? This is the aspect that perplexes her. She is well aware that Su Fan is the chosen one, not easily vanquished. Yet, she never anticipated that the key to Su Fan's survival this time would be Qin Yuan. Why would Qin Yuan act in such a manner? Qingxue longs to confront Qin Yuan for clarification. Just then, the door creaked open. Upon seeing the figure slowly approaching, Qingxue's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Nangong Liuli? What brings you here? I wish to pose a few questions to you. Clad in a gown of azure, Nangong Liuli exudes a tranquil and elegant aura akin to an orchid, standing in stark contrast to Qingxue's cool demeanor and haughty disposition. The two unparalleled beauties stood face to face, illuminating the room with their presence. Qingxue's frown deepened. What questions do you have? The poison that afflicted Su Fan was your doing, was it not? Nangong Liuli gazed into Qingxue's eyes as she inquired. Qingxue had long prepared her retort, responding with a discreet, cold smile. I have been confined and had no opportunity to approach Su Fan. You are well aware of this. If you seek a scapegoat, at least choose one with credibility. You need not explain so much to me. I trust my judgment. The poison that afflicted Su Fan undoubtedly originated from you. There is no mistake. On what grounds can you be so certain? Intuition. A flicker of mockery and disdain danced in Qingxue's gaze. Nangong Liuli, I never expected you to possess such a sense of humor. Regardless of your denials, I trust my instincts. No one else has the motive but you. Nangong Liuli replied calmly. However, rest assured, I did not come here to accuse you. Accuse me? You intend to question me based solely on intuition? Who do you think you are? Qingxue retorted coldly. Nangong Liuli sighed softly. That was not my intention. I bear no malice towards you, so please do not misunderstand. Then what is your purpose? Qingxue asked, her brows knitted in suspicion. In a hushed tone, Nangong Liuli replied, I have come to discuss Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan? Qingxue's confusion deepened. What does he have to do with this? I have come to know the truth, and I believe your words. Qingxue was taken aback. What do you mean? What words of mine? Nangong Liuli slowly lifted her gaze, looking earnestly at Qingxue. I believe everything you said at the entrance of the apothecary that day. Qin Yuan is truly misunderstood and framed. Qingxue's heart jolted, staring incredulously at Nangong Liuli. Just 3 days prior, she had held animosity towards Qin Yuan. What has caused this sudden shift in her stance? What transpired in her life? Why do you say this so suddenly? Qingxue asked warily, fearing deception lurked within. I have learned the truth through certain channels, understanding that everything you said that day is indeed authentic. Nangong Liuli stated. Hence, I have come to seek your collaboration in aiding Qin Yuan. You? Aid Qin Yuan? Qingxue let out a cold smile. How can I trust you, given your actions? You may choose not to believe me, yet I assure you, I will not harm him. Nangong Liuli replied softly. Ever since she awakened the system, she had sensed that something was amiss with Qingxue. The myriad of her behaviors mirrored precisely those she herself exhibited after her own awakening. Furthermore, the sudden emergence and subsequent inexplicable vanishing of the heavenly tribulation only deepened her suspicions. Nangong Liuli pondered whether this so-called system might have also manifested within Qingxue. She had inquired of the system, but it claimed ignorance. However, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that she could gain an additional ally. Collaborating with Qingxue would facilitate her efforts to assist Qin Yuan. Yet, the question lingered. Why should I trust you? Qingxue remained cautious, wary of any ulterior motives Nangong Liuli might possess. Chapter 46. The Pagoda Trial? I shall not attend. Nangong Liuli stated firmly without further explanation. The time for the Taishan Pagoda trial was drawing near. However, Qin Yuan remained in a state of disgrace, likely to be targeted by Su Fan and his allies, rendering him unable to participate in this trial. I must aid him. You? What do you intend to do? Qingxue scrutinized Nangong Liuli. I shall petition my father and the Elder Council, insisting that Qin Yuan must partake in the trial. I hope you can also represent the Dongling dynasty to apply pressure on the sect. This does not require your prompting, Qingxue replied coolly. Having already prepared to take action, the opportunity presented by this pagoda trial is of utmost importance. We cannot allow Qin Yuan to miss it. Furthermore, I intend to ensure that Su Fan is barred from participating in this trial. Oh, Qingxue's interest was piqued. What do you plan to do? I have my own arrangements, Nangong Liuli responded earnestly. Should this endeavor succeed, I hope you will come to trust me in the future. Very well. Qingxue gazed at Nangong Liuli for a moment before slowly nodding. A smile graced Nangong Liuli's lips as she chose not to elaborate further and turned to leave. Wait. Qingxue called after her. What is it? There are rumors circulating outside that it was Qin Yuan who saved Su Fan. Is that true? Qingxue inquired. Nangong Liuli nodded. Indeed. Qingxue expressed her confusion. Why? Why would he do that? Why? A tender light flickered in Nangong Liuli's eyes. He has his reasons for doing so. In any case, you must believe that he has always been a good, kind, and gentle person. Always. After uttering these words, Nangong Liuli turned and departed, leaving Qingxue in a state of greater bewilderment. Time passed swiftly, and the Taishan trial was imminent. According to tradition, disciples punished to remain at the Misty Cliff were ineligible to participate, and Qin Yuan was among them. Yet, in a surprising turn of events, the sect leader personally intervened, allowing Qin Yuan to take part. This prompted a heated debate among the elders. This is unacceptable, sect leader. Our Taishan sect has always adhered strictly to its rules. We cannot compromise our principles for a single Qin Yuan. I believe it is permissible. This Taishan trial is crucial for the younger generation. Missing it would be a lifelong regret. Qin Yuan is an unparalleled genius within our sect. His absence would be a significant loss for us. That is true. Qin Yuan is the most formidable talent our Taishan sect has seen in a millennium, with great potential to reach beyond the 7th level. We accepted Qin Yuan precisely to uncover the secrets beyond the 7th level of the pagoda. I'm not convinced. Everyone is well aware of Qin Yuan's recent actions. He is nothing but a person of dubious integrity. Allowing him to grow could bring untold troubles. And as for breaking through to the 7th level of the pagoda, it is not solely within Qin Yuan's grasp. I believe that Elder Wu's apprentice, Su Fan, possesses talent that is no less than Qin Yuan's. He has a greater chance of breaking through than Qin Yuan. The crowd buzzed with chatter, and the general consensus leaned towards disapproval. After all, Su Fan's popularity was overwhelming, and many harbored a particular disdain for Qin Yuan. However, in the end, the sect leader intervened. Let him participate. After all, who hasn't made mistakes? Qin Yuan's status is quite significant. If we deny him participation and word gets out to other sects, our Taishan sect will face humiliation. The leader's words left the crowd in silence. Simply put, Qin Yuan's identity was too complicated to dismiss. The elders, astute as they were, understood the leader's implications. Even if they were reluctant, there was little they could do. Lan Yun's expression soured, yet at that moment, she had no opportunity to voice her objections. My dear daughter, I have done all I can. Now it rests on Qin Yuan's performance. The Qin sect leader pondered silently. On one hand, there was the pressure from the Dongling dynasty, and on the other, his beloved daughter's pleas. He found himself unable to resist. The leader was also puzzled. Hadn't his daughter's relationship with Qin Yuan been quite strained lately? Why the sudden change? Nevertheless, allowing Qin Yuan to participate served his own interests as well. Since the establishment of the Qin sect, no one had ever broken through to the 7th level of the pagoda. Everyone yearned to uncover the secrets that lay beyond the 7th level. Although Su Fan held great promise, wouldn't adding Qin Yuan enhance their chances even further? What is this? You want me to participate in the pagoda trial? Qin Yuan, comfortably asleep atop the contemplation cliff, was jolted by the sudden arrival of Nangong Liuli. Who bore such news? Nangong Liuli chuckled lightly. Indeed, the sect leader has granted permission. You may now leave the contemplation cliff and partake in the pagoda trial. Not going. Absolutely not. Qin Yuan waved his hands emphatically. What a joke. He had no interest in a plot that did not concern him. Yet this pagoda trial is truly significant. One of the major reasons you came to the Qin sect was for the opportunities within the Qin pagoda, right? Nangong Liuli implored anxiously. She assumed Qin Yuan was merely sulking. It doesn't matter now. I don't want to go. That's final. Goodbye. For others, the opportunities in the pagoda trial were indeed remarkable. However, having lived through 99 lifetimes, he had encountered countless chances and therefore found no allure in this one. Qin Yuan, I know you're upset with me, but please don't jeopardize your future as a result. You cannot afford to miss the pagoda trial. Nangong Liuli earnestly pleaded. Not going. No matter what you say, I refuse to attend. I don't have time to indulge your sulking. Don't overthink it. Just hurry back and stop wasting time here. Nangong Liuli's expression dimmed slightly, though Qin Yuan held her in his heart. His resentment towards her ran deep. Fine. If you want to go, then neither will I. I'll stay here with you. Nangong Liuli said through gritted teeth. Yet, Qin Yuan was not swayed by her resolve. If you wish to remain here, then do so. It bears no consequence to me. Qin Yuan shrugged and turned away, presenting her with his back. Nangong Liuli felt a surge of urgency. She could not linger here for too long, as Su Fan still held a degree of trust in her. Should she remain here excessively and be discovered by Su Fan, her subsequent plot against him would be irrevocably thwarted. However, Qin Yuan appeared to be in a foul mood. Utterly unwilling to descend the mountain. Why do you refuse to participate? Nangong Liuli inquired, striving to suppress her anxiousness. It is simply my desire not to go. Do not squander any more time. My mind is unchangeable. Despair washed over Nangong Liuli. She had anticipated that the sect would intervene to prevent Qin Yuan. But she had not foreseen such resolute refusal from him. After a prolonged silence, she let out a slow sigh. What should she do now? What course of action remains? Must Qin Yuan truly be allowed to forfeit this opportunity? Alas, if he refuses to go, so be it. Yet, under no circumstances must Su Fan be permitted to attend. Wait, Su Fan. A spark of inspiration illuminated Nangong Liuli's mind as she suddenly conceived a plan. Very well, if you choose not to participate, then I shall remain in the pagoda and seize the opportunity to eliminate Su Fan. Regardless, I shall not relent in my quest for vengeance on your behalf. With that proclamation, Nangong Liuli turned and departed. Qin Yuan. Chapter 47. Wait. Is it not permissible for me to go? In a swift motion, Qin Yuan stood up and dashed before Nangong Liuli. What did you just say? Observing Qin Yuan's reaction, a hint of amusement flickered at the corners of Nangong Liuli's mouth. Indeed, Qin Yuan still harbored feelings for me. He fears that should I eliminate Su Fan, I would bear the consequences, hence his intervention. I mentioned my intention to take the opportunity to eliminate Su Fan within the pagoda. Are you out of your mind? Qin Yuan retorted angrily. I've clearly stated that you should not meddle in my affairs. Can you not comprehend human speech? I am not interfering in your matters. Nangong Liuli replied, batting her beautiful eyes. I have my own grievances with Su Fan. Is it not permissible for me to wish to eliminate him? Of course not. Qin Yuan exclaimed. Do you not realize you are the daughter of fortune? How can it be justified for the female lead to slay the male lead? Such a notion is absurd. However, truth be told, he was not genuinely concerned about Su Fan's demise. The child of fortune was not so easily dispatched. Yet, the crux of the narrative hinged on Su Fan acquiring the supreme inheritance from the Qin trial. This inheritance was pivotal to Su Fan's future cultivation journey, bearing immense significance for the ensuing plot. Although Nangong Liuli and Gu Qingxue might wreak havoc, they likely could not kill Su Fan. Yet, they could certainly inflict grave injury upon him, thereby jeopardizing his chances of obtaining the supreme inheritance. then the subsequent storyline would undoubtedly descend into chaos. Qin Yuan spoke coldly. You may wish to eliminate anyone else, but Su Fan is off limits. Should you lay a hand on him, do not blame me for my lack of civility. Why is he the only one exempt? Because it simply cannot be done. No further explanation is necessary. What if I still wish to kill him? Then I shall. What will you do? Gazing into Nangong Liuli's earnest eyes, Qin Yuan ultimately refrained from unleashing his harsh words. He solemnly stated, in any case, you must not kill him. His existence is intertwined with a multitude of backgrounds. You would be incapable of eliminating him. Acting rashly will only result in your own injury. Furthermore, you are aware of the enmity between Su Fan and me. Only I possess the capability to eliminate him. No one else can. Background? Is he not from a remote, barbaric town? What background could he possibly have? Why do you have so many questions? I have told you. He is not so easily killed, believe it or not. Qin Yuan growled in frustration. Nangong Liuli gazed quietly for a moment, a tender glimmer passing through her eyes. She understood that Qin Yuan's words were merely a ploy to deter her from killing Su Fan and bearing the consequences herself. Regardless, I must try. This is the only thing I can do for you. Qin Yuan replied, I shall reiterate, I do not require you to do anything for me. Please do not mistake my intentions. He nearly shouted. Your lack of need does not negate my determination to act, Nangong Liuli softly replied. If you are unwilling to accompany me, then I shall depart. With that, she circumvented Qin Yuan and began her descent down the mountain. Wait. After taking just 7 or 8 steps, Qin Yuan's voice resounded once more. Nangong Liuli felt a surge of joy in her heart and immediately turned to look back. What is the matter? Damn it, Qin Yuan said with a sullen expression. Nangong Liuli, brimming with excitement, inquired. Have you changed your mind and are willing to participate in the trial? Yes, I will go. How could I possibly decline? If Su Fan fails to obtain the inheritance, who knows how the subsequent events will unfold? Qin Yuan lamented, feeling utterly helpless. As a prominent antagonist, he was not only burdened by his own narrative but also had to concern himself with the fate of the chosen one. It was exceedingly challenging, truly too difficult. Ultimately, Qin Yuan was persuaded by Nangong Liuli to descend from the mountain. On the day the pagoda was opened, the entire square was alive with the sounds of drums and firecrackers, colorful banners fluttering in the breeze, and throngs of people gathered in exuberance. Above the sky, vibrant clouds danced like ethereal dragons and phoenixes. At the heart of the square stood a stone tower, towering at 20 zhang. Although the tower bore the marks of age, appearing somewhat dilapidated, it exuded a profound sense of timeless wisdom, resembling a venerable elder gazing down upon all sentient beings. This was the treasured relic of the Taishan sect, the Taishan Pagoda. It is said that this pagoda was crafted by the founding ancestor of the Taishan sect at the moment of his ascension to immortality, utilizing all the celestial and earthly treasures accumulated over the years, infused with the power of the immortal way for the training of future generations. The pagoda contains the most exquisite spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Those who cultivate within its confines not only experience rapid advancement in their cultivation but can also refine their bodies with this pure essence, leading to a transformation of their very being. The pagoda is divided into 9 levels, with each ascending tier amplifying the richness of spiritual energy exponentially. Naturally, the difficulty of climbing also increases correspondingly. Furthermore, the pagoda conceals various treasures and insights of the Taishan sect's founding ancestor, items more precious than even spiritual energy itself. Ancient legends whisper that at the pinnacle of the pagoda lies a celestial treasure of unimaginable significance. Yet, through the years, no one has ever reached the summit. The trials within the pagoda do not assess cultivation levels, but rather focus on raw strength. Regardless of whether one is in the foundation establishment, divine transformation, or void refinement stages, all entrants begin from the same starting line, with the outcome dependent on the solidity of their foundation and the strength of their abilities. Over the years, countless sect leaders of Taishan have sought to explore the pagoda, yet all have faltered at the 7th level. The disciples participating in the trials have never surpassed the 6th level. This has become one of the greatest secrets of the Taishan sect. However, today, hope arises for the unraveling of this mystery. Su Fan, with his unparalleled talent, is undoubtedly capable of breaking through to the 7th or even the 8th level of the pagoda. I believe he may very well reach the summit. Su Fan, we believe in you. At the center of the square stood Su Fan, hands clasped behind his back, his heart stirred with a gentle tumult. It had been half a month, an entire fortnight. This time, he vowed to redeem himself. The poison he had suffered from half a month prior marked the darkest moment of his life. Strangely, he had unwittingly accepted a godfather. Had it not been for the concealment of secrets by his fellow disciples, he would have become the laughingstock of the entire sect. Nevertheless, this incident remained a haunting memory for him. Even after his recovery, he sequestered himself for a full week, too afraid to face others. In today's pagoda trial, he sought to redeem himself, to cleanse his shame with newfound glory. Go for it, junior brother. You are extraordinary. I believe you can ascend to the 8th level of the pagoda. No, the 9th level. The eyes of Lan Yun, Qin Yuan, and the others sparkled with eager anticipation and blessings. Thank you, master, and thank you to all my seniors. I will give it my all. Su Fan expressed his deep gratitude, yet a flicker of disdain lurked in the depths of his gaze. Ever since the last time he was poisoned, and these individuals refused to kneel, he had seen through their true nature. They were unworthy of his trust. Oh, why is Qin Yuan here? Wasn't he punished to contemplate at the cliff of reflection? At that moment, a chorus of gasps erupted as all eyes turned toward a singular direction. There, side by side, stood Qin Yuan and Gu Qingxue, a striking couple whose beauty and ethereal presence transcended the realm of mortals. Chapter 48. Good son, why run upon seeing your father? Qin Yuan, what brings you here? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a melodious and enchanting voice rang out, followed by the appearance of a figure clad in crimson, gracefully landing before Qin Yuan. This was a young maiden in red, seemingly around 18 or 19 years of age. Adorned in a fitted red attire complemented by dark golden armor, which accentuated her tall and flawless figure. She wore a pair of golden glass high-heeled boots, enhancing the elegance of her long, perfect legs. Her hair was styled in a single ponytail, revealing her immaculate oval face. Her large, gem-like eyes sparkled brightly, exuding an air of pride and confidence. However, at that moment, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Why are you here, instead of reflecting at the cliff of remorse? Do you need to inform Missy of your whereabouts? Qin Yuan replied nonchalantly. Is it wrong for me to participate in the pagoda trial? Yu Qianxia, the true disciple of the Taishan sect's leader, asserted. At the tender age of 19, she had already reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Before Qin Yuan's arrival at the Taishan sect, she had been regarded as the sect's foremost prodigy. However, once Qin Yuan appeared, her prominence began to wane. Unwilling to concede, Yi Qianxiao engaged in a subtle rivalry with Qin Yuan, but each encounter ended in her defeat, resulting in a strained relationship between them. Are you jesting? According to sect rules, disciples under confinement for violating regulations are barred from participating in the pagoda trial. Surely, you are aware of this? Yi Qianxia exclaimed. Qin Yuan smiled. I apologize for your disappointment, but the leader and the elders have already decided and permitted my participation. Impossible. The sect would never break its rules for you alone. She retorted. Nothing is impossible. If you doubt it, feel free to inquire with the leader. Now, kindly remove yourself from my path. Qin Yuan coldly scoffed, maneuvering around Yu Qianxia to proceed forward. You, scoundrel. Yu Qianxia's cheeks flushed slightly with anger as she glared at Qin Yuan but did not pursue him. It is fortunate you came. This time, I shall undoubtedly triumph over you and demonstrate my prowess, she declared through clenched teeth. Qin Yuan. Su Fan's expression darkened as he cast a resentful glance at Qin Yuan. This scoundrel had brought him the greatest humiliation of his life. He swore to avenge this grievance. Yet, despite his animosity towards Qin Yuan, Su Fan found himself stealthily retreating a few steps, hiding behind the crowd. The agreement he had with Qin Yuan was still in effect. If Qin Yuan publicly confronted him, demanding he call him godfather, how could he possibly save face? As fate would have it, Qin Yuan's gaze fell upon Su Fan at first glance, and he immediately approached him. Su Fan attempted to evade, but Qin Yuan had already called out, "Ah, my godson, you are here too. Upon seeing your father, why do you not pay your respects?" Su Fan's complexion turned pale instantly, rooted to the spot in shock. Qin Yuan stood before Su Fan, a faint smile gracing his lips. What is the matter? My dear son, why do you run upon seeing your father? Am I truly so fearsome? The square was bustling with people, and upon hearing Qin Yuan's words, a collective astonishment swept through the crowd. What did he mean by son? Was he addressing Su Fan? Could it be a jest? Yet, observing Su Fan's peculiar expression, something seemed amiss. His face had turned a deep shade of crimson. Qin Yuan, what on earth are you trying to accomplish? How dare you call me by my name so brazenly? This is sheer impudence. Have you forgotten the promise we made? You swore before the heavenly Tao. Do you not fear divine retribution? Qin Yuan's voice resonated throughout the square, and it seemed everyone grasped the gravity of the moment. Had Su Fan acknowledged Qin Yuan as his godfather? Or had he sworn an oath before the heavenly Tao? This was becoming increasingly intriguing. Su Fan trembled with anger. It was over. His secret was exposed. The entire sect would learn of his irredeemable shame. He wished he could find a crevice in the earth to hide in. Utterly humiliated. Qin Yuan, do not overstep your bounds. This is a public space, and you cannot act recklessly. Lan Yun, furious, positioned herself protectively in front of Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan chuckled. Ah, Elder Wu has arrived just in time. You were a witness when Su Fan acknowledged me as his godfather. Please, confirm whether my words bear truth. What? Elder Wu was present too? Su Fan is his cherished disciple. How could he allow Su Fan to be wronged? Is there an underlying secret to this? The curiosity of the crowd was now fully ignited. Qin Yuan, you scoundrel. Lan Yun's expression darkened. What? Is Elder Wu unwilling to vouch for me? Very well. I shall seek others for confirmation. If all else fails, I even have a recording stone. I could present it for everyone to see. Qin Yuan, one should leave a line for others so that they may meet again in the future. Do not go too far. Lan Yun's demeanor was as dark as a stormy sea. To wish for secrecy, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. What is done cannot be undone, and what is not done need not be concealed. Acknowledging the truth is no disgrace. Such evasion only invites contempt. Qin Yuan then turned to Su Fan. What say you? My dear son. Su Fan remained silent. Qin Yuan, what will it take for you to relent? Lan Yun could no longer endure the situation. The numerous curious gazes surrounding them felt like daggers piercing through her. What do you mean by to relent? Su Fan had promised to call me father and swore an oath before the heavenly Tao. Now he denies it on the very first instance. Is it wrong for a father to discipline such a wayward son? When you all pleaded for me to save Su Fan, was this not your attitude? You, scoundrel, you ungrateful disciple. The air was thick with tension, and Blue Yun felt as though he might explode with indignation. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. The onlookers gradually began to comprehend the situation. It became evident that Su Fan had been poisoned at that moment, and only Qin Yuan possessed the means to cure him. However, the price for Qin Yuan's intervention was the acceptance of Su Fan as his adopted son. In a desperate bid for survival, Su Fan acquiesced, even swearing an oath before the heavens. How awkward this revelation was. It seemed that Qin Yuan had overstepped his bounds. As fellow disciples, how could he so brazenly bully his junior? Indeed, many shared this sentiment, deeming Qin Yuan's actions reprehensible. A chorus of murmurs arose among the crowd. Yet the majority still harbored sympathy for Su Fan. After all, most of the disciples present hailed from humble beginnings, and Su Fan served as their representative. Naturally, they aligned themselves with him. Coupled with the destiny of the child of fortune and Su Fan's burgeoning popularity, few dared to mock him. Rather, they viewed Qin Yuan's behavior as excessively harsh. Only a small faction of affluent youths, closely associated with Qin Yuan, reveled in his misfortune. Chapter 49, Su Fan's Counterattack. Qin Yuan, we are fellow disciples. Do not overstep your bounds. It is better to leave enmity unresolved. Let us consider this matter settled. And do not take advantage of others. Someone stood up for Su Fan. Yet, Qin Yuan responded with a chilling smile. How I conduct myself is not for you worthless individuals to dictate. Silence yourselves. You have gone too far. This is utterly unreasonable. I revel in my unreasonable nature. What of it? If you are unconvinced, shall we settle this with a duel? The disciple who had spoken out was intimidated and retreated, while Qin Yuan turned his gaze towards Su Fan. Well, my dear son, if you do not call me soon, I shall unleash the recording stone. At this moment, Su Fan gradually regained his composure, aware that Qin Yuan would not relent until he achieved his goal. Father, ultimately, he resolved to seek peace. Continuing this altercation would only bring further disgrace. Speak up. I did not hear you. Father. Su Fan finally uttered the words. Yet they drained him of all his strength. The expressions of those present morphed into a perplexing array, some reveling in his misfortune, others mocking. While a few expressed sympathy or disdain, Su Fan had truly called out. How could this be? Such an act could tarnish his resolve. Is this still the Su Fan I once admired? Was he not supposed to be proud and unyielding? Yet here he was, capitulating. What difference does it make to resist? Do not forget, he swore before the heavens. Regardless of the circumstances, his image was irrevocably tarnished. This humiliation would haunt him for a lifetime. Su Fan, the younger disciple, is truly pitiable. Qin Yuan is despicable beyond measure. Lan Yun and Lin Xian turned pale with rage, wishing to confront Qin Yuan fiercely. The elders and higher-ups exchanged glances, astonished by the unfolding events. Nangong Liuli and Qingxue exchanged knowing smiles, secretly applauding Qin Yuan's actions. Qingxue studied Su Fan, glanced at Qin Yuan, and shook her head in resignation. Boring. Oh, good, good. Now this is the son I take pride in. Qin Yuan laughed heartily. From now on, maintain this demeanor. Enjoy yourself. I have matters to attend to. With that, Qin Yuan departed alongside Qingxue, leaving behind a despondent Su Fan and the visibly distressed Lan Yun and others. Little junior brother, do not let anger consume you. It is not worth stooping to his level. Indeed, little junior brother, the pagoda trial is about to commence. Do not allow such a person to disrupt your mindset. Several senior disciples offered words of comfort to Su Fan. Su Fan took a gentle breath and managed to smile for his companions. Fear not, senior brothers and sisters. I shall not falter. That is reassuring. Stay strong, little junior brother. Seeing Su Fan recover so swiftly brought relief to everyone. Su Fan found an excuse to depart. Retreating to a secluded corner where his expression darkened, his eyes filled with malice. Qin Yuan, I shall ensure your demise is without a grave. In that moment, his reputation and dignity lay in ruins, all due to that scoundrel, Qin Yuan. If this grudge remains unavenged, how can he possibly face the world? It is utterly despicable, simply appalling. How could a prestigious sect like the Su Nim harbor a scoundrel like Qin Yuan? It is an absolute disgrace to our sect. Su Fan, a truly admirable individual. How could anyone bear to bully him? Does he possess any sense of conscience? He is nothing short of a demon. Alas, what can we do when he has such connections? We are but ordinary individuals. Can he not bully us as he pleases? If my memory serves me right, Qin Yuan is currently being punished at the reflection cliff, and according to our sect's rules, he should not even be eligible to participate in the pagoda trials. Yet here he is, taking part nonetheless. For thousands of years, our esteemed Su Nim has never broken its traditions. Yet today it appears they have done just that for him. What can we do? After all, he belongs to a noble lineage. To him, our rules are nothing more than a jest. It is infuriating, truly disheartening. Must he be granted leniency simply because of his elevated status? Is this fair to us, the ordinary disciples? What can we do when we lack his background? Sigh, we must resign ourselves to our fate. The square was bustling with people, all expressing their discontent toward Qin Yuan. A glimmer of resolve sparked in Su Fan's eyes as he contemplated his next move. Scanning the crowd, he soon spotted a young disciple whose face was flushed with anger, fervently voicing his dissatisfaction with Qin Yuan. This young man had the appearance of a hot-headed youth. Su Fan approached him, offering a gentle smile as he placed a hand on the young man's shoulder. What is the matter? The youth turned around, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Su Fan. Su Fan, junior disciple. Hello, senior brother. It is I, greetings. The young man smiled and shook hands, then compassionately asked, What brings you here, junior disciple Su Fan? Nothing in particular, just wanted to express my gratitude for your outspoken support, Su Fan replied appreciatively. However, it would be wise to keep your voice down. Qin Yuan is rather vindictive. If he notices you, he may very well target you. Thank you for the warning. Junior disciple. It's just that Qin Yuan's actions are too atrocious to ignore, the young man retorted indignantly. Yet what can we do? After all, we are but children of humble origins, Su Fan lamented. Even imprisoned at the reflection cliff, he can still participate in the pagoda trials, while he easily bullies a mere lowly disciple like me. It is indeed infuriating, the young man exclaimed. Isn't it? Su Fan responded helplessly. Honestly, my own mistreatment is of little concern to me. It is the blatant unfairness that troubles me. The resources available for the pagoda trials are limited. Each additional participant intensifies the competition. Given Qin Yuan's background, he undoubtedly possesses rare treasures, allowing him to seize opportunities in the pagoda manifold. His presence alone could deprive hundreds of ordinary disciples of their chances. It is not merely me being bullied. It is an affront to all of us ordinary disciples. I genuinely wish to stand up and fight for our rights. Alas, the rift between Qin Yuan and myself runs deep. Should I speak, I might be accused of harboring personal grievances. Junior brother Su Fan, your kindness is truly remarkable. The youth's face was awash with emotion. Given your esteemed position, you could have everything you desire, yet you still consider the plight of us, ordinary disciples. If we were to falter now, what face would we have left to live in this world? By heavens, I must vocally oppose before the sect leader today. Elder brother, please remain composed. Qin Yuan's status is not to be trifled with. Your solitary protest would bear little fruit. Only through collective effort and united voices can we hope to sway this sect leader's decision. Witnessing the youth's fury reach its peak, Su Fan fixated on his eyes, where a fleeting shadow of darkness glimmered amidst their clarity. The moment the youth met Su Fan's gaze, a fleeting confusion flickered across his expression. Though he quickly regained his composure, he proclaimed with fervor, "Junior brother, you speak the truth. Only by rallying the strength of the masses can we overcome Qin Yuan. The next steps are in my hands. If I do not keep Qin Yuan at bay from the trials, I shall write the character for Wang upside down." The youth, bearing the surname Wang, stormed off in a fury to seek out the surrounding disciples, intent on disseminating Su Fan's earlier sentiments and mobilizing the broader community for protest. Chapter 50. The wrath of the multitude. Su Fan's rhetoric was inherently beguiling, and coupled with his status as the destined child, even a mere utterance from him could instill unwavering belief in others. He specifically sought out those impressionable youths, easily swayed and susceptible to manipulation. To avert unforeseen complications, Su Fan employed a form of spiritual sorcery to enchant the young man, utilizing his soul power to confound the other's intellect, allowing him to unwittingly follow Su Fan's intentions. Under such multifaceted assurances, this young man became entirely a pawn in Su Fan's game. "Qin Yuan, you shall not participate in this trial." A cold smile crept upon Su Fan's lips as he observed the unfolding situation. The wrath of the multitude was not to be trifled with. When a throng of disciples protested, he doubted the sect leader would risk offending the vast disciple community for the sake of one Qin Yuan. Time passed swiftly, and the tower trial was on the verge of commencement. The elder guardian of the tower ascended and addressed the gathered disciples. "The tower trial is about to begin. All disciples, please prepare yourselves. I hope you will achieve remarkable results in this trial." At that moment, an ill-timed voice broke through the air. A multitude of gazes turned toward the speaker, the very youth who had been beguiled by Su Fan. The elder guardian furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is it that you wish to convey?" "I have a matter of clarification to present to the elder," the young man stated with feigned righteousness. The elder guardian, growing impatient, retorted, "What question could possibly warrant discussion at this moment? Are you unaware of the gravity of the occasion? This pertains to the life and death of our sect, and I must address it now," the youth insisted. "The life and death of our sect?" The elder guardian's frown deepened. "Then pray tell, what is so dire? May I inquire, elder? What has been the cornerstone of our Tai Xian sect's enduring presence in the realm of cultivation, thriving rather than faltering?" The impetuous youth boldly questioned. "What relevance does this have to your inquiry?" Another elder interjected, clearly vexed. "Of course, it bears relevance. I implore the elder to enlighten me," the youth persisted. After a moment's contemplation, the elder replied solemnly, "The reason Tai Xian's sect has flourished through the ages is manifold, yet the fundamental assurance lies in our legacy. It is through this legacy that our sect has continued to evolve and prosper." "Then, may I ask, by what means does the Tai Xian sect ensure the preservation of this legacy?" The young man pressed. "By what means?" The two elders exchanged glances before responding. "Naturally, through our regulations. Without rules, there can be no order. For a sect to endure, it must adhere to stringent regulations. Thus, the longevity of the Tai Xian sect fundamentally hinges upon our commitment to these rules." "Can I interpret this to mean that the preservation of our sect relies primarily on our adherence to regulations?" the disciple queried. "That is a fair interpretation," the elder nodded, before turning serious. "Now, what is it that you truly wish to convey? Speak plainly, or I shall have you dismissed for your continued circumlocution." What the disciple wishes to express pertains to the regulations of our esteemed sect. The gaze of the youth swept over Qin Yuan before he proclaimed loudly, "May I inquire, elder, since the very foundation of our Tai Xian sect lies in its regulations, which are to be upheld without exception, why, on this day, are we contravening these sacred rules by allowing a disciple, who is currently undergoing penance at the Cliff of Reflection, to participate in the pagoda trial? Is this not a blatant violation of the regulations? Does this not jeopardize the very essence of our Tai Xian sect? Is this not a matter of paramount importance concerning our sect's survival?" His voice resonated throughout the gathering, piercing the silence that enveloped the assembly. Silence. A deathly stillness prevailed. No one had anticipated that this peculiar disciple's lengthy discourse was directed at Qin Yuan. Countless eyes turned towards him, all reflecting a sense of schadenfreude. A spectacle was about to unfold. A strange smirk crept onto Su Fan's lips as he thought, "Qin Yuan, prepare to lose all face." Lan Yun and Lin Shen'er, upon witnessing the unfolding drama, also exhibited expressions of delight. Trouble was brewing for Qin Yuan. However, Qingxue and Nangong Liuli's countenances darkened significantly. After much effort to have Qin Yuan participate in the trial, there were still those attempting to obstruct him. It was utterly infuriating. Yi Qianxia, equally astonished, murmured, "You insisted on stirring up this commotion, and now we are in a predicament." Yet, Qin Yuan himself, after a brief moment of surprise, regained his composure. Upon the high platform, the expressions of the sect's higher-ups were far from pleasant, though many opposed Qin Yuan's participation. The very act of allowing him to partake in the trial symbolized the collective will of the sect's leadership. To be challenged so openly by an outer disciple posed a serious threat to the sect's authority. Impudent. This is a decision made by the higher-ups of the sect, and you, as an outer disciple, have no right to question it. Get down this instant. The elder in charge of the tower's guardianship turned pale with rage, unleashing an oppressive aura that instilled fear. Yet, the young disciple stood resolute, meeting the elder's gaze unwaveringly. Am I mistaken in my words? The elder has stated that the foundation of our sect lies in its regulations, so why then are we violating these very principles by permitting Qin Yuan to participate? Is this not a threat to the core of Taishian sect? Is it merely because of Qin Yuan's formidable background? What of us ordinary disciples? If we were to err, would we be afforded such special opportunities? Is this fair to us? As a member of Taishian sect, I must consider the interests of our sect. I too possess the right to advocate for our sect. Indeed, we demand fairness, no privileges. The collective response echoed forth. These were disciples who had coordinated in advance and nearly simultaneously raised their voices in unison. Many others, stirred by their fervor, also joined in the outcry. We implore the sect master to retract the decree, to prohibit Qin Yuan's participation in the trial, and to uphold the dignity of our regulations. The crowd's agitation surged like a tumultuous tide. The arena was filled with tens of thousands of participants and spectators, a significant portion of whom had succumbed to fervent emotions. A resonant voice echoed throughout the square. Each disciple was ablaze with passion, akin to a pile of dry kindling, ready to ignite into a roaring inferno at the slightest spark. The expressions of the sect leader and the elders turned grim, overshadowed by a palpable darkness. It was a disgrace for the esteemed Taishian sect to be embroiled in such a scandal of collective petitioning. This was indeed a downfall for Qin Yuan. Good deeds are rewarded and evil deeds are punished. The time for retribution has finally arrived. Lin Xianyuan and her fellow disciples were all brimming with delight. Lan Yun also snorted coldly, casting a penetrating glance at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan, your current predicament is entirely of your own making. Nangong Liuli and Gu Qingxue's faces paled with rage, and Gu Qingxue's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. How dare these individuals target Qin Yuan so brazenly? They all deserve to perish. Sect leader, what shall we do about this? On the high platform, the elders were at a loss. The dilemma before them was whether to concede and allow Qin Yuan to withdraw, or to quell the uprising, a matter that weighed heavily upon them. On one hand lay the seething anger, and on the other, the dignity of the sect. A misstep in handling this situation could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 51. Qin Yuan, you are unqualified to participate in the trial. Master, I believe it would be prudent to revoke Qin Yuan's qualification for the competition, otherwise we cannot quell the fury of these disciples. Absolutely not. If we concede today, what remains of the sect's dignity? Are we to yield to pressure every time a situation arises? What do you propose we do? So many are petitioning. We cannot simply suppress them. Why not? They are merely outer disciples. We can make an example of a few ringleaders to deter the rest. What kind of reasoning is that? Our Taishian sect is a prestigious and righteous faction. Both sides held steadfast to their arguments, embroiled in a heated dispute, leaving the sect master in a quandary. Regardless of how this issue was resolved, it would inevitably tarnish the sect's authority. Qin Yuan, you have truly presented me with a formidable dilemma. Master, please. What should we do? At this moment, the sect master was equally indecisive. You all say I am not allowed to participate in the trial? At this critical juncture, a light-hearted voice emerged from a corner. The voice, though soft, resonated clearly within the ears of everyone present. Turning towards the sound, they discovered it was indeed Qin Yuan speaking. Precisely, as I stated, you do not possess the qualifications to partake in the trial. The bold youth was the first to voice his opinion, with others quickly joining in the uproar. You, bearing the weight of your past transgressions, absolutely cannot participate in the trial. Otherwise, I shall be the first to protest. And I. In the face of numerous indignant gazes, Qin Yuan merely lifted the corners of his mouth in a subtle smile. Very well, splendid indeed. He then turned his attention to the elder guarding the tower. Elder, you previously spoke, yet one of your statements was incomplete. I would like to offer a clarification. What is incorrect? The elder, perplexed, was uncertain of Qin Yuan's intentions. The many disciples present displayed expressions of confusion as well. The sect master and several elders ceased their discussion, directing their attention towards Qin Yuan. Su Fan scoffed disdainfully, doubting that Qin Yuan could create any significant ripple. In the midst of everyone's scrutiny, Qin Yuan spoke with composure. You just stated that the foundation of Taishan sect's legacy lies in its rules. I contend that this assertion is lacking. While rules are one aspect, the more vital element is power. Power? The elder inquired, perplexed. What do you mean by that? Qin Yuan then focused on the audacious youth who had spoken first. You do not wish for me to participate in the trial? You deem it unjust? Indeed. The bold youth showed no fear. Qin Yuan smiled slightly, and in a sudden motion, struck the youth with a palm. The events transpired so swiftly that the onlookers barely had time to react. The youth's pupils dilated in shock as he attempted to evade the strike. But it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the blow landed squarely on his chest. Bang! The youth coughed up blood, propelled backward like a cannonball, landing 10 zhang away. Cough. You, cough. His eyes widened in rage, but as he attempted to speak, another spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, rendering him speechless. Brother Wan. The other disciples finally realized the gravity of the situation and rushed forward to assist, only to discover that the young man was gravely injured, his meridian severed. Quick, save him. At this moment, the sect leader also awakened from his stupor and commanded the elder of the medicinal hall to investigate. Su Fan was taken aback, as were Lan Yun, Nangong Liuli, Qingxue, and Ni Qianxia. Everyone was stunned. None had anticipated that Qin Yuan would act so brazenly in public. Su Fan, regaining his composure, felt a surge of delight. This fool, Qin Yuan, was digging his own grave. Such audacity. This scoundrel showed blatant disregard for the sect. Lin Xian'er, too, felt her fair face flush with anger. Lan Yun's expression turned frosty. This was once her esteemed disciple. Truly, he was out of control. Nangong Liuli and Qingxue exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed about Qin Yuan's intentions. What could this imbecile possibly aim to achieve? A flicker of anxiety passed through Yi Qianxia's gemstone-like eyes as she implored, Sect leader, please impose severe punishment on Qin Yuan. With the multitude of agitated disciples clamoring for justice, even the sect leader found it difficult to openly favor Qin Yuan. He glared at Qin Yuan and inquired sternly, Qin Yuan, what on earth are you trying to accomplish? To injure someone in broad daylight? Do you not care for the sect? I merely wish to prove a point, Qin Yuan replied, unfazed. The essence of a sect's legacy lies not merely in its rules, which are but a facade. What truly matters is power. Without strength, all is mere talk. With power, one possesses everything, including the authority to set the rules. The weak are unworthy of conversing with the strong. Consider this. If Taishan sect were to strictly adhere to its rules yet only attain the golden core stage, and one day found itself in conflict with a transcendent being at the tribulation stage, what would the outcome be? A profound silence enveloped the crowd. What else could the result be? The sect leader spoke gravely. So, you are demonstrating your strength to us? Indeed, Qin Yuan asserted, maintaining his composure. The sect leader's expression darkened further. Should I interpret this as a provocation against the entire Taishan sect? I would not dare to presume such a thing. That is not my intention, Qin Yuan responded, casting his gaze over the furious disciples. I merely wish for this group of incompetents to recognize reality. You are exceedingly tyrannical. Is there no sense of justice left? Is there no law? Such vile scoundrels must be eradicated. The heavens cannot allow their existence. The crowd was thoroughly incensed by Qin Yuan's remarks. Yet, he merely scoffed in disdain. Eradicate me? Do you possess the capability? Do you have the qualifications? What is my status, and what is yours? To put it bluntly, even if I were to slay you all, Taishan sect would be powerless to hold me accountable. I am indeed taking advantage of my position. I am utterly ruthless. What can you do about it? He was neither seeking trouble nor afraid of it. Having resolved to participate in the trial, none could stand in his way. These individuals lacked Su Fan's fate and had no connection to the original narrative. Who dared challenge him? Do not blame him for his lack of courtesy. The Grand Master of Taishan and others remained silent, their silence deafening. Many of the outspoken disciples were on the verge of exploding with rage, their curses echoing through the air. Exclamations such as scoundrel, this is too much. I will kill him. Do not stop me. Flowed incessantly. Qin Yuan's gaze swept over them, taking note of all those who had just insulted him, marking them for annihilation. As you command, a voice echoed from the shadows. The cacophony of curses ceased, replaced by glares filled with animosity. Qin Yuan further instructed. Record all those who harbor murderous intent in their eyes, and ensure their obliteration. Pay close attention. Miss no one. As you command. Everyone bowed their heads. That is enough. The Grand Master could no longer endure the scene. Qin Yuan, this is Tai Xian's sect, not your Dongling dynasty. You cannot act with such impunity here. If we do not take action against you, Tai Xian's sect will have no face left. You shall not participate in this trial. Nor will you remain in Tai Xian's sect any longer. Today, I shall expel you from Tai Xian's sect. Chapter 52. What can you do to me? What? Nangong Liuli and Qingxue were taken aback, their hearts suddenly filled with urgency. What would they do if Qin Yuan were expelled? However, Su Fan was overjoyed. The objective had been achieved. Not only could Qin Yuan not participate in the trial, but he could no longer remain in the Tai Xian sect. It was a double victory. Lan Yun wore an impassive expression. Being expelled was preferable, as she would no longer have to confront this rebellious disciple. Many disciples of the Tai Xian sect were indignant, feeling that the sect leader's punishment was too lenient. Some contemplated speaking up, but at that moment, they heard Qin Yuan chuckle with amusement. Did you hear? I am no longer a disciple of the Tai Xian sect. Be careful when you venture out. You might end up as nothing but bones. The grievances that had been ready to spill forth were swallowed back. A complex expression flickered in Yi Qianxia's eyes. Was Qin Yuan leaving so soon? How infuriating. She had yet to defeat him. The sect leader spoke in a deep voice. Enough. The time is almost right. I believe the trial can commence. Wait. A voice interrupted the sect leader. What is it now? The sect leader was on the verge of losing his temper. Glaring at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan slowly bowed. I am Qin Yuan, the 6th prince of the Dongling Empire, here to pay my respects to the sect leader. You. The sect leader was taken aback, somewhat bewildered. However, Qin Yuan's declaration clearly indicated that he no longer considered himself a disciple of the Tai Xian sect, but rather a prince of the Dongling Empire. The status was entirely different. What business does the 6th prince have? The sect leader could only respond with resignation. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. What did Qin Yuan intend to do? Amidst the myriad of puzzled glances, Qin Yuan spoke slowly. In accordance with the agreement between the Dongling Empire and the Tai Xian sect, I have come specifically to participate in your esteemed sect's pagoda trial. A moment of silence enveloped the scene, followed by a surge of discussion. The alliance between the Dongling Empire and the Tai Xian sect had long been common knowledge. The two great forces pursued different paths in cultivation. Thus, it was not uncommon for disciples to be exchanged. If a disciple of the Tai Xian sect was better suited for the methods of the Dongling Empire, they would be sent to the empire, and vice versa. This was a frequent occurrence in the realm of cultivation. Qin Yuan and Qingxue had been sent to the Tai Xian sect for this very reason. At the time of their alliance, both sides had stipulated that when opportunities arose within one sect, they would be open to the disciples of the other, even if those disciples had not formally joined the sect. For instance, in this pagoda trial, many disciples from other sects friendly to the Tai Xian sect were participating. This meant that, as a prince of the Dongling Empire, Qin Yuan could indeed partake in the pagoda trial. The sect leader and elders exchanged glances. While the disciples who had just voiced their discontent wore expressions as if they had consumed something distasteful. Currently, Qin Yuan was no longer a disciple of the Tai Xian sect, rendering the sect's regulations moot. Furthermore, given Qin Yuan's demeanor, when the time comes for reckoning, they may indeed face annihilation. Many disciples began to feel trepidation, regretting their earlier boldness. The joy on Su Fan's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a shadow of bitterness and resentment. Lan Yun's expression was intricate, as she silently sighed. In contrast, Nangong Liuli and Qingxue's faces blossomed with renewed delight. Qin Yuan spoke once more. May I inquire, Master, if I may participate in the trial? Of course, came the calm reply from the master after a moment's silence. This was a mutual agreement, one he could not refuse. The spirits of the many bold disciples plummeted. Their efforts felt utterly futile. Is this the privilege bestowed by power? Ah, how I loathe this. The leader of the impetuous youths was so enraged that he spat blood and fell unconscious. Qin Yuan gazed down at the crowd once more and stated coolly, remember, in this world, strength speaks volumes. Weaklings have no right to compete with the formidable. If you seek fairness, let your power do the talking. Otherwise, you shall only suffer. The faces of the audacious disciples reddened with indignation, yet no one dared to speak up any longer. Enough, enough. The time for the trial has arrived. Prepare yourselves. The master interjected, unable to bear the farce any longer, waving his hand to silence Qin Yuan. Finally, this tumultuous episode had drawn to a close. Let it be. They are significant figures we cannot provoke. We must learn from this experience. Although Qin Yuan's words were harsh, they held truth. In the Xianling continent, strength is the foundation of everything. Conversely, I had no desire to stand out. It is all that foolish youth's fault for inciting me. When he awakens, I shall hold him accountable. Nevertheless, we have not returned empty-handed. At least Qin Yuan has been expelled from the Taishan sect, which we can consider a victory. Indeed, we have driven him away. We shall no longer have to endure that detestable scoundrel. The disciples murmured among themselves, expressing their myriad sentiments. Alas, we have succeeded in banishing Qin Yuan from the Taishan sect. Su Fan's heart brimmed with unfulfilled resentment, yet he resigned himself to reality. He cast a fierce glance at Qin Yuan. Even if you participate in the trial, I refuse to be defeated by you. Nangong Liuli and Qingxue's eyes sparkled with gentle joy. As long as Qin Yuan could join smoothly, that was sufficient. Yiqian Xiao looked at Qin Yuan, her large eyes shimmering with determination. Qin Yuan, this time, I shall not succumb to you. With a resounding rumble, the Grand Tower's doors slowly creaked open, releasing a surge of potent spiritual energy. The trial within the tower commenced in earnest, and with a command from the Elder Guardian. The eager disciples surged forward. Nangong Liuli exchanged a subtle nod with Qingxue before stepping forward. Qingxue offered Qin Yuan a gentle smile. Let us enter as well. Go entertain yourself, Qin Yuan remarked, his gaze fixed intently on Nangong Liuli. He had not forgotten the purpose of his visit. He must keep a close watch on her to prevent any harm from befalling Su Fan. Yet I wish to remain in your company, Qingxue earnestly expressed. This scene elicited astonishment and envy from the surrounding disciples, for Qingxue was renowned as the aloof beauty of the Taishan sect. And now she seemed to have transformed into an eager admirer. Do as you please, Qin Yuan replied with a sense of indifference. As he noticed Nangong Liuli had already ascended to the second level of the pagoda with Su Fan. The interior of the pagoda was a realm unto itself. From the outside, it appeared merely a few dozen feet across, yet within, it stretched over 1,000 feet, grander than the outer plaza. Within this space, every pore opened, and the meridians began to circulate autonomously, while the vast sea of spiritual energy flowed freely through the pores and into the body's acupuncture points. Many disciples, upon entering, immediately broke through their constraints, witnessing a direct advancement in their cultivation realms. Moreover, with each ascent to a higher level, the essence and concentration of this spiritual energy would increase exponentially. However, ascending further was no simple feat inside the pagoda. The potent and refined spiritual energy was accompanied by immense pressure. With each step forward, the weight of the burden intensified. Many disciples, before even reaching the entrance to the second level, found themselves drenched in sweat, some collapsing under the strain, while others even coughed up blood. For the more accomplished disciples, however, the first level posed little challenge, and many had already surged toward the second level. Qin Yuan and Qingxue traversed the first level with ease, as though it were indistinguishable from the area outside the pagoda. Noticing Qin Yuan's eagerness to ascend, Qingxue's eyes flickered momentarily before she swiftly grasped his arm. Do not rush off just yet. There is something I wish to discuss with you. Whatever it is, we can talk outside, he replied dismissively. No, it is urgent. I must speak of it now, she insisted. Then speak as we walk, he suggested. There are too many people here. It is inconvenient. Let us find a corner to converse, she replied. Then let us not speak at all, Qin Yuan said, a hint of impatience creeping into his tone. How had he never realized before just how bothersome Qingxue could be? Chapter 53. Do you remember our first encounter? No, I must express myself. Qingxue, are you not tired of this? I have no desire to engage with you. Go find a more comfortable place to linger. Qin Yuan could no longer endure it. Nangong Liuli had already joined Su Fan on the second level. If Qingxue continued to cling to him, no one could foresee what might transpire on the second level. Just as Qin Yuan contemplated shaking off Qingxue to proceed alone, she seized him firmly. Qingxue, what on earth do you intend to do? Qin Yuan inquired coldly. Qingxue grasped the sleeve of Qin Yuan's garment tightly, her striking visage betraying a hint of grievance. Qin Yuan, do you truly despise me so? Indeed, I find you exceedingly bothersome. The mere sight of you irritates me. Do keep your distance. Qin Yuan replied irritably. A flicker of dejection passed through Qingxue's eyes. It was evident that Qin Yuan harbored some resentment towards her. Clearly, her efforts had been insufficient, and she needed to strive harder. But I wish to follow you. Gu Qingxue said, her voice tinged with disappointment. The veins on Qin Yuan's forehead throbbed, and he forcefully pushed Gu Qingxue away. Get lost. He then dashed up to the second level of the tower, offering Gu Qingxue no time to react. Qin Yuan Ji. Gu Qingxue felt a surge of urgency as she remembered her promise to Nangong Liuli. She absolutely could not allow Qin Yuan to pursue her. She must buy time for Nangong Liuli. With that thought, she disregarded everything else and hastened up to the second level of the tower. Meanwhile, Su Fan had ascended to the fourth level of the tower. His aim was clear, the treasure at the pinnacle. Nothing else could captivate him. Even if he were to fail in acquiring the treasure this time, he intended to climb as high as possible. For the higher the position, the more profound the opportunities, and the greater the benefits would be for him. Sister Liuli, are you well? Su Fan glanced back at Nangong Liuli, a gentle smile gracing his face. Although she had been a prime suspect when he was poisoned last time, he had always felt it was unlikely. After she clarified things with him, he chose to trust her. His senior sister was so kind and gentle. How could she possibly wish him harm? Thus, when she requested to join him for this trial in the tower, he readily agreed. If he could assist her in obtaining the opportunities she sought, her fondness for him would surely multiply. I'm fine. Nangong Liuli replied with a soft smile, her gaze clear and warm. Yet you have surpassed my expectations. In less than half an hour, you have already reached the fourth level. Sister, you flatter me. The fourth level is merely the beginning. Our targets are the sixth and seventh levels. To emerge as champions of this trial, Su Fan declared with pride. Then let us strive onward. Nangong Liuli chuckled lightly. We must continue, lest those behind us catch up. We cannot allow them to surpass us. Very well. Su Fan responded with a confident smile, and they resumed their ascent. Let us proceed, sister. Observing Su Fan's retreating figure, a glint of coldness flickered deep within Nangong Liuli's eyes. Champion, you may as well abandon that hope. This time, the victor shall undoubtedly be Qin Yuan. Wait for me, brother Qin Yuan. Do not leave me behind. Qin Yuan sprinted ahead, while Gu Qingxue pursued him closely. Upon reaching the second level, the pressure escalated significantly, causing their pace to slow. Once Gu Qingxue caught up to Qin Yuan, she positioned herself directly in his path once more. Gu Qingxue, if you continue this way, do not blame me for retaliating, Qin Yuan warned, his expression fierce. How can this woman be so relentless? Even if you strike me, I will persist in following you. Gu Qingxue gazed defiantly at Qin Yuan, completely disregarding the astonished looks from those around them. I am aware of your disdain for me. Once you exit the pagoda, it will be challenging for me to find you. Therefore, there are matters I must clarify with you here. Otherwise, even if you attempt to expel me, I will remain by your side, unless you take my life. Qin Yuan was utterly speechless. He longed to press on, yet Gu Qingxue's incessant antics, coupled with the prying eyes of the onlookers, rendered him unable to maintain his dignity. With a sigh, he conceded, Fine, I yield. Speak your mind. Truly, thank you. Brother Qin Yuan, I knew you would grant me this opportunity, Gu Qingxue exclaimed, her face instantly brightening with joy. Taking a gentle breath, she continued. Brother Qin Yuan, do you remember when we first met? I do not recall, Qin Yuan replied, rolling his eyes. But I do, Gu Qingxue persisted. Lost in her own thoughts. We were merely 3 years old. My father took me to the palace, and you were playing in the imperial garden at that very moment. My father brought me before you. That was our first encounter. I still remember your mother pointing at me and saying, Son, look, this is your future wife. Stop. Qin Yuan interjected, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Speak plainly. Do not meander so. It is a waste of time. Very well. If you do not wish to listen, I shall refrain from speaking, Gu Qingxue murmured softly. Back then, we seemed to get along splendidly. After our initial meeting, I frequently sought you out to play, and you often came to find me. You would say how wonderful those times were, Gu Qingxue, if you utter another word. I will leave this instant, Qin Yuan warned, doubting the girl's sanity. What sort of occasion is this? How can she still be inclined towards romantic musings? Fine. If you do not wish to hear it, I will remain silent. But if you dare utter another word, I will depart immediately, Qin Yuan reiterated sternly. Gu Qingxue glanced towards the entrance of the third level and nodded. All right, I shall be direct. Let me make it clear in advance if I speak. Do not take offense. Go ahead. I truly mean to speak now. Say it. Qin Yuan suppressed his urge to explode. Gu Qingxue paused for a moment before continuing. Brother Qin Yuan, do you know how I discovered that you were framed by Su Fan? I do not. Qin Yuan's interest was piqued, for this was his greatest enigma. The beginning of the unraveling of this bizarre plot. Please, elaborate. This tale is rather lengthy. Then let us keep it brief. Very well. In truth, I have only known about this matter for a short while. When Su Fan first arrived, we were not well acquainted, but later, Qingxue commenced a lengthy discourse. However, after 3 minutes, Qin Yuan had gleaned none of the essential points. The entirety was but idle chatter. Enough. Qin Yuan could no longer endure it and interrupted her once more. What is it, brother Qin Yuan? Qingxue blinked innocently. Are you stalling for time? Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Qingxue. A chill ran through her, yet she maintained her composure. What do you mean by stalling for time? I do not quite understand. You have colluded with Nangong Liuli, have you not? Qin Yuan stated coolly. You are delaying me here while Nangong Liuli is with Su Fan. Waiting for the opportune moment to strike, am I correct? Chapter 54, Get Lost. You have misunderstood me. I was never close to Nangong Liuli. So how could I possibly conspire with her? Furthermore, her relationship with Su Fan has always been amicable. How could she wish harm upon him? Qingxue continued to weave her deceit. Do you take me for a fool? Qin Yuan replied coldly, you are well aware of the significance of the pagoda trial. And yet you choose to engage in meaningless chatter with me here. Is it not to waste time? You are deliberately stalling so that Nangong Liuli has the opportunity to eliminate Su Fan, are you not? I have warned you before. This matter concerns only Su Fan and me, and it is not for you to meddle in. Why do you insist on opposing me? Qingxue's heart trembled. But she quickly regained her composure and gazed defiantly at Qin Yuan. You are correct. I have indeed colluded with Nangong Liuli. However, we act for your sake. To avenge you and to secure your victory in the pagoda trial. Our conscience is clear. Even if you despise us, we must proceed. You. Qin Yuan was so enraged that he felt numb. He sighed and said coldly, you had better hope nothing happens to Su Fan. With that, he dashed towards the 3rd level with great speed. As she watched Qin Yuan's receding figure, Qingxue felt a mix of grievance and resentment. She was acting for his benefit. Why could he not appreciate her intentions? It seemed that Qin Yuan's animosity towards her was far more profound than she had anticipated. Qin Yuan, no matter how you treat me, I must seek vengeance for you, even if you loathe me. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Qingxue retrieved a communication stone from her pocket and whispered into it. Plan A has failed. Qin Yuan has reached the 3rd level. Commence Plan B. Act swiftly. Understood. Came Nangong Liuli's voice from the stone moments later. What do you mean understood? What are you talking about, senior sister? Su Fan, now on the 5th level of the pagoda, looked back at Nangong Liuli with confusion. Nothing. You misheard, Nangong Liuli replied lightly, discreetly stowing away the communication stone. Oh, we are nearing the 6th level. The pressure here is intense. One misstep could send us tumbling out of the pagoda. Be cautious, senior sister. Su Fan, too focused on resisting the pressure emanating from the pagoda, did not ponder further. Indeed, Nangong Liuli nodded, silently observing Su Fan as he bore the heavy weight of the exertion. Not enough. Still insufficient. More time is required. Only when we reach the 6th level will our chances of success be greater. Meanwhile, on the 4th level of the pagoda, a woman in red was struggling to ascend, glancing back intermittently, her willow-like brows furrowing in concern. What is Qin Yuan up to? Why is he not caught up yet? Su Fan has already reached the 5th level. Yi Qianxia felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. She had anticipated a fair contest with Qin Yuan. To everyone's astonishment, this fellow barely reached the 4th level. Qin Yuan, do not let me down. Yi Qianxia cast a final glance behind her before gritting her teeth and quickening her pace. Su Fan, please do not encounter any misfortune. Qin Yuan was relentlessly pursuing, yet the interior of the pagoda was vast, with a distance of over 100 zhang from entrance to exit. After the 3rd level, the pressure surged dramatically. Even Qin Yuan began to feel the strain, his strides considerably slower than before. As for the other disciples, they were already struggling on this level. Some even pressed to the ground, gasping for breath. Occasionally, disciples would be enveloped in white light, only to vanish in an instant. This was the protective mechanism of the pagoda. Before entering, each disciple received a jade pendant. If one could no longer endure within the pagoda, shattering the pendant would teleport them outside. Those who were teleported out would have their scores fixed at that level, with the time spent recorded. Ultimately, all disciples would be ranked based on the levels attained and time taken, earning rewards from the sect. Those who reached this level were all elite inner disciples, core disciples, and even true disciples. However, even such prodigies found the 3rd level exceedingly arduous. Observing Qin Yuan traverse it with apparent ease, Envy and jealousy radiated from the crowd. Although Qin Yuan's character left much to be desired, his talent was undeniably formidable. Just moments ago, Su Fan and Yi Qingxue, among others, barely reached half of his speed on the third level. Suddenly, a dark figure stood in Qin Yuan's path. Frowning, Qin Yuan inquired, "What do you intend to do?" He recognized this disciple as a true disciple of the third elder. "Qin Yuan, I challenge you." The young man gazed directly at Qin Yuan, his face brimming with arrogance. At these words, the surrounding disciples gasped in astonishment, quickly revealing expressions of keen interest. Brother Gongsun is challenging Qin Yuan? This should be entertaining. Brother Gongsun was the second disciple of the third elder, not yet 50 years old, already at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. 2 levels stronger than Qin Yuan. Do you think Qin Yuan can defeat him? I find it unlikely. Although Qin Yuan is hailed as an unparalleled genius, undefeated even in upward challenges, Brother Gongsun is no pushover, being 2 minor realms stronger. It would be quite challenging for Qin Yuan to triumph over him. I disagree. Qin Yuan's talent surpasses that of Brother Gongsun, and despite the 2 minor realms difference, he may still possess the strength to fight. The crowd buzzed with chatter, while Qin Yuan's expression darkened. A challenge? Nonsense. Is this not merely a ploy to hold him back? This Nangong Liuli has prepared thoroughly. The one challenging him is Gongsun Su, a cousin of Nangong Liuli, with whom he shares a good relationship. Their interactions had been minimal until now. Yet he chooses this moment to challenge him? Is this not transparently ulterior in motive? Seeing that Qin Yuan remained silent for an extended period, Gongsun Su let out a cold laugh and remarked, "The world claims you to be the foremost prodigy of the Taishan sect in a millennium. I find this hard to accept. Today, I shall put your abilities to the test. I can suppress my cultivation to match your level, lest anyone accuse me of taking advantage of you. So, do you dare to accept my challenge? Get lost." As Gongsun Su's voice faded, Qin Yuan swiftly delivered a resounding slap. Gongsun Su had no time to react, and like a kite severed from its string, he was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground 3 yards away. Without so much as a glance, Qin Yuan continued on his way. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Am I seeing things? Did Gongsun Su really just get knocked away with a single slap? It must be an illusion. It cannot be true. That was Gongsun Su. He fell without even moving a muscle? My heavens, what just transpired? A sneak attack. It must have been a sneak attack by Qin Yuan. Indeed, there is no other explanation for how he could defeat Gongsun Su so swiftly. Chapter 55. Get the hell out. Gongsun Su coughed up blood, his spirit shaken to its core. Defeated. Defeated. Was it truly over? While others perceived Qin Yuan's attack as a sneak assault, Gongsun Su, being the principal party involved, felt the gravity of the situation. That seemingly casual slap from Qin Yuan possessed a force and speed that far surpassed his own, multiple times over. Even with his utmost effort, he could not have withstood it. How could this be? How could Qin Yuan be so formidable? Gongsun Su's mind was in disarray. Initially, he had been spurred on by his cousin's encouragement to challenge Qin Yuan, confident in his own abilities, believing that even if he could not defeat Qin Yuan, he could at least secure a draw. Little did he anticipate such a disheartening outcome. Bastard, stand still. Before Gongsun Su could voice his thoughts, another furious roar rang out, followed by the appearance of a man in green, who once again obstructed Qin Yuan's path. The man sported a square face, with piercing eyes and a robust physique, resembling a fierce tiger descending from the mountains. Qin Yuan, you have gone too far. Gongsun brother merely wished for a friendly spar. If you cannot best him, then concede. Why resort to such despicable tactics to ambush him? Is this the conduct expected of the foremost talent of the Taishan sect? Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Is that Zhao, the senior brother? Excellent. Qin Yuan is in trouble now. The onlookers displayed expressions of delight at this turn of events. Zhao, the eldest disciple under the second elder, had already reached the 6th level of the Golden Core stage. Moreover, he possessed the dragon elephant physique, granting him a natural physical strength 100-fold greater than that of ordinary individuals. Even against a 7th-level Golden Core practitioner, he could easily prevail. With his intervention, victory over Qin Yuan was assured. Gongsun Su finally regained his composure and called out to Zhao, "Brother Zhao, please don't brother, no need for words. Today, I must discipline this Qin Yuan and make him aware that there are greater powers beyond him." As Gongsun Su began to speak, Zhao interrupted him, directing his attention to Qin Yuan. Why the silence? Are you afraid? It's too late for fear. You must apologize to Gongsun brother today. Are you not tired of this? Get lost. Qin Yuan retaliated with another slap, and Zhao Hu, caught off guard, was sent flying, landing right beside Gong Sun Su. Much like him, a momentary silence enveloped the scene. Everyone stared in disbelief at Zhao Hu. Defeated? The 6th level of the Golden Core stage. The dragon elephant physique so easily vanquished? No, surely Qin Yuan must have cheated. Otherwise, it was inconceivable that he could so effortlessly overcome senior brother Zhao Hu. Indeed, Qin Yuan had undoubtedly employed underhanded means. Despicable! How utterly vile of Qin Yuan! As the crowd roused from their stupor, their gazes toward Qin Yuan brimmed with fury and disdain. To employ such base tactics against a fellow disciple was simply intolerable. Zhao Hu coughed up blood, his expression one of utter despair. Defeated, so easily vanquished. Like Gong Sun Su, Zhao Hu was also quick to perceive the formidable strength of Qin Yuan. The power and speed he exhibited were such that even if he exerted himself to the utmost, he might not be able to withstand it. Gong Sun Su patted Zhao Hu on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Brother Zhao, I wanted to convey that my defeat was not unjust. However, alas, your impatience is evident. Zhao Hu muttered, how infuriating. Why is Qin Yuan so powerful? His heart trembled with disbelief. Stop right there, before Qin Yuan could take another step. He was once more obstructed by a man clad in black. The man was tall and lean, his sharp gaze fixed intently upon Qin Yuan. My 2 junior brothers merely wish to spar with you. If you refuse, so be it. But why resort to such despicable tactics? Wonderful. It is senior brother Lu Yuan. The crowd rejoiced, for Lu Yuan was the 3rd disciple of the 4th elder and had already reached the 7th level of the Golden Core stage. He would surely prevail. Get lost. Before the crowd could celebrate, they witnessed Lu Yuan being sent flying, crashing to the ground beside Zhao Hu. Silence enveloped the scene as they looked at the bloody Lu Yuan, their hearts laden with questions. Knowing full well that Qin Yuan was crafty, why had Lu Yuan been so careless? Could it be that Qin Yuan's strength was genuinely formidable, strong enough to defeat a peerless genius at the 7th level of the Golden Core stage with a single strike? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The onlookers found it hard to accept such a reality. The path of cultivation is a gradual ascent. Each minor realm presents a chasm of difference. No matter how talented Qin Yuan might be, it was unfathomable for him to leap 4 levels and vanquish his opponent in a single blow. Surely, Qin Yuan was merely employing trickery. Undoubtedly. How vexing. With 3 senior brothers defeated, who else can stand against him? I truly wish to see Qin Yuan receive a thorough beating, the disciples collectively concluded. Yet, at that moment, Qin Yuan had already reached the middle of the 3rd level, making the possibility of stopping him exceedingly slim. Only Zhao Hu and Gong Sun Su could comprehend Lu Yuan's turmoil. At this juncture, Lu Yuan was indeed in a state of disarray. He had harbored a fierce desire to challenge Qin Yuan, spurred on by Gu Qingxue's encouragement to confront this genius during the pagoda trial. Yet, he had never anticipated such an outcome. Qin Yuan was terrifyingly powerful. Stop. Just then, another shadow clad in black intercepted Qin Yuan's path. This was a youthful man, slender yet exuding a robust aura. With a hooked nose that imparted an air of intimidation. Qin Yuan, allow me to engage you, he said, his voice hoarse and deep, with a fierce glint of battle intent in his eyes. Senior brother Lingyun. Excellent. Senior brother Lingyun has also intervened. This time, Qin Yuan shall undoubtedly have no escape. Although senior brother Lingyun was also at the 7th level of the Golden Core stage, 3 months prior, he had triumphed over Lu Yuan of the same realm in just 3 moves. Moreover, Lu Yuan was known for his cautious approach in combat, leaving Qin Yuan with no opportunity for a surprise attack. Lingyun, known for his solitary and independent nature, rarely engages in combat, yet today he unexpectedly approached Qin Yuan. This indicates that Qin Yuan has incurred the ire of many who were eager to teach him a lesson. The multitude of disciples immediately buzzed with excitement once more. Lingyun cast a glance at Qin Yuan, and without a hint of hesitation, unsheathed his longsword, letting out a fierce roar as he charged toward Qin Yuan. Prepare to receive my challenge. With a resounding crash, Lingyun's assault was decisive, devoid of any superfluous words. Flames enveloped him, resembling a phoenix reborn from ashes. As the sacred and fervent flames rapidly spread, surrounding him, countless flickering flames danced, conjuring the ethereal image of a phoenix. Phoenix dance in the 9 heavens. This was Lingyun's ultimate technique, the phoenix dance in the 9 heavens. Truly, Lingyun's reputation for being meticulous and resolute was well-deserved. He unleashed his ultimate move at once. Just 3 months prior, Lu Yuan had fallen victim to this very attack, and now it seemed that Qin Yuan was doomed. This was the 3rd level of the pagoda. where merely standing posed a challenge, yet Ling Yun managed to execute such a powerful technique as the phoenix dance in the 9 heavens with remarkable strength. The disparity between individuals was staggering, evoking a sense of frustration. The fiery phoenix's sword, transforming into lethal arrows, descending upon Qin Yuan like shooting stars. Even within the confines of the 3rd level of the pagoda, the power of the phoenix dance in the 9 heavens remained largely undiminished, were it not for extraordinary resilience. A typical 7th-tier golden elixir practitioner would likely face severe injury or even death. One after another. How tiresome. Begone. Qin Yuan, now enraged, struck out with a palm toward the airborne Ling Yun. Chapter 56. Qingxue's uncle. Bang. A miraculous scene unfolded. Under Qin Yuan's mid-air slap, all the fireballs redirected their trajectory, hurtling towards Ling Yun. Alarmed, Ling Yun's pupils constricted. It was too late to evade. In the next instant, he felt a crushing blow to his abdomen. His internal energy shattered, and his body was propelled backward like a cannonball. By sheer coincidence, he landed right beside Lu Yuan. The violent turbulence swiftly dissipated into nothingness. Were they all simply idle? Did they not see that I was occupied? Qin Yuan cast a disdainful glance at the onlookers before swiftly entering the entrance to the 4th level, leaving behind a group of bewildered individuals. Silence, an oppressive stillness enveloped the scene. All eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to process the astonishing spectacle. Ling Yun's face turned ashen, akin to a statue. Was this Qin Yuan truly human? After a prolonged silence, someone finally stammered a response. Once or twice could be dismissed as an accidental ambush, thrice might be excusable. However, for the 4th time, Ling Yun failed to retaliate decisively, being effortlessly sent flying yet again. This was a testament to Qin Yuan's formidable prowess. Zhao Hu, Gong Sun Su, and Lu Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over them. If Ling Yun could be defeated with a single strike, their own failures seemed entirely justifiable. At that moment, a flash of white light appeared at the entrance to the 3rd level, and a striking figure clad in white emerged, Qingxue. Upon her arrival, she immediately spotted the 4 individuals sprawled on the ground, a sense of foreboding surging within her. Where is Qin Yuan? He has already ascended, Lu Yuan replied darkly. Apologies. I failed to stop him. The other 3 bowed their heads in shame. Qingxue murmured, Nangong Liuli, you best hurry. 3 days prior, in Qingxue's room, it seemed Qin Yuan was reluctant to participate in the pagoda trial. I had to employ some subtle tactics to persuade him to agree, Nangong Liuli recounted. Qingxue, puzzled, asked, why? I'm not sure. Perhaps he simply did not wish to owe us a favor, Nangong Liuli replied, her expression tinged with melancholy. After a moment of silence, Qingxue inquired softly, what methods did you use to convince him? Nangong Liuli briefly explained her provocation of Qin Yuan and added, the issue now is that although he has participated, given his mindset, he has no intention of vying for 1st place. We must devise a strategy to ensure he secures victory. Furthermore, we need to ensure Su Fan gains nothing. What do you plan to do? Qingxue asked. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Nangong Liuli's eyes. I require your cooperation. Qin Yuan soon arrived at the 4th level, where the number of disciples had dwindled further. The remaining individuals were all exceptional talents, rare within the sect. A figure clad in fiery red stood out remarkably. Upon spotting Qin Yuan, the figure's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Qin Yuan, you have finally arrived. However, Qin Yuan, still unable to locate Nangong Liuli and Su Fan on the 4th level, felt an increasing sense of urgency. It was all Qingxue's fault, along with those 4 fools who had wasted his time. Irritated, Qin Yuan pressed onward toward the 5th level. The pressure within the pagoda intensified as one ascended. Su Fan needed to muster all his strength to cope with the burden, thereby increasing the likelihood of Nangong Liuli intervening, should Su Fan sustain injuries and falter. Even without shattering the jade token, he would be forcibly teleported out, thus missing the opportunity the pagoda offered. He had to ascend quickly to prevent this from occurring. Qin Yuan, you have finally made it up here. I thought you wouldn't make it to the 4th level, just as he had feared. Qin Yuan was once again obstructed after only a few steps. Instinctively, he contemplated striking the person aside, but upon recognizing the individual's visage, he halted, furrowing his brow. He inquired, Gu Chang'an, what do you intend? Gu Chang'an, the unparalleled prodigy of the Gu family from the Dongling dynasty, had reached the 7th stage of the Golden Core by the age of 66. He was also Gu Qingxue's paternal uncle. Unlike the disciples of the Taishan sect, Gu Chang'an participated in the pagoda trials under the auspices of the Dongling dynasty. He had always held a favorable opinion of Gu Qingxue's fiancée, But since joining the Taishan sect, he had committed numerous dark deeds for the sake of the narrative, coupled with various slanders against him, leading to a tarnished reputation. Consequently, Gu Chang'an's attitude towards him had grown increasingly aloof, while he began to regard Su Fan, the child of fortune, with increasing admiration. "How dare you speak to me like this? I am your elder." Gu Chang'an's expression darkened further. Yet, Qin Yuan showed no regard for his status. "Speak plainly. And if you have nothing of importance to say, do not waste my time." "You scoundrel. I am indeed a scoundrel. Spare me the nonsense. If you have business, speak of it. If not, be gone." Gu Chang'an's face was as dark as water, taken aback by Qin Yuan's unexpected rudeness. "How could someone like you be worthy of Qingxue?" He grew weary of the banter and stated directly, "You should know why I am here. You are unworthy of Qingxue. If you have any sense, you will withdraw from this engagement immediately." "Is that why you sought me out?" Qin Yuan furrowed his brows, seriously doubting whether this man was mentally sound, oblivious to the nature of their surroundings. Or was he also brought in by Gu Qingxue to stall for time? Otherwise, where would I find you after we leave this place? It just so happens that I encountered you today, and it is essential we clarify this matter. Gu Chang'an coldly replied, "You have seen for yourself. Qingxue harbors no affection for you. A forceful engagement bears no sweetness. You should promptly annul this marriage. Should you wish for my withdrawal, I shall comply, but I refuse to do so," Qin Yuan retorted instantly, incredulous at the suggestion. What folly is this? He found himself disinclined to engage with Gu Qingxue, primarily due to her character's unexpected disarray, which left him quite vexed. However, their impending nuptials were intricately linked to numerous subsequent events, and retreat was out of the question. Qin Yuan, do not be oblivious to the times. At present, what right do you possess to be regarded as Qingxue's betrothed? Should you relent, it would spare you a modicum of dignity. If you resist, when the Gu family decides to call off the engagement, your reputation shall be utterly tarnished, Gu Chang'an stated bluntly. "Are you threatening me?" Qin Yuan inquired with a hint of intrigue. Gu Chang'an replied coolly, "I am merely articulating a reality. If you choose to interpret it otherwise, that is beyond my control." With a sudden motion, Qin Yuan remained silent, delivering a swift strike. Taken by surprise, Gu Chang'an was struck in the abdomen, propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing several meters away, blood spilling from his lips. Chapter 57, The Fury of Yu Qianxia. This scene astonished all present. My heavens, what have I witnessed? Qin Yuan has actually defeated Gu Chang'an with a single strike. How is this even possible? Gu Chang'an is a top-tier genius. At the 7th level of the Golden Core stage, 3 entire realms above Qin Yuan. This is utterly inconceivable. Qin Yuan is simply monstrous. Those who reach the 4th level are the most elite prodigies of the Taishan sect, possessing a far broader perspective than many disciples at the 3rd level. Although there are suspicions of a sneak attack, most could discern Qin Yuan's true strength at a glance. That palm strike undoubtedly bore the power to suppress a 7th level Golden Core master. Cough, cough, impossible, this cannot be, cough, cough. Gu Chang'an felt as if struck by lightning, his mind in disarray. How could Qin Yuan be so powerful? Powerful enough that he, a 7th level Golden Core cultivator, had no means of defense and was severely injured in an instant. Qin Yuan gazed coldly at him. What are you? What right do you have to meddle in my marriage with Qingxue? Do not think that just because you are an elder, I would hesitate to strike you. You had better behave yourself from now on. If you continue to flaunt your age, it will not end merely with an injury. You scoundrel. You insolent wretch. Gu Chang'an roared in fury. Before the eyes of many, to be so openly provoked by a younger generation was a profound loss of face. Yet, what could he do? He was simply no match for Qin Yuan. Gu family disciples, heed my command. All of you, attack together and teach this Qin Yuan a lesson. Gu Chang'an bellowed. The Dongling dynasty shared a close relationship with the Taishan sect, and numerous Gu family disciples were participating in this competition, with 5 having reached the 4th level. Together, they would surely ensure that even Qin Yuan, no matter how formidable, would not emerge unscathed. With a command from Gu Chang'an, 5 individuals swiftly advanced toward Qin Yuan. The pressure of the 4th level was immense. Even the top geniuses of the Taishan sect and Dongling dynasty could not move easily, gasping for breath with every step. Their momentum was fierce as they roared at Qin Yuan. As juniors, how dare you show disrespect to your elders? Today, we will teach you a proper lesson. Do you not understand human language? Get lost. Qin Yuan was thoroughly incensed. No longer showing mercy, he casually swung his palm, sending all 5 flying simultaneously, leaving 5 trails of blood in their wake. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, they crashed to the ground 3 zhang away, all spitting blood and wailing in agony. A deathly silence enveloped the scene. Everyone wore expressions of disbelief. 5 golden core masters, all dispatched in a single strike. Just how terrifying was Qin Yuan's strength? Did you not hear me? I told you to leave, yet you insist on seeking death? Do you all truly fail to comprehend human speech? Or is your intellect impaired? Qin Yuan glared at the group, his anger unabated. From now on, remember this lesson. When you see me, the farther you keep away, the better. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. A profound silence lingered, and none dared to utter a word. Dreaming. I must be dreaming. This cannot be real. 5 formidable cultivators at the Golden Core stage, defeated by a single strike? The onlookers could scarcely believe their own eyes. The 5 prodigies from the Gu family were utterly horrified. Who was Qin Yuan? A man or a ghost? How infuriating. This scoundrel. This seemingly worthless individual. How could he possess such immense power? Gu Chang'an was both astonished and enraged, yet at that moment, he could do nothing but watch as Qin Yuan strode past him. Yi Qianxue was momentarily dazed. Ever since Qin Yuan had joined the Taishan sect, she had been in a constant, albeit covert, competition with him. Despite her repeated failures, the gap between them was not insurmountable. This very reason fueled her desire to surpass him, to conquer the one who had always overshadowed her. She had eagerly anticipated the trial at the pagoda, longing for an opportunity to challenge Qin Yuan. However, this scene left her utterly disoriented. These were 5 golden core cultivators. Any one of them alone was beyond her capability to defeat. Yet, they could not withstand even a single strike from Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan had been concealing his true strength all along. At that moment, a sense of defeat welled up within Yi Qianxue. No, I cannot give up. Even if he is stronger, I must triumph over him. I must. Yi Qianxue, with her indomitable spirit, swiftly cast aside her feelings of defeat, replaced instead by a renewed and potent fighting spirit. As she saw Qin Yuan approaching her, she immediately stepped forward to block his path. Taking a deep breath, her gem-like eyes locked onto his. Qin Yuan, you have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence for so long. Now, be gone. Before Yi Qianxue could finish her sentence, Qin Yuan carelessly swatted at her with his hand. A sudden dread filled her. She instinctively tried to resist. But it was too late. With a single slap, she was sent flying backward. The crowd gasped. Why did you do that? Yi Qianxue spat out a mouthful of blood, her anger surging as her beautiful eyes glared at Qin Yuan. Oh, it's you. I thought it was some fool seeking death, Qin Yuan remarked nonchalantly, finally turning to face her and realizing it was indeed Yi Qianxue. What do you want? Yi Qianxue's face turned pale with rage. So this scoundrel had no regard for her at all, striking her without a second thought. Can't I seek you out if I have nothing else to do? Just get away from me. I don't want to see you. Oh, Qin Yuan, disinterested in further banter, turned and stepped into the entrance of the 5th level. Yi Qianxue was left bewildered. P.S. leaving? Just like that? I told him to go, and he actually did. Scoundrel, insufferable scoundrel. Trembling with fury, Yi Qianxue seethed at Qin Yuan's blatant disregard. Moments after Qin Yuan vanished, a disturbance arose at the entrance to the 4th level. Qingxue followed closely behind. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene, her heart sank immediately. Despite the presence of so many individuals, they had failed to thwart Qin Yuan. Qingxue, you have finally arrived. Cough, cough. Upon spotting Qingxue, Gu Chang'an immediately called out and waved, only to inadvertently aggravate his injuries, causing blood to spill from his lips. Qingxue hurried forward, her concern evident as she inquired, Uncle, how are you faring? Cough, cough. Merely minor injuries, nothing to worry about, he replied, though his voice betrayed his pain. Was it Qin Yuan who harmed you? Who else but that scoundrel? Gu Chang'an wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression darkening. This scoundrel shows utter disdain for our Gu family. Such an insolent, malevolent individual is unworthy of becoming my Gu family's son-in-law. Your engagement with him must be annulled. It absolutely must be annulled. Impossible. Gu Qingxue blurted out. Gu Chang'an frowned. What do you mean, impossible? What are you saying? It's nothing. Gu Qingxue shook her head, opting not to elaborate. She then asked, what transpired between you and Qin Yuan? Why did he inflict such severe injuries upon you? What else could it be? I merely broached the topic of annulling our engagement, and he ambushed me. If not for my quick reflexes, he might have sent me flying from the Taishan Tower. Annulment? He ambushed you? Initially angered by her uncle's mention of the annulment, Gu Qingxue's eyes suddenly lit up upon hearing the latter part of his statement. Chapter 58. An unexpected turn of events. Are you saying that Qin Yuan ambushed you? He Does he refuse to annul the engagement? Gu Qingxue's breath quickened slightly. Of course, what other reason could there be? How unfortunate it is to fall at the hands of a junior, Gu Chang'an sighed. At this moment, Gu Qingxue was on the verge of tears from excitement. She had always known. She always knew that Qin Yuan harbored feelings for her. His consistently harsh demeanor towards her was merely a fade. It was all a pretense. He loves me. Initially, she only intended to enlist her uncle's help to hinder Qin Yuan's ascent in the tower. After all, her uncle had always been unfriendly towards Qin Yuan, and sending him to obstruct Qin Yuan posed no psychological burden for her. Yet, unexpectedly, she received this delightful news. All the gloom in Gu Qingxue's heart dissipated, and her fighting spirit reignited. As long as Qin Yuan held her in his heart, she would certainly find a way to earn his forgiveness and return to his side. Gu Qingxue took a gentle breath to steady her emotions and then produced a vial of elixir, handing it to Gu Chang'an. Thank you for your hard work, uncle. Please tend to your injuries. How wonderful. I came in such haste that I didn't prepare any proper healing elixirs. Qingxue, you truly provide timely assistance, Gu Chang'an replied. Accepting the elixir and uncapping it. I must tell you, Qingxue, your engagement to Qin Yuan must be definitively annulled. Such a person is unworthy of becoming a member of the Gu family. Once we return to the clan, I shall persuade your father and grandfather. As long as they agree, the annulment will be a foregone conclusion. Halfway through Gu Chang'an's statement, Gu Qingxue snatched the elixir back. What are you doing, Qingxue? Gu Chang'an asked, perplexed. With an expressionless face, Gu Qingxue tucked the vial away. It's nothing. I suddenly feel that you are in good condition. It would be wasteful to use the elixir. Cough, that won't do. I am already at my limit. If I do not tend to my injuries, I will be ejected from the tower. It's all right. I believe you can endure, uncle. Without hesitation, Gu Qingxue stepped past him, disregarding Gu Chang'an's anxious calls. Meanwhile, Su Fan and Nangong Liuli had finally reached the 6th level of the tower. This was already the pinnacle of achievement. Since the establishment of Taishan sect, the best performance by young disciples had been reaching the 6th level. To break through the 6th level and reach the 7th would designate one as the foremost disciple of Taishan sect. The true conditions within the tower were concealed from the outside world, which could only observe the movement of small red dots. At that moment, it was evident on the square that 2 red dots had appeared on the 6th level. Outside, discussions erupted, speculating on the identities of these 2 individuals. Su Fan. One of them must undoubtedly be Su Fan. Only a junior disciple possesses such talent. I suspect Qin Yuan is among them, though he may not seem impressive. His strength is undeniably formidable. It is not necessarily the case. This time, the tower trial is undoubtedly brimming with talent, rivaling the likes of Qin Yuan and Su Fan. Qianxia, Gu Qingxue, Nangong Liuli, and possibly senior brother Shangguan and senior brother Yi could all ascend to the 6th level. It has barely been a moment, and already someone has reached the 6th level. It seems that among this cohort of disciples, there will surely be those who can ascend to the 7th level. Do not be overly excited. Merely reaching the height does not suffice. One must linger within the tower long enough to seize opportunities. In the past, there have been disciples who resorted to underhanded tactics, exhausting all their resources to ascend to the 6th level at lightning speed, only to be expelled mere moments later, obtaining opportunities even less valuable than those on the 1st level. Indeed, it is true that simply racing against time holds no significance. What truly matters within the tower is endurance. If the sole aim were to achieve height, many disciples could reach the 6th level using various means. However, how many can endure for even a quarter of an hour? Let us await the outcome, allowing time to reveal the final result. Look, someone has been expelled from the 6th level. The discussions among the crowd were abruptly interrupted, and all gazes turned toward the 6th level. To exit so swiftly upon reaching the 6th level is astonishing. See, I knew someone would resort to shortcuts. Now they have only succeeded in losing more than they gained. Quick, let us see who it is. Su Fan. It is Su Fan. What? How can this be? The junior brother possesses such immense talent. How could he be expelled from the 6th level? Indeed, it is Su Fan. It truly is him. My heavens, look, it appears Su Fan has sustained grave injuries. The square erupted into chaos. No one anticipated that the first to be expelled would be Su Fan. He had barely endured in the 6th level for less than a minute before he could no longer withstand it. At this moment, Su Fan was drenched in blood. With numerous broken bones, his condition precarious. A black dagger was embedded in his chest, and his entire being was shrouded in a sinister mist, indicating clear signs of poisoning. Lan Yun and Lin Xinyuan were left in a state of shock. unable to comprehend the outcome. How could this be? How could Fanner be so gravely injured? Who could have been behind this treachery? This is only the 6th level. The junior brother's prowess should have allowed him to reach the 7th, 8th, or even 9th levels. What transpired within the tower? Who can enlighten me concerning these events? Who is responsible for harming the junior brother? Let us rewind time to 15 minutes prior. At the 6th level of the tower, a flash of white light appeared, revealing the figures of Su Fan and Nangong Liuli. Upon reaching the 6th level, the pressure intensified abruptly. Even for top-tier talents like Su Fan and Nangong Liuli, the weight was suffocating, making it difficult to take a single step. Su Fan gasped for breath as he glanced at Nangong Liuli. "Senior sister, are you all right? You must hold on." I am fine." Nangong Liuli gritted her teeth and persevered. As a practitioner who specialized in alchemy, the tower trial posed a tremendous challenge for her. Nevertheless, she valiantly endured until the 6th level, an impressive feat indeed. "Of course I won't falter. How could I possibly succumb before I vanquished you?" she said coldly to herself. "That's reassuring, senior sister. Let us press onward," Su Fan replied, his face radiant with a brilliant smile, fully immersing himself in the battle against the mounting pressure. At that moment, he was oblivious to the chilling depths of Nangong Liuli's gaze. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. At the 6th level of the tower, each advance for Su Fan demanded immense exertion. Having only taken 4 steps, he was already drenched in sweat, veins bulging on his forehead. Nangong Liuli was also striving with all her might, while keeping a watchful eye on Su Fan. Indeed, the 6th level lived up to its formidable reputation. "Senior sister, you must endure, hold on." Su Fan encouraged both himself and Nangong Liuli as he continued to progress. Now was the moment. Seizing the opportunity while Su Fan was distracted, Nangong Liuli decisively struck. A black dagger plunged directly into the heart of Su Fan's back. The pressure of the 6th level was immense, and her actions were inevitably affected. Yet, she had waited for this pivotal moment, and she was determined to exert every ounce of her strength, fueled by her resentment. The speed of the dagger's thrust was hardly diminished compared to the outside world. At this moment, Su Fan was in a dire state, sensing the murderous intent but unable to make any evasive maneuvers. The dagger, predictably, found its mark, embedding itself fully in Su Fan's back. The world seemed to freeze at that instant. Chapter 59, Nangong Liuli, the hidden blade revealed. Su Fan struggled to lower his gaze to his chest, where the blade had pierced through his thorax, blood oozing forth in a steady trickle. He opened his mouth, intending to utter a few words, but instead, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the ground. Nangong Liuli observed the scene with an icy indifference, her heart swelling with a sense of gratification. Finally, vengeance has been served. Why Su Fan lay on the ground, his eyes fixed intensely on Nangong Liuli, filled with disbelief, resentment, and fury. "Because you deserve to die," Nangong Liuli stated coldly. "The sins you have committed, the atrocities you inflicted upon Qin Yuan, even 1,000 deaths would not suffice." Su Fan spat out another mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with rage. You have betrayed me." "Betrayed? You overestimate your significance. From the very beginning, we shared no bond. What is there to betray?" Nangong Liuli replied with a frigid tone. "In my heart, there has only ever been Qin Yuan. For you, I harbor nothing but hatred, wishing to see you torn to shreds." As he gazed into Nangong Liuli's eyes, filled with disdain and murderous intent, Su Fan felt his heart tear apart. His sincere devotion had culminated in such a dismal outcome. Qin Yuan. Once again, it was Qin Yuan. First, it was Qingxue, and now Nangong Liuli. Both were his cherished loves, now mercilessly wielding the knife against him for Qin Yuan. Rage, bitterness, and profound anguish consumed Su Fan's spirit. He felt as if he were on the brink of madness. He could confront the mockery and retribution of enemies with composure, endure the coldness of outsiders, and even accept the tragic demise of loved ones, yet he could not bear betrayal, especially the betrayal of the woman he loved most dearly. Why? Why would you do this? What is so commendable about that worthless wretch? You would kill me for him. Do you not realize how much I cherish you? We are truly destined for one another. Su Fan's anguished roar echoed in despair. Nangong Liuli's only response was a derisive laugh, laced with contempt. What are you? What right do you have to love me? The sight of you disgusts me. My heart belongs solely to Qin Yuan. He is my one true love. Su Fan felt as though he had been struck by lightning, shaking his head in disbelief. For the first time, the gentle senior sister appeared utterly unfamiliar. So foreign it instilled fear within him. No, this cannot be real. What has Qin Yuan given you that has so captivated your heart? Why do you care for him so? He has not bestowed upon me any tangible gifts, but his presence has liberated me from a monotonous existence, allowing me to experience the beauty of life. I find joy in his happiness, sorrow in his troubles. I think of him constantly, caring for him. He has become an indispensable part of my life. Nangong Liuli's expression softened in an unprecedented manner, resembling a young girl lost in the throes of love. Su Fan gazed, momentarily entranced. Such a demeanor was unprecedented in his experience. A surge of jealousy and resentment engulfed him as he shouted, "But Qin Yuan does not harbor feelings for you. He does not care for you at all. A person like him is unworthy of you. Yet, does it matter? I love him, and that is sufficient," Qingxue replied. Her gaze as gentle as flowing water. "No matter how much he despises, loathes, or even hates me, my love for him remains eternal. Even if he were to transform into a demon, devoid of humanity, a malevolent being, I would love him forever. Even if he were to trample on me, strike and berate me, I would prostrate myself before him, never to depart. Even if he wished to end my life, I would find joy and happiness in it. 4. I could perish at the hands of the one I adore." Su Fan's mind went blank. He could scarcely believe such demeaning. Even despicable words could escape the lips of the proud senior sister Nangong. The very senior sister he had admired and pursued for so long would utter such a loss of dignity for his adversary. What had become of this world? Suddenly, he found himself laughing at his own folly, as absurd as a jester. "Was it you who poisoned me last month?" he inquired unexpectedly. "Who else could it be?" Nangong Liuli replied with a chilling smile. "It was truly a pity. You were so close to meeting your end, yet Qin Yuan intervened and saved you." Su Fan responded. "It is rather amusing. At that time, everyone doubted me. All evidence pointed in my direction. Yet you, for some reason, chose not to believe it. I merely provided a few clarifications, and you dismissed your suspicions. I truly wonder how someone with your intellect has survived to this day. But perhaps your foolishness is a blessing. If you were not so dim-witted, I would not have had a second chance to attempt your demise." Su Fan's heart was utterly desolate. Each word from Nangong Liuli, every frown and scowl, was laden with intense hatred and murderous intent, which he had previously failed to discern. He had naively believed that his charm could conquer this gentle yet proud sister. How laughable, how tragic. "Sister, perhaps you harbor some misconceptions about me. But it matters not. I shall demonstrate through my actions what manner of person I truly am. I will show you my sincere intentions toward you." Though Su Fan's breath was weak, his expression radiated an unusual sincerity. His foremost objective now was to survive for as long as possible and remain within the pagoda. Atop the pagoda lay treasures he had long desired. He could not return empty-handed. Thus, he needed to placate Nangong Liuli. This was his forte typically. As long as he feigned pity, goodness, and innocence, he would invariably elicit sympathy from others, even if Nangong Liuli wished to harm him. Witnessing his earnestness would surely evoke her compassion. Alas, this time he had miscalculated. "Cast aside your pretense. It holds no significance before me. I know precisely who you are. My resolve to end your existence remains unwavering," Nangong Liuli declared without hesitation. "No, I refuse to believe it. My senior sister, who resides in my heart, has always been so kind and gentle, she could never bring herself to harm me." A radiant smile adorned Su Fan's face. "I am certain that my sister could never truly wish for my demise. If she genuinely intended to kill me, I would have long since met my end. How could I have the opportunity to converse with you so freely?" "You are indeed quite confident," Nangong Liuli remarked coolly. "Why don't you take a glance at the dagger lodged in your chest?" "A dagger?" Su Fan immediately lowered his gaze once more, the blood continuing to flow in a steady stream. Yet amidst the crimson, he discerned the exposed portion of the dagger, which was astonishingly black. The blade still emanated a dark mist, soon merging with his blood. This is the nether dagger." Su Fan's countenance shifted dramatically. "It is good that you can still recognize it," Nangong Liuli said, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "This gift you bestowed upon me all those years ago has now returned to its rightful owner." No, Nangong Liuli. You possess a heart of utter cruelty." Su Fan's expression darkened, his previous calmness evaporating. Chapter 60. Qin Yuan's Helplessness. The Yinming dagger, a particularly insidious and malevolent artifact, is forged from the ethereal cold iron steeped in the essence of the underworld for a millennium. During its creation, a myriad of poisons, over 100, are meticulously infused to extract its essence. Once successfully crafted, this dagger embodies the most sinister and chilling energies of the cosmos. Upon piercing the flesh, it releases a toxic miasma along with a multitude of venoms. The dual onslaught of toxins swiftly drains the vitality of the victim, ultimately leading to a demise wrought by excruciating poison. This very dagger was fortuitously acquired by Su Fan during a trial a year prior, at which time Nangong Liuli was also present, and he had gifted it to her for self-defense. Little did he foresee that, a year later, it would find its way into his own chest. How ruthless you are, Nangong Liuli. How merciless, Su Fan gasped, feeling the venom erupt within him. In an instant, he sensed his spiritual energy deplete, swiftly followed by a hellish agony, as though countless venomous insects were gnawing at his flesh and soul. Ah! Su Fan's cries echoed, a heart-wrenching wail akin to a frenzied beast, his once genteel visage now contorted into a grotesque mask of torment. Su Fan, this is what you deserve, Nangong Liuli remarked, a blissful smile gracing her lips. After enduring for so long, her vengeance had finally commenced. Yet this was merely the beginning. She intended to make Su Fan experience unfathomable suffering. As for whether he would survive this ordeal, she harbored no concerns. Su Fan was the child of destiny, the protagonist of fate, and would not perish so easily. Thus, she had unhesitatingly opted for the Yinming dagger to ensure he would endure unparalleled agony. From this perspective, Su Fan's fateful essence bore its advantages. She could torment him without restraint, employing the most cruel and abhorrent methods, without fearing that he would succumb too readily. Soon, Su Fan could no longer endure. The overwhelming pain plunged him into unconsciousness. His entire being was enveloped in a shroud of black mist, his vitality so faint it was nearly imperceptible. At that moment, a radiant white light enveloped him, and he vanished from his spot. The protective mechanism of the pagoda was automatically activated, whisking the gravely injured Su Fan away. Nangong Liuli exhaled a sigh of relief, retrieving a communication stone to declare her mission accomplished. After pocketing the stone, she gazed toward the entrance of the 6th floor, a smile blossoming on her lips. I'm sorry, Qin Yuan. I did not heed your words. With that, she waved her sleeve to cleanse the blood from the ground, then shattered the jade tablet. A luminous glow enveloped her graceful figure, and she gradually disappeared from sight. In a mere 3 breaths, Qin Yuan finally arrived at the 6th floor. As Qin Yuan gazed upon the desolate 3rd level, a weight of unease settled upon his heart. Could it be that something truly dire had transpired? Given the pace of Su Fan and Nangong Liuli, the likelihood of their reaching the 7th level at this juncture appeared slim. It seemed far more probable that Nangong Liuli had taken action, resulting in Su Fan being grievously injured and subsequently teleported out of the pagoda. Yet, where could Nangong Liuli be? Surely, they could not have both suffered mutual defeat and been expelled. Furthermore, this opportunity held significant importance for Su Fan's future. Logically, even with the unforeseen variable of Nangong Liuli, Su Fan should still have a considerable chance of successfully ascending to the peak. Could it be that they had indeed reached the 7th level? Should he venture to the 7th level to ascertain the truth? Qin Yuan pondered, albeit with a tinge of hesitation. Upon entering the 7th level, one would encounter the guardian automatons of the pagoda. The strength of these guardians would be determined by the highest prowess of the entrance. In other words, if he were to enter the 7th level, he would face guardian automatons of a caliber comparable to his own realm. At that moment, given the abilities of Su Fan and Nangong Liuli, it would be exceedingly challenging for them to cope. If he were to triumph over the automatons of the 7th level yet allow Su Fan to ascend in his stead, it would seem rather unreasonable. More critically, after vanquishing the automatons of the 7th level, a more formidable challenge would await in the 8th level, rendering it impossible for Su Fan to succeed. Would he then need to escort them to the 8th level? The 9th? Qin Yuan found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Just then, a flash of white light illuminated the entrance to the 6th level, revealing a figure clad in white, none other than Qingxue, who had arrived upon hearing the news. Upon seeing her, Qin Yuan's brow furrowed immediately. Where were Nangong Liuli and Su Fan? He felt no surprise at Qingxue's prompt arrival. After all, among the entire Taishian sect, her talent rivaled only his own, coupled with his prior special attention towards her. Qingxue's prowess and aptitude had undoubtedly enabled her to reach the 6th level with ease. Upon witnessing the emptiness of the 6th level, a flicker of joy surged within Qingxue. Surely, Nangong Liuli had succeeded in her endeavors. She turned to Qin Yuan, her expression one of confusion as she spoke. I don't know. I just arrived. If they are not here in the 6th level, they must have ascended to the 7th. Qingxue, if you do not wish for our relationship to sour, you will provide me with a candid account, Qin Yuan stated bluntly. Has Nangong Liuli already acted? Has Su Fan been teleported away? Do not dare tell me you are unaware. Faced with Qin Yuan's icy demeanor, Qingxue felt a surge of panic. The carefully prepared words eluded her, and instinctively, she yearned to speak the truth. Her gaze faltered slightly as she gritted her teeth and continued to weave a falsehood. They should have already reached the 7th level, I presume? Are you certain? Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Gu Qingxue. With a hint of trepidation, Gu Qingxue replied, I am not certain, but considering their capabilities, they should have no issues reaching the 7th level. If they are not there, perhaps you should search the 8th or even the 9th level. You are deceiving me. Qin Yuan spoke with an expressionless demeanor. Gu Qingxue immediately shook her head. I genuinely do not know. I shall inquire one last time. Has Nangong Liuli already taken action? Qin Yuan's tone was significantly more severe this time. Gu Qingxue, increasingly anxious, dared not meet Qin Yuan's gaze. I'm sorry. Please do not press further. In any case, whatever Nangong Liuli does, she does it for you. To encourage your earnest ascent of the tower. To ensure you secure the top position. Please do not let her intentions go to waste, will you? A heaviness settled in Qin Yuan's heart. He was now nearly certain that something had happened to Su Fan. He was, regrettably, one step too late. Chapter 61. The villains worry too much. What am I to say? Qin Yuan felt helpless, yearning to scold these two individuals but finding the words stuck in his throat. After all, their intentions were sincere, devoid of malice, and, more crucially, they were also victims, misled by the will of heaven and tainted by fate. At present, they were simply unaware of the reasons behind their sudden awakening, wishing to atone for their past mistakes. In both sentiment and reason, they had committed no wrongdoing. Seeing that Qin Yuan had not erupted in anger, Gu Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief, cautiously biting her crimson lip as she spoke. I am truly sorry. We did not intend to deceive you. We are aware of your proud nature, your reluctance to accept aid from others, and your desire to shield others from punishment due to your actions. Thus, you hesitate to rely on our assistance for the pagoda trial and wish to avoid retaliating against Su Fan. However, our actions were entirely voluntary. For your sake, we are willing to pay any price. Gu Qingxue cast a glance at Qin Yuan, her cool eyes brimming with tenderness. Hence, we devised this plan, allowing Nangong Liuli and Su Fan to ascend the tower first. In your effort to guard against Su Fan's assassination, you would undoubtedly follow them up the tower. At that moment, I would find a way to intercept you, and once Nangong Liuli successfully eliminates Su Fan, I would allow you to continue your ascent. When you find them missing, I would appear and inform you that they have ascended to a higher level. This way, we can exact our revenge on Su Fan while enabling you to reach the summit as much as possible. I understand that this will likely not remain secret from you. Indeed, you noticed immediately. Qin Yuan. After a moment of silence, Gu Qingxue spoke softly. I know you must feel dissatisfied with us. We should not have deceived you. Nevertheless, you have reached the 6th level now, so please take this trial seriously, regardless of your feelings of animosity towards us. Let us postpone those discussions for later. Even if I plead with you, would you consider it? Gu Qingxue gazed earnestly at Qin Yuan, her tone steeped in humility. If this scene were witnessed by Gu Qingxue's admirers, they would surely be heartbroken. Who could have imagined that the goddess they revered as celestial would display such a humble side? Here she was, striving to assist others, yet feeling compelled to apologize and beg. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan fell into a prolonged silence. These two truly seemed beyond redemption. With their presence, navigating the plot would be as difficult as scaling the heavens. He was tempted to express his frustration but could only sigh in resignation. It appeared he had no leverage over these two. He could neither harm them, for they were the heroines, nor chastise them, given their current amiable demeanor. And where is Nangong Liuli? Qin Yuan inquired. Gu Qingxue replied softly, in order to prevent you from discovering that Su Fan has already been assassinated, she willingly allowed herself to be teleported away after the deed was done. Qin Yuan. What more could he say? The plot has completely spiraled out of control. How will the storyline related to this trial of the pagoda unfold from here? Qin Yuan. Now that you have reached this juncture, continue forward. Do not disappoint Nangong Liuli's heartfelt intentions. Gu Qingxue continued to implore. Very well. To everyone's surprise, Qin Yuan nodded in agreement. Gu Qingxue's heart surged with joy. Really? Are you truly willing to take the pagoda trial seriously? Of course, having come this far. How could I possibly retreat? A smile broke upon Qin Yuan's face, yet inwardly he cursed. Su Fan had already been expelled. There was no way for him to return. Now, his only course of action was to ascend to the pinnacle of the tower, seize the opportunity, and later find a way to present it to Su Fan. A villain, having to play the role of a caretaker for the protagonist. What a predicament indeed. Yes, go forth. I believe in you. You will undoubtedly achieve great success. Gu Qingxue's previous gloom dissipated entirely. She had feared that once Qin Yuan uncovered the truth, he would completely abandon hope. Unexpectedly, he neither chastised her nor dismissed the trial, but rather agreed to treat it with seriousness. Indeed, Qin Yuan still harbored feelings for her. Although he often expressed disdain, he had not rejected her numerous efforts. As long as she persevered, she was certain to earn Qin Yuan's forgiveness. Gu Qingxue's resolve to win Qin Yuan's heart grew ever more steadfast. This is the final warning. Should you meddle in my affairs without my consent in the future, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Qin Yuan warned fiercely. Gu Qingxue nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. Yes, rest assured, we certainly will not. Though she spoke thus, her heart was indifferent. Qin Yuan was merely a sharp-tongued but soft-hearted individual. After all she had done for him, he should be quite moved deep down. She must continue to strive forward. Observing Gu Qingxue's carefree demeanor, Qin Yuan felt a surge of irritation. I hope you take this to heart. I am not jesting. Yes, I understand. Gu Qingxue smiled gently, her beautiful eyes brimming with tenderness. Qin Yuan sighed, choosing not to say more. Arguing with her was futile. Better to not waste time. He shot Gu Qingxue a glare and made his way toward the entrance of the seventh layer. Watching Qin Yuan's retreating figure, a complex emotion flickered in Gu Qingxue's eyes. Nangong Liuli, you truly are something else. In truth, she had not disclosed the entirety of their plan to Qin Yuan. Before their action, they were aware that their scheme could not elude Qin Yuan's notice. In order to ensure Qin Yuan took the tower seriously, Nangong Liuli had chosen to sacrifice herself. After being teleported out of the tower, given Qin Yuan's character, he would surely curse, yet inwardly he would be deeply touched. Thus, even if Qin Yuan was reluctant to ascend the tower, he would ultimately take it seriously due to Nangong Liuli's sacrifice. Indeed, everything had been as Nangong Liuli had predicted. In that case, I too cannot falter. I shall accompany Qin Yuan until the very end. A resolute glimmer flashed in Gu Qingxue's eyes. Qin Yuan. Wait, where is Qin Yuan? Where has he gone? As Gu Qingxue regained her composure and glanced up, she was astonished to find herself alone in the vast expanse. After a careful search, she discovered that Qin Yuan had already ventured several dozen paces away. Wait, Gu Qingxue's heart raced with disbelief. This is the 6th level. How could Qin Yuan have traversed it so swiftly? And what is he up to? Qin Yuan turned back with an air of impatience. Gu Qingxue, suppressing her astonishment, inquired, Are you planning to ascend directly to the 7th level? What else? He replied, his tone laced with sarcasm. Gu Qingxue remained unfazed and remarked, It is said that upon reaching the 7th level, the tower's guardians will appear. In the past, our sect's leaders expended great effort to reach the 7th level, yet within mere moments, they were expelled from the tower by the guardian automatons. If you ascend so recklessly, it could prove perilous. Chapter 62, A Whirlwind of Speculation. Gu Qingxue was not at all concerned about whether Qin Yuan could reach the 7th level, given his prowess. It was undoubtedly within his capability. She held unwavering confidence in him. This is my affair. You needn't worry unnecessarily, Qin Yuan retorted. Gu Qingxue felt somewhat aggrieved. I'm merely concerned for you. All right. I appreciate your concern, but from now on, please refrain from speaking, if you would, Qin Yuan replied, feeling slightly nauseated. Gu Qingxue had always possessed a demeanor of cold aloofness, and her current display of delicate vulnerability was decidedly incongruous with her usual image. Left with no choice, Gu Qingxue fell silent. The pressure of the 6th level was immense. Every step she took required tremendous exertion. Yet, she gritted her teeth and persevered, determined to follow Qin Yuan to the 7th level. Unfortunately, she underestimated him. By the time she managed to advance a few paces, she noticed that Qin Yuan had already reached the entrance of the 7th level. How could you be so fast? Wait for me, Gu Qingxue exclaimed, astonished, for the 6th level felt as though a colossal mountain weighed upon her. How could Qin Yuan traverse it with such ease? You're too slow. Amuse yourself, Qin Yuan said dismissively, promptly slipping into the entrance and vanishing from sight. Sighing, Gu Qingxue's hand lingered in midair as she gazed at the entrance of the 7th level, murmuring, You can do it. Meanwhile, the outside world was in an uproar. Su Fan was gravely injured and on the brink of death, while Nangong Liuli had also been transported out. Both prodigies had spent less than a quarter of an hour in the 6th level. Curiosity abounded, and everyone yearned to uncover the mysteries surrounding the 6th level. Nangong, why did you emerge so swiftly? What transpired in the 6th level? What caused Su Fan's injuries? as soon as Nangong Liuli appeared. She was encircled by a throng of people. Nangong Liuli, having anticipated this, glanced around in confusion before her body weakened, and she collapsed onto the ground. Sister Nangong. The crowd immediately surged forward, frantically assessing her condition, only to discover that her body was severely depleted, having fainted from sheer exhaustion. While they breathed a sigh of relief, their confusion deepened. What on earth had transpired? Su Fan was grievously wounded in the 6th level, and Nangong Liuli had also succumbed there. What had occurred within the pagoda? Who was responsible for their plight? I initially suspected that Sister Nangong had attacked junior brother Su Fan, but judging by her condition, that does not seem to be the case. Moreover, given Sister Nangong's strength, she shouldn't have faltered so quickly in the 6th level. Qin Yuan. It must be Qin Yuan. Only that scoundrel would attempt to harm Su Fan. However, according to the display from outside the pagoda, there have been only 2 individuals in the 6th level all along. There was no third party involved. This could be a misrepresentation from the pagoda. Or perhaps Qin Yuan employed some means to conceal his presence. Regardless, I firmly believe that Qin Yuan is the culprit. Currently, these are merely speculations. We can only conduct a thorough investigation after the conclusion of the tower trial. Look, 2 more individuals have entered the 6th level. At that moment, a gasp once again drew everyone's attention. 2 red dots were flickering on the 6th level of the tower. Indeed, this cohort of disciples is remarkable. In previous trials, the number of those who reached the 6th level rarely exceeded 3. And yet, at this early stage, 4 disciples have already ascended to the 6th level. Who do you think these 2 might be? I believe they are likely Senior Sister Gu and Qin Yuan. I also think that Senior Sister Yi and Brother Zhan have a significant chance. I wonder if anyone will reach the 7th level this time? I firmly believe it is possible, as this group of disciples is exceptionally talented. However, I harbor doubts. The transition from the 6th to the 7th level is a formidable hurdle. Over the years, countless exceptional disciples have reached the 6th level, yet none have ever attained the 7th. It is unfortunate. Junior brother Su Fan was the most promising candidate to reach the 7th level, yet circumstances have thwarted him. Alas, is it not a pity? Yet, one cannot dismiss the notion that Qin Yuan's strength is on par with that of Su Fan. And he too has a fair chance of reaching the 7th level. Nonsense. What qualifications does Qin Yuan have to be compared with junior brother Su Fan? He merely relies on his noble lineage and the plethora of resources at his disposal to have arrived at this point. Had Su Fan shared his background, he would have undoubtedly surpassed Qin Yuan by leaps and bounds. I believe you are the one jesting. There are many individuals of formidable backgrounds, yet few can rival Qin Yuan. In my opinion, both Qin Yuan's talent and strength far exceed that of Su Fan. How dare you claim that junior brother Su Fan is inferior to Qin Yuan? You must be a sycophant of Qin Yuan. Birds of a feather flock together. Your support for such a person reveals your true character. Are you all out of your minds? I am merely stating the facts. Does a person's character have any bearing on their strength? Is not Qin Yuan's power formidable? Regardless, I do not care. Your support for Qin Yuan makes you a disgrace. A shame. The majority of disciples present are ordinary individuals, many harboring a resentment towards the affluent, and they greatly admire Su Fan, who hails from humble beginnings. Furthermore, Su Fan is adept at self-promotion, coupled with the influence of his protagonist aura, making him a unique star within the Taishan sect. Anyone who expresses support for Qin Yuan, regardless of their motives, is met with collective hostility. The sect leader of Taishan observes everything with keen eyes, shaking his head in silence. This lad Su Fan possesses a remarkable talent for winning hearts. The disciples of Taishan, who were once rational and composed, have all changed since Su Fan's arrival. Regardless of the situation, they almost unanimously support Su Fan, often without questioning the reasons. Even if Su Fan is in the wrong, they still stand by him. This is certainly not a healthy phenomenon. A flicker of concern passed through the eyes of the master of Taishan. Look, a red dot has appeared on the 7th level. Someone has entered the 7th level. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, a gasp once again captured everyone's attention. Many were filled with extraordinary excitement. Heavens, the 7th level, it is indeed the 7th level. Am I seeing things? Is this a dream? The tower trial has been open for tens of thousands of years, and no one has ever entered the 7th level. After tens of thousands of years, at last, someone has shattered the record. We are witnessing history. Do not forget, the tower trial has only just begun for a little over an hour. In just over an hour, someone has reached the 7th level. This is truly astonishing. From the elders and sect leaders to the ordinary disciples, Everyone was in a state of fervor. The 7th level of the tower represents the collective dream of the Taishan sect. Now, this dream has finally come to fruition. Who is it? Who possesses such extraordinary prowess? Is it Sister Gu, Brother Jean, or someone else entirely? How infuriating. I wish I could delve inside to see who is so formidable. Lan Yun stared in a daze at the flickering red dot on the 7th level. Her emotions exceedingly complex. Qin Yuan, could it possibly be you? Chapter 63, is the pagoda about to explode? As the mentor of Qin Yuan, Lan Yun harbored a deep disdain for his character. Yet, her understanding of his talent and strength surpassed that of anyone else. If anyone were truly capable of ascending to the 7th level, it would undoubtedly be Qin Yuan. A sudden wave of regret washed over Lan Yun, as she questioned her decision to expel such an exceptional disciple. However, she quickly shook off this thought, startled by it. What does it matter how formidable his power may be? A person of such reprehensible character would only bring endless troubles if allowed to remain under her tutelage. The punishment he inflicted upon Xiao Fan warranted a tenfold retribution. I am not in the wrong, not at all. Lan Yun resolutely reassured herself. Yet the image of Qin Yuan lingered in her mind, intensifying her agitation. At that moment, the expressions of the sect leader and the elders grew increasingly grave. The 7th level was guarded by formidable puppets, the strength of which they had all witnessed. How long could this disciple possibly endure? Yet, this was of little consequence. Merely reaching the 7th level would etch his name in history. Indeed, they had all entered this pagoda before. The first 6 levels could be ascended through the use of artifacts or talismans, perhaps allowing for some clever shortcuts. However, to reach the 7th level, one must rely solely on their own strength. Even if this disciple were to be teleported out at that very moment, he would still rightfully claim the title of the best. Let us speculate. How long can he remain within? One elder proposed. I doubt it will be for long. The guardian puppets are far too powerful. Perhaps he will falter within mere breaths. I'm not so certain. It has only been a little over an hour. And this disciple has already reached the 7th level, which speaks volumes about his exceptional talent. I would wager he can last at least a quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour seems implausible, perhaps 15 minutes? I share your sentiment. A quarter of an hour seems unlikely. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground, interrupting their discourse. Confusion spread among them. What is happening? Is this an earthquake? Close your mouth. The Taishan sect is a place of great geomanic fortune. How could there be an earthquake? The tremors intensified once more, and this time, the source became evident, leaving all present in shock. It is the pagoda. The pagoda is shaking. My heavens. The pagoda is about to explode. At that moment, the pagoda at the center of the Taishan square quaked ominously, radiating a golden light as if an ancient titan imprisoned within was on the verge of breaking free. This pagoda, a legacy of several millennia, was at risk of erupting at any moment. What is happening? What on earth is going on? For thousands of years, the Taishan pagoda had remained as steadfast as a mountain. Such a situation had never occurred before. Goodness, there are still so many disciples inside. What shall we do? Everyone, join me in formation. We must stabilize the pagoda at once. The sect leader and the elders' expressions turned ashen. The Taishan treasure pagoda is one of the cornerstones of the Taishan sect, and any unforeseen incident is absolutely intolerable. Indeed, let us first stabilize the pagoda. Under the leadership of the sect master, several elders of the Taishan sect immediately sprang into action, their figures flashing to various positions around the pagoda. Dozens of peak nascent soul and transformation stage experts exerted their full strength, causing the very heavens to tremble. Each of these unparalleled beings radiated with brilliant light, resembling deities descending upon the mortal realm. The sky above swirled with tempestuous clouds, forming countless vortices, as the entire Taishan sect began to shudder. Everyone, on the count of 3, we shall strike together. The sect master bellowed. 3, 2, 1. Just as they were about to unleash their combined might, the tremors of the pagoda abruptly ceased. The pagoda, which had been on the brink of collapse, regained its tranquility. Wait. The sect master immediately halted the others, his expression grave as he scrutinized the pagoda. After a full 3 breaths, the pagoda exhibited no further anomalies. What could be the reason for this? How could the pagoda suddenly exhibit such significant fluctuations? Yet, the disciples within the pagoda seemed to be in a normal state. No one is missing, nor has anyone been teleported out. Are they unaffected? The elders exchanged bewildered glances, the situation far too perplexing. The precise cause remains unclear. Yet we must not let our guard down. This condition may reoccur at any moment. We must be prepared, the sect master stated with a deep breath, his tone somber. The elders nodded in solemn agreement. Understood. Sect Master, this situation is exceedingly strange. Should we consider closing the pagoda? Many elders wore grave expressions, clearly contemplating this course of action. If the trial were to continue, the disciples within could be in peril. Even the sect master appeared somewhat indecisive at that moment. Look, the eighth level. The eighth level is glowing. Amidst the uncertainty, a startled cry reverberated throughout the square. Pairs of eyes turned in unison toward the pagoda. There, at the eighth level, a dazzling red light appeared, akin to a radiant sun suspended high above. A moment of silence enveloped the scene, incredulous expressions etched upon every face. Thus far, today's trial had already been rife with astonishing events, leaving the onlookers numbed by disbelief. However, when the light of the eighth level illuminated, they were struck with unparalleled astonishment once more. I must be imagining things. The eighth level? Surely, I am dreaming. How could anyone ascend to the eighth level? The eighth level, that is the very legend of the Taishan sect, a dream seemingly beyond reach. While everyone was still speculating whether the individual on the seventh level could endure for even a quarter of an hour, that very person had already emerged at the eighth level. How could this not evoke shock? Could it be that the pagoda is experiencing some malfunction? It is highly probable. After all, the pagoda just trembled unexpectedly for a moment, which might indeed have some impact on the pagoda. Absolutely impossible. The Supreme Pagoda was crafted by our ancestral master during his ascension to immortality. It is considered a celestial artifact, and how could it possibly experience issues so easily? Yet, how do we explain the luminous points on the eighth level? Do you truly believe that someone has ascended to the eighth level? Even the elders and the sect master do not believe that anyone could actually reach the eighth level. It is simply too extraordinary to fathom. Sect master, what is your perspective? After a moment of silence, the sect master exhaled deeply, gazing gravely at the red dot on the eighth level. At this juncture, everything is mere speculation. Since the pagoda appears to be stable for now, let us wait a while longer. In due time, perhaps the truth will become clear. The crowd nodded, resigned to this course of action. Suddenly, a rumbling sound erupted as the pagoda trembled once more. This time, the vibrations were even more intense than before. Simultaneously, an explosion of golden light emanated from the position of the eighth level, engulfing the entire pagoda in a radiant blaze. Chapter 64. The Taishan Mirror, the Riddle. Alas, we must act swiftly and stabilize the pagoda. The expressions of the sect leader and the others changed dramatically as they hurried to the various directions of the Taishan pagoda. However, before they could take any action, the pagoda returned to tranquility once more, its resplendent radiance fading into oblivion. The elders were left in utter bewilderment. The Grand Elder spoke solemnly, Sect Leader. Perhaps it would be prudent to conclude the trial. We must thoroughly inspect the pagoda. Indeed, Sect Leader, we should terminate the trial. It is far too perilous. Echoed the other elders, sharing a unified sentiment. Yet, the Sect Leader remained silent, his gaze fixated intently on the light emanating from the eighth level. His deep voice trembling slightly. I believe I may have discerned the reason. What? Sect Leader, have you uncovered something? The elders inquired eagerly. The eighth level, the sect leader declared gravely. The tremors of the pagoda originated from the eighth level. Surprised, the crowd turned their attention once more to the eighth level. Could it be that the disciple who entered the eighth level triggered some form of restriction? It is highly plausible, for such an occurrence has never transpired in the history of the pagoda trials. Today marks the first instance of someone reaching the seventh level, and the pagoda began to tremble. If that is the case, it cannot merely be considered an anomaly. It is likely that this disciple, having accessed the eighth level, activated some mechanism. I had suspected as much. The Taishan pagoda was crafted by our esteemed ancestor, so how could it fall victim to mere misfortune? Curse it. I am truly eager to comprehend what transpired within. We must remain vigilant, for this situation is unprecedented, and we cannot ascertain its normalcy. The tension in the air began to dissipate as the elders exchanged words, yet many still harbored anxiety. Sect Leader, do you think we should employ the Taishan mirror to probe into the specific conditions within the pagoda? The Grand Elder suggested suddenly. Absolutely not, the sect leader replied. The Taishan mirror is one of the fundamental treasures of our sect, and its usage entails significant consumption. Moreover, each application diminishes the lifespan of the mirror, rendering it unnecessary to squander it on this matter. Upon hearing this, immediate dissent arose. The Taishan mirror is indeed a paramount treasure of the Taishan sect, crafted by its founding ancestor. When activated, its brilliance reveals all barriers and restrictions, laying bare the concealed scenes beneath. nothing hidden can escape its gaze. Furthermore, the destructive power of the mirror is formidable, capable of unleashing cataclysmic light that obliterates all in its path. In the past, the founding ancestor of the Taishan sect summoned the mirror's full might, turning landscapes into scorched earth and reducing countless formidable foes to ashes in an instant. Thus, the Taishan mirror stands as a true testament to the sect's profound heritage. However, the mirror bears a significant flaw. Its consumption is exorbitant, incinerating 100,000 spiritual stones in mere moments. Due to its tremendous power, the treasure mirror sustains damage each time it is utilized. Consequently, the Taishan sect refrains from employing the Taishan treasure mirror unless in dire circumstances. Currently, the use of this revered artifact merely serves to satiate curiosity, indeed proving to be an unworthy endeavor. However, once human curiosity is ignited, it becomes insatiable. I deem it essential to utilize the Taishan mirror for observation, despite its significant consumption and the diminishing count with each use. This particular situation warrants such an examination. Indeed, I am eager to discover who has reached the 8th layer and what actions they have undertaken. It is imperative to comprehend the alterations occurring within the Taishan treasure pagoda as it pertains to the foundation of our sect. I oppose this notion. The significance of the Taishan mirror is well understood, and it must not be employed lightly. Did the sect leader not just mention that the disturbances originated from the 8th layer? Surely, a disciple has ventured there and triggered some mechanism. The Taishan treasure pagoda, crafted by our ancestors, could not possibly experience an accident. After much contemplation, the majority of the elders supported the request for the Taishan mirror. Only a few expressed dissent, and all gazes converged once more upon the sect leader. Sect leader, what is your perspective? The expression of the Taishan sect leader fluctuated, revealing the weight of this difficult decision. On one hand, he was eager to uncover the truth. On the other, summoning the Taishan mirror seemed a considerable extravagance. As discussions ensued, the pagoda trembled violently once again. It resembled a colossal giant awakening, breaking free from its bindings, with torrents of spiritual energy soaring skyward like great dragons spiraling above. The entire Taishan mountain range resonated with waves of this energy. Bring forth the Taishan mirror. Quickly, the sect leader, resolute, made his decision without hesitation. It was imperative to discern what transpired within the pagoda. The tremors soon subsided, and the red dot on the 8th layer continued its advance, swiftly reaching the center of that layer. At this moment, the Taishan mirror was presented. Measuring merely a foot in size and forged entirely of bronze, it appeared unremarkable, akin to an ordinary mirror. Yet, upon its revelation, both elders and disciples of the Taishan sect erupted in fervor. This was indeed the Taishan mirror, the sect's most treasured artifact, finally witnessed today. Holding the mirror with solemnity, the sect leader proclaimed, "The power of the Taishan mirror is immense. We must work together to harness it." Agreed. The elders nodded in unison. The sect leader retrieved a considerable quantity of spirit stones from his spatial ring, arranging them upon the ground. With a wave of his hand, the stones transformed into a swirling vortex of energy, cascading into the treasure mirror like a tidal wave. Humming with power, the mirror ascended, radiating a golden light, resembling a sun suspended in the air. The sect leader waved his hand once more, directing the mirror's surface toward the position of the 8th layer of the pagoda. Suddenly, the Taishan mirror trembled slightly, emitting a golden beam of light that enveloped the 8th layer of the pagoda. Simultaneously, a grand image, spanning a vast area of Tianzhong, gradually materialized in the space behind the mirror. At long last, would the mystery be unveiled? Everyone fixated on the colossal screen in the sky, their hearts racing with anticipation. As the brilliance of the mirror stabilized, the image upon the giant screen slowly began to take shape. It depicted a vast and desolate hall, littered with crumbling walls and scattered debris. Amidst this chaotic realm, numerous stone statues emerged, towering over a man, each wielding a stone axe and a concealed weapon, arrayed like a formidable battalion. Boom. Suddenly, as if animated by a life of their own, these stone statues raised their axes and charged towards a singular direction. Concurrently, the entire pagoda began to tremble slightly. Yet, at that moment, no one paid heed to this. All eyes were riveted upon the position opposite the stone army. There, a figure clad in white stood with arms crossed, amidst a mountain of shattered stone statues at his feet. The white-clad figure stood at the pinnacle, facing the surging army of stone with unwavering composure. He was tall and graceful, exuding an unparalleled elegance. The presence of a single individual overshadowed the might of 1,000 troops. Upon recognizing the true visage of this figure, All present were left in stunned silence, mouths agape. It was Qin Yuan. Indeed, it was truly Qin Yuan. Chapter 65, the 8th layer of the pagoda. Boom. Boom. Within the confines of the pagoda, countless stone golems surged towards Qin Yuan, causing the entire structure to tremble ever so slightly. Qin Yuan's frail figure resembled a solitary boat amidst a tempest, seemingly on the brink of being engulfed. This scene instilled a profound sense of dread among the onlookers. Qin Yuan, it truly is Qin Yuan. The crowd erupted in a frenzy at the Taishan Square. Many were rendered speechless, although numerous individuals had anticipated this moment. Witnessing the figure ascend to the 8th layer stirred their emotions profoundly. The 8th layer of the Taishan Pagoda, an unprecedented achievement. Qin Yuan accomplished it. They have witnessed history. At this moment, even those who harbored a deep-seated disdain for Qin Yuan felt their emotions in turmoil. Qin Yuan, it is indeed you. Lan Yun's gaze flickered, her feelings complex and tumultuous. This disciple, once her pride, surpassed her expectations in every regard. Qin Yuan, he is indeed Qin Yuan. Lin Xianer stared blankly at the figure materializing in the heavens, her face awash with disbelief. In this moment, she realized that the elder brother she had once detested so intensely possessed an undeniable charisma. Su Fan's fellow disciples, along with the ordinary disciples of the Taishan sect, were equally overwhelmed. Many experienced a profound sense of defeat. The chasm between them and Qin Yuan was insurmountable. Even Su Fan, the genius they revered most, seemed to dim in comparison to Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan, it truly is him. The sect master and elders of the Taishan sect were equally breathless, overwhelmed with excitement. The Taishan Pagoda had not erred. Someone had indeed ascended to the 8th layer, and in such a formidable manner. Yet, at this moment, the prevailing sentiment among the crowd was one of worry and fear. The tide of stone figures had begun their charge towards Qin Yuan. Is this the 8th layer of the pagoda? How terrifying it is. Each of these stone statues possesses the strength of the 5th stage of the Golden Core realm, and each is impervious to blades and arrows. Such a multitude. Even those in the early stages of the nascent soul realm would find it difficult to contend with them. Is Qin Yuan to face such adversaries? Moreover, the pressures of the 8th layer are unimaginable. Even the most exceptional talent would struggle against the weight of the 8th layer's exertions. Qin Yuan not only withstands the pressure, but must also engage in combat with these statues. It seems exceedingly challenging. Observe how Qin Yuan remains utterly still. It suggests he cannot move under the pressures of the 8th layer. Resisting these golems appears impossible. No. Look beneath Qin Yuan's feet. Those stones seem to be the remnants of the stone figures. Could it be he is already engaged in battle? How could this be possible? He is in the 8th layer of the pagoda, where movement must be exceedingly difficult. How could he have fought? However, what is the meaning of the rubble beneath his feet? Perhaps it was always there? Regardless, I cannot believe he is still capable of fighting. This could be true, but we can only wait for Qin Yuan to emerge and inquire further. I too harbor doubts about his ability to engage in battle. It seems that Qin Yuan is about to be teleported out soon, but that alone is sufficient. To reach the 8th level of the pagoda is already a historical feat. Indeed, no matter how one views it, Qin Yuan has already inscribed his name in history. Many elders expressed their heartfelt sentiments, as Qin Yuan's accomplishments have far surpassed their imaginations. Wait, look, Qin Yuan has moved. Amidst the crowd's musings, another exclamation jolted everyone back to reality. Within the luminous screen, Qin Yuan slowly raised his right hand. Above his hand, a palm-sized sphere of light materialized. Soon, the orb began to expand, its radiance intensifying. Wind swirled around the sphere, accompanied by faint bolts of lightning, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure that gripped the hearts of all present, even from behind the massive screen. How is this possible? This is the 8th level of the pagoda. How can he still wield such formidable celestial arts? Could it be that the 8th level exerts no pressure at all? This is inconceivable. The pagoda's spirit stated that with each ascending level, the pressure would increase. The 8th level cannot simply vanish without reason. Yet, what is happening with Qin Yuan? The celestial art he is currently invoking could annihilate a 9th level Golden Core cultivator. He is merely at the 3rd level of Golden Core. No matter how talented he may be, it is impossible to withstand the pressure of the 8th level while executing such forbidden techniques. Once more, the crowd was left astounded. Qin Yuan's actions shattered their understanding yet again. Thud, 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 the army of stone statues finally surged close to Qin Yuan. Hurled stone axes raining down upon him like a meteor shower, enveloping him entirely. At that moment, Qin Yuan acted, launching the sphere of light directly towards the stone army. Boom! The orb soared to the center of the stone army and then erupted with a thunderous explosion, its blinding brilliance engulfing the entire 8th level. The luminous screen projected by the Taishan treasure mirror was instantly obscured by this dazzling white light, causing many disciples of lower realms to be momentarily blinded by its brilliance. Boom! Simultaneously, the entire pagoda trembled violently, shaking the entire Taishan plaza, as the tower emitted a radiant white glow, as if on the verge of explosion. Silence. A deathly stillness. All gazes were fixated on the quaking pagoda and the white luminescence visible in the heavens above, as if they had all turned to lifeless statues. Moments later, the tremors ceased, the light dissipated, and tranquility returned. Within the vast screen above the heavens, the familiar scene of the pagoda space gradually reemerged. Yet the terrifying army of stone statues had entirely vanished, leaving the space blanketed with a thick layer of rubble. A white figure stood atop the crumbling remnants, resembling an indomitable war deity. This breathtaking scene was indelibly etched into the minds of all present. In that moment, everyone felt as though they were ensnared in a dream. Qin Yuan not only shattered the records of the Taishan sect, but also crafted a new chapter in its history, dismantling the preconceived notions of every onlooker. At this juncture, a singular thought resonated within their hearts. Is Qin Yuan truly human, or is he some sort of prodigy? Reaching the 8th level of the pagoda was already astonishing enough, yet Qin Yuan not only ascended, but also wielded such formidable celestial arts, causing the very pagoda to tremble with such intensity. Could it be that we have all been mistaken? Is the 8th level devoid of pressure? Or perhaps, these puppets do not possess the strength of the 5th stage of the Golden Core? It is highly plausible. Otherwise, Qin Yuan would indeed be an anomaly beyond comprehension. The crowd could not suppress their inquiries. Yet the sect leader, with a grave demeanor, posed a counterpoint. How then do we explain the tremors of the pagoda just moments ago? Silence enveloped them all. The enigma of the pagoda's quaking unraveled, revealing that it was indeed Qin Yuan's machinations. No one wished to believe it, yet the evidence lay stark before them, compelling acceptance of the truth. Lan Yun was bewildered. Lin Xiaonan was dazed, and the disciples present were left in a stupor. The extent of Qin Yuan's extraordinary abilities surpassed all imagination. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Look! Someone else has entered the 7th level." A gasp reverberated through the crowd as a glimmering light appeared at that very level. Who could it be that had ascended to the 7th level? As anticipated, this cohort of disciples was indeed exceptional. Not only had one prodigy emerged in Qin Yuan, but now a second individual had also entered the 7th level. Can you guess who this person might be? I remain uncertain. At this moment, my sole focus is on how far Qin Yuan can advance. Chapter 66. Qin Yuan is not human. The crowd began to engage in fervent discussions once more. Yet due to the tremendous commotion stirred by Qin Yuan, the attention on this second disciple to enter the 7th layer diminished significantly. How infuriating. If only junior brother Su Fan had not encountered an unexpected mishap, he undoubtedly would have ascended to the 7th layer as well. Certainly, he would not be inferior. If junior brother had not been injured, he would surely match Qin Yuan's prowess. Yet, if Su Fan were indeed so formidable, why then did he suffer injury? What do you mean by that? Are you questioning junior brother's strength? Could it be that you are a sycophant of Qin Yuan? Su Fan remains an eternally captivating subject of discourse. This favored child of fortune still has numerous supporters to this day. At this moment, Su Fan had regained a semblance of consciousness. Although weakened to the point of immobility and unable to utter a word, he observed every unfolding scene with keen awareness. However, for Su Fan, it would have been preferable to remain in oblivion, gazing upon Qin Yuan, who appeared as a celestial being descending from the heavens. Su Fan felt not only shock but also an overwhelming sense of jealousy and resentment. How despicable. It should be I who is basking in the limelight. Nangong Liuli, you shall pay dearly. Qin Yuan, you shall pay dearly. The mere thought of all that transpired within the tower caused Su Fan's heart to ache as if pierced by daggers. Nangong Liuli, how could you betray me? First it was Gu Qingxue, and now Nangong Liuli, two of the women I cherished most, both drawn away by Qin Yuan. Now, the opportunities that rightfully belonged to me have slipped away, my glory extinguished. My most despised rival stands here, brimming with vigor. There is no greater grievance in life than this. Qin Yuan, Nangong Liuli, Gu Qingxue, I want you to perish. I want you to perish. Su Fan fixed his gaze upon Qin Yuan's figure, his eyes glistening with vengeful malice. Booming thunder echoed as, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 8th layer of the tower encountered yet another upheaval. Before them, The wall opposite Qin Yuan manifested 10 golden figures, towering at 3 zhong. These golden silhouettes were clad in resplendent armor, wielding a stone axe in their left hand and a shield in their right, reminiscent of ancient giants awakening from slumber. Golden Core Stage. 9th level. The leader of the Taishan sect stared intently at the golden giants within the light screen, his voice trembling with trepidation. 10 giants at the 9th level of the Golden Core Stage. Merely gazing upon them instilled a sense of dread. It seemed that Qin Yuan was truly doomed. This works well. I am now exceedingly eager to see Qin Yuan emerge, so that I may personally conduct a thorough examination of him. I wish to investigate the nature of this anomaly. I am quite curious whether Qin Yuan will choose to surrender outright or engage in battle. I suspect he will choose to retreat, for having come this far, he must be at the end of his strength. Continuing to fight, even with the tower's protective mechanisms, he would still face grave peril. Booming thunder once more silenced the discussions. The tower trembled again, and the luminous screen above was enveloped in a blinding white light. Moments later, as the vibration subsided, the screen restored its visibility. However, the 10 golden puppets had vanished without a trace, leaving only a ground strewn with golden fragments. The scene once again descended into a profound silence. He is not human. This Qin Yuan. He must certainly not be human. Someone spoke with a trembling voice. I believe the 8th level must be devoid of pressure, otherwise Qin Yuan could not appear so at ease. The shock that Qin Yuan had brought today was overwhelming, rendering everyone unable to process it. Some even raised doubts, asserting that there should be no pressure at the 8th level. Such sentiments were not uncommon. Otherwise, Qin Yuan's actions would entirely transcend the common knowledge of the Xianling continent. Look, the 8th level has lit up once more. Amidst the murmurs, a sharp gasp drew everyone's attention. Indeed, a point of light had re-emerged on the 8th level of the Taishan Tower. Quickly adjust the Taishan mirror, let us see who it is. The head of the Taishan sect reacted swiftly, immediately activating the Taishan mirror and directing it towards the entrance of the 8th level. In the next moment, a figure clad in white appeared within the illuminated screen. Adorned in a flowing white gown, her aura was elegant and ethereal, her long white hair danced without wind, and her beauty was dreamlike. Qingxue, known throughout the Taishan sect. The crowd erupted in excitement. Sister Gu. It truly is Sister Gu. Qingxue has indeed reached the 8th level. To have 2 disciples ascend to the 8th level during a single trial was unprecedented. Heaven bless Taishan. Heaven bless Taishan. I knew it. Sister Gu is exceptional. Her talent rivals that of Qin Yuan. Go, Sister Gu, you can surely surpass Qin. Just as the crowd's cheers began to form, an unexpected event transpired. Qingxue's figure flickered and then vanished from the view of the Taishan mirror. In the next moment, she was transported outside of the tower. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward for a moment. Did she exit so soon? However, this awkwardness was quickly replaced by fervent cheers. Regardless, Qingxue had reached the 8th level, a feat worthy of being recorded in history. Qingxue, are you alright? Lan Yun immediately stepped forward with concern. Although there had been a rift between them due to recent events involving Su Fan, she still regarded her as her disciple and her pride. I am fine, Qingxue replied coldly, shaking her head. Lan Yun's expression froze, unsure of how to respond. Congratulations, dear Qingxue. At that moment, the head of the Taishan sect approached with a hearty laugh, saying, You have made history for the Taishan sect. You flatter me. Sect leader, Qingxue replied with a slight bow. The sect leader chuckled and continued, By the way, I would like to ask you, what was the sensation like on the 7th and 8th levels? Upon hearing this, all eyes once again turned to Qingxue. Each person yearned to know about this enigmatic realm where no one had ventured before. Qingxue slowly responded, The pressure on the 7th level is exceedingly strong. It is not merely tenfold stronger than the 6th layer. Moreover, there are numerous enigmatic puppets, yet fortunately, they were all dealt with by Qin Yuan. I bore the immense pressure and descended to the 8th layer. Otherwise, I fear I would not have lasted long on the 7th. And what of the 8th layer? How does it feel? The sect leader inquired hastily once more. Qingxue took a gentle breath and softly replied, The 8th layer. The pressure is at least 10 times greater than that of the 7th. I am utterly unable to withstand it. Within merely 2 breaths, I was teleported out. A profound silence enveloped the scene. In that moment, all doubts regarding Qin Yuan vanished completely. The gazes of everyone turned towards Qin Yuan, no longer perceiving him as merely a man, but rather as a veritable monstrosity. Chapter 67, the 9th level of the pagoda. This youth possesses limitless potential. The Grand Elder could not help but exclaim, while the other elders shared in his astonishment. Although Qin Yuan's character leaves much to be desired, His extraordinary talent and prowess are more than sufficient for the Taishan sect to devote itself entirely to his cultivation. The fifth elder's decision to expel him from the sect was nothing short of foolish. The elders instinctively turned their gazes toward Lan Yun, whose expression darkened instantaneously. As she lowered her head in silence, her thoughts a mystery. It matters not that he has been expelled. I have long had my eyes set on Qin Yuan. Alas, he chose the fifth elder back then. Now that the fifth elder has willingly let him go, I would be more than delighted to take him under my wing once again. Not so fast. I was the first to recognize Qin Yuan's potential. So do not even think of competing with me. How absurd. Just because you noticed him first, does that make him yours? I shall certainly contend for such a prodigious disciple. I will not let him slip through my fingers. Enough of this foolishness. Let us refrain from embarrassing ourselves. With Qin Yuan's talents, what right do we have to take him as our disciple? The entire Taishan sect may not be able to contain him. As the discussion unfolded, they failed to notice Lan Yun's face had darkened like the depths of a stormy sea. At that moment, the pagoda trembled slightly, emanating a soft white light, and simultaneously, Qin Yuan's figure vanished once more from the Taishan mirror. The red dot from the 8th level of the pagoda shifted to the 9th level. The 9th level. Qin Yuan has reached the 9th level. The elder's eyes widened in astonishment. Although Qin Yuan's displayed strength suggested he could enter the 9th level without issue, the reality of his ascension stirred profound emotions within them all. The Taishan pagoda has stood for millennia, with countless prodigies attempting to scale its heights, only to falter at the 7th level. At last, someone has reached the summit. A miracle, truly a miracle. Who would have thought that in our lifetimes, we would witness someone ascend the Taishan pagoda? I would die without regret. Heaven bless Taishan. Heaven bless Taishan. Our sect has produced such an extraordinary disciple. The revival of Taishan is within reach. Many elders were moved to tears, for they had witnessed generations of prodigies striving against the pagoda, only to meet with failure time and again. Having long since lost hope, they now beheld someone reaching the pinnacle. This event is monumental, both for them and for the Taishan sect. From this day forth, Qin Yuan's name shall be intertwined with the history of Taishan for eternity. Lan Yun gazed blankly at the red dot on the 9th level, her emotions increasingly complex. Lin Xiner and others wore expressions of melancholy. Despite their disdain for Qin Yuan, they could not deny that his talent and background placed him in a league far beyond their own. Even Su Fan, their junior brother, could not hope to compare. Quickly, in the Taishan mirror at the 9th level, the Grand Elder and others shouted excitedly. The secrets of the 9th level of the pagoda are finally about to be unveiled. As the radiant light of the Taishan mirror illuminated the 9th level, the vast screen in the sky transformed into a tapestry of blossoms. Before anyone could ponder the reason behind it, the brilliance of the Taishan mirror dimmed, and the luminous veil above vanished without a trace. The master of Taishan continued to pour in spirit stones, intensifying the energy, causing the precious mirror to emit light once more. However, merely moments later, the mirror began to tremble violently, and its glow faded again. How could this be? Has the mirror malfunctioned? The Grand Elder inquired, bewildered. The master of Taishan gazed at the 9th level of the pagoda, his brow furrowed. The mirror has not failed. Rather, the prohibitions of the 9th level are overwhelmingly potent, preventing the Taishan mirror from penetrating. Is there truly no way to discern the state of the 9th level? The Grand Elder remarked, somewhat discontented. If even the Taishan mirror cannot breach it, then no other method stands a chance. The master of Taishan sighed. For now, we can only await Qin Yuan's emergence from the 9th level. Alas, it must be so. What secrets does this 9th level hold? It indeed piques curiosity. All could do was continue their vigil. Within the pagoda on the 9th level, the space was not expansive, merely spanning 10 zhang in area. Upon entering the 9th level, the overwhelming pressure akin to that of a mountain abruptly dissipated, rendering the environment indistinguishable from the outside world. The stone chamber of the 9th level was exceedingly spacious, with a solitary stone platform at its center, standing at half a man's height. Upon closer inspection, an object less than half a foot tall rested atop the platform. To his astonishment, it was a battered bronze miniature pagoda. The bronze pagoda was in a state of disrepair, with only the base's 3 tiers remaining. While the majority of the tower's body had seemingly vanished, the 3 layers of the base were corroded with rust and bore numerous missing edges, clearly ravaged by some formidable external force. Yet, even in such a dilapidated condition, Qin Yuan felt an overwhelming aura upon beholding it. As if it were a primordial artifact of creation, its mere presence instilled dread. Finally, I have found this wretched relic. It has exhausted me. Observing the broken pagoda, Qin Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. This shattered tower was indeed the most precious treasure within the Taishan Pagoda, and one of the most significant opportunities on Su Fan's path. Young one, you have arrived, a raspy, ancient voice resonated within the stone chamber. Who? Who is speaking? Qin Yuan immediately inquired. I stand before you, the enigmatic voice replied once more. Qin Yuan scrutinized his surroundings, finally pinpointing the source of the voice, astonishingly. It emanated from the three-tiered pagoda. Are you the one speaking? Are you the tower spirit? Oh, young one, you seem unfazed by this revelation. It appears you are already aware of certain truths, the tower spirit inquired again. No, I am surprised. I am indeed surprised. Qin Yuan then realized he could not feign indifference too skillfully, lest he reveal himself. I merely venture to guess that you were the tower spirit. You have guessed correctly. The voice of the tower spirit was aged and distant. 80,000 years have indeed passed. It has taken this long for a destined individual to arrive. This aligns perfectly with my predictions prior to my slumber. Yet, young one, why do I feel a sense of estrangement towards you? It seems you may not be the fated one? The tower spirit's tone shifted, imbued with a subtle hint of perplexity. Indeed, I am not. Qin Yuan felt a surge of relief as a smile graced his lips. He had long harbored concerns that upon reaching the pinnacle of the tower, it would insist he had completed its trials and claim him as its master. Such a scenario would have made it difficult to pass the responsibilities on to Su Fan. Fortunately, it appeared that the tower was also subject to the influence of heavenly principles, recognizing only Su Fan as the child of destiny. I am merely assisting another in undertaking the trials of this tower. My employer has been rather occupied of late, hence the request for me to ascend. All that is acquired within the tower shall rightfully belong to my employer. The true destined individual you await must be my employer. Upon hearing this, the spirit of the tower fell into silence. Chapter 68, A Win-Win Solution. What? Is this not permissible? Qin Yuan asked anxiously. I have existed for millennia and have witnessed the myriad vicissitudes of the mortal realm. Yet, I find myself encountering a situation such as yours for the very first time. The voice of the spirit of the pagoda resonated once more, imbued with profound sentiment. Young man, do you comprehend the significance of reaching the pinnacle of the Taishan Pagoda's 9th tier? Are you truly willing to relinquish such a fortuitous opportunity? Alas, in this line of work, transactions are conducted for remuneration. Honesty and integrity are our guiding principles. Should one indulge in personal gain, it would spell the end of their credibility, rendering them unable to navigate this profession, Qin Yuan asserted, patting his chest. The tower spirit responded with a pause. Young man, do you truly intend to surrender the opportunity that lies at your fingertips? Do you not realize that if you were to seize this chance, you would assuredly ascend to the celestial realm? Such was the fate of the esteemed Nangong Taishan. Indeed, I have stated that in our profession, credibility holds paramount importance. Even if you were to elevate me to the status of an immortal king, I could not breach the agreement I have with others, Qin Yuan replied with unwavering conviction. Though a fleeting thought crossed his mind, if it were the celestial emperor, that would be a different matter. Excellent, young man, you have passed my trial. From this moment forth, you shall be my master, the spirit of the pagoda declared unexpectedly. Wait, that cannot be. Qin Yuan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. I am merely assisting others in their trials. I am but a facilitator, a proxy. Your true master is my employer. Facilitator? Proxy? The spirit of the pagoda, despite its ancient wisdom, struggled to grasp the meaning of these terms. Nevertheless, it continued, when I established the Taishan Pagoda, I set forth the rule that whoever first ascends to the 9th tier shall be deemed my fated one. The purpose of their arrival is of little consequence. But did you not just declare that I am not your fated one? Qin Yuan protested. Initially, I harbored such sentiments, but feelings can be misleading. Moreover, after years of slumber, my perceptive abilities have waned significantly, leading to potential misjudgments. In contrast, I place greater faith in the established rules. Since you are the first to scale the tower, you are indeed the fated one. Furthermore, your ability to remain steadfast in the face of such temptation is commendable, a quality I greatly admire. Qin Yuan felt an urge to chastise himself for his verbosity. Had he not just complicated matters? Elder, you are mistaken. Your fated one is undoubtedly my employer. You must accompany me at once. Upon meeting him, you will surely be eager to acknowledge him as your master. That is unnecessary. I never contravene the rules I have set. Furthermore, departing the Taishan Pagoda without recognizing a master would not only lead to my demise, but also invite immense peril. Could we perhaps place you within a spatial ring? That would be futile. Then, could you acknowledge me as your master temporarily, and once we are outside, we may sever our connection once I pledge allegiance. Unless the host attains an extraordinarily elevated realm, any attempt to forcibly separate us will result in my soul's disintegration. Would you kindly wait a moment? I shall descend now to summon my employer. In desperation, Qin Yuan devised this course of action. You are well aware of the rules of the treasure pagoda. Once it opens, each individual may enter only once, and leaving precludes re-entry. This won't do, nor will that. What, then, is to be done? Old master, can you not ponder a solution? Surely you cannot compel me to breach our agreement. Qin Yuan was truly anxious now. There appears to be no alternative. Qin Yuan sighed in resignation. The predicament had escalated. If all else fails, perhaps you should wait a while longer. In 3 years, when the treasure pagoda trial opens again, I shall have my employer seek you out. Time is of the essence. The spirit of the pagoda spoke with a voice laden with the weight of ages. Upon your ascension to the 9th level, my slumber shall conclude. Should you fail to acknowledge me as your master swiftly, within 3 days, my fragmented soul shall utterly dissipate. Old master, please do not jest. Did you not speak of immense opportunities? If you are in such a frail state yourself, how can you bestow chances upon others? Qin Yuan felt a pang of frustration. I am merely a remnant of a spirit, and without prompt recognition, my essence cannot endure for long. Yet, once acknowledged, I shall undoubtedly bestow upon you miraculous wonders. Young one, please place your trust in me. There was an awkwardness in the spirit's tone. Qin Yuan felt utterly disheartened. Had he known, he would not have ascended, allowing Su Fan to come in 3 years instead. Now he was entangled with this ancient spirit. If he did not recognize it, the spirit would dissolve. Yet, if he did, bestowing opportunities upon Su Fan would become exceedingly difficult. What to do? Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration struck Qin Yuan. Old master, what if we consider this arrangement? You acknowledge me as your master, once outside. I can sign a transfer or leasing agreement with my employer. You would accompany my employer under the guise of labor dispatch or leasing. Your ownership remains with me. Yet your usage rights would reside with my employer. Would this not be a harmonious resolution? Qin Yuan believed his plan impeccable, yet the pagoda's spirit erupted in fury. Young man, what do you take me for? A man may be slain, but never humiliated. If you truly disdain me so, you may leave at once. I would rather dissipate than endure such indignity. No, I was mistaken. I merely spoke in jest. Please do not take it to heart. Qin Yuan hastily apologized, cursing inwardly. Who knew this ancient spirit was so sensitive about its dignity? Very well, young one. If you are truly unwilling to contravene your own principles, I shall not impose. You may depart. Perhaps this is merely my destiny. The voice of the pagoda's spirit was filled with exhaustion. Could Qin Yuan simply walk away? Should this spirit truly dissolve, Su Fan would lose a crucial opportunity in the future. Such a plot is bound to become tumultuous. The only course of action for now is to have the spirit of the tower acknowledge me as its master. Once we escape, I shall devise a means to transfer this wretched old man to Su Fan. I sincerely apologize, esteemed elder. I have been somewhat unappreciative. I have now come to understand that since you, venerable elder, have taken a liking to me, it is indeed my fortune. If you do not disdain my request, I implore you to accompany me. Truly? You are willing to embrace this opportunity? The spirit of the tower's voice resonated with delight. I must not disappoint the sincerity of the esteemed elder. Qin Yuan's demeanor transformed, his smile warm and his presence refined, starkly contrasting with his earlier troubled visage. Excellent. I have indeed not misjudged you. From this moment forth, you shall be my master. Young one, accept the inheritance. The spirit of the tower laughed heartily, eagerly transforming into a stream of light, rushing to Qin Yuan's side, as if fearing he might reconsider. With a resigned sigh, Qin Yuan squeezed out a drop of his essence blood and let it fall upon the tower. With a resonant hum, the remaining tower erupted into a brilliant golden radiance, engulfing the entire 9th level. Chapter 69. You are truly remarkable. Amidst a thunderous roar, the Taishian treasure tower experienced an unprecedented and violent tremor. A robust beam of crimson light shot forth from its pinnacle, piercing the heavens. In an instant, the atmosphere transformed, clouds billowed, and countless golden phantoms emerged. Golden dragons and red phoenixes danced in an intricate ballet, while Qilins galloped and Pisho roared, as innumerable ancient beasts manifested in the celestial expanse above. Within a radius of 10,000 miles from the Taishian sect, a rain of golden petals descended, each petal formed from concentrated spiritual energy. Wherever they landed, verdant grass flourished, the parched lake splashed anew, withered trees sprouted tender buds, dying beasts regained their vigor, and crops in the fields yielded bountiful harvests. The populace within 100,000 miles reaped immense benefits. The terminally ill were cured of all ailments. The ordinary gained extraordinary vitality. And those who toiled diligently embarked upon the path of immortality. Countless individuals prostrated themselves and worshipped towards the Qin sect, chanting praises of eternal glory. The unparalleled powerhouses within a million-mile radius awakened, gazing in astonishment towards the direction of the Qin sect. Inside the sect, a fervor erupted among all its members. As the celestial phenomena brought tangible benefits to each person, many elder cultivators broke through their realms, gaining an extra century of life. An atmosphere of joy permeated the entire Qin sect. What is happening? The many elders of the Qin sect were utterly astonished. Such a colossal spectacle had never been witnessed before. What had Qin Yuan experienced on the 9th level? The heart of the sect leader could no longer remain tranquil. The mere manifestation of such phenomena had benefited 100,000 miles around. It was unimaginable how terrifying the opportunities on the 9th level must be. Damn it. Damn it. The accursed Qin Yuan. Su Fan lay in a corner, observing the celestial wonders with a heart full of anger and resentment. All of this should have been his. It was rightfully his. He had prepared for half a year to ascend to the 9th level of the tower, only to have it snatched away by Qin Yuan. He was left with nothing. Boom. Just then, the tower trembled once more. And a golden path emanated from the 9th level, descending into the very heart of the Qin Plaza. The majestic golden pathway was broad and magnificent, flanked by countless golden armored phantoms kneeling in reverence. With a resounding crash, as the golden path descended, the 9th level of the tower was unveiled. Under the watchful gaze of innumerable eyes, Qin Yuan slowly emerged from the 9th level, stepping down the golden pathway with deliberate grace. He exuded an aura of dominance, majesty, and elegance, resembling an exalted emperor or a celestial being descending to earth. The crowd was left spellbound. Many disciples of lower realms felt an inexplicable urge to prostrate themselves. This awe-inspiring moment was etched into the hearts of all present. Lan Yun stared blankly at the descending Qin Yuan, her mind in a tumult of confusion. This was her esteemed disciple? Her once great disciple. Such an outstanding student, yet she had cast him from her teachings. A powerful wave of regret surged within her heart. Utterly uncontainable. In Su Fan's eyes, there resided nothing but envy and resentment. This opportunity should have rightfully belonged to him, and he should have been the one revered by all. Cursed be Qin Yuan for daring to seize his chance. I always knew you were capable of this. In Gu Qingxue's beautiful eyes, tears of joy shimmered. This was her brother Qin Yuan, her fiancé. He had always been so remarkable. At this moment, Nangong Liuli had also awakened, watching Qin Yuan approach with an authentic smile gracing her lips. At last, I have accomplished something for you. Soon, Qin Yuan reached the end of the golden pathway, arriving at the heart of the Qin square. Simultaneously, the extraordinary phenomena in the heavens dissipated, restoring tranquility, while the Qin tower closed and the golden pathway vanished. In a flurry, several figures swiftly encircled Qin Yuan, their fervent gazes seemingly intent on consuming him whole. Qin Yuan was taken aback. Sectmaster, elders, what do you intend? Qin Yuan. The voice of the sect master of Qin trembled with excitement. You are truly incredible. The sect master had countless praises for Qin Yuan on the tip of his tongue, but ultimately, it condensed into the simplest expression of admiration. Qin Yuan, you are truly remarkable. The multitude of elders echoed in fervent exclamations. I apologize. I have been a bit busy today. Regular updates will resume tomorrow. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 70. The abandoned Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan found himself at a loss for words. He had initially wished to discreetly leave, but the spirit of the pagoda insisted on making a spectacle of it. The attention was drawn, and the popularity he had painstakingly diminished was bound to rise again. He now faced an array of troubles ahead. To steer the subsequent events back on track would require considerable effort. Qin Yuan, do share. What lies within the 8th and 9th levels? The sect master inquired eagerly. Nothing of significance, merely some legacies. I have progressed from the 3rd to the 5th level of the Golden Core stage, Qin Yuan replied with a composed demeanor. Nothing? That cannot be true. The sect master and the others were evidently skeptical. Long ago, the esteemed ancestor Qin had proclaimed that anyone who ascended to the 9th level of the pagoda would gain the spirit's acknowledgement and become the master of the Qin pagoda. I cannot say. I did not encounter any spirit at the 9th level. Qin Yuan feigned ignorance. The sect master remained unconvinced. Impossible. The ancestor's words are infallible. Yet, I truly did not see anything. Perhaps the spirit found me lacking and thus did not recognize me? Qin Yuan suggested with a hint of naivety. Is that so? The sect master's brow furrowed, revealing a trace of hesitation. After all, Qin Yuan's recent actions had indeed been quite deplorable, making it plausible that he was unacknowledged. The other elders shared this sentiment. The ordinary disciples, upon hearing this, exhibited expressions of schadenfreude. What use is your prowess, Qin Yuan, with such poor character? It is no wonder that you are not recognized. This is the principle of reaping what one sows. Even the spirit of the pagoda cannot tolerate someone like you. Only someone of your junior, like the little disciple, will earn the spirit's favor. Lan Yun and Lin Xianer were momentarily taken aback. With Lan Yun's expression shifting to one of complexity, Lin Xianer beamed at Su Fan, exclaiming, "Did you hear, little disciple? Qin Yuan has gained nothing. Do not lose hope. During the next trial, you will undoubtedly receive the spirit's acknowledgement." Su Fan felt a sense of relief. As long as Qin Yuan had not been recognized, he still had a chance. The sect master scrutinized Qin Yuan for a while, noting that aside from his 2-level advancement in cultivation and a slight enhancement in physique, there were no other notable changes, nor any aura of rare treasures. Could it be that he truly had not been acknowledged? Yet, this seemed amiss. If he had not gained recognition, why then had such a significant phenomenon occurred? The 9th level had even opened a golden path. The sect master remained puzzled. This, I cannot say for certain. Perhaps the spirit of the pagoda felt a sense of remorse towards me, hence allowing me to showcase my abilities? Qin Yuan blinked innocently. This. While Qin Yuan's explanation seemed far-fetched, the sect master had observed him for quite some time and failed to detect anything unusual. Ultimately having to acquiesce to this notion, albeit with a heavy heart. According to the words of the esteemed Taishan ancestor, those who ascend to the 9th level shall become the master of the treasure tower and, simultaneously, the divine son of our Taishan sect, destined to lead us into a new era of glory. After many years, it is truly regrettable that someone has finally reached the 9th level yet remains unacknowledged. The divine son, the highest rank among the disciples of the Taishan sect, was a position personally established by the ancestor. Only with the tower's recognition can one attain this title, with no other means available. The status of the divine son surpasses even that of the holy son, holding power and authority comparable to that of the deputy sect master. Often, even the sect master must heed the divine son's counsel. After all, the divine son bears the acknowledgement of the treasure tower, the supreme legacy of the Taishan ancestor, and in a sense, represents the will of the ancestor himself. Alas, perhaps the timing is simply not yet ripe. All that remains is to wait for the destined one. The great elder and the other elders shared in this regret, yet simultaneously felt a sense of relief. Indeed, Qin Yuan's cultivation is formidable and his talent unparalleled, but his character leaves much to be desired. To elevate him as the divine son could bring uncertain fortunes to the Taishan sect. The other ordinary disciples wore expressions of mockery. What of your prowess, Qin Yuan? Your lack of character earns no recognition. Even if you reach the pinnacle of the Taishan treasure tower, it will only lead to your own suffering. Serves you right. With your misdeeds, heaven will surely have its reckoning. Little junior brother, keep striving. The divine son of the Taishan sect can only be you. Lin Xianer encouraged Su Fan. Su Fan felt elated. How wonderful it was that even fate seemed to be on his side. Qin Yuan, what can you possibly contend with me now? Lan Yun sighed, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Only Qin Yuan felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, his true self had not been revealed. Had he become the divine son, the ensuing narrative would have been fraught with complications. Do not be disheartened, Qin Yuan. This lack of recognition may simply indicate that the time is not yet right. When the treasure tower trials commence again, you shall have another chance, the sect master encouraged, patting Qin Yuan on the shoulder. It's all right, this is quite fine indeed. A sincere smile graced Qin Yuan's face. He had managed to evade detection. The sect master, however, was perplexed. How could Qin Yuan appear genuinely pleased after missing such a significant opportunity? Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A golden radiance enveloped Qin Yuan once more. And above his head, a golden phantom of the treasure tower materialized. Its form resembled a miniature version of the Taishan treasure tower. This is the Taishan treasure tower? No, more accurately, it is the spirit of the tower. Why does it manifest upon Qin Yuan? The crowd gasped in astonishment. The spirit of the tower spoke. Its ancient voice imbued with authority. I am the spirit of the Taishan tower, and today I appear solely to affirm one truth. Qin Yuan has not lied. He has already received my acknowledgement. Currently, he stands as the sovereign of the Taishan pagoda, the divine offspring of the Taishan sect. This matter is undeniably true. After stating this, the spirit of the pagoda vanished, its radiance receding, returning once more to within Qin Yuan. Simultaneously, a mark of the Taishan pagoda manifested upon Qin Yuan's arm. Moreover, a spectral image of the pagoda could be discerned behind him. This spectacle seemed to proclaim to all that Qin Yuan had indeed assumed mastery over the Taishan pagoda. Chapter 71. The Prodigy of the Taishan Sect, Qin Yuan. Everyone exchanged glances, astonished by the unfolding events. The spirit of the pagoda had actually manifested in person, exposing Qin Yuan's deceit. Yet, why would Qin Yuan resort to lies? The disciples who had just mocked him were now rendered speechless, while Lin Xiner wore an expression of disbelief. Lan Yun appeared utterly dazed, and Su Fan's spirits plummeted. Master, do you think the spirit of the pagoda could be a fabrication? A mere illusion conjured by Qin Yuan? An elder questioned skeptically, echoing the sentiments of many. Bang! Before the master could respond, the ethereal image of the pagoda behind Qin Yuan radiated brilliance, striking the elder who had just spoken, sending him sprawling and spitting blood. Flying Tianzhong away. Rascal, are you daring to question me? The authoritative voice of the pagoda's spirit reverberated, an overwhelming pressure sweeping through the hall like tidal waves. The force was so intense that both the master and novice disciples felt their blood surge, overwhelmed by an urge to kneel. This is the essence of the Taishan technique. It truly is the spirit of the pagoda. All disciples of the Taishan sect practiced the Taishan Sutra, and the pagoda and the sutra shared intrinsic connections. Now, with the pagoda's might unleashed, the disciples of the Taishan sect found themselves utterly subdued. All the Taishan disciples believed unwaveringly that this was the formidable might of the pagoda. Pardon me. I beg your forgiveness. I dared not. Ancestor, please quell your anger. The injured elder immediately knelt, terror etched across his face as he apologized. The spirit of the Taishan pagoda was an entity of equal standing with the venerable ancestor. They had no right to resist. Please, ancestor, forgive me. I recognize my error. The master was the first to kneel, his tone earnest and grave. For the Taishan sect, addressing the spirit of the pagoda as ancestor was entirely justifiable. Seeing this, the other elders promptly knelt, one knee on the ground. Forgive us, ancestor, we recognize our error. Please forgive us. The remaining stewards and disciples, trembling in fear, hastily followed suit, bowing deeply. With the master kneeling, who among them dared to remain standing? Yet, many harbored resentment. For the spirit of the pagoda loomed above Qin Yuan's head. Kneeling before the spirit felt akin to bowing before Qin Yuan himself. The feelings of Lan Yun, Lin Xiner, and Su Fan need not be elaborated upon. They felt more wretched than if they had swallowed excrement. Particularly for Lan Yun, as Qin Yuan's master. To now kneel before a disciple was a complete loss of dignity. However, in this moment, they found themselves powerless, as the pressure from the Taishan pagoda intensified, rendering them unable to even stand. Why do you not kneel? Do you seek to provoke my authority? The only three who remained standing, Lan Yun, Lin Xiner, and Su Fan, caught the attention of the pagoda's spirit, which addressed them directly. Startled, the three trembled. Despite their inner turmoil, they could only suppress their humiliation. Directing their single knee to the ground in Qin Yuan's direction, gritting their teeth as they spoke. Ancestor, please forgive us. We recognize our error. Their voices trembled, with Lan Yun's face paling. Humph, a bunch of ungrateful descendants. The spirit of the pagoda coldly declared, from this day forth, Qin Yuan shall be the master of the pagoda and the divine son of the Taishan sect. The enthronement ceremony must commence immediately, without fail. This is the decree of our ancestor. Under the leadership of the sect master of Taishan, everyone voiced their agreement in unison. The aura of the pagoda's spirit dissipated, along with the oppressive weight that had burdened them, as well as the ethereal shadow behind Qin Yuan, vanishing without a trace. The crowd collectively exhaled, their bodies drenched in cold sweat, for the pressure exerted by the pagoda's spirit had been utterly terrifying. In that moment, the gazes of all present towards Qin Yuan transformed completely, devoid of mockery or disdain, replaced instead by profound respect. From this day forward, Qin Yuan was the divine son of the Taishan sect, truly one of a kind. The sect master and others felt elated. The emergence of the divine son heralded the revival of the Taishan sect. Meanwhile, Lan Yun, Lin Xiner, and Su Fan wore expressions as dark as stormy waters. In contrast, Qingxue and Nangong Liuli beamed with genuine smiles, surprised by the extraordinary outcome of their efforts. Surely, Qin Yuan must be overjoyed at this moment. Only Qin Yuan remained rooted in place, his face shadowed with gloom, as if he had just consumed a dead fly. Old fool, what on earth are you thinking? Qin Yuan seethed silently within his mind. Chapter 72. The True Form of the Spirit of the Pagoda. Old fellow, what on earth are you doing? Qin Yuan's temper was about to explode. He had intended to endure and bide his time, waiting for the opportune moment to discreetly send this old man away. Yet, the old man had exposed everything without reservation. The spirit of the pagoda, however, calmly responded, I simply cannot tolerate the disdain these people have for you. Which is why I taught them a lesson. But now, I am your master. Shouldn't you heed my words? Who permitted you to act so recklessly and reveal yourself? Patience. Patience. Do you understand? Do you realize you have jeopardized my grand scheme? I sincerely apologize. I was unaware that my master had other plans. Please do not hold it against me. Qin Yuan yearned to unleash a torrent of curses upon him, yet he hesitated, feeling that chastising such an aged being would be a breach of decorum. Nonetheless, something about the old man's apology felt insincere. You would do well to remember your words. Let this be the last time, Qin Yuan warned coldly. Given the circumstances, further anger was futile. There was no need to squander emotions over such matters. After all, he would soon be rid of this old man, free to frolic as he pleased thereafter. Understood, my master. I shall remember, the old voice echoed within Qin Yuan's consciousness. In the vast expanse of his mind, a boundless realm stretched infinitely, reminiscent of an immense cosmos. Deep within this universe floated a dilapidated three-tiered tower, emanating a dim light akin to a fallen star adrift in the void. Inside the crumbling tower, a figure clad in azure sat gracefully upon a chair, shrouded in a delicate mist. Within this ethereal haze, the figure's flowing gown accentuated her slender, elegant form, while two snow-white legs could be glimpsed beneath the hem, gently swaying. Her skin, as smooth as cream, contrasted beautifully with her long, dark hair, and amidst the haze, one could discern a breathtakingly beautiful visage. A beauty that could rival the most exquisite of legends seemed inadequate to describe the captivating presence of this azure-clad woman. As she parted her lips, her voice emerged, surprisingly aged and gravelly. This was indeed the spirit of the pagoda. Had Qin Yuan beheld the true manifestation of the spirit, his jaw would have dropped in astonishment. Who could have imagined that the centuries-old spirit, with her hoarse voice, would take the form of such an enchanting woman? Noticing Qin Yuan's prolonged silence, the woman pouted, her rosy lips curling into a beguiling smile that could charm the world. Do you still wish to send me away? What an intriguing little fellow you are. She mused aloud, her voice now flowing like a clear spring, melodious and captivating, a stark contrast to her previous raspy tone. If you wish to send me away, then I shall stubbornly cling to you. After all these years, I have never been so disregarded. I shall see what gives you the audacity to be so proud. At this moment, the plaza of the Taishan sect was already in a state of fervent excitement. Qin Yuan had become the undeniable focal point of the gathering. Who could have anticipated that a seemingly ordinary trial within the treasure tower would culminate in someone successfully reaching the summit, earning the acknowledgement of the tower's spirit, and becoming the unparalleled divine son of the Taishan sect? The higher echelons of the sect were overwhelmed with exhilaration. The manifestation of the treasure tower and the emergence of the divine son heralded the dawn of a renaissance for the Taishan sect. The ordinary disciples were astounded, for they had witnessed a legend unfold, a pivotal moment in the annals of the Taishan sect's history. As the treasure tower trial drew to a close, the disciples who emerged from its confines were equally incredulous upon learning the unfolding events. Particularly, Qianxia's eyes widened in disbelief. After being effortlessly defeated by Qin Yuan on the 5th level, she had harbored a deep-seated determination to catch up to him, to demonstrate her prowess through her accomplishments. After all, the trial primarily assessed innate talent. With sufficient aptitude, one could ascend to greater heights. Qianxia had always believed that her talent was not inferior to Qin Yuan's, merely hindered by a lower starting point. In this trial, she was resolute in her pursuit of Qin Yuan, intent on proving herself. As she pressed forward with fervor, upon reaching the 7th level, she still found no trace of Qin Yuan. Elation filled her heart, convinced that he had surely been transported out. At the very least, she had managed to catch up to him. After holding her ground for a quarter of an hour on the 7th level, she too was eventually teleported away. However, when she eagerly inquired about Qin Yuan's achievements, she was met with a staggering revelation. How could this be? The 9th level of the treasure tower, the divine son of the Taishan sect. This was a status she had never even dared to contemplate. Qin Yuan had accomplished it. In that instant, Yi Qianxiao was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of defeat. The chasm between her and Qin Yuan was insurmountably vast. While some rejoiced, Others were disheartened. Qin Yuan's supporters celebrated, while those of Su Fan were left in despair. Lan Yun bowed her head in silence, lost in her own thoughts. Lin Xin'er gazed blankly at Qin Yuan, her eyes reflecting admiration. It turned out that the senior brother was truly exceptional. No, the senior brother had always been remarkable. Lin Xin'er murmured to herself, letting out a gentle sigh. If only he were not so flawed. Then, Lin Xin'er glanced at Su Fan, silently contemplating. Su Fan was indeed a good person, but alas, somewhat lacking in intelligence and talent. If only her senior brother's gifts could be bestowed upon the junior brother. Perhaps. Or maybe the junior brother's character could be given to the senior brother. Or a combination of both. Who would have thought that such peculiar thoughts would arise in Lin Xin'er's mind? The musings of a young girl are often inscrutable. Yet, she remained unaware that the seemingly flawless Su Fan, whom she had once deemed her steadfast choice, and the irredeemable Qin Yuan, whom she had resolutely scorned, had unwittingly reached a point where comparison became inevitable. How infuriating! How infuriating! These are all mine. They rightfully belong to me. How dare Qin Yuan take them? Su Fan's heart was filled with resentment and fury. He had devoted an entire year preparing for the tower trial, only to see his efforts thwarted, while his formidable rival, Qin Yuan, reaped the rewards abundantly. The outcome of the tower poetry trial was pivotal to his future cultivation journey. It was a treasure he must possess. Now it had fallen into the hands of his enemy. What should he do? What lies ahead for him? The chasm between him and Qin Yuan would only widen. Calm yourself, Fanner. Given the circumstances, further resentment is futile. The immediate priority is to restore your health and then seek an opportunity to reclaim this treasure. Came the ethereal voice of Fei Yin within Su Fan's mind. I understand, Master. I will certainly reclaim the tower, Su Fan replied. Casting a venomous glance at Qin Yuan, his resolve unwavering. It is good that you comprehend. Today's events serve as a lesson. Though your journey has been fraught with challenges, most have been devoid of true peril. This has not sharpened your intellect as intended, but instead fostered a false sense of invincibility. It has led to pride and blind confidence. You must remember, from now on, to exercise caution in all dealings, for you cannot afford to lose, Fei Yin admonished earnestly. Su Fan felt a twinge of annoyance. He loathed being lectured, especially in his current state of distress. What he craved was solace, not reproach. I understand, Master, he replied, maintaining a tone of respect, though sincerity was lacking. Fei Yin discerned the impatience in Su Fan's voice, but chose not to take it to heart. After all, Fanner was still a youth. Impulsiveness was a natural trait at his age, she thought to herself. Once gathering his thoughts, Su Fan turned his gaze toward Nangong Liuli, his eyes brimming with malice. Nangong Liuli, you wretched woman, I shall ensure you pay dearly for this. Chapter 73, What is happening? The coronation ceremony commenced promptly, with Qin Yuan successfully crowned as the son of the Taishan sect amidst the adoring gazes of the crowd. We pay our respects to the son. Numerous disciples, along with several elders, clasped their hands in reverence, collectively offering their congratulations. The son of the Taishan sect holds a status equivalent to that of a deputy sect leader, deserving of such veneration. Just as the coronation ceremony reached its midpoint, a commotion unexpectedly erupted in the venue. The junior disciple has awakened. The junior disciple has awakened. Coincidentally, at that moment, Su Fan coughed twice and spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Fan was the focal point among the ordinary disciples, and his sudden distress diverted nearly all attention from the ongoing coronation ceremony. The junior disciple has awakened. How wonderful. I knew he would be fine. Quickly, summoned the elder from the medicinal hall. After a flurry of activity, Su Fan's breath stabilized significantly, observing that he had captivated everyone's attention. A sense of secret delight filled Su Fan's heart. In truth, he had awakened long ago, but feigned sleep, unwilling to rise until he saw how captivating Qin Yuan was. He could no longer suppress his desire to be noticed. As expected, he instantly drew all eyes upon himself. Qin Yuan, no matter how impressive you are, you ultimately do not possess the same affection from the people as I do, Su Fan thought mockingly. At that moment, a throng of people surrounded him, with Lan Yun expressing her concern. Fanna, how do you feel? I'm fine. Please don't worry, Master, Su Fan replied with a weary smile, his innocent demeanor evoking a wave of sympathy. Junior disciple, please tell us who harmed you. We will surely seek justice on your behalf. Lin Xuanyuan's beautiful eyes shimmered with compassion. Su Fan sighed softly. Let it go. It is already over. Best not to dwell on it. No, it absolutely cannot be overlooked. Do you have any idea what poison you were afflicted with? The person who harmed you is utterly deranged. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside, Qin Yuan exclaimed indignantly. Fear not, junior disciple. Speak boldly. We will stand by you. Many ordinary disciples voiced their support. Thank you all for your concern. To be among you as fellow disciples is a fortune in my life, Su Fan expressed gratefully, then sighed. As for the reason behind my injury, I can only say that I was outmatched. Let this matter pass. That is absolutely unacceptable. You were harmed without cause. If we do not seek justice for you, how can we call ourselves your seniors? Please, share who did this. Alas, to be honest, it is not that I do not wish to speak. But rather, Su Fan hesitated, a bitter smile adorning his face. Oh dear junior disciple, are you truly trying to drive us to despair? What concerns you so? Why can you not simply reveal it? The anxious crowd inquired. Su Fan continued to smile wryly. It is not that I am unwilling to speak, but rather that I am unable to do so. This matter is of great significance, and I must consider the broader interests of our sect. Fellow brothers and sisters, please do not press me any further. What nonsense about the greater good. I believe in retribution for grievances. It is a time-honored principle, one of them exclaimed. Little junior brother, fear not and boldly reveal who has wronged you. Even if it is the heavenly king himself, we shall avenge you. Indeed, little junior brother. Do not hesitate. Many hands make light work. With our combined support, no matter how powerful the adversary may be, we shall prevail. The group was filled with fervor. Seemingly invincible, completely disregarding their earlier humiliation at the hands of Qin Yuan. Little junior brother, tell me, was it Nangong Liuli? Qin Yuan fixed her gaze upon Su Fan. Though he did not utter the name directly, his evasive demeanor hinted at the truth. Only the daughter of the sect leader, Nangong Liuli, could instill such trepidation in him. Moreover, during the incident on the 5th floor, only Nangong Liuli and Su Fan had been present. The suspicion surrounding her was substantial. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Su Fan's eyes. At last, someone had grasped his insinuation. Yet he sighed and replied, Sister Lin, there is truly no need to inquire further. Just tell me, yes or no. There is no need for anything else, Qin Yuan interrupted. Do not be afraid. Please tell us, will you? After a brief silence, Su Fan discreetly glanced at Nangong Liuli before softly confessing, yes. His voice was feeble. Yet each word resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. It is indeed her. I knew it. Someone exclaimed. On the 5th floor. There were only senior sister Nangong and junior brother Su Fan, both teleported out in close succession. I suspected it was her from the beginning. But wait. This does not make sense. Senior sister Nangong and junior brother Su Fan have always shared a strong bond. She would have no motive to harm him. One may know a person's face, but not their heart. Perhaps Nangong Liuli feared that little junior brother would seize her opportunities, prompting her to act against him. Despicable. Truly despicable, Nangong Liuli. Little junior brother has treated you so well. Why would you betray him? The realization dawned upon them, and it became clear why Su Fan had remained silent. It was indeed the doing of senior sister Nangong, the daughter of the sect leader. How could we mere disciples stand against such power? The crowd's indignation surged, directing their ire toward Nangong Liuli. Nangong, is what Su Fan said true? The grand elder of Taishan Min regarded Nangong Liuli with grave concern. The implications of such a conflict between the daughter of the sect leader and one of Taishan Min's most esteemed disciples were far from trivial. The sect leader, who was also Nangong Liuli's father, cast a profound gaze upon her, yet remained silent. In the face of the crowd's accusations and reproaches, Nangong Liuli maintained an air of calm, her words like fragrant orchids as she declared, it was I who did it. No one expected Nangong Liuli to admit her actions so readily, leaving many both astonished and furious. Why did you harm the junior disciple? Someone questioned. I simply acted against him because I found him displeasing, Nangong Liuli replied with a tone of indifference. The crowd's anger escalated, with one person lamenting, Sister Nangong's. How could you do this? You have always been so gentle and kind. Why have you suddenly transformed into this? To know a person's face but not their heart. It seems your previous kindness was merely a facade. It must be Qin Yuan's influence. Otherwise, Sister wouldn't have changed so drastically. Indeed, proximity breeds familiarity. Having been so close to Qin Yuan, she must have been tainted. Some deliberately diverted the conversation towards Qin Yuan, casting aspersions upon him. Nangong Liuli's expression turned cold. I shall do as I please. Every choice is mine alone and has no bearing on others. While she could endure the accusations directed at her, she would not permit any disparagement towards Qin Yuan. This is utterly outrageous. Even the daughter of the sect leader cannot behave with such arrogance. This is pure bullying. Is there no law? No sense of justice? Just because she is the sect leader's daughter, does she have the right to oppress and humiliate us ordinary disciples? The junior disciple, prioritizing the greater good, refrained from provoking Nangong Liuli, asserting, no matter who violates the sect's laws, they must face severe punishment. Otherwise, I shall be the first to dissent. We must impose strict penalties on Nangong Liuli to uphold the dignity of our sect and protect the rights of ordinary disciples. Waves of fervor surged once more, igniting thousands of disciples with righteous indignation. The higher-ups of the sect wore expressions of deep concern. This marked the second instance today of such insurrection. The honor of the Taishan sect was at stake. Su Fan observed with a glint of malice in his eyes. Nangong Liuli, this time, I shall see how you respond. Dare to offend me, and you shall pay the price. Sect leader, what do you propose we do? The Grand Elder approached the Taishan sect leader, his face darkened with concern. The Taishan sect leader found herself in a predicament. On one hand was her daughter, and on the other, the unity of the sect. The sect's authority was at risk, yet the wrath of the people was not to be trifled with. A misstep could lead to dire consequences. What is all this noise about? Let me see what has transpired. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a languid and flippant voice broke through. Chapter 74. I suppose this is how it shall be. Amidst the collective gaze of the onlookers, Qin Yuan's figure gracefully descended. With his arrival, all attention was irresistibly drawn toward him. Su Fan felt an uneasy premonition, uncertain of Qin Yuan's intentions. Nangong Liuli cast a gentle glance at Qin Yuan before quietly lowering her head. Pray tell, what exactly is the matter? How dare you interrupt my coronation ceremony? Qin Yuan's languid voice resonated with an undeniable authority, compounded by the psychological impact he had previously instilled. At that moment, no one dared to step forward. Qin Yuan's gaze shifted downward, landing on Lin Xianer. Why don't you recount what transpired? It was you who shouted the loudest earlier. Feeling the weight of his gaze, Lin Xianer's cheeks flushed slightly, yet unwilling to appear cowardly, she mustered her courage and replied, You are merely feigning ignorance, are you not? Junior brother Su Fan has been harmed, and the one responsible is none other than Nangong Liuli. Surely, everyone here has heard it. Qin Yuan remained silent, effortlessly suspended in the air, his formidable aura instilling trepidation in Lin Xianer, diminishing her previously summoned bravery. At that moment, he casually gestured, unleashing a powerful force that struck Lin Xianer, sending her hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, leaving a trail of blood in her wake. Senior Sister Lin. The crowd gasped in shock, and several individuals rushed forward to assist her. Unable to bear the scene, others glared at Qin Yuan, demanding, What exactly do you intend to do, Qin Yuan? With indifference, Qin Yuan replied, What do I intend to do? I rather wish to inquire what you intend to do. I am now the divine son of Taishan sect, and upon encountering me, you should all pay your respects. Treat me with the courtesy befitting a deputy sect master. Yet here you are, shouting before me. Do you possess any regard for the sect or for the hierarchy? Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present froze. The reprimands that had been on the tip of their tongues evaporated. They had not anticipated that Qin Yuan would wield his identity as the divine son to subdue them. Many felt their faces flush with indignation, yet none dared to voice their dissent. Qin Yuan turned his attention to Lin Xianer, stating, Your disrespect towards me warrants a lesson. Do you acquiesce? You. Lin Xianer, incensed, coughed up blood and promptly lost consciousness. Qin Yuan's gaze swept over the assembly once more. What? Do you still not pay your respects to me? It seems my earlier demonstration was inadequate. Salutations, divine son. Though reluctant, the crowd, bereft of the courage to defy him, silently bowed their heads. Salutations, divine son. As one person initiated the gesture, the rest followed suit, clasping their hands in deference. To Su Fan's surprise, rather than feeling anger, he found a peculiar joy in the spectacle. Initially, many had admired Qin Yuan for becoming the divine son, yet his overt dominance would surely lead to a loss of favor. The elders collectively sighed, sharing Su Fan's sentiments. Qin Yuan, indeed, is still too young and too arrogant, the third elder lamented with a heavy heart. Sooner or later, he shall pay the price for his youthful recklessness. The sixth elder smirked coldly, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes. He had never held any affection for Qin Yuan, favoring Su Fan instead. Witnessing Qin Yuan's disgrace brought him a sense of delight. Yet, within Qin Yuan's heart, he felt a peculiar satisfaction. Anger? Hostility? Precisely. That was the desired effect. As a quintessential villain, He had always sought to engage in actions that would tarnish his reputation, striving to become a pariah. Who could have anticipated that the ancient spirit of the pagoda would grant him an unexpected moment of glory, restoring much of the reputation he had so painstakingly sullied? During the recent conferral ceremony, the adoring gazes directed at him felt like thorns in his flesh, a fishbone lodged in his throat. This simply could not continue. He must reclaim his status as the universally despised villain. Just as he pondered his next move, Su Fan conveniently appeared before him. The incident involving Nangong Liuli's assassination attempt on Su Fan could certainly be exploited. Thus, he decisively intervened, forcefully suppressing those who sought to blame Nangong Liuli. As he sensed the collective ire and disdain of the onlookers, Qin Yuan felt a wave of comfort wash over him. This was precisely the response he sought. Enough, everyone. Please, be seated. Qin Yuan waved his hand graciously, before continuing. So, you claim that within the pagoda, Nangong Liuli harmed Su Fan? You wish to seek justice for him? Indeed, Nangong Liuli's actions against a fellow disciple were cruel. If left unpunished, how can our Taishan sect maintain its dignity as a reputable sect? Although Lin Xiner and the others feared Qin Yuan, they still mustered the courage to speak up regarding the matter at hand. United, they would ensure that such egregious acts would not go unaddressed. Is that so? Qin Yuan scratched his ear, casually responding, I am already aware of the situation. Let us consider this matter settled. What? The crowd was taken aback, their anger igniting. Impossible. How could they let it go after their junior brother was so grievously wronged? Their junior brother must not suffer such an unjust fate. Even if it cost them their lives, they would seek justice for him. Chapter 75, Betrayal of Master and Ancestors? My junior disciple must not suffer such an unjust grievance. Even if it costs me my life, I shall seek justice for him. In a moment of fury, Qin Yuan suddenly swung his arm, a flash of white light slicing across a disciple's neck. Instantly, the disciple's head soared into the air, blood gushing forth like a fountain. This shocking scene once again threw the gathering into chaos. Junior brother Qin Yuan, your actions are intolerable. What crime has junior brother Qin committed that warrants his death? Someone shouted in indignation. Qin Yuan calmly retracted his hand, remembering his vow to seek justice for Su Fan. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence, soon replaced by an even greater tempest of outrage. This is outrageous. Qin Yuan has gone too far. He shows utter disregard for the sect and for all of us. Yet, at that moment, few dared to raise their voices. No one was foolish enough to provoke Qin Yuan, fearing the deadly consequences. Qin Yuan, what do you intend to do? Do you still regard the sect? Lan Yun could no longer remain silent, and was the first to admonish him. Initially, she had altered her perception of him upon his ascension to Godchild, but she never expected he would so quickly disappoint her again. Truly, he was beyond redemption. However, Qin Yuan coldly retorted, presumptuous. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Lan Yun, momentarily stunned, was soon engulfed in fury. You insolent disciple. Are you attempting to betray your master and ancestors? Insolent disciple? Elder Wu, perhaps you should reconsider your words, Qin Yuan interrupted. I am now the godchild of the Taishan sect, while you are merely an elder. What right do you have to question me? Do you still recognize rank in the sect? Am I wrong to call you foolish? You. Lan Yun's face flushed with anger. She never anticipated this rebellious disciple would wield his status as godchild against her. Yet, at that moment, she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. For he indeed held no obligation to answer to an elder. Qin Yuan regarded Lan Yun with a glance. Considering your years of dedication to the sect, even without merit, I shall overlook your disrespect this time. Should there be a next, do not expect me to remember our camaraderie. Qin Yuan. Lan Yun was seething with rage. The very words she had used to reprimand him were now being flung back at her, unchanged. What a misfortune for the sect. This is nothing short of a calamity. A laugh escaped Nangong Liuli and Gu Qingxue, unable to contain themselves. Qin Yuan was simply brilliant. Lan Yun's fate was indeed deserved. How unfair is it that such a person possesses top-tier talent? Why should he be made the son of the Taishan sect? I have long asserted that a person like Qin Yuan becoming the son would be nothing short of a calamity for Taishan sect. Numerous disciples have been murmuring in secret, harboring great resentment towards Qin Yuan. The expressions of many elders are equally grim. Qin Yuan has only just ascended to the position of son, and he is already exerting his authority over them. What will happen in the future? If possible, they would genuinely wish to dismiss Qin Yuan. However, with the spirit of the Taishan pagoda having spoken, what right do they have to refuse? They can only endure in silence. Enough, Elder Wu, you may withdraw for now. The The sect master of Taishan could no longer bear the situation, gesturing towards Lan Yun before turning his stern gaze upon Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan, although you are the son of the Taishan sect, you must adhere to the rules of the sect. You cannot recklessly slay your fellow disciples without seeking clarity. Such actions are utterly lawless. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, you must face severe punishment today. As I mentioned earlier, I, as the son of the Taishan sect, hold a position equivalent to that of the deputy sect master, yet a mere ordinary disciple dared to brazenly threaten me in public. Is this not a grave taboo for our sect? Does it not violate the laws of the sect? If I do not impose strict punishment, will it not set a precedent for anyone to insult the sect master and the elders without fear? How then can Taishan sect maintain order? What significance do our rules and laws hold? I killed that insolent wretch to uphold the order of the sect and to preserve the dignity of the law. Am I not justified in my actions? Or is it that, as the son, I lack the authority to punish those who breach the sect's regulations? Upon these words, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Though many felt discontent in their hearts, what Qin Yuan stated was indeed factual. After all, he is the son. To defy the son and show disrespect to one's elders grants him the right to administer punishment. All present wore grim expressions, yet they dared not voice their anger. The sect master, at a loss for words, finally sighed and remarked, even if someone has breached the law, punishment should only be enacted after a thorough investigation, rather than through arbitrary enforcement. This time, I shall let it pass, but should there be a next time, you must not act impulsively. Understood, sect master. Qin Yuan replied with a slight smile, his gaze sweeping across the assembly with an air of provocation. The multitude of disciples simmered with rage. In the open, the casual act of murder resulted in merely a verbal reprimand. Where is the justice? Where is the righteousness? Did Brother Qin die in vain? Yet, no one dared to step forward as the vanguard of dissent. Many recalled Qin Yuan's words before entering the pagoda. This world speaks the language of power. Those without strength who dare to shout recklessly may very well lose their lives. Qin Yuan was quite pleased with the crowd's reaction. This is how it should be. I relish the sight of your inability to tolerate me while being powerless to eliminate me. As a villain, how could I be admired and cherished? I must be despised. The very object of hatred that one wishes to see obliterated. Beholding the myriad of resentful and furious gazes was utterly enchanting. How delightful it was. Master, while this matter may be brushed aside, we must address the heinous act of poisoning Su Fan committed by the disciple from the Nangong lineage. At that moment, an elderly voice resonated through the air. It was the fourth elder of the Taishan sect, a devoted admirer of Su Fan, who harbored a deep disdain for Qin Yuan. Witnessing Qin Yuan's flagrant disregard for order ignited a fire of indignation within the fourth elder. Yet he found himself powerless to act. Thus, he redirected the conversation back to the grievous incident involving Su Fan's poisoning, seeking to vindicate him. Simultaneously, he subtly aimed his remarks at Qin Yuan, who was clearly intent on defending Nangong Liuli. The evidence against Nangong Liuli was irrefutable. Even with his status as a divine son, he could not alter the facts at will. Nangong Liuli's actions were excessively malicious, and failure to impose severe punishment would be a flagrant violation of the laws of our Taishan sect. I implore the master to prioritize the greater good and address this matter with fairness. At that juncture, the Grand Elder and several other elders who supported Su Fan also rose to voice their opinions. The multitude of disciples present, witnessing this, united in their fervent cries, their voices rising in a tumultuous wave. Let the master uphold the greater good and impose stringent penalties upon Nangong Liuli. Chapter 76. Qin Yuan is the true culprit. The situation at the scene shifted with alarming rapidity. Originally, due to Qin Yuan's meddling, the attention of the crowd had been diverted. The master of Taishan sect still hoped to obscure the truth, to delay matters concerning his daughter while seeking a solution. However, unexpectedly, attention was swiftly redirected back to her. Observing the multitude of furious gazes, the master of Taishan knew that today he had to provide an explanation. The wrath of the people was not to be trifled with. From the initiation of the pagoda trial to this moment, Qin Yuan's relentless suppression had already stifled the hearts of these individuals, who now sought an outlet for their pent-up frustration. Unable to vent their ire on Qin Yuan, they could only redirect it towards Su Fan. If it were merely the anger of the disciples, it would be manageable. However, now even several elders from his own faction had become involved, complicating matters. What to do? The master of Taishan was in a quandary, torn between the stability of the sect and the fate of his beloved daughter. Master, please prioritize the greater good, enforce justice, and severely punish Nangong Liuli. The crowd once again unified in their demand, their voices resonating like thunder. At that moment, Nangong Liuli wore a stoic expression, seemingly indifferent to it all. Qingxue cast a complex glance at Nangong Liuli. The depth of her affection for Qin Yuan appeared to rival her own. Do you all have a hearing impairment or a lack of common sense? I have already stated that we should let this matter go and not pursue it further. Can you not comprehend human speech? Or is it that none of you have the capacity for rational thought? Just as the master of Taishan found himself in dire straits, Qin Yuan's impatient voice echoed once more throughout the square. A moment of calm settled over the scene. And once again, all eyes turned to Qin Yuan. Nangong Liuli's eyes widened in surprise, followed by a surge of elation in her heart. Indeed, Qin Yuan still harbored feelings for her. Even in this precarious situation, he was willing to stand up for her. It was all worth it. A smile graced Nangong Liuli's lips. Even if she were to perish this time, she felt no regrets. What do you mean, Qin Yuan? Are you intent on making an enemy of us all? The fourth elder demanded, his countenance darkened. The matter concerning Nangong Liuli was already substantiated with undeniable evidence. Even the master could not show favoritism. Could it simply be dismissed with a word of leniency from you? The fourth elder was correct. Even if you are the divine son, you must adhere to the rules of Taishan sect. The other disciples echoed their sentiments, decrying Qin Yuan's arrogance. He is utterly presumptuous. He acts as if we are beneath him. Yet Qin Yuan replied, you still recognize me as the divine son. Is it not within my prerogative to pardon a disciple within our sect who has erred? Certainly not. Rules are rules, and everyone must abide by them. Including the master and the supreme elders, the fourth elder insisted stubbornly. Is that so? Qin Yuan pondered for a moment, and then proposed, if that is the case, perhaps we should amend the rules? Grant me the authority of a special pardon. What do you think? Master, what say you? The master of Taishan. Amend the rules? The four elders and others were astounded by Qin Yuan's shamelessness. It is inconceivable. The sect rules are the very foundation of the Taishan sect. How can they be altered at your whim? Who do you think you are? The actions of Nangong Liuli were exceedingly vile and warranted severe punishment. I implore the sect leader to prioritize the greater good and impose strict penalties on Nangong Liuli. The multitude of disciples once again began to petition fervently, displaying an unwavering resolve to achieve their aims. Nangong Liuli cast a reluctant glance at Qin Yuan, her eyes brimming with myriad emotions, yet devoid of fear. She stepped forward, intending to dissuade Qin Yuan from further complicating matters. But before she could utter a word, Qin Yuan spoke again. Sigh. Very well. Since it has come to this, I shall speak the truth. In fact, Nangong Liuli's attempt on Su Fan was orchestrated at my behest. I am the true mastermind behind it all. What? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. They could hardly believe Qin Yuan's declaration. Many elders were engulfed in doubt. Nangong Liuli's eyes widened in shock, her fair face a canvas of disbelief. The sect leader also turned to Qin Yuan with astonishment. And the fourth elder was the first to leap forward, staring intently at Qin Yuan as he inquired, what did you say? You are the true mastermind. And Nangong Liuli acted on your instructions? Indeed, Qin Yuan replied with calm assurance. The atmosphere erupted in chaos. After a brief moment of confusion, the ordinary disciples erupted in joy. This fool, Qin Yuan, had willingly sullied his own reputation. Now, they could hold him accountable alongside Nangong Liuli. Despite his status as the divine son, he would find no defense. Truly, it is a hero's dilemma in the face of beauty, this imbecile. Having just ascended to the role of divine son, now flaunted his arrogance. Once admired by many, he had transformed into a pariah, reviled by all. The ordinary disciples were exhilarated, and Su Fan was even more so. The more tarnished Qin Yuan's reputation became, the more advantageous it was for him. Qin Yuan, you foolish one, how do you intend to contend with me? Just wait. Everything you have taken that belongs to me, I shall reclaim in due time. Lanyan also sneered repeatedly. This rebellious disciple is utterly foolish. Such actions would not only fail to save Nangong Liuli but also implicate himself. The position of divine son, so hard won, would face even greater scrutiny. No, it is not like that. Nangong Liuli immediately interjected, her voice rising in urgency. The harm done to Su Fan was entirely my doing. I acted without anyone's direction, and it has nothing to do with Qin Yuan. Do not speak yet. The fourth elder interjected, waving his hand, his face betraying an uncontrollable delight as he gazed at Qin Yuan. I shall ask you once more, is what you said true? Initially unable to impose any consequences on Qin Yuan, the fourth elder had felt quite perturbed. Who could have anticipated that Qin Yuan would so brazenly offer himself up? It was simply exquisite. Now, vengeance could be exacted for Su Fan. False, it is all false. This matter has no connection to Qin Yuan. It was my decision alone. Nangong Liuli felt a surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears, yet filled with anxiety. Qin Yuan was willing to go to such lengths for her. Indeed, he harbored feelings for her. Regardless, she could not allow Qin Yuan to bear the punishment on her behalf. After all, he had painstakingly restored some of his reputation and ascended to the role of the holy son of the Taishan sect. If he were to be punished, the blow to his honor would be insurmountable. While she could endure any harsh punishment herself, she absolutely could not permit any harm to befall Qin Yuan, especially not because of her own transgressions. That was utterly unacceptable. Nephew Nangong, you have heard it yourself. Qin Yuan has already confessed, no matter how much one might argue. What purpose would it serve? The fourth elder let out a cold laugh, denying Nangong Liuli any opportunity to retort, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Everyone had indeed heard that regarding Su Fan's assassination attempt, Nangong Liuli was merely an accomplice, while the true perpetrator, Qin Yuan, had now openly acknowledged his guilt. The laws of the Taishan sect are impartial. Even the sect leader is subject to punishment for wrongdoing, no matter how exalted his status as the Holy Son. Qin Yuan cannot evade retribution. Chapter 77. What I care about is you. We must never let the true culprit slip away easily. I have always found it perplexing why Nangong Liuli would attempt to assassinate Su Fan, as she had no motive for such an act. It turns out that Qin Yuan has been orchestrating everything from the shadows. Now, everything falls into place. Qin Yuan has harbored animosity towards Su Fan's junior brother for a long time, secretly plotting against him and seizing his opportunities. This is entirely plausible. Qin Yuan is utterly despicable. Feeling incapable of contending with Su Fan, he resorts to such underhanded tactics. Such a person, with a heart so malevolent and intentions so corrupt, is unworthy of being the divine son of our Taishan sect. Su Fan's popularity remains exceedingly high, and coupled with the aura of fortune that surrounds him. Even after Qin Yuan's reprimand, the disciples still dared to speak thoughtlessly. Qingxue gazed vacantly at Qin Yuan's figure, tears streaming down her cheeks, her lips curling into a captivating smile. The spirited yet gentle Qin Yuan from years past has always been there, never truly gone. Fool, it's not worth it. I truly do not deserve you doing this for me. Nangong Liuli wept profusely. Qin Yuan, has he truly gone this far for her? Does he not realize what this signifies? It turns out, he has always held her in his heart. Always. In that moment, Nangong Liuli felt no regrets. A delicate smile graced her translucent lips, and her gaze was resolute. Allow me to do one final thing for you. Sect leader, you heard what Qin Yuan said just now. Harming fellow disciples is a grave taboo in Taishan sect. And even if Qin Yuan is the divine son, he must be severely punished. I implore the sect leader to consider the greater good and impose strict penalties on Qin Yuan and Nangong Liuli. The fourth elder once again raised his voice, and the other ordinary disciples followed suit, clamoring for the sect leader to prioritize the greater good and punish Qin Yuan and Nangong Liuli severely. The crowd was fervent and impassioned, yet Nangong Liuli showed no signs of fear. She merely cast a gentle glance at Qin Yuan, her eyes filled with reluctance. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Qin Yuan's voice in her mind. From this moment on, do as I say, or no one will be able to save you. Upon hearing Qin Yuan's voice, Nangong Liuli was momentarily stunned, suppressing her excitement as she communicated with him telepathically. Fool, why are you being so foolish? This matter clearly has nothing to do with you. No more nonsense. Do as I instruct, and I can help you avoid punishment. I am doing this willingly, and I can accept whatever consequences may arise. You have finally regained some reputation and become the divine son of Taishan sect. You do not deserve to be tainted for my sake. Can you please stop with the pointless chatter? Do as I say, will you? You see the current situation. These people will not relent until they achieve their goal. Even if your father is the sect leader, he cannot absolve you of your guilt. You must follow my instructions if you wish to escape this predicament. Upon hearing the affectionate voice of Nangong Liuli, Qin Yuan felt utterly disconcerted. This time, his act of salvation would undoubtedly leave her overwhelmed with emotion, which was decidedly unfavorable news. However, he found himself without recourse. The subsequent narrative was inextricably linked to Nangong Liuli. If she were to face severe punishment this time, it would significantly alter the trajectory of the unfolding events. Weighing his options, Qin Yuan could only choose to extend his assistance. Moreover, there was a silver lining to this decision. It would deplete his accumulated reputation. rendering him more detestable in the eyes of others, while simultaneously providing an opportunity to extricate himself from the burdensome identity of the so-called son of the Taishan sect. In this light, his intervention today did not seem a complete loss. Of course, it would have been even better had Nangong Liuli refrained from expressing that infatuated gaze. There's no need, truly. You are the son of the Taishan sect, with a boundless future ahead. There is no reason for you to tarnish yourself because of me. Besides, my father is the sect leader. Even if they punish me, it won't lead to anything dire. Nangong Liuli's voice echoed again, imbued with utmost tenderness. Right now, you must retract your statement. In your position as the son, they cannot hold you accountable, she urged. You speak so lightly of it. I have already confessed. Do you believe I can salvage my reputation even if I backtrack? Qin Yuan retorted, growing impatient. Why was she so obstinate? If you wish for my sacrifice to not be in vain, you must comply with my request immediately, she insisted. But if you admit to being the true culprit, you will face punishment as well, Nangong Liuli replied urgently. This is my affair. I can handle it without your concern, Qin Yuan asserted. No, she continued resolutely after a brief silence. I have vowed not to allow you to suffer any harm or indignity, not even the slightest. Please, retract your statement. If only for my sake. Qin Yuan found himself at a loss for words, feeling an unfamiliar irritation towards her love-stricken demeanor. Nevertheless, given her current state, what difference would it make to provoke her further? He could devise a way to make her dislike him later. You fool, why are you so disobedient? Qin Yuan transmitted once more, this time devoid of irritation or impatience. Instead, his tone was warm, reflective, and tinged with subtle concern. A simple phrase. Yet it struck Nangong Liuli like a thunderbolt, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. That voice was achingly familiar. Memories of their time together flooded her mind. Vivid scenes of the spirited, yet gentle man she once knew, now returned. Stealing a glance at her tear-streaked face, Qin Yuan recognized that she had taken the bait. He continued to feign profundity, just as he had in the past. I understand that you acted against Su Fan for my sake. If you truly face severe punishment, how can you find peace within yourself? I know you wish to express that everything you did was of your own volition, without expectation of reward. Nevertheless, irrespective of the circumstances, you ultimately exist for my sake. Do you wish to burden me with a lifetime of remorse? As expected, Nangong Liuli was swayed. Tears streamed down her face increasingly. Yet she shook her head in anguish at Qin Yuan. Observing this poignant scene, Qin Yuan unleashed his final trump card. Have you ever contemplated that if you were indeed punished, rendering us unable to meet for eternity, what would you have me do? In comparison to any trifling title of a divine being, what I cherish far more is you. Chapter 78, The Beauty Trap. Victorious. Boom. Nangong Liuli's mind went blank, her emotions surging like a tumultuous sea. Qin Yuan's gentle voice echoed in her mind, imparting an unreal sensation. Since awakening her system, this was the first time Nangong Liuli felt genuine joy and profound happiness. Indeed, Qin Yuan's indifference and resistance were merely fades. To her astonishment, she held such a significant place in his heart. A smile blossomed on Nangong Liuli's tear-streaked face, radiating a captivating charm akin to a peony blooming after a rain, pure, ethereal, and breathtakingly beautiful. Please listen to me. Do as I say, will you? I truly do not wish to lose you. Qin Yuan's final decisive blow solidified Nangong Liuli's resolve, erasing any trace of hesitation. All right, Qin Yuan finally sighed in relief, having successfully won her over. Who would have thought that a formidable villain like him would one day resort to using beauty as a ploy to entice the heroine? It was utterly kitsch. May the sect leader issue a command to severely punish Qin Yuan and Nangong Liuli. The fourth elder, witnessing the sect leader's prolonged silence, pressed once more. The sect leader's expression darkened, torn with internal conflict, momentarily indecisive. Noticing this, Qin Yuan interjected, "Why is the fourth elder so impatient? I have yet to finish my words. Are you so eager to condemn me? Given the circumstances, the evidence is indisputable. What more can you say?" The fourth elder scoffed. "Indeed, I did attempt to assassinate Su Fan. However, this matter has no connection to Nangong Liuli. I coerced her through threats, compelling her to act thus. To be precise, she is also a victim." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into murmurs, predominantly laced with skepticism, suspecting that Qin Yuan's statement was a mere ploy to shield Nangong Liuli. Nangong Liuli, momentarily stunned, was taken aback by the means Qin Yuan had chosen to extricate her from blame, willingly shouldering the burden meant for her. No, This cannot be. Panic surged within Nangong Liuli. She had vowed never to allow Qin Yuan to suffer even the slightest harm. Now, he bore an unjust punishment for her sake. How could he endure this? How would she face Qin Yuan in the future? Nangong Liuli immediately sought to intervene, but Qin Yuan seemed to anticipate her thoughts, swiftly communicating through his mind. Do not speak. Follow my lead. I assure you, I will be fine. No, if it goes on like this, you will. I assure you, I will be perfectly all right. Qin Yuan interrupted her. Trust me. Will you? I cannot bear to lose you. Tears streaming down her face, Nangong Liuli could only nod silently in agreement. Absurd. It was utterly absurd. You claim to have threatened Nangong Liuli, compelling her to assassinate Su Fan. Do you possess any evidence to substantiate this assertion? Do not presume we are ignorant. Your long-standing rapport with Nangong Liuli is well known. She likely acted out of a willing devotion to you. The fourth elder scoffed derisively. Is Qin Yuan attempting to shoulder the blame alone? Such an act does exhibit a degree of manliness, yet this argument is woefully inept and devoid of any persuasive power. The others murmured among themselves, expressing their skepticism. However, amidst the crowd, there was one individual who did not dismiss Qin Yuan's words. Rather, he found them entirely credible. That individual was Su Fan. Indeed, Su Fan, the mortal enemy of Qin Yuan, the son of destiny, was inclined to believe Qin Yuan's claims. The reason was simple: confidence. Su Fan had unwavering faith in his own charm and in the bond he shared with Nangong Liuli. He was convinced that his dear senior would never turn against him without substantial costs. His suspicions were ultimately validated. I knew it. I knew my senior would never harm me. Su Fan's heart raced with excitement. It was true. His senior had undoubtedly acted under coercion from Qin Yuan. His intuition had not led him astray. All of this turmoil was instigated by Qin Yuan. His senior, now weeping sorrowfully, must be feeling guilt stirred by Qin Yuan's words. Her heart belonged to him. This was the genuine sentiment residing within Su Fan's mind. Rather than foolishness, it reflected the confidence of a favored son of fortune. Throughout his life, Su Fan had never misjudged character. Those he trusted would never betray him. Yet, a small doubt lingered in Su Fan's heart. Why had Qin Yuan chosen to reveal this matter now? Had he not realized that once Nangong Liuli faced retribution, he would remain unscathed? I understand. Su Fan's eyes brightened as he grasped the underlying motive. It had always been the case that Qin Yuan harbored feelings for Senior Liuli. After exploiting her in this manner, she would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards him. By stepping forward to accept responsibility, Qin Yuan would not only alleviate her anger, but perhaps even evoke a sense of gratitude. Moreover, as the divine son of the Taishan sect, any punishment he faced would be minimal. First, he had manipulated Senior Liuli to orchestrate my expulsion from the pagoda trial. And now he would pay a trivial price to win back her favor, truly a twofold gain. This cunning rogue possesses a deep well of scheming. Su Fan inhaled sharply, relieved that his intellect had allowed him to discern Qin Yuan's intentions in time. Otherwise, he would have suffered a silent setback. Yet soon, a cold smile reappeared on Su Fan's lips. What of this twofold gain? By voluntarily shouldering the blame, Qin Yuan would see his recently amassed popularity plummet once more. Furthermore, despite Qin Yuan's eventual assumption of responsibility, which might restore a modicum of goodwill from Senior Liuli, the overall sentiment she felt towards him would still be predominantly resentment, tinged with guilt towards Su Fan. Next, by harnessing this sense of guilt, I shall continue to cultivate my relationship with my senior sister, undoubtedly winning her heart swiftly. In a flash, countless ideas raced through Su Fan's mind. In summary, the advantage lies with me. Qin Yuan has suffered a significant loss. He has won far too much. Chapter 79, the touching moment of Nangong Liuli. If Qin Yuan were to discern the thoughts harbored within Su Fan's heart, he would undoubtedly be moved. Truly, he is the child of destiny, exuding an unparalleled confidence. Should Nangong Liuli and Qingxue become aware of this, they would surely be repulsed to the point of losing their appetite. If Qingxue were to find out, she would likely shudder in disgust, exclaiming, "What a typical man." Nevertheless, Su Fan revels in this delight. To return to the matter at hand, most regarded Qin Yuan's assertions with skepticism, continuing to demand severe punishment for both Su Fan and Nangong Liuli. Qin Yuan, however, was well prepared for this reaction, offering a calm smile. The sect master had just articulated that regardless of the situation, a thorough investigation must precede any judgment, even if you do not believe my words. Should an inquiry not be conducted? What if my claims hold truth? To condemn someone without proper evidence would be to unjustly accuse an innocent. Is this not a provocation against the sect's dignity? Does it not constitute a contempt of the sect's laws? This left many in a quandary. Qin Yuan's reasoning possessed a degree of merit. However, the fourth elder darkly remarked that if they could not punish them today, delaying the matter would only lead to its eventual dismissal. Yet, Nangong Liuli had just admitted to poisoning Su Fan of her own volition. Should this not be considered evidence? Yet, her testimony contradicts mine. Should this not warrant a careful examination? Are we to be so casually condemned? Or is it that I, a divine son, and Nangong Liuli, a true disciple, are not worthy of the sect's meticulous scrutiny? Qin Yuan's tone grew more forceful. My standing as a divine son is equivalent to that of a vice sect master. If a vice sect master were to commit an offense, would it be so easily adjudicated? This sentiment caused murmurs of uncertainty among the crowd, leaving the fourth elder at a loss for words. Qin Yuan discreetly signaled to the sect master, who recognized that the moment was ripe and stepped forward, speaking in a grave tone. Enough, let us cease this discourse. This matter is currently intricate and lacks conclusive evidence, while also implicating significant figures within our sect. Even if we must take action, it must be done with thorough and careful examination, not in a hasty manner. Once the pagoda trial concludes, I will personally oversee this case. The sect master's words were definitive. Even if many harbored resentment, they understood that it would be futile to suppress Qin Yuan and Nangong Liuli easily. The fourth elder's countenance darkened, yet he refrained from further comment. Thus, a tumultuous uproar dissipated swiftly, leaving many bewildered by the rapid turn of events. Nangong Liuli sighed in relief, her gaze towards Qin Yuan growing increasingly tender. As long as Qin Yuan remained unharmed, she could find peace within her conscience. Qingxue also released the tension in her heart, her icy gaze sweeping across the disciples present before settling on the fourth elder. A flicker of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Those who dared to target Qin Yuan deserved their fate. Yi Qianxia stared at Qin Yuan, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. She was acutely aware that Qin Yuan had not coerced Nangong Liuli. Everything had been willingly done by Nangong Liuli herself. Yet, Qin Yuan had taken it upon himself to assume responsibility, aiding Nangong Liuli in exonerating her name. It was no wonder that both Qingxue and Nangong Liuli, the proud daughters of heaven, were captivated by him. There was indeed a hint of chivalry in his demeanor. Yi Qianxia mused to herself, Qin Yuan, consider this your stroke of luck, but do not take pride in it. The next time, I shall ensure you repay your debt. A glimmer of cold amusement flickered in Su Fan's eyes. Lan Yun cast a deep glance at Qin Yuan, letting out a silent sigh, lost in her own thoughts. The tower trial had finally concluded. As the crowd dispersed, Qin Yuan's mood remained tumultuous. He had been perfectly content to slumber at the cliff of reflection. Yet Nangong Liuli had insisted on dragging him into the trial. Now, he found himself in deep trouble. First and foremost, that accursed spirit of the tower must be returned to its rightful owner post-haste. Moreover, his position as the sun must be swiftly relinquished. And then there was Nangong Liuli. She needed to be dealt with decisively. Her character must be straightened out without delay. After all, she was the heroine. What did it matter if she was infatuated with the antagonist? Just as Qin Yuan contemplated how to rectify the situation with Nangong Liuli, the stunning alchemist approached him. Adorned in resplendent purple robes, her slender figure was flawless, her exquisitely delicate features strikingly beautiful, and her gem-like eyes sparkled with gentle tears. Before Qin Yuan could utter a word, Nangong Liuli leapt into his embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Chapter 80. Each with their own motives. Qin Yuan's expression suddenly froze, and as he regained his composure, he forcefully pushed Nangong Liuli away. What are you doing? This woman was becoming increasingly outrageous, unabashedly brazen in public. Nangong Liuli, unfazed, merely smiled gently. I just wanted to embrace you. Nangong Liuli, are you out of your mind? Qin Yuan was thoroughly enraged, his countenance dark as a stormy sea. I have already told you that my affairs with Su Fan are none of your business. You absolutely must not interfere with Su Fan. Why do you refuse to listen? Because I want to do something for you. Nangong Liuli gazed at Qin Yuan tenderly. I will not allow anyone to harm you. Qin Yuan laughed in anger. You think you want to harm me? Do you realize that the greatest injury comes from you? If it weren't for your reckless actions, how could I bear the blame of harming my own sect? You are not helping me. You are hurting me. Then why do you take the blame for me? You could easily remain unharmed. You foolish girl. Upon mentioning this matter, tears welled up in Nangong Liuli's eyes again. Qin Yuan sneered. Do you think I want this? Your harm to Su Fan is for my sake. I dislike being owed favors, and I certainly do not wish for anyone to suffer because of me. This applies to everyone. You are not an exception. Nor are you the only one. My feelings towards you are filled with disdain. The closer you come to me, the more I detest you. So please, keep your distance and cease your entanglements with me, all right? With tear stains on her cheeks, Nangong Liuli's eyes brimmed with warmth, showing no sign of despair. She gazed at Qin Yuan and shook her head gently. Are you truly unwell, woman? I have been clear. Why must you cling so stubbornly? Qin Yuan spoke coldly. I warn you for the last time, do not meddle in my affairs, nor attempt to draw near me. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. Remember, this is a warning, not advice. With that, Qin Yuan shot Nangong Liuli a fierce glance before striding away. Yet, Nangong Liuli felt no sorrow, watching his retreating figure with a gentle reluctance. She broke into a smile, her heart filled with sweetness. Full deep down, you care for her. Yet you insist on feigning disdain. Truly, Sotsundara. Recalling the moment they had embraced, Nangong Liuli felt a wave of happiness wash over her. Ding, the host has successfully altered the original plot, compensating for a regret and disrupting the fate of the destined child. Su Fan's fortune value minus 1,000. Host system currency 1,000. At this moment, the system's notification echoed in Nangong Liuli's mind. A smile bloomed on her lips. Good news was indeed abundant. Everything was progressing in a favorable direction. Next, the trial in the Eastling Wilderness awaited. There was still much work to be done. Ding. The host has successfully altered the original plot, rectifying a regret and disrupting the fate of the child of destiny. Su Fan's fortune value decreases by 600, while the host's system currency increases by 600. Meanwhile, a notification echoed in Qingxue's mind. A smile graced her lips. Nangong Liuli, this time you have demonstrated your prowess. However, next time, it shall be my turn. In just half a month, the trial at Dongling Wilderness will commence. At that time, Su Fan will inform me of the discovery of the mysterious fire phoenix herb within Dongling Wilderness, inviting me to gather it alongside him. This trial must be utilized to its fullest potential. I sincerely hope to keep Su Fan there forever. Qin Yuan has also returned to his room. As he lay on his bed, his mind remained in turmoil. There are still too many matters to attend to. The trial at Dongling Wilderness is imminent, and its significance cannot be overstated. It must be executed flawlessly. Qin Yuan murmured to himself. Furthermore, prior to this, I must devise a means to return the spirit of the pagoda to Su Fan. Without the spirit, Su Fan may very well leave Dongling Wilderness empty-handed. Alas, a single thread can set the entire tapestry in motion. Chapter 81. The Three Rules. Alas, I say, Ancient One. No, esteemed elder, are you still present? In the room, Qin Yuan communicated with the spirit of the pagoda residing within his soul. Yes, I have always been here, came the spirit's voice, aged and hoarse. Qin Yuan continued, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Master, please feel free to command, the spirit replied. You have accompanied me for over an hour. You should have a clear understanding of my character by now. To speak candidly, I sense a lack of affinity between us. And I do not wish to share my mind with another. Perhaps we should terminate our master-servant contract. Qin Yuan proposed in a tone of negotiation. That is impossible. Once I have recognized my master, the contract cannot be severed. If it were to be broken, I would instantly disintegrate, unless you were to ascend to the celestial realm. Is it truly impossible? Qin Yuan expressed his disbelief. Absolutely not. Let us give it a try. I will attempt to forcibly sever the contract, and if it fails, we shall reinstate it. Qin Yuan's determination remained unyielded. Under no circumstances. The spirit exclaimed, alarmed. In my current state, I am akin to a spent arrow. If you attempt to sever the bond, I will truly be obliterated. Qin Yuan harbored grave suspicions that the elder was deliberately clinging to him. Yet he dared not attempt the severance. They had entered into the highest level of a celestial contract. Forcibly breaking it could indeed lead to the elder's demise. And, more crucially, it would be painful for him as well. Very well then, I shall refrain from severing it. Qin Yuan conceded with a resigned wave of his hand. Thank you, master. Please do not engage in such actions in the future. It is exceedingly terrifying. Truly terrifying. For reasons unknown. Qin Yuan sensed an odd tone in the elder's speech. What was amiss? It felt somewhat effeminate. Perhaps even a touch of petulance. Qin Yuan shivered involuntarily, cursing himself for such errant thoughts. What unseemly notions were invading his mind? An aged man, well past his prime, half buried in the earth, pouting and wriggling before him, speaking in a high-pitched voice. The imagery was far too vivid. If not severing the contract, then I am your master. And you are my, servant. You must heed my words, is that not correct? Upon uttering the word servant, Qin Yuan felt a wave of discomfort. In his mind, even a servant should be a fair-skinned, beautiful young maiden with long legs, clad in black silk and adorned with bunny ears, sweet and gentle with a lowly voice. Commanding an old man to be a servant felt utterly discordant. Of course, the master's commands are absolute. Qin Yuan's expression darkened. The elder's words grew increasingly unsettling. Very well, I now command you to undertake a task. What task? To be an undercover agent. What? An undercover agent? Indeed, an undercover agent. Qin Yuan affirmed resolutely. You must have noticed that I have a formidable adversary in the Taishan sect, a foe who proves exceedingly difficult to confront. Therefore, I require an insider by his side. And you, indeed, are the most suitable candidate for this role. An insider? The spirit of the pagoda paused in contemplation. Do you mean that I am to infiltrate your enemy's ranks? Precisely, I need you to act as a covert operative, relaying valuable intelligence to me at any moment to assist in vanquishing him. I refuse. No, no, no. The spirit of the pagoda's tone was quite unfriendly. I am currently in a weakened state and cannot be away from you for too long, or I will dissipate into nothingness. Please do not mention the idea of infiltration again. No worries, I can devise a means to swiftly restore some of your energy. That is not feasible. The moment I leave your side, my energy will quickly dissipate, and I cannot endure for long. Then let us wait until your energy is nearly depleted before you return to me, and I shall rejuvenate you once more. Besides, my enemy is a wielder of great fortune, brimming with opportunities. Remaining near him will accelerate your energy restoration far beyond what I can provide. That is also out of the question. I have already sworn a life and death pact with you, promising unwavering loyalty regardless of circumstance. I will never abandon you. Oh, please spare me the sentimentality. Qin Yuan could hardly tolerate the old spirit's melodrama, which felt rather effeminate. I'm not truly sending you to your demise. I merely need you to act as my undercover agent to confront the enemy. Once he is eradicated, you may return. It's a gradual process, akin to boiling a frog in warm water. This matter is originally Su Fan's opportunity. I merely need to coax you into accompanying him. With Su Fan being the destined child, he should be able to quickly win over the spirit of the pagoda. Absolutely not. I cannot bear to part from you. The ancient voice carried a hint of quiet grievance. Qin Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine, his irritation flaring. This is unacceptable, and that is unacceptable. What use are you to me then? Let me be clear, you will go, whether you like it or not. There is no room for negotiation. The spirit of the pagoda fell into silence, offering no reply. Qin Yuan felt it was somewhat impolite to converse in such a manner with an elder, and thus softened his tone. I say, O ancient one, why the silence? Master, do you truly find me so distasteful, so loathsome? The aged voice returned, still tinged with a subtle sense of grievance. Could this ancient being truly possess such a delicate nature? Qin Yuan suppressed a shudder and employed flattery, saying, How could I possibly detest you? A treasure as supreme as you is something I cherish dearly. My request for you to infiltrate is born out of necessity. My enemy is overwhelmingly powerful, and we must breach his defenses from within. Otherwise, I would truly hate to part with you. Yet, you are aware of my abilities. My presence beside you would be of far greater assistance. You may first go undercover, and once the enemy is vanquished, you may return to my side. Ultimately, it seems, the master finds me distasteful and does not desire my presence. The spirit of the pagoda sighed. Very well, since the master is displeased, I shall not impose myself. A reluctant fruit is never sweet. Perhaps it is time for the master to sever the bond between us, allowing me to fade into oblivion. This may indeed be my fate. No, no. Qin Yuan quickly interjected. Please do not entertain such thoughts. I truly have no disdain for you. Then, master, let us not speak of the undercover matter again. I wish to remain by your side always. Qin Yuan sighed, realizing that it would be impossible to resolve matters with this old spirit today. It would require careful consideration moving forward. Very well. If there is to be no undercover work, I am truly at a loss for words. Is that for real, master? The aged voice trembled with surprise. Indeed. It is true, but I have 3 conditions that you must adhere to. Chapter 82. The severely wounded and dying Su Fan. Master, please speak. I shall certainly comply. First, henceforth, without my explicit permission, you are not to meddle in my affairs. Even if I am on the brink of death, you must refrain from intervening. As Qin Yuan recalled the earlier incident where the old man had forced him to become the divine son, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Such occurrences must be resolutely prevented in the future. Qingxue and Nangong Liuli were already bothersome enough. Adding this old fellow into the mix would be intolerable. The life of my master outweighs all else. I cannot stand by idly and watch over him. This is an order. There is no room for negotiation. Qin Yuan interjected, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Should you refuse, you may as well disintegrate into ashes. Very well. I shall obey. The spirit of the pagoda conceded after a moment's hesitation. Second, while you reside within my consciousness, you must seal your divine awareness and refrain from scanning indiscriminately. Unless I summon you. If this old wretch were to scan at random, what if he happened to be in a compromising situation with a beautiful woman? It would be akin to broadcasting a live show. Well, he is merely a tragic antagonist in this lifetime, lacking any grand narrative. Nevertheless, no one enjoys being spied upon constantly. There is no privacy. If it were a beautiful woman observing, it might be tolerable, but an old man? That would surely be discomforting for anyone. Is that so? But what if my master encounters danger or a fortuitous opportunity? If I seal my divine awareness, it would be quite difficult for him to detect anything given the strength of his own awareness. Moreover, remaining sealed off for long periods would leave me quite bored. This is an order. There is no room for negotiation. Very well. Third, and this is of utmost importance, Qin Yuan spoke in a grave tone. In the future, when you speak, maintain a serious demeanor. Do not speak in a falsetto or use a coy tone. Otherwise, I shall have you disintegrate into ashes this very moment. The spirit of the pagoda remained silent. Within the depths of Qin Yuan's consciousness, a three-tiered dilapidated tower floated, resembling a withered star in the vast cosmos, shrouded in chaotic energy, exuding an aura of antiquity and mystery. Inside the tower, a woman clad in a flowing green dress sat upon a floating chair. Her skirt billowed gracefully, revealing a pair of long, shapely legs crossed casually, swaying gently. The dress accentuated her slender yet voluptuous figure, particularly the prominent swell of her bosom, which drew the eye irresistibly. Her flawless, fair complexion framed a visage of exquisite beauty, with brows that seemed to have been painted, captivating all who gazed upon her. The woman bit down on her silver teeth, her enchanting eyes flashing with hints of irritation. How dare that little rascal express such disdain for me? I have traversed the immortal realm for countless eons and have never been subjected to such humiliation. Once I regain my energy, I shall reveal my true form to you, and see if you dare to disdain me again. During these past few days, Qin Yuan found himself in a state of profound discontent. After being acknowledged by the spirit of the pagoda and becoming the divine son of the Taishan sect, visitors came to pay their respects almost daily. Although Qin Yuan's popularity at the Taishan sect is currently rather low, the majority of his detractors consist of ordinary disciples and elders closely associated with Su Fan. Astute individuals are aware of the implications of the manifestation of the spirit of the pagoda in the anointment of a divine child. One after another, visitors have come to pay their respects to Qin Yuan, seeking to curry favor. This incident soon spread across 100,000 miles, prompting other sects to arrive in droves to extend their congratulations. Among them are even more formidable presences than the Taishan sect, with the Yaoqi sacred land dispatching elders to offer their felicitations. Qin Yuan finds this incessant attention rather tiresome. All he desires is to quietly embrace the role of a great antagonist. Why is it so difficult? It's all the fault of that wretched spirit of the pagoda. Blessings seldom come in pairs, and misfortunes never arrive alone. While Qin Yuan is being exalted, Su Fan is suffering immensely. After being struck by the underworld dagger, Su Fan is afflicted with the underworld poison. This toxin, originating from the netherworld, is said to have evolved from the remains of ancient demon deities. Once it contaminates a human body, it becomes nearly impossible for even divine beings to offer salvation. There was once a disciple of the Yaoqi sacred land who fell victim to this poison, and despite their exhaustive efforts, they could not be revived. The Taishan sect, being less powerful than the Yaoqi sacred land, finds itself nearly helpless against the poison afflicting Su Fan. Oh, junior apprentice, why must you endure such misfortune? In the medicinal hall, Su Fan lies on a sickbed, his complexion darkened, his form emaciated, and his breath faint, clearly teetering on the brink of death. Lin Xiner and others are filled with sorrow. Not long ago, Su Fan was poisoned by a rare toxin and only managed to recover after acknowledging a paternal figure. Now, so soon after, he finds himself once again on the verge of death. The heavens truly seem unjust. How could someone as virtuous as Junior Apprentice suffer such tribulations? Lan Yun can hardly bear to witness the scene, closing her eyes in anguish. Her disciple is indeed beset by a cruel fate. Upon hearing this news, none are more pleased than Nangong Liuli and Qingxue. How wonderful it would be if Su Fan were to perish. Both cannot help but exclaim. Yet, they clearly understand that Su Fan, the child of destiny, is not so easily dispatched. What remains uncertain is how he will cling to life this time. What did you say? Su Fan is critically ill? Qin Yuan is taken aback by this revelation. Qin Ming, with a face full of excitement, responds, indeed. The medicinal hall has ceased treatment. Su Fan is now barely clinging to life. Congratulations, young master, you have eliminated a formidable foe. Qin Yuan. How could this happen? Why has it come to this? Qin Yuan finds it somewhat incredulous. According to the narrative he knows, Su Fan had previously acquired the legacy of the netherworld, possessing a trace of divine and demonic blood within him. Logically, the toxin from the underworld dagger should not have such a significant effect on him. Thus, he had not paid much attention to Su Fan during this time, believing that he would undoubtedly survive. But now, what is happening? Bewildered, Qin Yuan chooses to dismiss his thoughts and hurries toward the medicinal hall. Regardless of the circumstances, this lad must not perish. Upon arriving at the medicinal hall, Qin Yuan's spirits plummet to the depths. Su Fan's situation had deteriorated to an unbearable extent. Qin Yuan, what brings you here? Lin Xin'er immediately positioned herself before Su Fan, her large eyes glistening with tears. Please leave. You are not welcome here. Depart. With a swift motion, Qin Yuan struck Lin Xin'er, sending her crashing against a stone pillar 3 zhang away. Senior Sister Lin. The other disciples hurriedly rushed to help her up. Lan Yun glared at Qin Yuan, her voice icy. What do you intend to do? What do you think I intend? Qin Yuan replied, his tone grave. As the divine sun graces your presence, not only do you fail to kneel in reverence, but you also dare to address me by name and question my authority. Who bestowed such audacity upon you? Yulan you seethed with anger, yet found herself at a loss for words. Coughing, Lin Xin'er spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes brimming with tears, unable to articulate her distress. The other disciples exchanged glances, almost forgetting that Qin Yuan was now the divine son of the Taishan sect. What? Do you refuse to submit? Qin Yuan shot a threatening glance at Lin Xin'er. What are you all doing? Hurry and pay your respects to the divine son. The steward of the medicine hall, unable to bear the sight any longer, intervened to ease the tension. Reluctantly, Lan Yun's disciples bowed their heads in humiliation. We pay our respects to the divine son. Chapter 83. You are still useful to me. Now, this is more like it, Qin Yuan scoffed. The steward of the pharmacy hurriedly stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. May I inquire about the purpose of the divine son's visit to our humble establishment? I wish to see Su Fan. Qin Yuan replied, fixing his gaze on the steward, who has been tending to his injuries during this time. Reporting to the divine son, Su Fan's condition is exceedingly peculiar, and we have been unable to assist him. It has been Elder Wang of our pharmacy who has personally overseen his treatment, the steward promptly answered. Elder Wang. Qin Yuan's eyes narrowed. Has no one else attempted to treat him? Others? The steward pondered for a moment before shaking his head. There should be none. After Su Fan mysteriously succumbed to poisoning last time, we have been particularly vigilant. We have kept a close watch on him and have not allowed anyone else near. Elder Wu and her disciples have also been monitoring him, so it is unlikely that anyone else had the opportunity to approach. Is that so? Qin Yuan mused thoughtfully. The steward immediately inquired, has the divine son uncovered any issues? Su Fan has been tampered with, Qin Yuan stated with unwavering certainty. What? How can this be? The pharmacy was taken aback. Since Su Fan was injured, there has always been someone guarding him. No one has approached him at all. Lan Yun and the others exchanged glances, their expression shifting with skepticism as they regarded Qin Yuan. I cannot say for certain whether anyone has come close, but it is evident that Su Fan has indeed been harmed, Qin Yuan replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone calm yet resolute. During this period, someone has been poisoning Su Fan. This toxin has been gradually eroding his vitality, dismantling his immune system, and allowing the sinister poison within him to run rampant, ultimately corrupting him to this extent. How could this happen? The elders of the pharmacy and Lan Yun furrowed their brows, struggling to accept Qin Yuan's assertions. It is impossible. Absolutely impossible. We have been vigilantly guarding our junior brother, administering his medicine, and Elder Wang has personally overseen everything to prevent any poisoning, Lu Chanqing, Lan Yun's fourth disciple, retorted immediately. There is nothing impossible about it. While a direct attack is easily evaded, a covert strike is much harder to detect. If someone is intent on causing harm, they can certainly do so without raising suspicion. Qin Yuan shot them a glance. And are you so certain that there are no traitors among you? That is even less likely. Our sect stands united, built on mutual trust. We rise and fall together. And who in the entire Taishan sect is unaware of this? How could anyone wish harm upon our junior brother? Lu Chongqing exclaimed in anger. Do not attempt to sow discord among us, he added. Well said. There can be no traitors within our sect. Lin Xinyuan and the others glared at Qin Yuan, believing he was trying to instigate division. United? Trusting one another? Qin Yuan sneered. As long as you are content. Regardless, Su Fan has been poisoned. Whether you choose to believe it or not, a sense of doubt began to creep into the minds of Lan Yun and the others. Qin Yuan's expression seemed genuine, devoid of any pretense. Could it be that Su Fan had truly been poisoned once again? It was the sinister poison of the netherworld that had rendered Fanner in such a state. No one had continued administering poison. The terrifying nature of the netherworld poison was well known, capable of leading to Fanner's demise. Lan Yun slowly shook her head, solidifying her resolve. A traitor could not exist among her disciples, except for Qin Yuan. I dare to ask, Divine Son, do you possess any means to treat Su Fan's injuries? In all honesty, our apothecary hall has exhausted every possible remedy and has been unable to dispel this netherworld poison. The steward of the apothecary hall once more stepped forward to mediate. Diverting the topic, Lan Yun and the others turned their gazes toward Qin Yuan, their eyes glimmering with hope. The last time Su Fan was poisoned, it was Qin Yuan who had provided the remedy. Perhaps he truly had a solution this time as well. Everyone, please step outside. Qin Yuan gestured dismissively. Does the Divine Son imply that you can provide treatment? The steward of the apothecary hall inquired urgently. Lan Yun and the others' expressions brightened, as if they had seized a glimmer of hope. Divine Son, can you truly heal our junior disciple's injuries? One of Su Fan's senior brothers asked, excitement evident in his voice. Qin Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Let us give it a try. You may step outside first. Wonderful. With your intervention, Divine Son, Su Fan shall surely be saved. The steward of the apothecary hall eagerly glanced at Lan Yun and the others. Elder 5. Let us step outside and not disturb the Divine Son's treatment. Lan Yun and the others hesitated, concerned about Qin Yuan's intentions towards Su Fan. Qin Yuan sneered, What? Elder 5, do you not trust me? Very well, I shall not offer my assistance. No. Lan Yun quickly grasped Qin Yuan's arm, casting a glance at the nearly lifeless Su Fan. She sighed inwardly. Given Su Fan's dire condition, how much worse could it possibly become? Then I must trouble you. Divine Son. Lan Yun gazed deeply at Qin Yuan before leading her disciples to quietly exit the room. With a sigh, Qin Yuan commenced the treatment. In just a quarter of an hour, the toxins within Su Fan's body had been largely eradicated. Su Fan slowly opened his eyes, directing his gaze toward Qin Yuan. Struggling to articulate, Why? Do you want to save me? Because your existence still holds value for me. Qin Yuan replied with a premeditated response. Half-truths that exuded an air of mystery. What does that mean? Su Fan, still weak, looked at him with suspicion. I have said it. You are useful to me. The rest, you need not know, Qin Yuan stated impassively. This assertion also served the purpose of igniting Su Fan's curiosity and fostering animosity towards him. After all, Su Fan, the child of fortune, was inherently proud and would never allow himself to be used or become a mere pawn. Indeed, anger surged within Su Fan. Even if you have saved me, do not expect my gratitude. I will surely defeat you. I will vanquish all who seek to exploit and scheme against me. That is your concern. Qin Yuan slowly withdrew his healing touch, turning away without casting a single glance at Su Fan. Su Fan shifted slightly, discovering that he was nearly healed. A mixture of astonishment and delight flooding his heart. How could Qin Yuan possess such formidable medical skills? This ominous poison had left both him and his master utterly helpless. He had believed his demise was inevitable. The nature of this sinister toxin was so terrifyingly bizarre that, despite having once acquired the blood of a demon god, which should have completely countered the poison, his condition had only worsened post-infection, rendering the demon god's blood utterly ineffective. He had exhausted all possibilities. Yet nothing could halt the progression. Even his master was at a loss regarding this matter. Just when he presumed his fate was sealed, Qin Yuan unexpectedly saved him. How strange, how absurd. You are useful to me alive. What did Qin Yuan truly mean? Su Fan was left utterly perplexed. Yet one thing was certain. Qin Yuan harbored no benevolent intentions towards him. He was either exploiting him or plotting against him. Qin Yuan, regardless of your true motives for saving me, you shall not succeed. I will ensure you realize that attempting to manipulate me is the gravest error of your life. Reviving me will be the most regrettable decision you ever make. Watching Qin Yuan's retreating figure, Su Fan smirked ominously. As soon as Qin Yuan pushed open the door, Lan Yun and the others immediately surrounded him. What happened? Lan Yun asked anxiously. He want to die. Qin Yuan replied curtly before striding away with determined steps. The subsequent display of deep master-disciple affection was no longer of any concern to him. After leaving the medicinal hall, Qin Yuan quickly sought out Nangong Liuli. You've arrived? The moment she saw Qin Yuan, her face lit up with joy. Was it you who did this? But Qin Yuan, wearing a stoic expression, went straight to the point. Nangong Liuli was taken aback. What do you mean, was it me? Chapter 84. It's him. Is the poison afflicting Su Fan the result of your doing? Qin Yuan's voice grew colder. The poison on Su Fan? Indeed. It was I who struck him with the phantom dagger. But you are already aware of that, aren't you? Nangong Liuli inquired, perplexed. Do not feign ignorance before me. After departing from the pagoda, Su Fan was poisoned once more. This particular toxin, combined with the original phantom poison, nearly claimed his life, Qin Yuan stated icily. The subsequent poisoning of Su Fan was likely orchestrated by you as well, wasn't it? What are you saying? Su Fan was poisoned again? Nangong Liuli exclaimed in astonishment. Continue your charade. You play your role convincingly, Qin Yuan mocked. I had warned you long ago to refrain from meddling in my affairs and to cease your pursuit of Su Fan, lest you provoke my ire. Alas, it seems my words did not resonate with you. I truly did not poison Su Fan, Nangong Liuli hastily replied. The phantom poison is lethal in itself. To further poison him would be superfluous. Have you misjudged the situation? The other poison you speak of, could it be the phantom poison itself? This toxin is elusive and often mistaken. Impossible. Su Fan is undoubtedly afflicted by a different poison, Qin Yuan insisted, his gaze fixed intently on Nangong Liuli. At this juncture, are you still unwilling to admit the truth? Do you wish to force my hand against you? You are gravely mistaken. I swear to the heavens. After the trial in the pagoda concluded, I did not poison Su Fan. If I speak falsely, may lightning strike me, Nangong Liuli declared, meeting Qin Yuan's gaze with unwavering sincerity in her clear eyes. Very well, I hope your words hold truth, Qin Yuan replied, scrutinizing her for a moment before slowly averting his gaze. With the wisdom garnered from his 99 lifetimes, he was nearly certain that Nangong Liuli was not deceiving him. Thus, the sole culprit behind the poisoning could only be Qingxue. Having attained the answer he sought, Qin Yuan wasted no time and turned to leave. Alas, you. Nangong Liuli's hand lingered in the air as she watched Qin Yuan's retreating figure, a flicker of disappointment crossing her bright eyes, soon replaced by confusion. Why does Qin Yuan care so much for Su Fan? Shouldn't he be pleased if Su Fan were to perish? Shortly thereafter, Qin Yuan arrived at Qingxue's chamber. Upon seeing him, a spark of joy illuminated Qingxue's cool gaze as she excitedly approached. Did you come to see me? Was it your doing? Without any preamble, Qin Yuan coldly queried. Is it true that you were responsible? Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by was it my doing? Stop pretending. Did you not manipulate the poison afflicting Su Fan? A chill ran through Qingxue as she realized Qin Yuan was referring to the incident from last month when Su Fan had nearly perished. Yet, so much time had passed. Why was he inquiring about it now? It seems I cannot conceal the truth from you. Qingxue lowered her head silently and spoke softly. It was me. She did not wish to deceive Qin Yuan. Furthermore, the events had already transpired. Concealing the truth from him would serve no purpose now. I knew it. Qin Yuan replied with a cold smile. I recall warning you not to meddle in my affairs or confront Su Fan. It appears you have disregarded my counsel entirely. I'm sorry, but I cannot bear to see anyone bully you while I remain indifferent. I genuinely cannot do it. Qingxue bit her crimson lip, unable to meet Qin Yuan's gaze. You. Observing the pitiful expression on Qingxue's face, Qin Yuan felt a surge of frustration. Were it not for the narrative's demands, requiring him to temporarily act as her admirer, he would have undoubtedly slapped her. You foolish girl, you nearly jeopardized my grand scheme. Qin Yuan exclaimed in exasperation. What if something were to happen to Su Fan? But isn't Su Fan your enemy? Shouldn't you be pleased to be rid of him? Qingxue looked at Qin Yuan, her expression earnest. Why do you continue to protect him despite how he treats you? Is there something you cannot disclose? What the hell do you know about secrets? Qin Yuan retorted angrily. In any case, Su Fan is of great importance to me. I intend to utilize him for a significant undertaking. Until that is accomplished, he absolutely cannot die. Should you dare to harm him again, I will not hesitate to retaliate. All right, I will not do it again. I am truly sorry. I was unaware of your other plans. It was my presumption. I promise I will not dare to act on my own accord again. Seeing Qin Yuan so incensed, Qingxue dared not protest further, merely bowing her head in contrition. With her apology so sincere, Qin Yuan found himself at a loss for words, only able to reply harshly, I hope you genuinely take this to heart. Fortunately, I acted swiftly today, or else Su Fan might very well have met his demise. My years of planning would have been in vain, all thanks to you. Today? Qingxue detected something amiss. Are you referring to today? What else could it be? Being poison combined with another peculiar toxin nearly claimed Su Fan's life. Qin Yuan retorted furiously. One from Nangong Liuli, and another from you. Both are among the most insidious poisons in existence. Truly, the heart of a woman is the most venomous. Wait a moment, I have not poisoned Su Fan recently. Qingxue was even more perplexed. Isn't Su Fan's current peril due to the yin poison? What do you mean? The other toxin in Su Fan's system was not administered by you? Qin Yuan's brow furrowed once more. What? There is another poison in Su Fan? I am unaware of it. Qingxue shook her head in bewilderment. Qin Yuan's confusion deepened. Qingxue's expression did not seem feigned. Then which occasion were you referring to when you admitted to poisoning him? About a month ago. Su Fan suffered severe injuries and was recuperating in the medicinal hall. I approached him using secret methods and poisoned him. Unfortunately, he was ultimately revived by you. Qingxue inquired with confusion. Since then, I have not poisoned Su Fan again. Are you suggesting that during his time in the medicinal hall, someone poisoned him once more? Qin Yuan was at a loss for words. It seems that fate has intertwined in unexpected ways. The true culprit behind this incident remains elusive. It is no wonder that during the previous treatment, Su Fan exhibited signs of two distinct toxins within him. It appears that not only was Nangong Liuli involved, but Qingxue also played a part. Yet, who could have poisoned Su Fan this time? Qingxue was clearly oblivious to the current poisoning incident. Nangong Liuli was not the instigator either. So who could it be? As Qin Yuan departed Qingxue's chamber, a heavy heart weighed upon him. This marks the third individual targeting Su Fan. This person, like Qingxue and Nangong Liuli, harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Su Fan, wishing nothing more than to see him suffer and perish. Yet, he currently knew nothing about this new threat. This was indeed an ominous sign. While one can avoid obvious dangers, unseen traps are far more perilous. Fortunately, he was aware of this predicament now, but what about next time? If he were absent then, Su Fan might truly face life-threatening peril. It is futile to rely on Su Fan being the destined child, endowed with 9 lives. In the past month, he has encountered one misfortune after another, and Qin Yuan's mind was plagued with doubts. What if Su Fan were to perish? Even assuming he could escape death each time, such crises would consume precious time. When the pivotal moments arrive, what if the protagonist is incapacitated in bed? Such accidents must not be allowed to recur. The individual responsible for Su Fan's plight must be identified swiftly, Qin Yuan resolved earnestly. However, how should he proceed? Where should he begin? He felt utterly lost. At that moment, a gray figure approached him slowly, bowing respectfully. Greetings, divine son. Qin Yuan glanced at him, assuming he was merely passing by, and paid little heed. Yet, the next words from the gray-clad man stirred something within Qin Yuan. Is the divine son pondering who poisoned Su Fan? Do you know? Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the gray figure. The man simply smiled faintly. To be candid, I am the one who poisoned Su Fan. As he gazed at the affable smile of the gray-clad man, a tremendous upheaval stirred within Qin Yuan's heart. It was him. How could it possibly be him? Indeed, it was him. Chapter 85, merely 300. The man clad in gray was none other than the steward of the apothecary, who had been entrusted with the care of Su Fan's treatment. Qin Yuan was only aware that his surname was Zhao, and their interactions had been limited to the recent healing process. To his astonishment, the steward had openly admitted to being the true culprit behind Su Fan's poisoning. This revelation was unexpected, yet seemed to fall within the realm of reason. Aside from Nangong Liuli and Qingxue, Qin Yuan had harbored suspicions towards individuals within Lan Yun's sect, as well as several who had grievances with Su Fan, and even questioned whether his own subordinates had acted without authorization. Yet, he at least suspected those within the apothecary. Traditionally, The members of the apothecary dedicated themselves to the rigorous study of medicine and the noble pursuit of healing, seldom entangled in conflicts with others. Especially considering that Su Fan was a prodigious disciple of the Taishan sect, well-liked and admired. It was only natural that they would exert every effort to save him from the rare and deadly nether poison. Who could have foreseen that the one who had poisoned him was precisely the steward responsible for his care? However, upon further reflection, it seemed that only he could administer the poison without detection. But what could possibly motivate such an act? What enmity existed between Steward Zhao and Su Fan? Why would he risk so much to eliminate a beloved and talented disciple? Why have you done this? Qin Yuan feigned calm as he inquired, with utmost respect. Steward Zhao replied, for the Son of Heaven. For me? Qin Yuan furrowed his brow. Immediately, Steward Zhao knelt on one knee, his tone earnest. My admiration for you, Son of Heaven, flows as ceaselessly as the Yellow River. I long desired to be acquainted with you, yet my lowly status renders me invisible to your eyes. Now, presented with an opportunity to assist you, I shall do so with all my might. That fool Su Fan, oblivious to his own worth, has persistently opposed you. And I could no longer bear it. Now that this imbecile has fallen into my grasp, I intend to eliminate him and vindicate your honor. Qin Yuan was utterly speechless. So this was the situation. Wherever there are people, there exists a web of intrigue. No matter how beloved Su Fan was, there would invariably be those who despised him. It was precisely because of such opposition that he had the opportunity to display his arrogance. He himself, as the primary antagonist, was a prime example. Where there exists a major villain, minor villains inevitably arise. Steward Zhao was evidently a minor antagonist. Feeling inspired to follow the lead of a more significant villain now that he had ascended to the status of Son of Heaven, by slaying Su Fan, he sought to present himself with a token of allegiance. How melodramatic. It was indeed a tale steeped in absurdity. Qin Yuan sighed, realizing that he had been diligently advancing the narrative while striving to realign the plot, all the while neglecting the profound influence his identity as the Son of Heaven would wield. Due to the machinations of Qingxue and Nangong Liuli, Su Fan had suffered numerous grave injuries, diminishing his popularity. Meanwhile, he had assumed the role of the Son of Heaven. Now, because of this newfound influence, other minor antagonists were beginning to stir, contemplating actions against Su Fan. The butterfly effect. A single thread pulled could set the entire tapestry in motion. Qin Yuan felt an immense weight upon his heart. Although he swiftly located the third individual responsible for plotting against Su Fan, he was soon met with even graver news. Noticing Qin Yuan's silence, Steward Zhao spoke again. The sun had just witnessed that, under the combination of two toxins, Su Fan should have been beyond salvation, yet unexpectedly, the sun had managed to save him. I am but a fool, unaware of the sun's intentions. I beseech you to enlighten me. Su Fan is pivotal to a significant scheme of mine and must not perish just yet, Qin Yuan stated solemnly. Henceforth, do not act on your own accord. Otherwise, if my grand plans are delayed, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Forgive me, esteemed son. I truly had no understanding of your long-term strategy. I implore your magnanimity to spare me this time. Steward Zhao immediately broke into a cold sweat. Qin Yuan inquired once more, besides yourself, are there others who share your sentiments? To be frank, there are indeed many within the sect who harbor disdain for Su Fan. However, due to his formidable stature, they dare not express it. With the sun's imposing presence and authoritative suppression of Su Fan, hope has been rekindled among us. Many disciples, like myself, are in awe of your brilliance, akin to the relentless flow of the Yellow River. Most of them wish to follow you, and to be among your followers would be our utmost honor. You may not know, but many of us have been discussing you in private. Your demeanor and actions are being emulated by numerous individuals, and many female disciples have adorned their chambers with your likeness, practicing in its presence, achieving remarkable efficiency in their training. Stop, stop, stop. Qin Yuan could endure no more, his countenance stern as he demanded, just tell me directly. How many share your thoughts? Well, in the apothecary hall, I know of only a dozen or so, and amongst the other sects, I am aware of at least that number as well. However, I estimate that the true count is far greater. With those who detest Su Fan, those who admire the sun, and those who belong to both categories, it is conservatively estimated that the entire sect comprises at least 300 individuals. Steward Zhao hesitated for a moment before responding earnestly. Qin Yuan's expression froze entirely. Observing Qin Yuan for a moment, Steward Zhao presumed he was displeased with the small number of followers. Thus, he cautiously remarked, do not be disheartened, esteemed son. this count is merely a conservative estimate, and the actual number is undoubtedly much higher. Furthermore, you have only just begun to reveal your potential. Many hesitate to express their support due to Su Fan's reputation. Given some time, I am confident that your followers will continue to multiply. Moreover, we, the followers, have been quietly promoting your illustrious deeds. Many have been inspired and have joined our ranks. Rest assured, in the future, your followers will spread throughout the Taishan sect. When the time comes, with but a command from you, not only will we scheme against Su Fan, but the entire Taishan sect will heed your word. Please, do not say that. Qin Yuan exclaimed, startled. 3 individuals attempting to confront Su Fan have already thrown him into disarray. If the entire sect conspires against him, how could he possibly withstand such turmoil? I have underestimated the influence of the Divine Sun. Qin Yuan felt a surge of frustration, blaming the spirit of the pagoda for this predicament. Were it not for him, such immense trouble would not have befallen me. Let me reiterate. Su Fan is entangled in a significant scheme of mine, and he cannot afford to perish at this juncture. Qin Yuan spoke with a calm demeanor. Did you not mention that you maintain clandestine communications with others? I shall now assign you your first task. Should you accomplish this mission, I shall accept you as my follower. By your command, Divine Sun, I shall devote myself entirely. Zhao, the steward, immediately responded with fervor. Qin Yuan continued earnestly. Swiftly convey my intentions to those who wish to act against Su Fan, urging them to cease their endeavors and not to jeopardize my grand design. Remember, spread the word to every individual, ensuring that no one is overlooked. Su Fan must not meet his end. Chapter 86. The trial of the wasteland commences. At your command, I assure you, I shall accomplish the task. Zhao, the steward, responded with unwavering confidence. Go forth, Zhao said, his spirits elevated as he departed. Yet, Qin Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. As a prominent antagonist, he found himself perpetually concerned for the protagonist's welfare. Truly, this tragic villain bore a sorrowful burden. What? You assert that the sun does not permit us to deal with Su Fan? Are you certain? On the other side, upon conveying Qin Yuan's intentions, Zhao's words were met with disbelief from the others. These individuals either harbored a deep-seated hatred for Su Fan or were astute enough to recognize the sun's boundless potential, eager to align themselves for future gains, or perhaps they were motivated by both sentiments. Zhao, with utmost seriousness, proclaimed, indeed, the sun has stated that he harbors other plans for Su Fan. For the time being, he must not perish, and we are forbidden from acting against him at will. Is that truly the case? Could you be fabricating this news to claim the credit for yourself? Many regarded him with suspicion. Believe it or not, I have already conveyed the message. Should you act recklessly and jeopardize the sun's grand designs, the consequences shall be yours to bear. Zhao huffed, offering no further explanation as he departed. The remaining individuals began to murmur amongst themselves. Do you think what old Zhao said is true? I find it hard to believe. I share your skepticism. Old Zhao has never been particularly reliable. This opportunity to serve the sun is too precious for him to let slip without seeking personal glory. Yet, what if he speaks the truth? What if we jeopardize the sun's grand plans? A heavy silence fell over them, but soon someone spoke up again. What then? We cannot merely stand idly by. Who is the sun? If we do nothing, how can we catch his attention? I have a personal vendetta against Su Fan. Even if I cannot become a follower of the sun, I must exact my revenge. Damn it. We initially sought to follow the sun for the sake of vengeance. If the sun forbids us from killing Su Fan, what meaning remains in our allegiance? Shall we not test the waters? The sun has only said Su Fan must not die. He has not prohibited us from poisoning him or inflicting severe injury. We could attempt to poison Su Fan or cripple him and see if the sun intervenes. That seems reasonable. We can first create some trouble for Su Fan. If the sun remains silent, it would indicate old Zhao's claims are false, and we could proceed to eliminate Su Fan without hesitation. If the sun intervenes, we would not have killed Su Fan, and he would not hold it against us. Moreover, we could use this opportunity to approach the sun rather than waiting idly. You make a valid point. I believe this is a sound plan. I concur. Let's give it a try. As long as we don't end up killing Su Fan. Agreed. It shall be done. Time has swiftly passed, and the moment for the East Tomb Wasteland to open has arrived. The East Tomb Wasteland lies at the juncture of the East Tomb Dynasty and the Taishan mountain range, encompassing a desolate expanse of 5,000 miles. 1,000,000 years ago, this land was a verdant paradise, adorned with lush grasses and enveloped in mist, nurturing a formidable sect whose power rivaled that of the present-day Taishan sect. However, 500,000 years ago, this sect incurred the wrath of a powerful being in the fusion stage. With a mere wave of their hand from thousands of miles away, this being obliterated the sect, leaving not a trace behind. For the past 500 millennia, the area has remained barren and lifeless. Yet, following the annihilation of the sect, an abundance of heavenly materials and treasures, after more than 50 years of erosion and reformation, have given rise to countless new hidden troves and vaults within the wasteland. As human presence dwindled, various mystical beasts began to proliferate in this forsaken realm. These creatures thrive on spiritual energy and spirit stones, each one a treasure in its own right. Today, the East Tomb Wasteland has transformed into a paradise for these beasts, while it remains a forbidden territory for human cultivators. The immense wealth within has drawn countless adventurers, who, within a mere century, have severely disrupted the already fragile environment of the wasteland. Subsequently, the 6 major forces in the vicinity invested substantial resources to seal off the entire wasteland, leaving only one entrance. From then on, these 6 factions have organized their disciples to venture into the East Tomb Wasteland for trials each year. This year's expedition similarly gathered young disciples from the 6 sects. In addition to the Taishan sect and East Tomb dynasty, there are also the Westridge dynasty, the Qingling sect, the Falling Flower Valley, and the 10,000 Sword sect. These 6 forces are evenly matched, representing the most powerful factions within a radius of 100,000 miles. Furthermore, there are over 100 affiliated forces, though they pale in comparison to the 6 major sects, participating in the wasteland trials merely for the chance to gain something. When the Taishan sect's team arrived, the entrance to the wasteland was already teeming with people. Is this the renowned son of Taishan, Qin Yuan? Truly a remarkable figure. Years ago, I had heard whispers of a once-in-a-millennium genius emerging from the Taishan sect, and now I finally behold the person himself. The title of son of Taishan carries great weight. He must possess genuine abilities. Moreover, I have also heard of another disciple named Su Fan, who seems to be no less impressive than Qin Yuan. It appears that this year, the Taishan sect is brimming with confidence. That may not be the case. I have heard that the Qingling sect has also produced a talented disciple who, at merely 20 years of age, has already reached the 2nd stage of the Golden Core realm, not falling far behind Qin Yuan. I am aware of that, but still, he cannot compare to Qin Yuan. The true prodigy is from the 10,000 Sword sect. That individual is indeed capable of matching Qin Yuan in prowess. You must be referring to the newly appointed goddess of the 10,000 Sword sect, who is said to be merely 19 years old, yet has already attained the 4th stage of the Golden Core realm. Moreover, she possesses the innate sword body, even more formidable than Qin Yuan by an entire tier. However, this seems to be merely a rumor, yet it remains unverified. It is no mere rumor. It has been substantiated. This divine maiden indeed exists and has come to participate in the trials. You shall encounter her shortly. I am astounded at just 19. She has reached the 4th tier of the Golden Core stage. Is it truly real, or is it but an exaggeration? You will soon discover the truth. Moreover, this divine maiden possesses not only extraordinary talent, but also breathtaking beauty, rivaling that of Qingxue from the Taishan sect. Your words have heightened my anticipation. It appears that this year's wilderness trials will indeed be captivating. By the way, do you know the name of this divine maiden? I have heard it is Qingxue. Chapter 87. The Excited Empress Yin. Geniuses never emerge in isolation. In every era, multiple prodigies are bound to arise. The scenario of with the existence of you, how can there be Liang remains prevalent in the Xianling continent? Yet, it is precisely because of the competition among these extraordinary individuals that an era becomes captivating. Particularly, the advent of Su Fan, the fated child, has intensified this phenomenon to its zenith. Wherever Su Fan appears, one can expect the emergence of rare talents that occur once in a century or even a millennium. Stars shine brightly, and prodigies are abundant. However, these individuals undeniably serve as mere embellishments to Su Fan's brilliance, or rather, as stepping stones. Indeed, it is the presence of these stepping stones that accentuates the protagonist's unparalleled elegance. The numerous young disciples present were all tense and spirited. Qin Yuan remained particularly cautious, for this trial carried significant weight for him. It was not merely about seizing treasures. Rather, he had to ensure that the narrative progressed flawlessly while also finding a way to deliver the spirit of the pagoda to Su Fan. Having experienced the setbacks of the previous 2 trials, Qin Yuan was filled with trepidation and yearned to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. According to the original storyline, Su Fan had informed Qingxue about discovering a Xuanhua phoenix grass in the wilderness, prompting their group to embark on a quest. Although he had initially been confined at the Cliff of Reflection, his concern for Qingxue compelled him to follow her secretly. When he learned that Qingxue was with Su Fan, he immediately pursued them. As expected, Su Fan and his companions encountered an insurmountable beast. Su Fan managed to escape alone, while several of his fellow disciples suffered injuries, with Qingxue sustaining severe wounds. Qin Yuan intervened just in time to fend off the beast. At that moment, Su Fan discreetly took Qingxue away. Ultimately, after driving the beast away and finding the gravely injured Qingxue, she mistakenly believed that Su Fan had saved her. This led to a confrontation between Qin Yuan and Su Fan, resulting in Qin Yuan injuring Su Fan. Qingxue then retaliated, injuring Qin Yuan in turn. This absurd storyline left Qin Yuan utterly exasperated, yet he had no choice but to persevere. After all, he was the tragic villain of the NPC realm. To attain the status of an Immortal Emperor, he had to endure and bide his time. Meanwhile, Su Fan cast a glance at Qin Yuan, silently vowing, "This time, I shall not be defeated by you." It must be noted that Su Fan, the child of destiny, exhibited remarkable recovery abilities. In just half a month's time, he had returned to vibrant health and even achieved a breakthrough, successfully reaching the 10th level of the Foundation Establishment stage. If all goes as anticipated, he would ascend to the Golden Core stage by the conclusion of this wilderness trial. At that point, he would indeed possess the strength to contend with Qin Yuan. As a child of fortune, challenging those beyond his level was commonplace. Even if Qin Yuan were at the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage, he would find himself utterly defeated by Su Fan at the 1st level. However, such outcomes were dictated by the narrative. Qin Yuan, after all, had lived 99 lifetimes, and his cultivation prowess had reached an unfathomable level. If he were to unleash his true strength, even at the 10th level of the Foundation Establishment stage, he could effortlessly overcome Su Fan at the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage. Not only that, but the plot has also taken a turn for the absurd. Within the mysterious tower, Qin Yuan's realm has ascended to the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. It is utterly unreasonable for him to be defeated by Su Fan, who is merely at the 1st level of the Golden Core stage. This predicament has caused Qin Yuan considerable distress. Meanwhile, Su Fan remains blissfully unaware, brimming with confidence. He gazes towards the direction of the Wanjian sect, a gentle glimmer illuminating his eyes. "Muyu, I have finally earned the right to stand before you openly. This time, I shall prove that I, Su Fan, am worthy of being your husband." At this moment, Qingxue and Nangong Liuli are lost in their own thoughts. Qingxue muses, "Next, Su Fan will likely invite me to join him in retrieving the Xuanhua phoenix grass. Although we have since become bitter enemies, he will still extend the invitation. This Xuanhua phoenix grass has already attained sentience and aligns perfectly with my constitution. Only my presence can secure its acknowledgement as a spiritual treasure." However, Su Fan's true objective is not the Xuanhua phoenix grass, but the Xuanhua spirit stone, which lies buried deep within his brother and is the catalyst for the growth of the Xuanhua phoenix grass. The Xuanhua spirit stone is far more precious than the phoenix grass, tenfold, at the very least. Thus, even if Su Fan harbors resentment towards me, he will still invite me. Qingxue softly murmurs to herself, having spent system currency to procure a detailed plot analysis. This entity, known as the system, is indeed formidable. It has not only calculated the trajectory of her life, but also predicted intricate details at critical junctures. However, to obtain such specifics, one must pay a certain amount of system currency. After completing several rounds of tasks, she has accumulated a considerable sum, enabling her to purchase these insights and better strategize against Su Fan. With this in mind, I shall play along. Su Fan, you may engage in battle with the otherworldly beasts, while the Xuanhua spirit stone and the spiritual herbs belong to my brother, Qin Yuan. Thus, it appears that Su Fan, in pursuit of the Xuanhua spirit stone, will indeed extend an invitation to Qingxue. Simultaneously, Nangong Liuli has also spent 500 system currency to acquire a detailed analysis of this segment of the plot. She swiftly arrives at a decision. In that case, I too shall play along. Let Su Fan serve as the scapegoat. It seems that this young man, Su Fan, has reached the 10th level of the Foundation Establishment stage, making him quite the formidable opponent. Aside from Nangong Liuli and Qingxue, another faction has set its sights on Su Fan, aiming to eliminate him and become disciples under Qin Yuan. During this time, Su Fan has been recuperating and has had no opportunity to draw near. Now, An opportunity has finally arisen, and these disciples are invigorated by the prospect. Su Fan possesses extraordinary talent and enigmatic strength, indeed a challenging foe. Nonetheless, no matter how powerful he may be, he is bound to have moments of oversight. We shall discreetly track him, waiting for the opportune moment to strike him unawares. Yes, that is precisely the plan. Soon, the wilderness trial commenced in earnest, with numerous sects and tens of thousands of disciples eagerly plunging into its depths. Shortly after Su Fan entered, Fei Yin immediately sensed the aroma of the Xuanhua phoenix grass and promptly informed Su Fan. "Master, are you certain?" Su Fan inquired. "Without a doubt," she replied. "I have previously nurtured this spiritual herb and am quite familiar with its scent. I can already ascertain its general location." Her tone conveyed a subtle excitement. "Xiao Fan, the place that nurtures such a spiritual herb is highly likely to yield even more precious Xuanhua spirit stones. Both the phoenix grass and the Xuanhua spirit stones are rare treasures. They hold immense significance for both you and me. We must obtain them." The prospect of such an extraordinary treasure brightened Su Fan's eyes. His master possessed discerning taste, often dismissing many treasures even at the transformation stage or the refinement stage. For her to exhibit such enthusiasm indicated that this was indeed a gem among gems. Chapter 88. Su Fan's Predicament. "Rest assured, Master. With your guidance, we shall certainly succeed. Although only a remnant of your soul remains, your perception remains remarkably potent. Throughout our journey, opportunities have abounded, most of which you sensed in advance. With your direction, acquiring treasures becomes a matter of mere ease. Do not rush. The mystic fire phoenix grass has already attained sentience, and capturing it will not be a simple task." Fei Yin's calm voice resonated. "We must prepare thoroughly. Otherwise, if we act recklessly, both the spiritual herbs and stones may elude us. What then shall we do?" In the past, solutions seemed simple. However, presently, it appears more challenging. "What do you mean, Master?" "To acquire such a sentient treasure, we must first earn their recognition. The best way to gain their acceptance is to alleviate their fears, even encouraging them to approach us willingly." "Approach willingly? How is that possible?" Su Fan expressed skepticism. "Nothing is impossible. Humanity is the pinnacle of all beings. Some individuals are innately attuned to certain elements or possess a spiritual affinity. Those with such a disposition naturally resonate with heavenly materials. Coincidentally, within the Taishan sect, I am aware of one such individual. This person possesses a unique constitution that exerts a compelling attraction toward the fire element phoenix grass." "Who is it?" "Qingxue." "Qingxue? It is indeed her." Su Fan was taken aback, realizing why his master had said it was easier in the past, but now it was complicated. He and Qingxue had become adversaries. Yet soon, a frown creased Su Fan's brow. "But Master, as far as I know, Qingxue possesses a congenital icy physique, while the phoenix grass embodies the fire element. Shouldn't these two be in opposition? The interplay of yin and yang defines the way. All things in the world revolve around their harmonious balance. Within the yang lies the yin, and within the yin lies the yang, resulting in completeness. The phoenix grass and Qingxue's icy body represent fire and water elements respectively, forming a complementary relationship, thus enabling perfect fusion." "I see." Su Fan nodded thoughtfully. "It appears that obtaining the phoenix grass necessitates Qingxue's involvement. However, Qingxue currently harbors significant animosity toward you. Should you invite her, she may not accept. Even if she does come, you must remain vigilant. Without her, your chances of acquiring the mystic fire spirit stone will be greatly diminished," Fei Yin cautioned once more. After a moment of contemplation, Su Fan resolved to seek Qingxue. Firstly, it would enhance his chances of obtaining the treasure. Secondly, it could also strengthen his connection with senior sister Qingxue. Su Fan felt a deep sense of reluctance. Unable to comprehend why the goddess in his heart had suddenly turned into an enemy, he still wished to reconcile with Qingxue. If all else fails, he would offer the mystic fire phoenix grass to her, keeping the mystic fire spirit stone for himself. When Su Fan approached Qingxue and explained the situation, to his astonishment, she readily agreed. While surprised, he felt a heightened sense of caution, concerned that Qingxue might be feigning friendship with the intent to eliminate him. Su Fan ultimately decided to include her in his journey, believing that he could remain vigilant. Thus, the group set off with great momentum, and among them was Nangong Liuli. Since the tower trial, Nangong Liuli claimed to be under coercion from Qin Yuan, and Su Fan, having come to trust her, resolved to grant her another chance. He found it hard to believe that both Qingxue and Nangong Liuli would betray him simultaneously. Before long, they arrived at the site of the Xuanhua phoenix grass. "Brothers and sisters, we have arrived. We must proceed with caution," Su Fan whispered, gazing intently ahead. Qingxue and Nangong Liuli exchanged a barely perceptible glance. The group continued onward and soon spotted a small, fiery red plant not far ahead, illuminating the surrounding area with its radiant glow. "Sister, the Xuanhua phoenix grass lies ahead," Su Fan remarked to Qingxue. "Once we obtain this treasure, your cultivation will soar." Qingxue replied with a subtle nod, though her eyes were scanning the surroundings, searching for the guardian beast of the spiritual herb, as well as for Qin Yuan's whereabouts. As they drew near to the spiritual herb, it remained undeterred by Qingxue's presence. Simultaneously, Qingxue and Nangong Liuli exchanged another glance. Just as Su Fan was about to reach for the spiritual herb, Qingxue raised her hand and thrust her sword towards him. The white beam of the sword gleamed with lethal precision. However, Su Fan had anticipated the attack and swiftly evaded to the side. He looked at Qingxue with a sorrowful expression. "Sister Qingxue, you truly wish to kill me. How foolish to invite me along knowing this. I do not believe my sister Qingxue would harm me," he sighed. "Very well, this spiritual herb shall be yours. It is of greater utility to you than to me." Su Fan's tone was earnest, as though practicing the virtue of repaying malice with kindness. Yet, he harbored his own intentions. That recent attack was sure to awaken the beast. Once Qingxue acquired the spiritual herb, she would become the primary target of the beast's wrath. After diverting the creature, he could seek out the even more precious Xuanhua spirit stone, oblivious to the impending danger. Qingxue stepped forward and plucked the spiritual herb. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted. A colossal wave surged forth, causing the group to stagger backward, their blood surging uncontrollably. From 100 feet away, a towering figure emerged from the earth, shaking the very ground beneath them. It was a monstrous creature, resembling neither horse nor bear. Cloaked in armor like black fur, with eyes as large as basins, its roar reverberating through the air. "This is catastrophic. It's a beast at the half-step Yuaning stage. Run!" The crowd's faces paled, and Su Fan's followers, terrified, turned to flee. At that moment, the giant bear charged toward them with a deafening roar, akin to a mountain collapsing. "Sister, hurry!" With a thunderous shout, Su Fan swiftly retreated. Qingxue, however, merely smiled coldly, producing a talisman to wrap around the spiritual herb, and then activated the talisman. In a flash of golden light, the herb, seemingly endowed with legs, pursued Su Fan relentlessly. "What are you doing, senior sister?" Su Fan's expression shifted dramatically, realizing that Qingxue had actually thrown the spiritual herb at him. Moreover, she had employed the Shadow Pursuit talisman. Once activated, this talisman would lock onto a person's aura and ceaselessly chase them until its energy was depleted. "Enjoy yourself, Su Fan," Qingxue remarked, a chilling smile gracing her lips before she vanished from sight, reappearing in another direction. Roar! Upon discovering that the Xuanhua spiritual herb was indeed following Su Fan, the colossal beast lunged after him. The beast, possessing immense power, closed the distance in the blink of an eye. "Get away. Just leave me alone." Su Fan was utterly panicked. He was no match for this beast and could not escape. Yet, the herb, under the influence of the Shadow Pursuit talisman, relentlessly trailed him. Roar! Another deafening roar erupted, and an overwhelming pressure struck Su Fan, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood and fly several hundred feet away like a cannonball. Thud! Su Fan felt as though a mountain had crashed upon him, his internal organs displaced, making it exceedingly difficult to rise. Just then, the Xuanhua phoenix herb began to bounce atop his head. Despair engulfed Su Fan. Was this truly the end? Would he perish here? Chapter 89, Su Fan's Performance. In a moment of peril, a brilliant blue light suddenly emanated from the ring on Su Fan's left hand. Almost instantaneously, a pale blue apparition materialized before him. This ethereal figure was a woman of unparalleled beauty, her grace reminiscent of a celestial being's, exuding an aura of both enchanting allure and formidable presence that rendered one unable to gaze directly upon her. As the monstrous beast lunged towards Su Fan, the blue figure gracefully swept her delicate hand through the air, unleashing a swift beam of light that penetrated the beast's form with remarkable speed. Thud! The oppressive force of the creature dissipated in an instant. Its colossal body cleaved in two, crashing heavily to the ground before Su Fan. A pungent scent of blood permeated the air. Master! Su Fan, barely escaping death, exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the blue apparition. Yet, at that moment, the figure appeared even more translucent than before, seeming almost otherworldly. The blue figure turned slowly to regard Su Fan. Her breathtaking visage, though not entirely clear, was enough to ensnare one's soul. Her eyes, like deep crystal waters, were both piercing and frigid. Just one glance, merely a single glance. Su Fan felt as though struck by lightning. This was the first time his master had appeared before him. He had always known his master to be extraordinarily beautiful, beyond the realms of mortal comprehension. However, upon witnessing her true appearance, he was rendered momentarily dazed. Especially those eyes, more exquisite than the brightest moon in the sky. One glance, just one fleeting glance. It was enough to plunge one into despair. Master, Su Fan murmured, lost in reverie. Fei Yin cast a glance at Su Fan, but before she could utter a single word, she transformed once more into a fleeting shimmer, vanishing into the ring on Su Fan's right hand. Master, what has happened to you? Are you all right? Su Fan suddenly awoke from his stupor, anxiously calling out within his mind. I am unharmed, but this exertion has drained my energy. I must enter a deep slumber for a time and will be unable to communicate with you. Take care of yourself. Fei Yin's voice was notably faint, and after delivering this message, she fell completely silent. No matter how fervently Su Fan called out, there was no response. Master. Su Fan was engulfed in a haze of confusion. Everything had transpired so abruptly. His master, his most formidable ally, had vanished in an instant. Everything he had done was for her. A profound sense of guilt and self-reproach flooded Su Fan's heart. Had he not been careless? His master would not have suffered such harm. Without her assistance, what was he to do next? A moment of bewilderment enveloped him. He had always relied on his master's presence. Now he found himself utterly alone. The path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty, and he was at a loss for how to proceed. Qingxue, you wretched woman, I shall not rest until I see your demise. The more Su Fan contemplated, the more his anger and hatred directed towards Qingxue intensified. Yet, despite his fury, he found himself powerless against her. The first priority is to tend to his wounds. Su Fan gazed at the Xuanhua phoenix grass, realizing that obtaining this spiritual herb was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Furthermore, the inner core of the extraordinary beast, a treasure seldom encountered, was a remarkable find. This was the last bequest from his master. At this juncture, his immediate task was to heal his injuries swiftly and return to the creature's lair to ascertain whether the Xuanhua spirit stone remained. He hoped that Qingxue was unaware of the stone's existence and had already departed. Silently, Su Fan harbored this hope and reached out to grasp the Xuanhua phoenix grass. However, in that instant, the grass unexpectedly darted away. As Su Fan attempted to pursue it, he noticed a figure appearing in the distance. This figure extended a delicate hand, and the Xuanhua phoenix grass landed effortlessly in her grasp. Sister Nangong. Su Fan was taken aback, surprised that Nangong Liuli had appeared before him. Hadn't she already fled? Nangong Liuli smiled sweetly. It is I. Sister, didn't you escape? When did you follow me? Su Fan inquired, a twinge of apprehension knotting in his heart. Could it be that Sister Nangong witnessed his master in action? Moreover, why had she suddenly appeared? Although he outwardly accepted that Nangong Liuli's previous assassination attempt was coerced by Qin Yuan and had forgiven her, this was merely a ruse to win her over. He remained vigilant in his heart regarding this senior sister. I have just arrived, Nangong Liuli remarked, casting her gaze upon the beast's corpse. I never expected that you could slay a half-step Yuan-ing beast. Your strength is indeed formidable. Your praise is unwarranted, merely some hidden cards, Su Fan replied, exhaling a quiet sigh of relief as he smiled. It is a relief that you are unharmed, sister. I did not anticipate such a powerful beast near the Xuanhua phoenix grass. Had you been injured, I would have felt overwhelming guilt. Nangong Liuli smiled in silence. Su Fan continued, regardless, we have ultimately secured the phoenix grass. I was surprised to discover how much hatred Sister Qingxue harbored against me, willing to endanger my life even without the phoenix grass. Indeed, everything turned out to be fortuitous, he concluded. Su Fan could no longer remain at ease. It was evident that Nangong Liuli had no intention of returning the spiritual herb to him. What was her true intention? Sister, once this phoenix grass is harvested, it must be used promptly, otherwise, its efficacy will rapidly dissipate. He coughed up blood twice. Time is of the essence. Please allow me to consume it first. No need. I possess a method to preserve its potency. Nangong Liuli cast a glance at Su Fan, then swiftly stored the herb in her spatial ring. Sister, you. Su Fan's heart plummeted to despair. Sister, what are you doing? What am I doing? Shouldn't you already understand in your heart? Nangong Liuli replied coolly. The phoenix grass has already been obtained, thus your value has diminished. Senior sister. Su Fan's expression stiffened as he forced a smile. What do you mean by that? Are you jesting with me? What do you think? Nangong Liuli replied with a faint smile. The last time I nearly took your life. And yet you still dare to trust me. I truly wonder if you are foolish or merely naive. Because I believe in senior sister Nangong, I trust that you would not harm me. Despite feeling despondent, Su Fan maintained his composure, looking at Nangong Liuli with sincere intent. This was his ultimate weapon. As long as he approached others with genuine sincerity, even those who despised him to the core would be moved. His remarkable popularity within the Taishan sect was precisely due to this facade of sincerity. Under normal circumstances, no one could resist it. Nangong Liuli was no exception. Currently, burdened with severe injuries and facing great risks in fleeing, he would completely lose the phoenix grass. If he could sway Nangong Liuli, persuading her to relinquish the spiritual herb, it would yield the most favorable outcome. To conquer a city is one thing, but to conquer the heart is another. Oh, do you truly think so? Nangong Liuli's gaze narrowed slightly. Chapter 90. Nangong Liuli, you shall wait. This is unequivocal, Su Fan declared earnestly. In my heart. Senior sister Liuli has always been gentle and kind. She would never harm me. The reason for your actions must be born of necessity. Nangong Liuli fell silent. Su Fan felt a surge of delight, believing that he had truly swayed her. Indeed, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Even the most unyielding heart can be moved. Even if Nangong Liuli truly wished to end his life, witnessing his current demeanor would surely evoke compassion within her. Perhaps even guilt, perhaps even emotion. If he continued to guide her, she would eventually be transformed. It seems I was right. Senior sister, if you truly have an unavoidable reason to kill me, then come forth. I am willing to pay any price to assist you in escaping your predicament. To perish by your hand, I would consider myself fortunate. Su Fan's gaze brimmed with profound tenderness. Nangong Liuli felt nauseated. It was not that she wished to remain silent, but rather she was left speechless by his repugnant words. She simply could not fathom how Su Fan could utter such statements without a hint of embarrassment. More terrifying still was the thought that such words could genuinely move someone. That someone would believe him. Had this been before she awakened her system, she might have even been touched. Even now, had it been anyone else witnessing this, they would have undoubtedly been stirred to tears. Is this the power of the heavenly path that operates unbeknownst to us? Truly, it is formidable. Nangong Liuli mused, silently influencing the mindset of every individual, rendering the masses unwitting tools. Observing that Nangong Liuli had yet to strike, Su Fan continued with fervor. Senior sister, why do you hesitate? If you wish to kill me, do it now. To die by your hand, I hold no regrets. I merely hope that in the future, you will remember. You once had a junior disciple who was willing to sacrifice his life for you. Whoosh! As soon as Su Fan finished speaking, a fierce attack struck towards his neck. Su Fan's pupils constricted in alarm, summoning all his strength to evade, barely escaping this onslaught. Coughing, he gasped for breath and stared wide-eyed at Nangong Liuli. What now? Did you not claim you would give your life for me? Is there truly no regret in dying by my hand? If I intend to kill you, why do you evade? Su Fan's face flushed crimson. He had merely spoken those words for effect, not anticipating she would genuinely act. Truly, the heart of a woman can be the deadliest. Su Fan felt both shame and anger, left momentarily at a loss for words. I simply wasn't prepared. It was an instinctive reaction. Then you are prepared now. Do not move again. As Nangong Liuli spoke, she prepared to strike once more, causing Su Fan to panic. Wait, senior sister. Nangong Liuli chuckled coldly. What? Are you reluctant to die after all? It appears your previous words were nothing but lies. Your kindness and innocence are merely a fade. No, that is not true, Su Fan immediately retorted. Senior sister, please do not misunderstand. I genuinely would lay down my life for you. However, I cannot believe that you would ever harm me. Absolutely not. Su Fan raised his head abruptly, gazing at Nangong Liuli. The senior sister in my heart is gentle and benevolent. Even the thought of harming a chicken would cause her lingering sorrow. How could she possibly strike at me so casually? Senior sister, you must be under someone's control, am I right? Or perhaps, you are simply pretending. You are not the true Liuli. Nangong Liuli fell silent once more. The silence was deafening. How could a person be so shameless? Regardless of the circumstances, they always managed to concoct a seemingly righteous justification, rendering any rebuttal impossible. No wonder you command such popularity within the Taishan sect. Su Fan, I must admit, I am somewhat impressed by you, Nangong Liuli murmured softly. Su Fan, unfazed by the compliment, continued with resolute conviction. Senior sister, there is no need for us to engage in any further deceit. If you are facing difficulties or harboring unspoken burdens, please reveal them to me directly. Perhaps I could assist in finding a mutually beneficial solution. This way, we need not resort to conflict. I believe you do not genuinely wish to kill me, do you? Su Fan resolved to stabilize Liuli's disposition before seeking an opportunity to flee. After all, survival was of utmost importance. The reasons behind Nangong Liuli's desire to kill him could be investigated later. No, you are mistaken. Nangong Liuli did not grant him that opportunity. I am indeed wholly intent on ending your life. With that declaration, she brandished her long sword and launched an assault upon Su Fan. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh. Nangong Liuli unleashed her full might, the fierce blade enveloping Su Fan. Injured and weakened, Su Fan was utterly defenseless. In a moment of dire peril, he turned and fled without hesitation, bracing his body to absorb the impending harm. Swish, swish, swish. 4 streaks of swordlight struck Su Fan's back, shredding his garments to tatters and sending him hurtling like a cannonball over 100 feet away, where he crashed into a mountain peak. Cough. Su Fan expelled a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning as pale as parchment. His upper garments lay in ruins, yet he wore a silver vest beneath. This vest, woven from a metallic fabric, shimmered with a faint luster, evidently a protective artifact. It was precisely because of this talisman that Su Fan was not reduced to mere fragments by that fierce strike. The Child of Destiny possesses many hidden cards. Yet, despite this, Su Fan remained gravely injured. As he beheld Nangong Liuli preparing to strike again, he summoned his remaining strength and fled towards the horizon. Boom. The moment Su Fan escaped, Nangong Liuli's attack descended, and a mushroom cloud erupted at his previous location, creating a massive crater in the ground measuring 100 feet deep. Nangong Liuli, you shall await your reckoning. The grievances of this day shall be avenged in blood. Su Fan's furious roar echoed from afar, his figure now a mere blur in the distance. A sense of disappointment washed over Nangong Liuli. Indeed, Su Fan proved to be a formidable adversary. However, this time, he has certainly paid a price. The Xuanhua Phoenix Grass and Xuanhua Spirit Stone eluded his grasp, and that alone sufficed for her satisfaction. At this moment, what was Qin Yuan occupied with? Why did he not appear in time to rescue Su Fan? The truth was that Qin Yuan had become ensnared by Qingxue. Cough. Cough. Brother Qin Yuan, do not leave me, please. In the lair of the exotic beasts, Qingxue lay upon a colossal stone, her complexion pale and lips stained with blood, clutching tightly onto Qin Yuan's arm. Very well, I shall not depart. I shall remain. Is that satisfactory? Now please release me. Qin Yuan's thoughts were in disarray. Despite all precautions, calamity struck at the crucial moment. Chapter 91. Qin Yuan's frustration. Qin Yuan was in a state of agitation. He had been trailing behind Qingxue and the others, biding his time for the emergence of the exotic beasts. Throughout their journey, although Qingxue and Nangong Liuli had not caused any disturbances, Qin Yuan remained vigilant, fully aware that these two would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to take down Su Fan. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the situation. He anticipated that Qingxue would snatch the Phoenix Grass and then ally with Nangong Liuli to launch an assault on Su Fan. To his astonishment, at the critical moment, Qingxue used the Phoenix Grass to divert the exotic beast, sending it after Su Fan instead. Now trouble loomed. The original narrative dictated that Qingxue would be gravely injured by the beast, and he would step in to rescue her, allowing Su Fan to claim the glory. Instead, Su Fan had escaped with the beast, leaving Qingxue stranded. How could the plot possibly progress now? Fortunately, having navigated through countless chaotic scenarios, Qin Yuan had garnered some experience in managing such disruptions. The crux of this narrative hinged on Su Fan acquiring the Xuanhua Spirit Stone while simultaneously garnering Qingxue's favor, all the while inciting her animosity towards him, the ultimate villain. Achieving these 3 objectives was paramount. The first goal was easily attainable. He could discreetly deliver the Xuanhua Spirit Stone to Su Fan. The second, however, seemed nearly impossible. Qingxue had spiraled into madness. As for the third, it was worth considering. He could resolve to injure Qingxue, which would indeed incite her hatred towards him. Yet, therein lay a dilemma. According to the current narrative design, he still harbored certain feelings for Qingxue, and a forced wedding loomed in their future. Inflicting direct harm upon her appeared rather illogical, did it not? Nevertheless, logic seemed a trivial concern in the face of the absurdity that had already unfolded. With the narrative in disarray, his character's integrity was not of utmost importance. He was destined to embrace darkness. A slight enhancement of his performance could render the situation more palatable, without significant repercussions. Moreover, once he had injured Qingxue, he could contrive a way to bring her near Su Fan, informing him that only the Xuanhua Phoenix grass could save her. Given Su Fan's nature, coupled with Qingxue's fated status, he would likely be compelled to assist. This would, in turn, alleviate the tension between Su Fan and Qingxue, indirectly fulfilling the second condition. A twofold achievement. Though this plan bore a hint of moral ambiguity, necessity dictated such actions in pursuit of his ultimate ambition, to become the supreme Immortal Emperor. There was no turning back. After all, he was destined to play the tragic villain in this life. With determination, Qin Yuan clenched his teeth and resolved to proceed. Thus, he continued to follow Qingxue deeper into the subterranean layers. Soon, within a stone cavern, he beheld a red crystal, roughly the size of a fist. The crystal radiated a strange, murky light, appearing particularly eerie in the dark confines of the cave. Was this the Xuanhua Spirit Stone? Excitement flickered in Qingxue's eyes as she hastened toward the stone. However, just 3 paces from her goal, a transparent red barrier materialized before her, blocking her path. The barrier resembled a fragile bubble, enveloping the entire Xuanhua Spirit Stone. Though it appeared delicate, it emanated a terrifying oppressive force, preventing Qingxue from advancing. Indeed, a barrier exists? A glimmer sparked in Qingxue's eyes as she murmured to herself. Then, the matter became quite simple. With a graceful movement of her slender arm, she struck the barrier with her palm. No, Qin Yuan exclaimed in alarm from the shadows. But he was too late to intervene. In the next moment, the barrier erupted with a horrifying surge of energy, a beam of red light striking Qingxue's abdomen. She had no time to react, instantly propelled backward, crashing against the stone wall, blood spilling from her lips. Boom. The Xuanhua Spirit Stone was activated. Suddenly soaring from its original position, darting away in the opposite direction of Qingxue, as if it had sprouted 2 legs, moving with astonishing speed. Qin Yuan glanced at the bloodied Qingxue on the ground, weighing his options before deciding to chase after the Spirit Stone. The destined daughter, Qingxue, would not perish so easily. However, if the Xuanhua Spirit Stone escaped, retrieving it would require considerable effort. Qin Yuan had long intended to subdue the Xuanhua Spirit Stone and was well prepared, having understood the nature of this sentient treasure. As he observed the Spirit Stone on the verge of escaping, Qin Yuan waved his hand, sending forth a golden beam towards the Xuanhua Spirit Stone. Buzz! The golden light was as swift as lightning, enveloping the Spirit Stone in the blink of an eye. Under the radiant glow, the Xuanhua Spirit Stone halted. Trembling with palpable fear, displaying a distinctly anthropomorphic trepidation, the golden light finally revealed its true form, a magnificent golden bowl. The bowl floated above the Spirit Stone, gradually descending until it rested on the ground, capturing the Xuanhua Spirit Stone within. Seeing this, Qin Yuan waved his hand again, and the bowl flew into his grasp. Inside the bowl, a fist-sized Spirit Stone struggled in vain, ensnared by the golden light, fully unable to escape. Qin Yuan placed the golden bowl, along with the Xuanhua Spirit Stone, into his spatial ring, maintaining an expressionless demeanor, as if performing an utterly mundane task. This treasured Spirit Stone had long acquired sentience. Capturing it required a treasure of equal caliber to subdue it. The spirit-controlling bowl was specifically designed for capturing rare treasures. After accomplishing this, Qin Yuan approached Qingxue. At that moment, her face was pale, blood lingering at the corner of her mouth. Upon seeing Qin Yuan approach, she mustered a smile, though her breath was faint. "Brother Qin Yuan, what brings you here?" Qin Yuan remained silent. He could hardly confess that he had come to scheme against her. Could he? Initially, I intended to present the Xuanhua Spirit Stone to you, but regrettably, I underestimated its power. Fortunately, you were here. Otherwise, it would have escaped. I'm sorry. Brother Qin Yuan, it is my ineptitude. Qingxue spoke sincerely, a hint of guilt in her tone. Qin Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Given her current demeanor, it seemed rather inappropriate to harbor any ill intentions toward her. Although Qingxue is currently injured, and he has obtained the Xuanhua Spirit Stone, the thought of sending her to Su Fan at this moment, quite frankly, he finds himself incapable of doing so. Despite his relentless self-reminders that this is merely a performance, a scripted narrative, he remains unable to act. Coughing softly, Gu Qingxue nonetheless insists, Brother Qin Yuan, the time for the wilderness trial is precious. You must seek new opportunities. You need not worry about me. I am fine and will recover soon. There is no need for concern. Observing the delicate and frail Gu Qingxue, Qin Yuan let out a silent sigh. Damn it, why can't you be a bit harsher towards me? Why must she always be so gentle? Is she genuinely trying to put me in a difficult position? Even a villain of the most heinous sort would refrain from further plotting against someone so tender-hearted. Besides, she embodies the tragic archetype of a cold exterior with a warm heart. Alas, her injuries are severe. It is best to tend to her wounds first. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. The rest can be addressed later. Qin Yuan concocted a reasoning that held a semblance of persuasion. He then slowly crouched down, producing a pill and extending it towards Gu Qingxue. What is this? Gu Qingxue inquired, her breath faint and her gaze dim. In a hushed tone, Qin Yuan replied, It is a healing remedy. Take it. Chapter 92. Gu Qingxue is overjoyed. Thank you. Thank you. A smile graced Gu Qingxue's lips, her eyes regaining a hint of color, clearly delighted. I knew. Brother Qin Yuan, you still care for me. Let us eat first, Qin Yuan replied. Averting his gaze from Gu Qingxue, his tone tinged with impatience. Gu Qingxue opened her mouth, hesitatingly saying, I can't lift my hands right now. You, feed me. Qin Yuan glanced at her. Her breath was indeed weak, but claiming she couldn't lift her hands was somewhat excessive. However, he was too indifferent to argue, so he brought the pill close to her lips. Initially, he intended to avoid any contact with her. But when he was merely 2 inches away, he pinched the pill between his fingers, aiming to place it directly in her mouth. Open your mouth. To his surprise, Gu Qingxue tilted her head back, parted her lips, and swallowed the pill. Simultaneously, she planted a kiss on his 2 fingers. What are you doing? Qin Yuan recoiled as if electrocuted, hastily wiping his fingers on his pants, his face a mask of disdain. I'm sorry. My vision is a bit blurry. I couldn't see clearly, Gu Qingxue replied, her chest gently rising and falling, her fair face flushed with a delicate hue. The pearlescent pink of her lips, coupled with the glistening mist in her clear, cold eyes, formed a captivating smile. That was intentional. This girl is definitely being mischievous, he thought, feeling exasperated that, despite saving her life, she seemed to be enamored with his appearance. Shameless vixen. Qin Yuan inwardly cursed, though he merely stated coolly, hurry and heal. Gu Qingxue responded obediently, slowly closing her eyes, yet unable to suppress her smile. At last, she had the intimate contact with Brother Qin Yuan. How sweet. So sweet. Seeing that Gu Qingxue had ceased her antics, Qin Yuan extended a hand, placing it 3 inches above her lower abdomen. He then channeled his spiritual energy, a faint azure aura emanating from his palm into her abdomen. As the energy flowed in, Gu Qingxue radiated a soft glow, her skin as fair as snow, shimmering with a luminous sheen. In that moment, she resembled a slumbering goddess, exquisite yet pure and untouchable. While Qin Yuan was earnestly treating her, he suddenly felt his right hand grasped by 2 delicate hands, which then pulled it down, pressing it against her warm, flat abdomen. What are you doing? Qin Yuan jolted awake, attempting to withdraw his hand, but Gu Qingxue's slender fingers held tightly. This way, the treatment is more effective. Brother Qin Yuan, you needn't be so formal with me, she murmured softly, her beautiful eyes closed, long eyelashes fluttering gently, her pale cheeks tinged with color. No need. The effect is the same, Qin Yuan retorted, unconvinced, trying to retract his hand. What kind of situation is this? It matters not, Brother Qin Yuan. Just like this. Let me hold your hand. Please, let me grasp your hand. Is that acceptable? Gu Qingxue tightly clutched Qin Yuan's hand, her tone nearly pleading, imbued with deep affection. No. Men and women must maintain a respectful distance. I cannot touch your body. It is of no consequence. I do not mind. Yet, I do mind. Please release me. We have matters to discuss. Brother Qin Yuan, do you truly disdain me so? I am, after all, your fiancé. Gu Qingxue's voice gradually sank, and Qin Yuan was taken aback, wishing to speak, but Gu Qingxue coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. Brother Qin Yuan, allow me to hold on for a moment. It grants me a sense of security. Just for a while, please? Observing her pitiful demeanor and hearing her almost desperate tone, Qin Yuan's heart softened. Very well, let it be so, for it is merely a moment. After all, she is a patient. It would not hurt to indulge her slightly. Qin Yuan once again convinced himself. Yet, feeling the formidable grip on his hand, he began to harbor doubts. Despite her severe injuries, she still possessed such strength. Were it not for Qin Yuan's confidence in his medical skills and his clear understanding of Gu Qingxue's grave condition, he would seriously suspect that she was feigning. Thus, Qin Yuan found himself ensnared by Gu Qingxue, granting ample time for Nangong Liuli. If only he knew of Su Fan's dire state at that moment. He would surely leap up and curse those two scheming women. Gu Qingxue held Qin Yuan's hand, and even in a semi-conscious state, her brows were still adorned with joy and happiness. At long last, she had the opportunity to be so intimate with brother Qin Yuan. Finally, what an unexpected gain! The Xuanhua Spirit Stone. Su Fan, this time, I truly owe you my gratitude. Gu Qingxue silently mused. Prior to entering the wasteland, she had already gleaned the specific details of this segment from the system, and naturally, she had conducted thorough research on the properties of the Xuanhua Phoenix Grass and the Xuanhua Spirit Stone. Thus, she conspired with Nangong Liuli to devise a plan. The strategy was to follow Su Fan in search of the Phoenix Grass, and then use the Phoenix Grass alongside the exotic beasts to drive Su Fan away. Nangong Liuli would covertly trail Su Fan, waiting for an opportunity to severely injure him. Retrieving the Phoenix Grass would be ideal, but if that proved unattainable, it mattered not. She intended to delve into the depths beneath the Phoenix Grass to obtain the Xuanhua Spirit Stone. As for Qin Yuan, should he pursue the Xuanhua Phoenix Grass and Su Fan in secret, she would intervene, pleading with him to search for the Xuanhua Spirit Stone together. If Qin Yuan were unwilling, she would remain by his side for protection. Ultimately, she must ensure that Qin Yuan remains unharmed. If Qin Yuan continued to follow her covertly, that would be even better. Once she entered the underground cavern, she would leverage the violent attributes of the Xuanhua Spirit Stone, instigating an attack that would result in her own injury. At that moment, she would employ a strategy of feigned injury, compelling Qin Yuan to stay and care for her, while conveniently handing the Xuanhua Spirit Stone over to him. At the same time, she delayed the time, preventing Qin Yuan from continuing his rescue of Su Fan. Although Qin Yuan had warned her that Su Fan was crucial to his grand scheme, she and Nangong Liuli were in disagreement. Su Fan was indeed the son of destiny. Plotting against such a figure was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. If possible, even if Qin Yuan harbored hatred towards her, she would do everything in her power to ensure Su Fan met his demise. All plans unfolded seamlessly, and Gu Qingxue was filled with joy, immense joy. Qin Yuan had indeed followed her in secret, safeguarding her. That alone was sufficient. Regardless of Qin Yuan's usual aloofness, he still harbored concern for her deep within his heart. Furthermore, within the cave, she had unexpectedly shared a more intimate physical connection with Qin Yuan, a delightful surprise indeed. In summary, everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. Victory. A resounding victory. Chapter 93. The Miserable Su Fan. The narrative unfolds in two parallel threads. On one side, Su Fan finds himself in dire straits. First, he is grievously injured by a beast, followed by another severe wounding at the hands of Nangong Liuli. With injuries compounding, he pushes himself to flee desperately. By the time he reaches a place of safety, he is left with scarcely half a life remaining. Thud. Su Fan collapses onto the ground, his face smeared with blood, gasping for breath, utterly devoid of any spiritual energy. Yet, more profound than his physical wounds is the anguish of his spirit. The Xuanhua Phoenix Grass is gone. The Xuanhua Spirit Stone is lost. The Beast Crystal Core is no more. His master has vanished. And what of Nangong Liuli and Gu Qingxue? Initially, Su Fan harbored a flicker of hope that they had misunderstood him, that he might yet win them over. Now, however, such hopes seem utterly futile. The two senior sisters he had pursued with such fervor are lost to him, having fallen into the embrace of his enemies. The weight of these thoughts engulfs Su Fan, instilling a sense of despair within him. Has his fortune truly run its course? Has destiny abandoned him? No. 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 This cannot be. In an instant, Su Fan's eyes blaze with fury, and he unleashes a roar towards the heavens. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by fate. My life is a canvas only I can paint. I am invincible. I am destiny. In but a heartbeat, Su Fan regains his confidence. Throughout his journey, he has endured innumerable hardships and faced countless disdainful gazes. Yet, here he stands, having ascended to his current stature. Should he now relinquish everything for a mere trifling setback? What right does he have to speak of the path to immortality if he allows himself to falter? He must summon the courage to rise. Every trial is but temporary, serving merely as a test of his resolve. Victory lies just ahead. Forward. Forward. He must muster the courage to advance, relentlessly. With renewed vigor, Su Fan raises his voice to the heavens. O heavens, you shall not defeat me. I will ultimately reign as the sovereign of this world. I shall emerge as the final victor. I am destiny. Smack. However, as soon as he utters these words, a dark, viscous object crashes onto his head. Who dares? Su Fan jolts awake, realizing he is under ambush. In his current state, he is hardly stronger than an ordinary person. A surprise attack could spell his doom. Fortunately, the assailant seems to lack strength, and the projectile poses little threat. Even for a commoner, it would inflict minimal harm, albeit with an unpleasant odor. Smack. In the midst of his contemplation, another dark object strikes the opposite side of Su Fan's face. The soft, black mass bursts upon impact, adhering to him like a paste. Upon closer inspection, this object is a dull yellow, exuding warmth. What an atrocious stench. It seems to contain remnants of food? By the heavens, it is excrement. With a piercing scream, Su Fan leaps to his feet, as if jolted by electricity, instinctively wiping the sticky substance from his face. This fleeting moment is inconsequential. It has been evenly distributed. It even made its way into my mouth. Ugh, cough, cough. Ugh. Su Fan expelled it, a grotesque mixture of blood and gastric acid. As he retched, he feverishly wiped his face, simultaneously conjuring a water orb to desperately splash onto his visage. After several minutes of this frantic cleansing, he finally ceased his actions and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. After a brief silence, Su Fan surveyed his filthy form. Recalling the horrific ordeal he had just endured, his eyes gradually turned a furious crimson, and his countenance contorted in rage. Who could it be? Which wretched scoundrel harbors such malice? I will not rest until I have my vengeance. It was then that Su Fan's sharp roar was met with a response. 5 or 6 pairs of footsteps entered his line of sight. He immediately lifted his gaze and beheld 6 young men, their expressions laden with ill intent. Clad in green robes, each bore the emblem of the Taishan sect on their chests. Brother Wang, Brother Lu, what are you doing here? Su Fan was momentarily taken aback. He recognized all 6 of them. Did you not just inquire as to who had wronged you? Were you not seeking retribution? Here we are, Brother Wang said with a grin. It was you. Su Fan regarded them in disbelief. You were the ones who ambushed me. The mere thought of that filthy act made him shudder, a wave of nausea threatening to consume him. Who else could it be, if not us? Brother Lu replied. A wicked grin plastered across his face. It is only out of deference to our shared sect that we employed a less harmful weapon. Had it been anyone else, we would have dealt a far deadlier blow. You scoundrels, why have you done this to me? We bear no animosity towards each other. You beasts. You scum. Su Fan's fury erupted, his eyes reddening with rage. We simply could not abide your presence and sought an opportunity to teach you a lesson. It is as simple as that, Brother Wang remarked coldly. In the past, we were not your match, but in your current state, defenseless and feeble. It would be a waste of such a splendid opportunity if we did not take the chance to discipline you. Indeed, these individuals were disciples seeking to align themselves with Qin Yuan or those who harbored grievances against Su Fan. They had long since resolved to administer a lesson to Su Fan, serving as a declaration of allegiance to Qin Yuan. However, prior to their entry into the wilderness, they had found no opportunity, and upon entering, they had shadowed Su Fan, soon witnessing his grievous injuries. Was this not the opportunity they had awaited? Remembering Qin Yuan's admonition against killing Su Fan, yet desiring to impart a thorough lesson, one among them had a flash of inspiration, devising a means that would inflict minimal harm, yet deliver a profound insult, one that would remain etched in memory for a lifetime. The results exceeded their expectations. Ha ha. Brother Wang, your ingenuity is remarkable. This tactic is truly divine. As they beheld Su Fan's pitiful state, the crowd could not help but burst into laughter. Unfortunately, the desolate wasteland offered scant refuse. Being cultivators, they abstained from grains, rendering the products ineffective. If only there were common folk present, they could have cast this young man into a cesspit to languish for a fortnight. Alas, there were no latrines in this barren expanse. Hiss, how ruthless. The onlookers involuntarily gasped in astonishment, raising their thumbs in admiration. Some gazed at Su Fan with pity. Ah, young lad, you are fortunate to have evaded this calamity. Ah, scoundrels, you wretched scum. Su Fan raged, his heart trembling with indignation. Having narrowly escaped death, the thought of being thrust into a cesspit was unbearable. Just when he feared the worst, Brother Wang waved his hand dismissively. Do not despair, my friends. I have prepared for this. Oh, what alternative do you propose? The crowd turned their attention to Brother Wang. Su Fan's struggles ceased abruptly as he instinctively looked towards him. Brother Wang continued, As you all know, I value my life greatly and typically devise thorough contingency plans. For this trial in the wasteland, I similarly made preparations. Before entering the desolate expanse, I procured 2 substandard spatial rings specifically to contain those foul substances for self-defense. Who would have thought they would prove useful now? Chapter 94. Who is so malicious? A moment of silence enveloped the scene as pairs of eyes turned towards Brother Wang, revealing an air of peculiarity. Brother Wang offered an awkward smile. Ahem. Please do not look at me like that. I am not a pervert. I come from humble beginnings and hold a lowly position within our sect. The gains I receive are modest, rendering me incapable of carrying an arsenal of defensive artifacts like others. Thus, I devised this rather unconventional method. Alas, poverty dictates my circumstances. Though it may seem repugnant, its effectiveness is astonishing. On several occasions, when besieged, it was this very contraption that allowed me to escape with my life. The expressions of the crowd were indeed peculiar, yet they still hesitated to approach Brother Wang. Although, he did have a point. This device may lack overwhelming power, yet its lethality is undeniable. However, why does it evoke such a negative sentiment? Brother Wang is truly a genius. Brother Liu also managed a sheepish smile, momentarily at a loss for words. Ahem, this is merely a desperate measure. If I had wealth, I would certainly acquire a multitude of defensive artifacts, and would not resort to such a device. Brother Wang said, brimming with pride. Without further ado, let us construct a makeshift latrine and subdue Su Fan. The sentiment was unanimous. The crowd shared mischievous glances directed at Su Fan. Little Fan Fan prepared to embrace the glorious purification. Su Fan slumped to the ground, resembling a helpless child, and let out a piercing scream towards the heavens. No. Let go of me. Please. No. I refuse. Qingxue, what exactly do you intend to do? Within the cavern, Qin Yuan was thoroughly exasperated. After half an hour of treatment, Qingxue had evidently recovered well. He was eager to check on Su Fan's condition, whether he lived or died. However, Qingxue clung to him, refusing to let go, regardless of his protests. Brother Qin Yuan, we have finally secured this moment of solitude. Would it not be better for you to spend a little more time with me? Qingxue's beautiful eyes shimmered with a hint of grievance as she lightly bit her red lip. Or do you truly despise me that much? Yes, I detest you. I detest you greatly. You are insufferable. Qin Yuan replied, his irritation palpable. I shall say this one last time. Release me, or do not force my hand. Fine. Go ahead and turn against me. Strike me if you wish. Qingxue, however, was particularly obstinate this time. Regardless, you have healed my injuries. If you find me bothersome and wish to cease your treatment, then simply injure me again. No matter what you do, I shall not hold it against you. Qin Yuan was rendered speechless. Qingxue was becoming increasingly difficult to contend with. Observing her relentless approach bearing fruit, Qingxue leaned gently against Qin Yuan's chest, her delicate arms encircling his waist. Brother Qin Yuan, I cannot bear to part from you, not even for a moment. Leave me be. Qin Yuan, having completely lost his patience, forcefully pushed Qingxue aside. Brother Qin Yuan. A surge of anxiety welled up within Qingxue as she lifted her gaze. It met Qin Yuan's frigid stare. Do not act shamelessly. Qin Yuan's words were harsh and cutting, leaving Qingxue frozen in place. Without uttering another word, Qin Yuan turned and swiftly departed. Only when Qin Yuan's silhouette faded from view did Qingxue regain her senses, a flicker of tenderness passing through her eyes. I shall be shameless. As long as I can win you back, I shall forego all dignity. When Qin Yuan found Su Fan, 2 hours had already elapsed. Yet, rather than a sense of relief at finding him, Qin Yuan would have preferred to remain oblivious. The sight before him, a fetid pit reeking of excrement, with Su Fan submerged within, left him utterly astonished. Malicious, terrifying, shocking. Even the vast lexicon amassed over countless lifetimes fell short in encapsulating Qin Yuan's current emotions. A multitude of words condensed into a singular exclamation. What the hell? Who could be so vile? Even after 99 lifetimes, Qin Yuan was profoundly shaken by the scene unfolding before him. There exist countless methods of murder. Yet today he bore witness to an unprecedented one. Surviving this would likely amount to a fate worse than death. An impulse to turn and flee surged within Qin Yuan. Yet he ultimately subdued it. What if Su Fan were to perish in this manner? Drowning in a cesspit would mark him as the most unfortunate descendant in history. A multitude of questions plagued Qin Yuan's mind. First, who was responsible? Second, how had Su Fan sustained such grievous injuries? Third, from whence did this pit originate? Answers to these queries could only be gleaned after awakening Su Fan. But how could he proceed? Qin Yuan found himself at a loss. Su Fan was currently in a sealed state. Otherwise, he would have escaped on his own. The seals, imposed by senior brother Wang and others to prevent Su Fan from breaking free, were remarkably sturdy. This left Qin Yuan in a predicament. Should he attempt to dismantle the seal? He was reluctant to approach. Even detonating it from a distance felt uncomfortable, as he feared even the slightest residue might land upon him. The seal was quite thick, resistant to force. Too little strength would prove ineffective, while too much might harm Su Fan and obliterate the cesspit. Even encasing himself in spiritual energy and retreating 100 feet away did little to alleviate his apprehension. After all, the notion of detonating a cesspit was exceedingly absurd. Qin Yuan, just as he prepared to take action, a clear, melodious voice resonated. Turning, he beheld a woman clad in purple silks approaching gracefully, her smile enchanting. What brings you here? It was none other than Nangong Liuli, stepping beside Qin Yuan. She chuckled lightly. I was nearby and sensed your aura, so I followed. Qin Yuan was incredulous. My aura? The only scent nearby is that of decay. How could you possibly sense anything? Nangong Liuli also discovered the foul pit ahead, immediately furrowing her brow and covering her nose as she exclaimed. How could such a filthy thing exist here? Oh, there is someone inside. Upon recognizing the figure within the pit, she gasped in astonishment. Her face a mask of disbelief. It's Su Fan. Such a performance. How convincingly staged. Qin Yuan mocked. What? Is this not your handiwork? Me? Nangong Liuli was taken aback. Swiftly shaking her head. I arrived here only because I followed you. Besides, how could I ever bring myself to touch such repulsive filth? Qin Yuan pondered her words and found them reasonable. No matter how much Nangong Liuli loathed Su Fan, she would hardly stoop to such a level. Could it truly not be your doing? Absolutely not. I would never lay a finger on such sordid things, she asserted. Qin Yuan was left perplexed. Then who could it be? Unless someone harbored a deep-seated grudge against Su Fan, who would resort to such an act. Chapter 95, Chu Muyu. Perhaps she is an enemy of Su Fan, or it is possible that Su Fan has offended someone. Nangong Liuli shook her head, unwilling to cast another glance at Su Fan, and turned to Qin Yuan, inquiring, by the way, have you seen Qingxue? I have, Qin Yuan nodded, casting a penetrating gaze at Nangong Liuli. He keenly sensed that these two were likely concealing something from him. That is good, Nangong Liuli continued. Is Qingxue all right? Where is she now? She sustained some injuries, but I have treated her, Qin Yuan replied, hesitant to elaborate further. Nangong Liuli pressed on. Is she in an underground cavern, where she is taming a rare treasure? It seems you are quite informed, Qin Yuan remarked, fixing his gaze upon Nangong Liuli. I know a bit, she admitted candidly. At that time, we went together to gather a precious herb known as the Xuanhua phoenix grass. We inadvertently disturbed the guardian beast of the treasure. Su Fan obtained the Xuanhua phoenix grass, and the beast pursued him while I followed closely, waiting for an opportunity. Eventually, Su Fan slayed the beast but sustained severe injuries. I seized the chance to snatch the phoenix grass from him, and he managed to escape. It was then that I encountered you. And Su Fan ended up in his current predicament. Qingxue paused before continuing. I had arranged with Qingxue that if anyone managed to escape, they would promptly go underground to collect the Xuanhua spirit stone that nurtured the Xuanhua phoenix grass. It seems she must have acquired the spirit stone by now. Nangong Liuli's account was a mixture of truth and half-truth, conveniently omitting the details of their scheming against Su Fan. In Qin Yuan's mind, he felt a sense of admiration. Indeed, women are born actresses. Just look at Nangong Liuli. Her expression and tone could easily deceive someone who was unaware of the truth. She had not succeeded and had nearly been vanquished by the Xuanhua spirit stone. You have underestimated the power of this treasure. The Xuanhua spirit stone is not so easily obtained, Qin Yuan scoffed. What happened in the end? Nangong Liuli inquired, her heart tightening. Qin Yuan let out a cold snort. What happened? Just as it happened, I happened to pass by and effortlessly subdued the spirit stone, saving Qingxue in the process. That is good, Acquiring it is what matters. Nangong Liuli finally breathed a sigh of relief. If this treasure had slipped away, it would have been a great loss. Nangong Liuli, I distinctly recall warning you more than once not to confront Su Fan. Why do you refuse to listen? Qin Yuan said, his expression darkening. Nangong Liuli felt a tinge of grievance. I did not confront him. Treasures belong to those with the ability to claim them. Is it not permissible for me to contend for the treasure and consequently have a conflict with him? Qin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Thus, he swiftly changed the subject. So, The Xuanhua phoenix grass is in your possession now? Yes, Nangong Liuli nodded, retrieving the Xuanhua phoenix grass from her spatial ring. I originally intended to gift it to you. The phoenix grass of mysterious fire is immensely beneficial for your cultivation. No, I do not require it, Qin Yuan replied. However, I wish to present it to you. You may gift it to Gu Qingxue. I truly have no need for it, Qin Yuan insisted. In the original storyline, this item was indeed meant for Gu Qingxue. Furthermore, having acquired the mysterious fire spirit stone, its significance to me has diminished. Though both the spirit stone and the phoenix grass share a common origin, their effects are markedly different. When used in conjunction, they yield exceptional results, Nangong Liuli earnestly remarked. Gazing at Qin Yuan, this is my heartfelt intention. Please accept it. I have already stated that I do not need it. Must you persist? Qin Yuan's tone turned impatient. Nangong Liuli dared not say more, her voice subdued. Very well. A brief silence enveloped them. After a moment's contemplation, Nangong Liuli seemed to arrive at a decision, raising her gaze once more to Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan, what is it? Do you find the phoenix grass of mysterious fire beautiful? Nangong Liuli lifted the spiritual herb, waving it gently before him. The vibrant red grass swayed in the breeze, its leaves resembling delicate wings, shimmering with a soft crimson glow. Bathed in this red light, Nangong Liuli's already exquisite visage appeared even more enchanting. It is beautiful, truly beautiful, Qin Yuan remarked, casting a fleeting glance before continuing. Now, quickly put it away. This treasure has been exposed for too long. Its potency will dissipate. It matters not. Such a splendid treasure deserves to be admired a little longer, Nangong Liuli insisted, waving the phoenix grass before him once more. Look at it. How lovely it is. Beautiful. Indeed. Now, put it away and cease your pestering. As Qin Yuan's reprimand trailed off, he felt the world spin around him. Qin Yuan grasped his forehead, his vision of Nangong Liuli blurring and overlapping, before he suddenly toppled towards her, resting his head upon her shoulder. In the final moments of consciousness, Qin Yuan's heart surged with anger and shock. I have fallen victim. Nangong Liuli wrapped one arm around his shoulder while the other still clutched the vibrant red grass. Illuminated by the crimson light, her breathtakingly beautiful face radiated a captivating smile. Nangong Liuli stowed away the phoenix grass of mysterious fire and, cradling Qin Yuan, soared in a particular direction. Even while carrying another, her speed remained astonishing. In a quarter of an hour, they arrived at a concealed cave. From her spatial ring, Nangong Liuli produced a large bed, gently laying Qin Yuan upon it. She seated herself at the bedside, her delicate jade-like hand tenderly caressing Qin Yuan's cheek. I am sorry. I never intended to harm you. The phoenix grass of mysterious fire holds immense value for your growth. I must ensure you consume it. Even if you resent or despise me, I must proceed. Qin Yuan, you must become incredibly strong. Only in this manner, when both Qingxue and I are absent, can no one bully you. Nangong Liuli's tone was gentle, her tender gaze imbued with profound affection. Not long after Qin Yuan departed, several figures appeared in close proximity to Su Fan. The young men, clad in black training attire, exuded an air of competence and sharpness, each bearing a sword upon their backs. The emblem of 2 crossed swords was embroidered upon their chests. Leading the group were 2 women. One was dressed in white, her face veiled, yet her breathtaking beauty was undeniable. The flowing white gown swayed ethereally, exuding an aura of purity and grace, as if she were a celestial being. Her deep, dark eyes sparkled with a mysterious light, rendering it difficult for one to gaze upon them directly. In contrast to Gu Qingxue's aloof coolness, this woman's chill was unadulterated, akin to a sword. Like an unmelting millennium of ice, devoid of any emotion. Beside the woman in white stood a petite girl in a green dress, light as air, her lively eyes brimming with charm. As soon as the girl touched the ground, she quickly covered her nose. Oh dear, who possesses such poor manners? To construct a latrine in such a place, and without even a wooden cover, how offensive. Let us hurry away, Sister Muyu. This place is unbearable. Yet the woman in white remained still, her dark eyes fixed upon the direction of the latrine. What is the matter, Sister Muyu? The girl in green inquired. There is someone. The words escaped the veiled lips with a soft yet crisp clarity, akin to the sound of ice colliding, cold yet resonant. Chapter 96. An Old Acquaintance. What is it? Where is it? The girl in the green dress looked around, her gaze eventually settling on the direction of the latrine. After a moment of scrutiny, her eyes widened. Sister Muyu, do you mean there is someone in the cesspit? Goodness, there really is someone inside. The crowd stared for a moment, and soon they discerned a figure within the pit, their faces paling in horror. How tragic. How could anyone have fallen in there? He must already be dead. One young man shook his head. We should leave quickly, Saintess. The spirit compass has detected the aura of the Xuanhua phoenix grass, which seems to be nearby. He is still alive. Chu Muyu reiterated succinctly, her gaze devoid of any emotion. Alive? Isn't that even worse? It would be better if he were dead. The girl in the green dress shook her head. It doesn't matter whether he lives or dies. It's no concern of ours. Save him. Chu Muyu uttered two words once more. Save him? The others looked at her in astonishment. The Saintess was known for her cold demeanor, devoid of any compassion. They presumed that even if they perished, she would remain unmoved. Yet now, she insisted on rescuing a stranger from a cesspit? Why does the Saintess wish to save him? We have no connection to him, and given his current condition, is it not unnecessary to involve ourselves in such troubles? Indeed, Sister Muyu. He has nothing to do with us. Why should we save him? Besides, in his state, it would be better for him to be dead. I doubt he wishes to live. The girl in the green dress echoed this sentiment. Save him. Chu Muyu's expression remained impassive. Her tone is cold as if she were a machine. He appears to be an old acquaintance of mine. An old acquaintance? The girl in the green dress widened her eyes in disbelief. Sister Muyu, you cannot be serious. How could he possibly be your acquaintance? You will know once he is brought up. The young men exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement. But who will do it? No one was eager to undertake such a distasteful task. You go. The leader of the male disciples chose the youngest and least esteemed among them. The young disciple, unable to refuse, reluctantly approached, while the others retreated 100 paces, instinctively raising a protective barrier. The young disciple fumbled beside the latrine, and with a resounding crash, the seal atop it burst open. Freedom at last. The young disciple was taken by surprise, splattered with filth, cursing as he wiped his face. Who on earth is so malicious? They even concealed explosive talismans within the seal. The others looked on with sympathy for the unfortunate young disciple. Chu Muyu remained expressionless. The young disciple, still grumbling, managed to find a wooden stick from somewhere and pulled Su Fan from the cesspit. Only then did they cautiously approach. Oh, how disgusting. It would have been better for him to be dead. The girl in the green dress complained once more. Saint Maiden, do you truly recognize him? Upon catching sight of Su Fan, Chu Muyu's eyes flickered with a momentary glint of surprise. Could he indeed be an acquaintance of the Saint Maiden? The other disciples were astonished. What kind of enmity had he incurred to be subjected to such torment? He still breathes. Someone, please save him. The youngest disciple rushed to assist Su Fan, pouring copious amounts of clean water over him. After administering medicine, Su Fan's breath began to stabilize. This lad is remarkably resilient. Despite being gravely injured and submerged for so long, he not only survived but also recovered swiftly. The disciples of the Wanjian sect were taken aback. A girl in a green dress curiously inquired, Sister Muyu, what is your connection to this filthy man? Several male disciples twitched at the corners of their mouths. The junior sister certainly had a knack for naming. He is an acquaintance who once aided me. Chu Muyu replied tersely, clearly reluctant to elaborate. To save his life now is a matter of settling old debts. And how shall we proceed with him? The girl in green asked. Let us place him in a secure location, Chu Muyu instructed. Very well. The others breathed a sigh of relief. Genuinely worried that the Saint Maiden might insist on bringing this filthy man along, which would be quite disgraceful. The leading male disciple turned to the youngest disciple. Lushidi, this task falls to you. We shall attend to our primary duties with the Saint Maiden. Rendezvous with us once you have completed this. Understood, senior brother, Lushidi replied, his expression clouded with discontent. The leading male disciple then addressed Chu Muyu. Time is of the essence. Let us hasten to locate the Xian or phoenix grass. The spirit-controlling compass has detected that the grass has ceased its movement. Lead the way. Chu Muyu replied succinctly. Of course, Saint Maiden. The group turned to depart towards the direction where Nangong Liuli had gone. Wait. At that moment, a faint voice interrupted. Everyone halted, turning back to see Su Fan, lying on the ground, had opened his eyes, a flicker of weak yet genuine excitement shining through his hazy gaze. Muyu. Is it truly you? The astonishment among the group deepened, for the tone of this filthy man suggested a rather unique relationship with the Saint Maiden. Chu Muyu regarded Su Fan, her cool gaze flickering again before settling into calmness. It is I, Muyu. How splendid. I have finally found you. Su Fan exclaimed, only to be interrupted by a fit of coughing that expelled a grayish, foul mixture of filth and blood. Ugh. The group recoiled in distaste. Su Fan, mortified, wished to vanish, yearning to explode from the embarrassment. Wang Shishing, Lu Yunhai, you scoundrels. I shall have you torn to shreds and ground to dust. The mere recollection of that nightmarish ordeal sent shivers through Su Fan's very soul, fracturing his spirit. No, it was far beyond the realm of mere nightmares. It was akin to a purgatory on earth, a fate worse than death, an indelible disgrace, a scar that could never be healed throughout a lifetime. Within Su Fan, the urge to kill surged like a tempestuous sea, threatening to unleash his madness. Fortunately, the mindset of a chosen one is typically resilient. Thus, Su Fan ultimately managed to suppress the urge to erupt. Endure. Conceal. The time for vengeance has not yet arrived. There are pressing matters to attend to. Wang Shixing. Lu Yunhai, you may live a few more days. When the moment comes, I shall ensure you comprehend the essence of true torment. Everything you have inflicted upon me shall be repaid 100-fold. Chapter 97. Su Fan and Chu Muyu. Su Fan took a deep breath, forcing himself to maintain his composure, and offered an awkward smile to Chu Muyu. Muyu, I apologize for the trouble. Thank you for saving me. You're welcome. You have helped me in the past as well, Chu Muyu replied with her usual calm demeanor, seemingly reluctant to converse further with Su Fan. I will arrange for someone to take you to a safe place. Focus on your recovery. The others present displayed expressions of surprise and curiosity. The saintess had always been reticent, rarely uttering more than a few words even in the presence of the sect leader. Yet, before this young man, she spoke so freely. The connection between this youth and the saintess was evidently profound. However, to Su Fan, Chu Muyu's demeanor felt excessively frigid, causing a pang in his heart. The Muyu of the past had been gentle, kind, and lively, nothing like the cold, unfeeling person before him now. Damn this dual personality. Damn this innate sword body. It has turned a vibrant girl into this emotionless machine. I must reclaim the Muyu of yore. I must. Su Fan silently vowed. Wait, Muyu. As he saw her preparing to leave, Su Fan hurriedly called out to her once more. The others exhibited signs of impatience. This fellow. Do you have further inquiries? I heard you searching for the Su-in who phoenix grass? Su Fan remarked, gritting his teeth as he spoke boldly. The group's expressions instantly narrowed, their gazes filled with suspicion. A glimmer of light flickered in Chu Muyu's eyes. Who are you? What do you know? The leading male disciple questioned gravely. Brother, there's no need to be tense. Muyu and I are friends. You saved me, and you are my benefactors. I would never harm you, Su Fan responded with a signature radiant smile. Under ordinary circumstances, this smile would be contagious. However, at that moment, Su Fan was covered in filth, his face and mouth smeared with grime, rendering his smile rather unseemly. To be honest, I am a core disciple of the Taishian sect. I was the first to discover the Su-in who phoenix grass, Su Fan sighed. Unfortunately, an accident occurred during the collection process, awakening the guardian beast of the spirit herb, which pursued me relentlessly. After narrowly escaping the beast, I was ambushed. I was gravely injured from the battle with the beast, and had no strength left to fight. The Su-in who phoenix grass was taken from me. You are a disciple of the Taishian sect? The group expressed skepticism. He is, Chu Muyu confirmed, and the others began to believe him. A young girl in a green dress immediately inquired, who took the phoenix grass? It was one of my fellow disciples, Su Fan replied with a bitter smile. Ironically, this disciple was once my most esteemed and closest senior sister. I never expected that she would turn against me over a spirit herb. The gazes of the onlookers flickered with pity for Su Fan. Betrayed by a close friend, not only did he lose his precious possession, but he was also cast into a pit of filth. Indeed, it is rather pitiable. You should rest well. There's no need for you to concern yourself with the matter of the spiritual herbs, said the leading male disciple after a moment of contemplation. While this young man may be deserving of sympathy, the acquisition of the spiritual herbs remains imperative. The Xuanhua phoenix grass holds great significance for the saintess and must not be compromised. In the realm of rare treasures, the capable shall possess them. Such is the rule of the wilderness trial. Furthermore, the veracity of this young man's claims remains uncertain. No, I insist on accompanying you, Su Fan declared resolutely. Accompany us? That is out of the question. You are gravely injured, and besides, we do not belong to the same faction. It would be inappropriate for us to journey together, the leading male disciple immediately retorted, assuming Su Fan sought to reclaim the Xuanhua phoenix grass. The girl in the green dress also frowned, believing the man from the pit was somewhat oblivious to the situation. Su Fan shook his head. Brother, do not misunderstand. I have no intention of reclaiming the spiritual herbs. I am well aware of the rules of the wilderness trial. The capable shall possess the treasures. If I cannot safeguard the herbs, it is my inadequacy, and I do not blame others. My sole desire in joining you is to assist Muyu in successfully retrieving the spiritual herbs. Additionally, It is for revenge. At the mention of vengeance, Su Fan's expression darkened considerably. Nangong Liuli, Qin Yuan, what I cannot obtain, you shall not lay your hands on either. Although Su Fan was sealed within the pit, he remained fully conscious, observing everything around him with clarity, albeit unable to respond. Thus, when Qin Yuan and Nangong Liuli arrived, he had seen them and had a general understanding of their conversation. The disciples of the Wanjin sect exchanged glances, and ultimately, the eldest disciple shook his head. Brother, we understand your eagerness for revenge. However, our purpose here is to acquire the phoenix grass, and we wish to avoid unnecessary complications. Moreover, given your injuries, seeking vengeance may be somewhat unrealistic. I also overheard your earlier discussion. Su Fan interjected. You are tracking the aura using the spirit control compass, correct? My apologies. I did not intend to eavesdrop, but you did not take care to avoid my presence. Indeed, the leading youth admitted without reservation. Su Fan continued. As far as I know, the spirit control compass can only pinpoint the general vicinity of the spiritual treasures, not their exact location. Furthermore, if the aura of the spiritual herbs is deliberately concealed, the compass will fail to locate them. Should you inadvertently alert the enemy, causing them to hide the aura of the herbs, acquiring them will become exceedingly difficult. He spoke calmly. The sister who took my spiritual herbs possesses formidable strength and is not easily dealt with. If she becomes aware of your presence and takes countermeasures, it will be nearly impossible for you to seize the herbs. Moreover, she has an adversary by her side whom you cannot hope to defeat. An unbeatable adversary? The group chuckled and shook their heads. After all, their sect's saintess had recently broken through to the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. In this trial, who else could possibly rival them? It cannot possibly be Qin Yuan, can it? Even if it were Qin Yuan, he may not necessarily be a match for the saintess. Who do you think this person is? Qin Yuan, Su Fan replied. Qin Yuan? The smiles on the faces of the crowd immediately froze. However, a glimmer of light flashed in Chu Muyu's eyes. Are you certain? It is Qin Yuan? Beyond a doubt, Su Fan asserted confidently. The disciples of the 10,000 Swords sect exchanged glances, indeed fearing what they had dreaded. How could it be him? Should we still pursue the spirit herbs? A young disciple whispered, for Qin Yuan's reputation among the younger generation was monumental. We must go. It is imperative. The leading disciple gritted his teeth and declared. The Qingxue phoenix grass is of utmost significance to the saintess. It must not be relinquished unless absolutely necessary. Yet, what of Qin Yuan? What of him? Our saintess has now reached the 5th level of the Golden Core stage, while Qin Yuan, when he last appeared 2 months ago, was merely at the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage. In the span of 2 months, he could hardly have surpassed the saintess, could he? Furthermore, with so many of us joining forces, we may yet have a chance to overcome Qin Yuan. Chapter 98. Utilizing a blade to kill. It is indeed true. If we falter at the slightest obstacle, what right do we have to be disciples of the 10,000 Swords sect? We must proceed. The girl in the green dress also summoned her courage to speak, casting a glance at Chu Muyu. Sister Muyu, what do you think? Qin Yuan? A glimmer of battle intent flickered in Chu Muyu's eyes. I have long wished to confront him. Very well, then let us go. The group reaffirmed their resolve. Brimming with confidence, I previously infused a trace of my essence into the spiritual herb, allowing me to pinpoint its exact location with clarity. Furthermore, I am quite familiar with the circumstances surrounding that senior sister and Qin Yuan. With my presence, your chances of acquiring the spiritual herb will significantly increase. Moreover, from what I gather, Qin Yuan and that senior sister are already preparing to consume the phoenix herb. After all, once the phoenix herb is harvested, its efficacy begins to dissipate. The sooner it is ingested, the more potent its effects. If you fail to locate them promptly, it may be too late. The group fell into contemplation once more, realizing that bringing Su Fan along was indeed advantageous. The leading male disciple turned to Chu Muyu with an inquiring expression. Then let us take him with us. After a moment's deliberation, Chu Muyu made her decision. Very well, we shall heed the saintess's words. Delighted to meet all of you. My name is Su Fan. I look forward to your guidance. Su Fan displayed a warm smile, instinctively trying to forge connections with the others. Yet, the memory of his recent emergence from a pit still lingered, causing the group to keep their distance with a hint of disdain. The disciples of the 10,000 Swords sect hurried to find Qin Yuan, but regrettably, they arrived too late. Meanwhile, within a concealed cave, Nangong Liuli had already procured the Xuanhua phoenix herb, placing it upon Qin Yuan's abdomen. The refining process commenced. A crimson radiance illuminated the entire cavern, and a searing energy began to emanate. Gradually, the spiritual herb transformed into myriad luminous orbs, descending into Qin Yuan's dantian. Above the herb, wisps of mist swirled, and the brilliant red light revealed a faint illusion of a phoenix soaring majestically. As the essence of the herb entered his body, Qin Yuan's form began to glow a deep crimson, and a powerful aura surged within him, causing Nangong Liuli to stagger back a few steps. Deep within Qin Yuan's soul, inside the remnants of a tower, a woman in a flowing azure gown observed everything with keen eyes. The phoenix herb is the source of spiritual power, while the Xuanhua spirit stone possesses substantial essence. Upon absorbing the phoenix herb, this young man's cultivation will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. If he can simultaneously merge with the Xuanhua spirit stone, his physical attributes will be further enhanced. The benefits would multiply exponentially. Alas, he currently lies in a state of unconsciousness, the azure-clad woman mused softly. Should I extend my assistance? This little rascal always holds me in disdain. Why should I help him? She huffed in annoyance, her gaze filled with a captivating allure. Yet, as I linger within him, the faster he amplifies his strength, the more advantageous it becomes for me. Moreover, the energy from the Xuanhua spirit stone will also aid in the restoration of my soul's power. The woman clad in green contemplated for a moment and resolutely made her decision. Very well, I shall assist you this once. However, should you ever dare to show disdain for me again, I shall ignore you henceforth. With a light snort, she gracefully lifted her hand, causing the three-tiered remnants of the tower within Qin Yuan's soul to tremble. In the next instant, the spatial ring on Qin Yuan's finger began to quiver, and then, to her astonishment, the Xian fire spirit stone surged forth from it. What is happening? Nangong Liuli was taken aback, witnessing the items within the spatial ring emerging autonomously. What immense energy could cause such a phenomenon? Utterly flustered, she watched as the Xian fire spirit stone transformed into a streak of flowing light, buzzing as it entered Qin Yuan's dantian. Boom! A powerful wave of crimson energy erupted from within Qin Yuan, causing the entire mountain cavern to tremble. He rose like a red sun, and the stone chamber seemed to transform into a molten furnace. The ethereal form of the phoenix became more substantial, soaring around Qin Yuan's body. The Xian fire spirit stone had willingly acknowledged Qin Yuan as its master. Nangong Liuli's face was filled with disbelief. Once spiritual treasures attain sentience, they tend to be exceedingly proud. The Xian fire spirit stone, a coveted treasure that even those in tribulation would envy, had broken free of the constraints of the spatial ring and willingly submitted. How formidable must Qin Yuan's talent be? Nangong Liuli felt a mix of shock and joy, unable to suppress her smile. The stronger Qin Yuan became, the happier she felt. However, at that critical moment, a violent rumble echoed from outside the cavern as the stones blocking the entrance exploded. Who goes there? Nangong Liuli immediately tensed, positioning herself protectively in front of Qin Yuan. Sister Liuli, we meet again. Through the rolling dust and smoke, several figures gradually emerged. It was Su Fan, Chunmuyu, and others. Su Fan, Lin Zhu. Nangong Liuli's mood plummeted as she instantly recognized their identities. Lin Zhu was the leading male disciple of the Wanjian sect. Miss Nangong, it's you. Lin Zhu also displayed an expression of surprise, realizing that the sister Su Fan spoke of was none other than Nangong Liuli. What brings you here? Nangong Liuli inquired, maintaining her composure. Oh, nothing of great importance. Just hoping to reclaim something from you, sister. Su Fan wore a calm smile, seemingly unfazed. Not long ago, you took the Xian fire phoenix grass from me, and now I wish to retrieve it, as my friend is in dire need of it. Are you not aware of the rules of the wilderness trial? Nangong Liuli replied coldly, firmly standing her ground before Qin Yuan. Of course I am aware. Which is why I do not blame you for taking the phoenix grass from me. Now that I wish to take it back from you, I hope you will not hold it against me. Nangong Liuli shook her head. I'm afraid you have arrived too late. I have already administered the phoenix grass to Qin Yuan. Not too late at all, the fusion has only just begun. And the effects of the grass should still be more than half intact, Su Fan remarked, casting a glance at Qin Yuan. The phoenix grass, such a remarkable entity, is far too precious for a single individual to consume. Qin Yuan has already absorbed a considerable amount. The remainder should be entrusted to us. As my companion is in dire need of this extraordinary herb. That is simply impossible, Nangong Liuli replied, her tone resolute. Lin Zhu stepped forward, speaking earnestly. Miss Nangong, we are not strangers, and I truly wish to avoid conflict with you. The current situation is evident. You cannot contend with so many of us. It would be wise to surrender the phoenix grass, as it holds great significance for our Sanus. We are prepared to offer other treasures as compensation. Disciples from various sects tend to exercise politeness when addressing outsiders. They adhere to the principle of courtesy before confrontation. I am truly sorry, but I have no need for your offers, Nangong Liuli retorted. I will not relinquish the phoenix grass under any circumstances. It appears that there is nothing left to discuss. Linju sighed. In that moment, a white figure darted towards Qin Yuan with such swiftness that there was barely time to react. Chapter 99. Dual Souls in Unity. Innate sword body. It was none other than Qingxue who moved, extending her hand towards the phoenix grass, which floated above Qin Yuan. Nangong Liuli remained vigilant, reacting instantly as she unleashed a beam of sword light towards Qingxue. The latter, unable to resist, had no choice but to retreat, swiftly distancing herself to 3 zhang away. This brief skirmish transpired in the blink of an eye, as if nothing had occurred. Nangong Liuli, sword in hand, stood protectively before Qin Yuan, her cold gaze fixed on Qingxue. To claim the phoenix grass, you must first pass through me. Without uttering a word, Qingxue raised her sword and charged at Nangong Liuli. The resounding roar of the Wanjian sect's swordplay echoed, as numerous sword blossoms appeared behind Qingxue. A single sword cleaved through the air with a piercing howl, transforming into a multitude of sharp sword phantoms that struck towards Nangong Liuli from all directions. Spare her, Holy Maiden, Linju cried out immediately. The Holy Maiden's decisiveness was alarming. She seemed ready to strike at the slightest provocation. After all, Nangong Liuli was the daughter of the Taishan sect's leader. Causing her harm would not bode well. Su Fan felt a pang of heartache as he watched. The current Qingxue was too sharp, too indifferent, resembling a mechanical warrior devoid of human emotion. Muyu, I must find the you from the past. I will, without fail. Su Fan and Qingxue hailed from a small frontier city called Yuyang within the Yin dynasty. His father had once aided Qingxue's family, leading to an engagement arranged by their fathers since childhood. Once, Su Fan was regarded as the youthful genius of Yuyang, securing the second place among his peers, while the first was none other than Qingxue. In their youth, Qingxue's displayed talent was extraordinary, effortlessly surpassing her contemporaries. At the age of 12, Su Fan had reached the 5th level of qi refinement, while Qingxue had already attained the 10th. Despite the significant disparity between them, the Chu family never expressed any intention to annul the engagement, and even Qingxue herself remained humble. During their childhood, they were inseparable playmates. Back then, Qingxue was a shy little girl, gentle, kind, and pure, with a serene demeanor and a modest appearance. However, fate took an unforeseen turn. When Su Fan reached the age of 13, his cultivation unexpectedly began to decline. The Su family tried various remedies, but to no avail, and they could only watch as Su Fan fell from the 6th level of qi refinement to the 3rd. Once a prodigy, he became the subject of ridicule. Meanwhile, Qingxue continued to flourish, achieving a semi-foundation establishment at the age of 14 without a teacher. At 15, she ranked in the top 10 during the 100 Cities competition and gained admission to the Royal Academy. At 16, she was discovered by the Wanjian sect and became one of its disciples. Simultaneously, her beauty blossomed, transforming from a graceful young girl into an unparalleled beauty, captivating all. Yet, as her appearance flourished, her demeanor grew increasingly cold and unfeeling. The gentle, kind-hearted girl had evolved into a being devoid of emotion, resembling a mere automaton. The disparity between Su Fan and Qingxue has increasingly widened. The Chu family naturally contemplated the annulment of their engagement. For the gap between a disciple of the 10,000 Swords sect and a trifling cultivator in the qi refining stage was insurmountable. Just as the Chu family was poised to agree to the dissolution, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The spirit of Fei Yin residing within Su Fan's ring finally awakened. It was revealed that Su Fan's regression in cultivation was due to this very ring, a relic left by his mother, which he had worn without realizing it housed an unknown remnant soul. This remnant was Fei Yin. For years, the soul within the ring had been siphoning Su Fan's energy, resulting in his stagnation. Initially, Su Fan was consumed by fury, yet after Fei Yin's elucidation, he came to realize that he had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. With the remnant of an ancient immortal as his mentor, what was there to fear in becoming powerful? Thus, when the Chu family proposed to annul the engagement, Su Fan resolutely declined, proclaiming, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in his poverty. Grant me 3 years. In 3 years, I shall stand once more before Muyu, asserting my worthiness as her betrothed. For the sake of this promise, Su Fan dedicated the past 3 years to relentless effort. transforming from an obscure cultivator into a paragon of excellence with Fei Yin's guidance. Now, 2.5 years have passed, and less than 6 months remain until the appointed time with Chu Muyu. It was also 2.5 years ago that Fei Yin revealed to him the reason behind Muyu's cold demeanor. She possessed a dual personality and was naturally endowed with the Xin sword physique, a constitution ideally suited for the ruthless path of swordsmanship. Her sword body and second personality were possibly the result of inheriting the legacy of a formidable swordsman or even the reincarnation of one. Under the influence of this sword inheritance or reincarnated soul, Muyu developed her second persona. Upon discovering this truth, Su Fan vowed never to let anyone possess his Muyu. He was determined to retrieve the Muyu of old. He has tirelessly pursued this goal. Yet upon seeing Chu Muyu once more, his heart was fraught with urgency. After 2.5 years apart, she had grown even more distant. If this state of affairs were to persist, Chu Muyu might indeed lose herself, transforming into a heartless swordsman. The battle raged on. Chu Muyu had now reached the 5th stage of the Golden Core realm, while Nangong Liuli was at the 3rd stage. However, with Qin Yuan's assistance, Nangong Liuli's prowess should not be underestimated. After 3 clashes, she began to falter. Rumors spoke of an extraordinary goddess emerging from the 10,000 Swords sect, having achieved the 5th stage of the Golden Core at merely 19 years of age. It seemed this was indeed her, as Nangong Liuli gazed at Chu Muyu. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with solemnity. This Chu Muyu was already superior in realm and was a swordswoman to boot. The sword cultivator, devoted to slaying and battle, inherently possesses greater strength than other practitioners of the same realm. Facing Chu Muyu alone is indeed a formidable challenge. However, Nangong Liuli did not falter. The phoenix grass must belong to Qin Yuan. It is absolutely unacceptable for anyone to take it away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chu Muyu remained silent, launching another assault, her sword light flashing with lethal intent. Brother Lin, while Nangong Liuli is preoccupied, let us seize the phoenix grass. Agreed. Although Lin Ju felt a twinge of immorality in this plan, he ultimately acquiesced. The significance of the phoenix grass was paramount. Without delay, they sprang into action, soaring towards Qin Yuan's location. You shall not. Nangong Liuli's expression turned icy as she swung her sword towards Lin Ju and the others. The cave was too confined, forcing them to retreat. Yet, as she divided her focus, Chu Muyu's attack struck her shoulder, instantly erupting in a spray of crimson. Chapter 100. Where has Sister Muyu gone? Miss Nangong, what is the purpose of this? Lin Ju said with a sense of helplessness. Let us take the phoenix flower. You cannot protect it. Not a chance. Nangong Liuli replied resolutely. Lin Ju's expression hardened. If that is the case, do not blame us for being heartless. We shall act in concert with the Saintess. The disciples of the 10,000 Sword sect, adept in sword formations, exhibited remarkable synergy in their collaboration. As Chu Muyu and Lin Ju joined forces, Nangong Liuli found herself in disarray, quickly suffering several blows. Fortunately, her opponents showed restraint, and she sustained only minor injuries. Su Fan observed coldly from the sidelines, his gaze filled with resentment. Nangong Liuli, this is the price you pay for crossing me. Bang, bang, bang. Outnumbered, Nangong Liuli soon spat blood, yet staggered to shield Qin Yuan. I will never allow you to harm Qin Yuan, never. The members of the 10,000 Sword sect were visibly moved. She was indeed a stubborn and extraordinary woman. Their gazes toward Qin Yuan were tinged with envy. Recognizing that such a proud daughter of heaven would devote herself so wholly, truly worthy of being the foremost of her generation. However, Miss Nangong, I am sorry, but we must acquire the phoenix grass. Standing resolutely with her sword before Qin Yuan, Nangong Liuli's gaze remained unwavering, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth lending her an air of tragic beauty. Attack! Chu Muyu and Lin Ju moved again, this time without holding back, unleashing their lethal techniques. Time could not be wasted. The longer it took, the greater the depletion of the phoenix grass. Boom! Their strikes were incisive, swift as lightning, causing the very cavern to tremble with their sword-s vibrations, loose stones cascading down. Yet, with an expression of unwavering resolve, Nangong Liuli fearlessly countered their onslaught. Boom! As the two sides were about to clash, a deep, resounding roar erupted from behind Nangong Liuli. A massive crimson light shot skyward, instantly shattering nearby debris into fine dust. The red light pierced through the heavens, heralding a storm of thunder and lightning from every direction of the dangling wilderness. Nearly all gazes turned in horror toward the origin of the crimson light. Such a powerful disturbance. Could it signify the emergence of a rare treasure? Let us go? Quickly see what it is. Within the mountain's depths, chaos ensued. The cavern's ceiling was upheaved, countless fragments soaring like arrows, while the tremendous shockwave hurled nearby individuals 100 feet away. The rolling crimson wave surged forth like a sea of blood. What is happening? What has happened to Qin Yuan? Nangong Liuli was anxious, but found herself unable to approach him. Su Fan and the others exchanged glances, bewildered. What on earth has happened to Qin Yuan? Does the Qingxue Phoenix Grass possess such immense power? The strange phenomenon in the tumult arrived swiftly, only to dissipate just as quickly. In the brief span of a few breaths, the crimson light that shot towards the heavens dissipated, while the surrounding waves of red energy funneled into Qin Yuan's body. An eerie calm descended, leaving only the remnants of shattered walls strewn about. Qin Yuan. Nangong Liuli was the first to rush towards him, only to find Qin Yuan lying upon the stone platform, still in slumber, yet his aura was tumultuous and chaotic, as if it might burst forth from his very being. This is bad. Could it be that the energy of the Xuanhua Spirit Stone is too potent? Nangong Liuli felt a surge of anxiety. If this energy remained unchecked, Qin Yuan would be in peril. At that moment, Qin Yuan's eyes fluttered open, revealing a pair of blood-red irises that exhaled crimson mist with each breath. Qin Yuan, are you all right? What is happening? Nangong Liuli gasped, yet mustered the courage to take a step closer. Get away. Qin Yuan's voice emerged hoarse and low, trembling as if suppressing an uncontrollable force. What is wrong? Qin Yuan? Please don't frighten me. Nangong Liuli's worry deepened. Go away, quickly. Qin Yuan's voice grew even more guttural, his aura increasingly wild. No, I will not leave. I will stay by your side. She bit her lip, stepping forward despite her trepidation. In an instant, Qin Yuan thrust Nangong Liuli away with a fierce force, sending her 10 paces back. He then sprang up, scanning his surroundings, his scarlet gaze akin to that of a frenzied beast. Ultimately, his gaze fixated upon Chumuyu, the members of the Wanjian sect. Initially bewildered and uncertain of what had transpired, became instantly alert upon being noticed by Qin Yuan. Be cautious. Qin Yuan, you. Nangong Liuli watched him, paralyzed with fear, afraid to make any sudden movements. Suddenly, like a bolt of lightning, Qin Yuan vanished from his spot. The Wanjian sect members barely had time to react before they felt a fleeting crimson shadow brush past them, vanishing into the distance. Be careful. The warning barely escaped their lips as Qin Yuan's figure disappeared entirely. Is everyone all right? Lin Zhu of the Wanjian sect inquired anxiously, having sensed the terrifying energy emanating from Qin Yuan moments ago, akin to a maddened beast that instilled no sense of resistance in anyone. I am fine. I am too. Hearing their responses, Lin Zhu finally allowed himself to exhale in relief. It is a relief that everyone is unharmed. That was truly terrifying. There is something. At that moment, the voice of the girl in the green dress trembled as it broke the silence. Lin Zhu immediately asked, What is it, junior sister? Are you injured? I am not hurt, she stammered in fear. It is Sister Muyu. Sister Muyu is missing. An endless wasteland stretched before them, dim and desolate, seemingly boundless. Under the glow of the setting sun, the barren land appeared even more forlorn and lifeless. Upon the undulating low hills, a crimson light darted swiftly, reminiscent of a comet, trailing a lengthy tail behind it. As one drew closer, it became apparent that this was, astonishingly, a person. This individual emanated a faint red glow, exuding a ferocious aura akin to that of a fierce tiger, rampaging through the wilderness. Clutched tightly under his right armpit was a woman clad in white. She struggled desperately, launching a flurry of sharp sword strikes at the man, yet they proved utterly ineffective, rebuffed by the shimmering red light emanating from his form. Damn it. The energy of the mystic fire spirit stone is dissipating at an alarming rate. Compounded by the mystic fire phoenix grass, Qin Yuan's body is incapable of absorbing it immediately. Within his consciousness, a mysterious woman in blue observed Qin Yuan's predicament, her perfectly willow-like brows furrowing slightly. It is indeed my fault for having overlooked this detail. It seems that in this current state of fragmented soul, many memories, experiences, and insights have been lost. The woman in blue sighed softly, her gaze shifting to the woman, Chumuyu, nestled under Qin Yuan's armpit. An innate sword body. A dual personality, what a splendid offering. To serve as the furnace for a prodigious talent like Qin Yuan is indeed a privilege.